Yi Feng traversed to the Blue Star and acquired a divine grade sign-in system. Beginner sign-in. Reward obtained, triple strength enhancement martial technique, Thunder Fist. Intermediate sign-in. Reward obtained, intermediate strength talent. Advanced sign-in. Reward obtained, supreme energy cultivation method, dragon energy art. Divine sign-in. Reward obtained, ultimate cultivation talent. After a catastrophic transformation, the creatures of land and sea mutated into unparalleled ferocious beasts, leading the world into an era of high martial arts for survival. Chapter 1. The world of high martial arts in the bustling living room of Jiangnan City. 5 individuals sat together. Yi Feng was engrossed in a martial artist forum on his phone. A colossal serpent beast emerged from the Blackwater River, its head exceeding 20 meters in diameter, slaughtering countless civilians. Master Wang, he of the Dragon Kingdom, entered the river and vanquished the giant serpent. A rift tore open in the sky above Jiangnan City, from which an armored rhinoceros descended, resulting in hundreds of casualties among the residents, subsequently slain by the city's guard. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom detected a peerless genius with extraordinary cultivation talent, whose future potential was limitless, now enrolled at Longqing University as a key nurturing subject. A girl, appearing around 15 years of age, glanced at Yi Feng, disdain flickering across her face as she noted his fixation on the martial artist forum. Honestly, what's so fascinating? You're not even a martial artist, you're just worrying for no reason. Come on, sis, don't say that. Brother, you turn 16 tomorrow, right? Another girl looked at Yi Feng. Yes, indeed, I will be 16 tomorrow. Brother, I envy you so much you'll finally be tested for your cultivation talent. What's there to envy? Do you really think everyone has cultivation talent? If that were the case, martial artists would be as common as dirt. The 2 speaking girls were named Yi Qing and Yi Shui, both of whom were Yi Feng's sisters, though not by blood. He was not originally from this planet known as Blue Star, but was a traveler. When he traversed to Jiangnan City, he was merely 5 years old. In this world, his mother perished during childbirth, and his father was murdered when he was 5. His father was a formidable martial artist and the deputy head of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School in Jiangnan City. He vividly recalled that fateful day. He and his father were in their room when his father received a phone call. He then handed Yi Feng a potion that concealed his presence, instructing him to hide beneath the bed and remain silent, no matter what transpired. Though only 5, Yi Feng had lived over 20 years in his previous life and understood that something grave was unfolding. Before long, the sounds of fierce combat erupted outside, followed by disturbances within the room. From beneath the bed, he witnessed his father collapse in a pool of blood. Though a traveler, he had experienced familial bonds in this world that he had never known before. Seeing his father lifeless in a pool of blood brought him immense sorrow, akin to a knife twisting in his heart. Yet, inexplicably, he did not shed a single tear. From that moment, a seed of vengeance was sown deep within his heart. He knew he would seek retribution. At that instant, he gained a clear objective. However, mere days later, Yi Feng discovered the harsh realities of this world at 5 years old. He was powerless. He was uncertain whether he might starve. Fortunately, he encountered a benefactor in his life, his adoptive father Yi Yonghe. Subsequently, he resided in his adoptive father's home. Yi Yonghe was an employee at a small company, earning a meager salary. Yi Qing had her own room, but due to his arrival, she was forced to share with her sister, leading to her disdain for him, though he never voiced any complaints. He understood that without his adoptive father's kindness, he would have perished long ago. At 16, the age at which the Blue Star assesses cultivation talent, he had long awaited this day. Being deemed to possess cultivation talent would signify his path to becoming a martial artist. Only by becoming a martial artist could he exact revenge. Over the years, he had diligently investigated. Years ago, when the head of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School passed away, the 2 deputy heads were natural candidates for succession. The other deputy head was named Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian, the very man who had slain his father, was now a master-level martial artist. Xiao Feng, do you have confidence in tomorrow's talent assessment? Yi Yonghe smiled gently at Yi Feng. Indeed, Yi Feng replied resolutely. Yes, Xiao Feng has always been clever, he must possess cultivation talent. His adoptive mother, Wang Lan, smiled as well. What does cleverness matter? Does being clever guarantee cultivation talent? Yi Qing looked down on Yi Feng. Sis, why do you always pick on brother? Yi Shui expressed her displeasure. Xiao Shui, you must understand, I am your biological sister, he is merely an outsider. I share a room with him at the expense of my own comfort and receive a pitiful allowance. Enough, don't bring this up again. Yi Yonghe interjected, I have told you many times not to discuss such matters. Understood. Yi Qing felt intimidated by her father, lowering her head. Cheer up, brother. Once you demonstrate your cultivation talent and become a powerful martial artist, we can all live in a grand house together. Yi Shui made a gesture of encouragement towards Yi Feng. I assure you, it will happen. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. The blue star was unlike Earth. 30 years prior, a cataclysmic event transpired on Blue Star, resulting in rifts appearing in the skies worldwide, from which ferocious beasts descended, accompanied by dark, malevolent energy. The flora and fauna of Blue Star, both terrestrial and aquatic, were infected by this dark energy, transforming into savage beasts. Countless ferocious creatures attacked nations across the globe. Island nations fell one after another to the onslaught of these beasts, with many inland nations also unable to escape their fate. The military's weaponry proved ineffective against the overwhelming threat of the beasts. In humanity's perilous plight, extraordinary individuals emerged, showcasing immense power as they tore through the ferocious beasts. Subsequent scientific research revealed that these superhumans could absorb a peculiar gas, enhancing their physical prowess. Thus, the martial artist was born. This strange gas was termed vital energy. Some powerful martial artists could even create unique energy techniques and martial skills. Consequently, martial artists grew increasingly formidable. Scientists began developing weapons to combat the beasts, introducing the Thunder God Cannon, laser cannons, and alloy weaponry, among others. Sensing humanity's burgeoning strength, the ferocious beasts tempered their ambitions to dominate Blue Star, yet many territories remained under their control. Seizing a moment of respite, various nations commenced the construction of fortified bases, their walls crafted from resilient alloys. Alloy was a metal capable of effortlessly slicing through the hide and bones of the beasts, now regarded as the finest quality weaponry on Blue Star. Jiangnan City stood as one of the 8 major base cities within the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 2. Completion of the binding of the sign-in system the following day. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yi Feng's face. After rising and freshening up, he prepared to head to school. The institution was equipped with specialized instruments for assessing cultivation talents. Warriors who served in the military to protect the homeland held a revered status. Everyone on Blue Star aspired to become a warrior. Those who were identified with cultivation talents would embark on the path of a warrior, while those lacking such abilities would merely complete their studies and seek respectable employment after graduation. Upon exiting his room, Yi Feng encountered his younger sister, Yi Qing. All 3 siblings attended Jianyun Middle School. Yi Qing chose to ignore him. At school, she never acknowledged their relationship, nor had she exchanged a single word with him. Brother, let us head to school, she finally said. Shortly after, Yi Shui emerged from her room. Yi Feng nodded, and together they departed from the aging neighborhood that had stood for decades. Jianyun Middle School, located in Jiangnan City, was an ordinary institution that encompassed both middle and high school levels. Yi Feng was a freshman in high school, while Yi Qing was in her 3rd year of middle school, and Yi Shui was in her 2nd year. Not long after entering the school gates, a chubby student approached him briskly. Yi Feng, if I recall correctly, you should be turning 16 today, right? The student, named Yuan, was a wealthy heir, albeit, in the grand scheme of Jiangnan City, his family was not particularly noteworthy. Yes, I turned 16 today. Let us head to the Cultivation Talent Assessment Room. Yuan smiled at Yi Feng. If you happen to possess an extraordinary cultivation talent, I might bask in your glory. Last month, Yuan had celebrated his own 16th birthday, but failed to exhibit any cultivation talent, leading him to drag Yi Feng to bars for drinks in the aftermath. Yi Feng, who was quite handsome, had nearly lost his innocence during that period. After finishing his words, Yuan pulled Yi Feng towards the assessment room. Yi Feng did not resist. Anticipation bubbled within him. He had waited far too long for this day, more than a decade, to be precise. Cultivation talent was innate, detectable only at the age of 16. While 3 types of supernatural abilities could awaken later: attribute talents, weapon talents, and elemental talents. Although not many warriors awakened such talents, achieving a superior ability was a formidable challenge. Thus, this era was not only one of coexistence with ferocious beasts, but also a time defined by talent. Upon reaching the assessment room, several students emerged with dejected expressions, undoubtedly having failed to manifest any cultivation talent. For them, the absence of such talent meant a lifetime devoid of the warrior's path. Yi Feng, it's your turn, a teacher called. Yi Feng stepped into the assessment room, where the instructor requested that he register his name and age. After completing the registration, the teacher led him to a cultivation talent assessment machine. Place your hand on the device, and it will determine whether you possess cultivation talent, the teacher instructed. Yi Feng extended his hand, trembling slightly. Perhaps it was due to his fervent desire to possess such talent. He must have cultivation talent. At last, his hand rested upon the device, and it emitted a pale blue glow. Weak-level cultivation talent. The teacher's eyes brightened. Congratulations, you possess cultivation talent. Weak-level cultivation talent? Yi Feng felt as though all his strength had been sapped. The teacher regarded him with confusion, unable to comprehend why he seemed disheartened. After all, possessing any cultivation talent, even if it was weak level, was significantly better than being an ordinary person. Weak-level talent meant a lifetime of struggle, limited to becoming a mere martial apprentice. While figures like Yang Qingtian were masters, if Yi Feng's talent was weak level, it signified that revenge would forever elude him. Ding! Energy infusion successful. The sign-in system has been bound. Chapter 3. Divine Sign-In. Ultimate Cultivation Talent. Is this the system? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of what a system entailed. Ding! Host has bound the sign-in system. Congratulations, host, you have acquired one divine sign-in opportunity. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and a sign-in sheet materialized before him. Today you have not signed in. Divine sign-in opportunity available. Does signing in yield rewards? This student, due to your detection of weak-level cultivation talent, we will now make an announcement in accordance with school regulations. Do you have any objections? Yi Feng remained silent, engrossed in the workings of the sign-in sheet within his mind. The teacher sighed, believing Yi Feng to be overly ambitious regarding his cultivation talent, which was why he appeared dissatisfied. It was the first time the teacher had encountered a student who, despite possessing cultivation talent, was unsatisfied with weak-level results. The teacher prepared to announce Yi Feng's cultivation talent to the school, as only a few students had been detected with such abilities throughout Jiangyun Middle School. Each student with cultivation talent was a significant event for the institution. Attention, this is the Cultivation Talent Assessment Room. Yi Feng from Class 2 of the first year has been detected with weak-level cultivation talent, making him the 5th student in Jiangyun Middle School to exhibit such talent. Let's congratulate Yi Feng. The broadcast echoed through every classroom, plaza, and office within Jiangyun Middle School. For the majority of students, this announcement felt like a harsh blow. Weak-level talent destined them to remain as martial apprentices for life. Yet, having any talent was better than none. Brother truly has cultivation talent. That's wonderful, Yishui exclaimed joyfully. Her words elicited envy from the surrounding classmates, who recognized Yi Feng as Yishui's brother. With a brother possessing cultivation talent, who would dare provoke them at Jiangyun Middle School? I can't believe he really has cultivation talent. A female student in the 3rd year of middle school, Yi Qing, displayed a myriad of complex emotions on her face. Whether joy or sorrow, it was unclear. After considerable effort, Yi Feng finally grasped the workings of the sign-in sheet in his mind. It turned out that he needed to click on the sign-in option, a detail he had previously overlooked. He moved the virtual pointer to the Not Signed In Today icon and clicked. Ding! Does the host wish to utilize the divine sign-in opportunity? Confirmed. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine sign-in reward. Ultimate Cultivation Talent. The pinnacle of cultivation talent on Blue Star, capable of absorbing vital energy and enhancing both vital energy techniques and skills by 100-fold. Ultimate Cultivation Talent? Yi Feng trembled all over, momentarily finding it challenging to fathom. The cultivation talents are categorized into various levels. Weak cultivation talent, secondary cultivation talent, low-level cultivation talent, intermediate cultivation talent, advanced cultivation talent, super cultivation talent, and ultimate cultivation talent. The ultimate cultivation talent represents the pinnacle of cultivation abilities. Yi Feng noticed an increase in his vital energy displayed on his retina. As the energy surged into his body, his physical attributes, functions, and cells began to reorganize. Chapter 4. The cycle of the sign-in system. The data reflecting the rise in vital energy on his retina confirmed to Yi Feng that he had indeed acquired the ultimate talent. With this ultimate cultivation talent, his future achievements were boundless. Revenge was within reach. The figures of vital energy continued to flash before his eyes. 53, 24, 38. The ultimate cultivation talent accelerated the absorption of vital energy 100-fold. Not a 100-fold increase, but an enhancement in speed. Feng could distinctly feel the vital energy rushing towards him, yet it seemed to dissipate as quickly as it arrived. He perused the sign-in sheet in his mind, discovering that sign-ins occurred once every 2 weeks, with the next one being a primary sign-in, followed by a cyclic progression. Primary sign-in, intermediate sign-in, advanced sign-in, and divine sign-in. Feng, what is wrong with you? Du Wan, puzzled by Feng's prolonged absence, entered the cultivation talent testing room and looked at him curiously. Oh, nothing. Feng snapped back to reality. You really do possess cultivation talent. Although it's merely weak-level talent, it's still commendable, Du Wan remarked, a myriad of envious expressions crossing his face. Feng smiled, attributing it to mere luck. He then fell into contemplation. The next sign-in would occur in 7 days, and he was still uncertain about the rewards. Vital energy figures continued to tick by. 23, 46, 55. Feng felt it was imperative to seek a place rich in vital energy, as the energy at Zhongyun High School was exceedingly sparse. He exited the testing room. Where are you going, Feng? Du Wan, confused by Feng's swift departure, called after him. Taking leave, Feng replied without looking back. On the playground, students who recognized Feng displayed expressions of envy upon his appearance. Possessing cultivation talent was indeed something to be coveted. Suddenly, a female student hurried to Feng's side. Class monitor, is there something you need? The homeroom teacher wants to see you, she informed him. Feng was on his way to see the homeroom teacher, so he headed toward the teacher's office. Upon arrival, a middle-aged man looked at him with evident satisfaction. Feng, I've sent a certificate confirming your cultivation talent to your home. I believe your parents will be thrilled to see it, said Li Jinsheng, the homeroom teacher. Thank you. Teacher Li, no need for thanks. You are the only student in our class to be tested with cultivation talent. This is a significant matter, Li Jinsheng smiled. Having a student with cultivation talent in his class would allow him to speak with greater confidence in front of his colleagues. Teacher Li, I would like to take leave, Feng requested. Since Jiangyan High School was not a martial arts school, and he now possessed ultimate cultivation talent, it was only natural for him to seek a place with abundant vital energy. Taking leave? Feng, in a month. An academy will come to our school to recruit students with cultivation talent. You choose to take leave now? Li Jinsheng was taken aback. An academy was a martial arts institution. Students identified with cultivation talent from various schools in Jiangnan City would be absorbed into an academy. Don't worry, Teacher Li. I will definitely return to school by then. All right, just make sure to remember, or you might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After exchanging a few more words with Teacher Li, Feng left the office. He arrived at the playground. Although Jiangyan High School was not a martial arts school, it did possess several combat power testing devices. Feng approached one, absorbing vital energy, and felt his physique strengthen considerably. He decided to test his combat power. Taking a deep breath, he punched the combat power testing device. Bang! Upon impact, a number appeared on the device. 127. Chapter 5. Nanshan, Abundant Vital Energy, a combat power of 127. Feng felt a surge of joy. A combat power of 127 meant that he could exert a force equivalent to 127 pounds. He had only absorbed vital energy for a brief period. From being a student with no strength to speak of to achieving a combat power of 127 in less than a day. What an astonishing transformation. With a punch capable of exerting over 100 pounds of force, even an adult would find himself intimidated in Feng's presence. And this was merely the beginning. Vital energy readings continued. 24, 35, 48. After a brief wait, Feng struck the testing device again. Bang! 130. He continued to unleash punch after punch on the device. 132, 134, 136, 140. He had no cultivation techniques or power-enhancing skills, yet in just a few minutes, his combat power escalated from 127 to 140. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Feng's face, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. The demise of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Hall's master was not a recent occurrence, but rather a culmination of years. Perhaps his father had anticipated the day he would confront Yang Qingtian, thus ensuring his protection to the extent that no one knew he had a son. However, Feng was uncertain whether Yang Qingtian would recognize him, especially considering the presence of childhood toys in his room. Yet, with the passage of so many years, Yang Qingtian likely no longer remembered his appearance, and Yi Feng felt no immediate concern. Clenching his fists, he felt no pain as his nails dug into his palms. That day, while crouched beneath the bed, he vividly recalled seeing his father lying in a pool of blood, his father's eyes locked onto his. He would never forget that scene. A master? Yi Feng sikol futkoldi. It would not be long before you experience true suffering. Without lingering at Jiangnan High School, Yi Feng departed and wandered through the various districts of Jiangnan City in search of a place rich in vital energy. However, after a considerable amount of time, he found nothing, as most locations were less vibrant than Jiangnan High School itself. He felt a twinge of frustration. He raised his head slightly to gaze at the setting sun. A sudden realization struck him. Nanshan, the highest peak in Jiangnan City, might harbor a wealth of vital energy. Yet, Nanshan was some distance away, and upon checking his pockets, Yi Feng discovered he had no alliance currency to take public transport. Thus, he resorted to running. After a prolonged run, Yi Feng finally reached the foot of Nanshan, with darkness approaching. Vital energy readings, 85, 89, 92. Observing the increasing vitality data on his retina, Yi Feng exhaled deeply. The vitality in the valley beneath Nanshan had already undergone a transformation. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the summit would be even more potent. He made his way up the mountain, and by the time he reached its peak, the moon had risen. Vitality readings soared. 125, 152, 137. Such a rich essence. If he continued to absorb it at this rate, it wouldn't be long before his combat power reached 1,000, elevating him to the status of a novice martial apprentice. 30 years had passed since the cataclysm that struck Blue Star, during which time martial practitioners have been distinctly categorized: martial apprentices, warriors, masters, grandmasters, and so forth, down to the Emperor of Vitality. Each tier was further divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The ferocious beasts were similarly classified, ranging from 1st to 10th tier. After a lengthy absorption of vitality, Yi Feng prepared to return home. He had yet to transcend the realm of ordinary humans. He still felt cold and hunger. Upon returning to his neighborhood, it was already past 9 in the evening. Yi Feng approached the combat power testing device in the community. Beside it stood an elderly man, a familiar face he had seen around but never spoken to. The old man was vigorously striking the device. Yi Feng glanced at the readings and was momentarily taken aback. 99, 100, 98, 99. He observed the elderly gentleman, who appeared to be at least 70 years old, and yet displayed such formidable strength. Young man, don't let my 72 years fool you. Your strength may not surpass mine, the old man said, wiping the sweat from his brow upon noticing Yi Feng. Really? Yi Feng began, but the old man interrupted. Why don't you give a try? With that, Yi Feng stepped up to the device, eager to test the effects of the vitality he had absorbed. He clenched his fist and struck the device. Bang! 207. The old man stared, dumbfounded, at the numbers displayed on the screen. He rubbed his eyes, but the reading remained unchanged. No way. The device must be malfunctioning. Strike again. Yi Feng, astonished at his own sudden prowess, complied. Bang! 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 207, 208, 207, 209. His combat power peaked at 209. The vitality in the neighborhood was exceedingly sparse, barely increasing in single digits. The old man was left speechless, convinced that Yi Feng could not have surpassed his own strength. Yet now, a hint of embarrassment crept across his face. Cough, cough. Young man, it's getting late. I must retire for the night, he said, clearing his throat before departing. Once the old man had left, Yi Feng gazed at the readings on the device, aware that it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the rank of martial apprentice. Upon arriving home, his sister Yiqing opened the door but did not greet him warmly. She plopped down on the sofa. Brother, you are amazing. Such weak cultivation talent. I envy you, Yishui exclaimed, beaming. Xiaofeng, your homeroom teacher has delivered your certificate of honor along with 10,000 alliance coins. You truly bring pride to our family, Wang Lan smiled at him. Yes, Xiaofeng, our family will rely on you in the future, Yi Yonghe added, filled with pride. What's so impressive? He has cultivation talent. I'll be able to detect mine in due time, Yiqing remarked from the side. By the way, brother, in a month, a Nan Academy will come to our school to recruit students with cultivation talent. You'll be able to attend, she continued. Yes, Yi Feng nodded. Wang Lan made a sweet soup, and after the family enjoyed it, they all retired for the night. The next day, Yi Feng returned to Nanshan. Vitality readings were 152, 153, 161. With his ultimate cultivation talent, his body absorbed vitality like an ocean, leaving him perpetually unsatisfied. Time flew by, and days passed swiftly. Once again, night fell. Feng arrived at the combat power testing device. The elderly man was there as well. Upon seeing Feng, the old man's face lit up with delight. Young man, that night I returned home and couldn't sleep, but I finally realized you must possess cultivation talent, right? Such talent can absorb vitality, which strengthens the body. Your combat power must have improved over the days, hasn't it? The old man looked at him expectantly. It should have improved. Feng nodded in response. Don't worry. Even if your talent is not high and your combat power increases slowly, remember that where there's a will, there's a way. The old man said, patting Feng's shoulder. Feng gazed at the combat power testing device, took a deep breath, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! 459. A terrifying number appeared on the screen. 4,459. The old man's pupils dilated in shock, as though he had witnessed an impossible figure. After swallowing hard, he looked at Feng. Is this a super genius? Feng thought to himself that he was doing well. Soon, he would reach the level of a martial apprentice. A combat power of 1,000 was the foundational strength of a novice martial apprentice. Being a martial practitioner was not merely about brute strength. It also involved cultivating techniques and skills, and even being able to inflict harm purely through vitality. However, novice martial apprentices could only practice the simplest techniques, and their ability to project vitality was almost negligible. Upon returning home, Yi Qing shot him a cold look, coming and going at all hours. Do you think this is a marketplace? Xiao Feng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I saved some food for you, Wang Lan said, bringing out the meal. Feng, having gone a day without food, devoured it ravenously. Like a starving ghost reincarnated, Yi Qing remarked derisively, observing his manner of eating. Feng chose not to respond. After all, his presence had forced Yi Qing to share a bed with Yi Shui, a fact he didn't mind. Lying in bed, it wasn't long before he fell into a deep slumber. In the morning, Feng once more made his way to Nanshan, his body fervently absorbing vitality. Time raced forward. After another week, he arrived at the combat power testing device. He struck it with a punch. Bang! 998. Looking at this number, Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. He continued to strike the device. 996, 997, 998, 995. His combat power stubbornly refused to surpass 1,000. He decided to stop. He was merely a few points shy of achieving the threshold that would elevate him to novice martial apprentice status. Moreover, tomorrow he would have the opportunity for a second sign-in. Although it was merely a beginner sign-in, he was nonetheless filled with anticipation. Early in the morning, Feng eagerly opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding! Beginner sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a sign-in reward. The Thunder Fist, a basic elemental technique, with a threefold strength amplification. The Thunder Fist? A threefold strength amplification? Feng was elated. He had not expected such a remarkable reward from a beginner sign-in. His excitement for the intermediate sign-in, which was to take place in half a month, soared. However, he would likely be at an academy by then. Mastery of elemental techniques requires at least the status of a beginner martial artist, and the basic Thunder Fist is quite challenging even for them. Feng felt no apprehension. He possessed the ultimate cultivation talent. This talent not only allowed him to absorb elemental energy at 100-fold speed, but also significantly accelerated his progress in mastering elemental techniques. Elemental energy, 5, 9, 11. The increase in elemental energy appeared before Feng's eyes. He reflected on the rather poor quality of elemental energy within his community. Yet, he surmised that he must have already attained a combat power of 1,000. After completing his morning routine, he approached the combat power testing device in his community. With a combat power of 1,000, he would be able to cultivate the Thunder Fist. Bang! He struck the testing device with a powerful punch. Instantly, a number appeared, 1,005. The reading on the device filled Feng with satisfaction. Next, it was time for the Thunder Fist. A smile of unspoken joy graced his face. He had to become stronger, and quickly, to exact his revenge. He delved into the Thunder Fist technique in his mind, fervently absorbing its teachings. Bang! 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 Yifeng resumed his relentless strikes on the combat power testing device. 1005, 1010, 1020, 1028. Insufficient. It was far from enough. The Thunder Fist provided a threefold strength amplification, meaning he needed to achieve a one-fold amplification with each punch until he reached threefold for successful mastery. Chapter 8. The shock of Yi Yonghe. The combat power testing device was situated in a corner of a dilapidated community, arguably the most inexpensive residential area in Jiangnan City. Its inhabitants were predominantly from the lower strata of society. No one would have imagined that a beginner martial artist would emerge from their midst. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng continued to strike the testing device. 1005, 1060, 1150, 1210. Still insufficient. Even with his ultimate cultivation talent, fully grasping the basic Thunder Fist would not occur in mere minutes. Yifeng was aware that the time required for comprehending the Thunder Fist would not be excessively long. 1007, 1170, 1350, 1500. Observing the numbers on the testing device, Yifeng felt progress was being made. The first punch represented his base combat power. The second punch provided a one-fold amplification. The third punch, another one-fold amplification. And the fourth punch, a third one-fold amplification. Yet, he was still far from achieving the desired amplification effect. Little Feng? Yi Yonghe, on his way to work, inadvertently caught sight of Yi Feng in the corner and initially thought he was mistaken. Upon confirming it was indeed Little Feng, he approached with curiosity. Yi Yonghe stood behind Yi Feng, observing the latter's vigorous strikes on the testing device. Stunned, he watched the numbers rise. 1010, 1200, 1370, 1590. Hiss! Upon seeing the number 1590, Yi Yonghe gasped in astonishment, blinking rapidly in disbelief, as he felt the figure was impossible. However, no matter how much he blinked, the number 1590 remained steadfast on the device. At that moment, Yifeng was unaware of his adoptive father's presence, deeply immersed in his training of the Thunder Fist. Mental perception required at least the mastery level of a martial artist. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his adoptive father, Yi Yonghe. "Dad, what brings you here?" "Oh, I just came to see what you were up to." Yi Yonghe swallowed hard, still grappling with the shock of the numbers displayed on the testing device. "Little Feng, have you already become a beginner martial artist?" After a long silence, Yi Yonghe gazed at Yifeng. "Yes, Dad." Yifeng nodded, feeling there was no need for concealment now that his father was aware. After all, he was merely a beginner martial artist. "But your cultivation talent is only of the weak level. How could you achieve this in such a short time?" "I am unsure why." Yifeng scratched his head. "But Dad, I hope you won't tell anyone about this." He had a specific purpose for this request. He had yet to disclose his ultimate cultivation talent to anyone. He did not wish to reveal too much at this stage, considering he was still just a beginner martial artist. I respect your concerns. I won't tell anyone." Yi Yonghe nodded. He recalled the first time he had seen Yifeng, who was merely 5 years old then, yet his eyes were unforgettable, the eyes of hatred. Those eyes sent chills down his spine, even when facing a mere child. "Dad, there is one more thing." Yifeng looked at Yi Yonghe. "What is it?" "You're going to be late for work." Chapter 9. Achieving threefold strength amplification, Yi Yonghe stumbled slightly upon hearing Yifeng's words and hurriedly left without further discussion. Yifeng watched his father's somewhat frail figure depart, reflecting on how his father was beginning to age. Without further contemplation, Yifeng resumed his relentless strikes on the combat power testing device, determined to fully comprehend the basic Thunder Fist. Days passed. Bang, bang, bang. 1100, 1800, 2600, 3400. The Thunder Fist was on the brink of mastery. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the numbers on the testing device. Bang, bang, bang. He did not rest, continuing to unleash his punches on the device. Over the past few days, he had lost count of how many punches he had thrown. 1105, 2210, 3315, 4420. Observing the combat power displayed, a look of joy spread across Yifeng's face. He had done it. He had finally achieved the threefold amplification. The base combat power for a beginner martial artist is 1000, for an intermediate martial artist is 2000, and for an advanced martial artist is 3000. To transcend to a beginner warrior, an advanced martial artist requires a combat power of 5000. With 4420 combat power, if Yifeng utilized the amplification effect of the Thunder Fist, his current combat power would surpass that of an advanced martial artist. He understood that all of this was due to his ultimate cultivation talent. If a novice martial practitioner possesses a weak aptitude for cultivation, it would take them at least 20 years to fully comprehend the Thunder Fist technique. With such limited potential, they would remain at the level of a martial apprentice throughout their lives. Those with a secondary cultivation aptitude might only ascend to the rank of a warrior at best, while individuals with a low-level aptitude could potentially break through to the level of a great martial master. Upon reaching a mid-level cultivation aptitude, one would find themselves with virtually limitless potential for breakthroughs, although the pace of advancement would considerably slow as they progress. Warriors endowed with mid-level cultivation aptitude are regarded as geniuses on the Blue Star. Moreover, beyond the mid-level aptitude, there exist advanced, super, and ultimate cultivation aptitudes. Despite this exceptional potential, Feng found himself unsatisfied. He felt a pressing need to elevate his strength swiftly. The next opportunity for sign-in would yield a mid-level reward, and he was curious about what benefits it might bring. Upon returning home, Feng took a refreshing bath and prepared to rest, as the past few days had left him physically and mentally exhausted in his pursuit of mastering the Thunder Fist. His current physical attributes were merely those of a novice martial apprentice. After a deep slumber, Feng awoke in the evening and made his way to the living room, where he discovered his parents, Yi Qing and Yi Shui, gathered on the couch, engrossed in the martial artist television channel. The programming featured awe-inspiring battles between martial artists and ferocious beasts, a spectacle that was overwhelmingly stunning for the average citizen. "Xiao Feng, you're awake." Yi Yonghe smiled upon seeing his son emerge from his room. Although he had not disclosed to anyone that Yi Feng was already a formidable martial artist, he felt an immense pride for his son within his heart. The first time he met Yi Feng, he had been taken aback by the boy's hate-filled gaze. But he was grateful that he had adopted him. Yi Yonghe was fully aware that his son's future achievements would be boundless, bringing honor and glory to their family. Wang Lan presented the meal she had prepared earlier. After Yi Feng finished eating, his younger sister, Yi Shui, approached him. "Brother, in just 3 days, you'll be heading to a Nam Academy, which means we will have fewer chances to see each other," she pouted. After a moment, she seemed to recall something, her gaze shifting to Yi Yonghe, as if she struggled to voice an unspoken concern. "Xiao Shui, is there something on your mind?" Yi Yonghe discerned her hesitation. "Father, my teacher mentioned that in order to enhance the quality of education, we need to purchase a computer." Yi Shui had always been understanding, aware of their family's financial struggles, with her mother being a homemaker and her father the sole breadwinner. "There's no need to fret. Go ahead and buy it," Yi Yonghe chuckled. Sitting on the couch, Yi Feng contemplated his status as a novice martial apprentice. If he registered at the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance branch, he could receive a martial artist subsidy. He felt entitled to this assistance, having benefited from the Yi family's hospitality for so many years. Without Yi Yonghe's support, he might have perished from hunger. Although he was merely a novice martial apprentice for now, he aimed to contribute in any way he could. "Father, let me take care of Xiao Shui's computer," Yi Feng offered. The family was momentarily taken aback by his declaration. "Xiao Feng, where will you find the money?" Yi Yonghe asked, puzzled. Over the years, Yi Yonghe had accumulated considerable debt to support the family, and with his health declining, he had borrowed extensively. After Yi Feng had been assessed with a weak cultivation aptitude, his homeroom teacher had sent a certificate and 1,000 alliance coins, which Yi Yonghe had already repaid. Now, with Yi Shui needing a computer, he would have to borrow money again. "Don't worry, Dad. I have a plan," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Yi Yonghe suddenly recalled that Yi Feng was now a novice martial apprentice, and he refrained from pressing further. As a mere employee at a small company, he lacked the strength of a novice martial apprentice, so he felt reassured about Yi Feng's intention to buy the computer for his sister. However, Yi Qing couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. "Isn't your friend named Duan? He's a rich second-generation individual. I suppose you'll just have to borrow money from him, right?" Yi Qing relished mocking Yi Feng, but he was often left frustrated by Yi Feng's lack of reaction. The following day, Yi Feng stepped out of his home, making his way to the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance. The Alliance is the largest martial organization on the Blue Star, with its headquarters located in the World City. Every significant city on the Blue Star boasts a branch of the Martial Artist Alliance. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance, Yi Feng was struck by the impressive 30-story building situated in the city center. After entering the Alliance, he approached the relevant assessment department. How may I assist you? A female staff member inquired as she approached Yifeng. I am here to register as a martial artist, Yifeng replied. The staff member paused momentarily, scrutinizing Yifeng, finding it hard to believe someone of his age could be a martial artist. Is there a problem? Yifeng asked, sensing her hesitation. The staff member snapped back to attention. No, please follow me for a physical assessment. She guided Yifeng to the assessment room, where several individuals were engaged in testing their physical attributes. Yifeng approached a machine that evaluated combat strength, speed, and defense. He clenched his fist and struck the testing device. Bang! Combat strength, 1160. Speed, 22. Endurance, 200. These figures aligned perfectly with the standards for a novice martial apprentice. Although Yifeng had mastered the Thunder Fist technique, which tripled his strength, his speed and defense had not surpassed the novice level. Thus, he remained classified as a novice martial apprentice. The staff member gazed in astonishment at the data displayed on the machine, utterly surprised that Yifeng was indeed a martial artist. Hello, your physical attributes meet the standards for a novice martial apprentice. Please follow me for registration, the staff member said, regaining her composure. Yifeng nodded and followed her to the registration area. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a voice, tinged with surprise, called out to him. Yifeng, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. Yifeng turned, puzzled, and found a girl of similar age to himself, whose appearance was quite striking, though still somewhat youthful, hinting at her potential beauty. Beside her stood a stout, bald, middle-aged man, likely in his mid-30s, with a scar running across his rugged face, exuding an intimidating presence. Wang Jing? Yifeng hesitated for a moment before recognizing the girl. I can't believe you still remember me, she replied, a smile gracing her lips, though it concealed a hint of disdain. Xiao Jing, is this the Yifeng you often mention? The one who you confessed to in elementary school, but who ignored you? The bald man chuckled darkly. Indeed, he carries himself with such pride, hardly acknowledging my existence. Thank goodness, Brother Bao, your taste is impeccable. Wang Jing's demeanor turned sardonic. During elementary school, Yifeng was a diligent student, striving to walk on two legs. If he possessed a gift for cultivation, he would exert himself to become a formidable warrior. If not, he would aspire to be a wealthy individual in Blue Star, thus enabling the possibility of revenge. Indeed, Wang Jing had once confessed her feelings to him, but at that time, he had naturally declined. The others in the testing room erupted in laughter, contemplating how shameless Wang Jing was, flaunting her relationship with a man in his 30s. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, merely observing the unfolding drama. Yifeng, Brother Bao is a mid-level martial apprentice. By the way, what brings you here? Wang Jing inquired with keen interest. Could it be that you're also a martial artist? Indeed, this gentleman's recent physical assessment aligns with the attributes a novice martial apprentice, a female staff member remarked. Wang Jing was taken aback, her astonishment directed at Yifeng. She had not anticipated that he truly was a martial artist. So what? He is merely a novice martial apprentice. While Brother Bao is a mid-level one, she insisted, attempting to downplay the revelation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yifeng stated, as he had no desire for further entanglement with her. He and the female staff member prepared to exit. Brother Bao, how can he be so arrogant? Wang Jing, listening to Yifeng, began to act coyly towards Wu Bao. Wu Bao chuckled coldly. Yifeng, Xiao Jing is now my girlfriend. She confessed to you before, yet you ignored her. Shouldn't you apologize? Wu Bao dismissed Yifeng with contempt, fully aware of the disparity in their martial ranks. Yifeng und Wu Bao et in den. Both he and Wang Jing aimed to humiliate him, wishing to demonstrate how erroneous his previous rejection had been. However, an apology was out of the question. While he did not dare to claim superiority over a high-level martial apprentice, he saw no reason to allow a mid-level martial apprentice to act superior in front of him. Although the mid-level martial apprentice had better speed and defense, it mattered little. With his Thunder Fist technique, he could easily defeat Wu Bao. What will you do if I refuse to apologize? Yifeng asked, recognizing their intention to provoke him, and thus decided to shed any semblance of politeness. Chapter 12. Is this a power amplification technique? Huh. If you do not apologize to Xiao Jing, I shall show you what regret feels like. Wu Bao sneered, his scarred face looking menacing. The others in the testing room shook their heads, knowing that a novice martial apprentice stood no chance against a mid-level one without the aid of techniques or special abilities. Yi Feng's emergence as a novice martial apprentice at such a young age surprised them, yet they had no faith that he had grasped any techniques. "Come on," Yi Feng said, his expression calm. He realized that if this matter remained unresolved, Wu Bao and Wang Jing would not let him leave easily. The onlookers in the testing room were astonished that Yi Feng was willing to confront Wu Bao, a confrontation they deemed entirely unwinnable. "Yi Feng, you're utterly deluded. Brother Bao will make you regret your actions." Wang Jing glared at him, unable to comprehend his calm demeanor. Yi Feng raised his fist. Suddenly, he struck the air with a punch. His combat power was 1160. By employing the Thunder Fist technique with a threefold amplification, his second punch would yield a power of 2,320. Yet, even that was insufficient. He struck again, this time achieving a combat power of 3,480. Defeating Wu Bao with this force would be effortless. The spectators in the testing room watched, dumbfounded, as Yi Feng unleashed two punches into the air, unable to fathom his rationale. "Kid, if you insist on seeking your own demise, I shall oblige," Wu Bao shouted, launching a punch at Yi Feng. The crowd anticipated Yi Feng's impending doom, their faces revealing pity. As Wu Bao punched, Yi Feng retaliated, delivering a punch with a staggering 3,480 combat power. Their fists were about to collide. Wang Jing's face turned icy. She knew she was about to witness Yi Feng's downfall. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding echoed through the room. In that instant, Wu Bao was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the testing room, bloodied and dazed. How is this possible? The spectators stood in shock, witnessing Wu Bao's state. "Brother Bao, are you all right?" Wang Jing rushed to Wu Bao's side, her expression one of disbelief. "Get away. Damn it. I've never suffered such a defeat." Wu Bao roared, springing to his feet. "I'll take you down." With that, he charged at Yi Feng once more. Wu Bao's speed was impressive. Mid-level martial apprentices had a speed of 25, while novices had a speed of 22, a difference that could be easily anticipated. However, neither Wu Bao nor anyone else in the testing room could foresee that Yi Feng's next punch would be amplified threefold, yielding a power of 4,640. Bang! Yi Feng and Wu Bao's fists collided again. Wu Bao screamed, his voice akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his hefty body rolling helplessly on the ground. My hand! My hand!" The realization hit the onlookers. Yi Feng had indeed mastered a power amplification technique. Chapter 13. Wang Jing's intense embarrassment. The spectators in the testing room were utterly astonished. They could never have imagined that Yi Feng had genuinely grasped the technique. How old was he? A true genius. What extraordinary talent for cultivation did he possess? To those present, Yi Feng's cultivation aptitude seemed to be at least mid-level. Wang Jing trembled, her intentions to humiliate Yi Feng backfiring spectacularly. Brother Bao was no match for him, utterly vanquished. "Let us go," Yi Feng stated, glancing at the female staff member, who stood frozen in shock. "What about her?" The staff member stammered, having only dealt with martial apprentices and warriors, and now grappling with the overwhelming display of Yi Feng's prowess. "I will not stoop to her level. She is merely a girl," Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. He could have approached Wang Jing and slapped her, but what would that prove? He now possessed a system and an ultimate cultivation talent. In his eyes, individuals like Wang Jing no longer held any significance. Engaging with her would only tarnish his status. Had it not been for Wu Bao and Wang Jing's earlier interference, Wu Bao would not have suffered such humiliation. Yi Feng departed the testing room with the female staff member, leaving Wang Jing standing in place, overwhelmed by shame and unable to face herself. "Little sister, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Relying on others is not inherently wrong, nor is it wrong to use others to assert dominance. However, this time, you have encountered a formidable opponent, and no one else can be blamed for it. A mere intermediate martial apprentice is, after all, the lowest tier of warriors in the Blue Star realm." In the testing room, a man in his 20s smiled at Wang Jing before he exited. At that moment, Wang Jing could no longer contain her tears. Why was she belittling herself? At just 16 years of age, why did she seek out a partner so much older? Was it for a sense of superiority? Yi Feng was unaware of Wang Jing's inner turmoil, nor did he need to be, as their connection was limited to being former elementary school classmates. A female staff member escorted Yi Feng to the registration office. After completing the registration, she provided him with an alliance card and a badge representing his status as a junior martial apprentice. "Mr. Yi, The Alliance card contains a stipend of 10,000 martial coins, which will be disbursed punctually next month. The Alliance card is a universal bank card across Blue Star, issued by the Global Alliance Bank. Feng carefully stored the Alliance card and badge before departing from the Martial Alliance. Next on his agenda was purchasing a computer, but he needed to return home to invite his sister, Shui, to join him. It was Saturday and school was out. Shui was at home watching television. Upon his return, Shui exclaimed, "Brother, you're back. Let's go buy a computer," Feng replied. "You're so kind, brother." She beamed with delight. Yizving, however, cast not a glance at Feng, perceiving his money as borrowed from others. Soon after, Feng and Shui left their home. Once outside, Shui looked at her brother and said, "I know Sister Isn't nice to you, but did you know she has a heart of gold beneath her harsh words?" When she learned of your low-level cultivation talent, she was quite pleased. "Although you might not believe it, I share a room with her, and I'm not lying. Yeju Pauted. She also needs a computer, but is too embarrassed to ask." Shui gazed at Feng with pleading eyes. Chapter 14. Nanshan. The powerful elder Feng smiled. With 10,000 Alliance coins, he could easily purchase 2 computers for study. After selecting the computers at a specialty store, he spent 500 coins and instructed Shui to return home while he headed towards Nanshan. With 3 days remaining, going to school would be of little use. It was better to absorb more vital energy. Upon reaching the foot of Nanshan, Feng raced up the mountain with remarkable speed, soon reaching the summit. Vital energy readings of 153, 155, and 158 appeared before his eyes, indicating his rapid absorption of energy. Just as he was engrossed in this process, an elderly man came into view. The elder appeared to be in his 60s, robust, with keen, eagle-like eyes. Feng was taken aback to encounter another person here. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the elder was enveloped in an aura of formidable vital energy, signifying his status as a powerful warrior. The elder also scrutinized Feng, surprised to find someone else at the mountain peak. He felt that Feng was somehow different from ordinary people, though he couldn't pinpoint why. "Young man, what is your name?" he inquired. Feng came a reply. The elder pondered for a moment, his intuition suggesting that Feng was a prodigy. "You must still be a student, am I right?" "Indeed, senior. I am currently a student at Jiangya Middle School." Feng was curious about the elder's intentions. He sensed no malice from him and had not provoked any hostility. "In 3 days, Ainen Academy will visit your school to issue qualification certificates to students with cultivation talent. You must possess some talent as well." The elder regarded Feng, feeling an inexplicable conviction that he was a remarkably gifted individual. "Yes, senior." Feng nodded in affirmation. "No need for formalities. I am Su Ming." Su Ming? The name struck a familiar chord within Feng, as he recalled seeing it on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that Su Ming was indeed the head of the new student division at Ainen Academy. The powerful aura emanating from the elder confirmed his suspicions. "Feng, why do I sense that you absorb vital energy at an unusually rapid rate?" Su Ming queried, a hint of confusion in his expression. Typically, he could not discern the speed at which others absorbed energy. However, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who could evoke such a sensation in him before, which intrigued him. "Feng, this token represents my authority. Once you arrive at the new academy, seek me out," Su Ming thought to himself. He intended to conduct thorough evaluations of Feng in the new student division. Should he truly be the extraordinary talent he suspected? Feng accepted the token without hesitation. It bore the inscription of Su Ming, head of a new student division at Ainen Academy. He had previously encountered information about Su Ming on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum, recognizing him as a master-level powerhouse. A master is not to be disrespected. This saying was well known throughout Jiangnan City. Chapter 15. Journey to Ainen Academy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Ming departed from Nanshan. Feng watched the elder's retreating figure, reflecting on the astonishing encounter with a master-level warrior. Yang Qingtian, the owner of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Hall, was also a master, and a force even more formidable than Su Ming. Feng understood that he needed to enhance his own abilities swiftly. After spending the entire day absorbing vital energy on the mountain, he returned to the community as night fell, approaching the strength testing apparatus. With a series of powerful strikes against the device, the readings soared: 1250, 1251, 1252, 1251. He refrained from utilizing the Thunderclap Fist, for doing so would yield terrifyingly high readings. Upon returning home, he found his family engrossed in watching television. Perhaps it was due to Yi Feng's purchase of a computer for Yi Qing, but her demeanor toward him had softened. Opening his mobile device, he accessed the Martial Artist Forum. Beast hordes attack the 10 island nations of the Ocean Sea, leading to their annihilation. The Jinwei army has entered the beast-occupied zones, engaging in a month-long battle with countless casualties on both sides. Scientists from Longhua have developed an ion cannon capable of slaying hundreds of beasts with a single shot. As Yi Feng perused the news on the forum, he contemplated the inevitable cataclysmic clash between humanity and the beasts, a confrontation that would undoubtedly shape the fate of mankind. However, he did not contemplate much. What he needed to do now was exact his revenge. The following day, Yi Feng continued to cultivate energy atop Nanshan, elevating his foundational combat power to 1300. At dawn, he rose early and made his way to Jiangyan High School. Upon his arrival, he was met with envious glances from students who knew him, for today the admissions officers from Ainen Academy were visiting Jiangyan High School. Shortly after his arrival, Yi Feng was summoned to the principal's office, accompanied by several other students. These individuals possessed secondary cultivation talent, a level higher than the inferior rank, and Yi Feng had previously had no interactions with them. They regarded him with disdain. You are all students of Jiangyun High School with cultivation talent. The admissions officers from Ainen Academy will arrive shortly, the principal remarked with a smile. Just then, a teacher entered, announcing, "Principal, the admissions officer from Ainen Academy has arrived." The principal quickly stood up to greet him. After a brief moment, Yi Feng beheld a robust man whose presence commanded respect, adorned with a 2-star leopard emblem on his chest, signifying a mid-level martial artist. The mid-level martial artist assessed Yi Feng and the others, took the materials handed by the principal, and upon glancing at them, displayed disappointment. All secondary cultivation talent, and one with inferior talent, he shook his head. Here are your qualification certificates. Report to Ainen Academy tomorrow. He distributed the certificates and departed. After receiving the emblem, Yi Feng exited the school, returning home to prepare for the journey ahead. Ainen Academy, situated in the heart of Jiangnan City, was quite a distance from Yi Feng's neighborhood, necessitating accommodation. However, it was said that the living conditions were excellent, with each student provided an independent bedroom. That night, under a canvas of twinkling stars, Yi Feng calculated that in 5 days he would be able to sign up for the mid-level assessment, filled with anticipation. What if he were to receive a reward for an extraordinary ability? That would be remarkable. A sleepless night passed. The next day, Yi Feng, dragging his suitcase, prepared to head to Ainen Academy. Just as he was about to step out of his home, he heard Yi Qing's voice calling him. "Yi Feng," she said, stopping him in his tracks. He turned to see a complex expression on her face, as if she had 1,000 words to convey, but ultimately, she simply said 2 words, "Good luck." Chapter 16. The Proud Daughter of Heaven. Su Hua, hearing Yi Qing's words, a smile spread across Yi Feng's face. He had not anticipated her encouragement. "All right," he nodded in response. After leaving the neighborhood, he took a car towards Ainen Academy. Ainen Academy, also known as Ainen Martial Arts Academy, was divided into the freshman division and the upperclassmen division. Although the 2 divisions were not far apart, students typically did not interact unless necessary. Freshmen would spend 2 years in the freshman division before transitioning to the upperclassmen division for 3 years, culminating in graduation. Upon reaching the entrance of Ainen Academy, Yi Feng was met with a sea of new students, numbering in the thousands. They whispered among themselves, discussing the prodigies from other schools. "Have you heard? Su Hua, the daughter of the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall's master, will also be attending Ainen Academy." Impossible. What would she come to Ainen Academy for? Perhaps to recruit some talents for the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Jianghe Martial Arts Hall is one of the 4 major martial arts halls in Jiangnan City, with its master, Su Zhan, being a formidable advanced master. As the new students buzzed with excitement, the roar of an engine suddenly pierced the air. They turned to see a Lamborghini Veneno, from which emerged a girl of 16 or 17 years. Clad in expensive attire and with her hair tied in a ponytail, she possessed an undeniable beauty, despite her youthful features. Who is she? So impressive. You don't know? She's Su Hua, daughter of Su Zhan, the master of the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Is that really her? I heard she has advanced cultivation talent and has recently broken through to the martial apprentice level. The new students gazed at Su Hua, awestruck. Her talent and background rendered her an unattainable figure in their eyes. Did you know? Su Hua has also awakened a primary power talent. One student exclaimed. The surrounding students were left speechless, bewildered by her extraordinary prowess. In Longhua, the most common cultivation talent was secondary, followed by low-level talent. Although there were many with inferior talent, their numbers paled in comparison to those with secondary talent. Hence, inferior talent was deemed laughable among those with cultivation abilities. Look, that S. Lu Chong, the top talent from Jiming High School, with mid-level cultivation talent, and Lin Yunbua, the prodigy from Bailu High School, also with mid-level cultivation talent. Wow, it seems all the talents from various schools have gathered at Anan Academy. Yi Feng, amidst the throng of new students, overheard these conversations. Jiangyan High School was merely an ordinary institution in Jiangnan City, incomparable to others. Soon, the thousands of new students lined up at the entrance. But Su Hua cut ahead to the front, leaving the others indignant yet silent. After presenting her qualification certificate to a teacher, Yi Feng successfully entered the new academy. Next came the class allocation. There were 26 freshman classes, designated by letters of the English alphabet. Yi Feng was assigned to a class where a middle-aged woman, appearing rather stern and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was their teacher. She bore a 3-star leopard emblem, indicating her status as a powerful advanced martial artist. After surveying the students, Wu Fenfong picked up the materials. I am Wu Fenfong, and from now on, I will be your teacher. Let us begin roll call. Chapter 17. I am here to see the Dean Zhongwei. Present. 16 years old, secondary cultivation talent. Wang Yu. Present. 16 years old, secondary cultivation talent. Wu Fenfong continued to call out names. Su Hua. Present. 16 years old, advanced cultivation talent, primary power talent. Gasps filled the classroom. While some students were familiar with Su Hua, many were not. Upon hearing about her advanced cultivation talent, they collectively drew in a sharp breath. Not only did she possess advanced cultivation talent, but she had also awakened a primary power talent. The primary power enhancement could yield a 5-fold increase in strength. And unlike cultivation talents, which require training, awakening a power talent allows for immediate comprehension. The power-enhancing martial skill derives from the power talent. Attribute talents, weapon talents, and elemental talents are categorized into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced, unlike cultivation talents, which have numerous tiers. On the fair visage of Su Hua, a fleeting expression of haughtiness crossed her features. Were it not for her father's insistence that she visit Anan Academy to scout for any prodigious talents, she would not have set foot in this institution. Yi Feng. Present. Yi Feng responded promptly. At the tender age of 16, he possessed merely a weak cultivation aptitude. Following Wu Fenfong's announcement, a chorus of derisive remarks echoed in Yi Feng's ears, yet his countenance remained unperturbed by their mockery. Although superficially categorized as weak, who could fathom that he actually harbored the potential of an ultimate cultivation aptitude? Upon Wu Fenfong's conclusion, she tallied the class of 45 students, 1 with advanced cultivation aptitude, 1 with intermediate, 15 with low-level, 27 with secondary, and 1 with weak-level aptitude. Anan Academy prided itself on a degree of autonomy. Cultivation was a personal endeavor. Once students achieved the rank of junior martial artist, they could apply to her for Yuan techniques and seek her counsel on any perplexities regarding cultivation. After her explanation, Wu Fenfong departed the classroom, leaving the students to congregate at the martial arts arena. The arena was suffused with abundant vital energy. At its center stood a towering Yuan tower, 10 stories high, saturated with rich energy. To ascend the tower required points, which could be earned in the trial grounds through combat. Only the victors would accumulate such points. However, the points required for entry to the Yuan Tower were daunting, rendering it accessible to only a select few. Yi Feng made his way to the martial arts arena, where some students were already engaged in combat at the trial grounds beside it. Data on the vital energy appeared before his retinas: 165, 177, 180. He mused that the energy within the arena was indeed commendable. Suddenly, he recollected the matter concerning Nanshan. He approached the teaching building and, after a thorough search, finally located the dean's office. Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung ajar, revealing a strikingly beautiful girl, none other than Su Hua. A flicker of disdain flitted across Su Hua's face upon recognizing Yi Feng, for his weak cultivation aptitude had left a considerable impression on her. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I am here to meet the dean," Yi Feng replied. Su Hua paused, taken aback. To her mind, a student with merely weak cultivation aptitude surely lacked the standing to meet the dean. Yi Feng was aware that Su Hua was the daughter of the head of the Suha Martial Arts School, one of the 4 prominent schools in Jiangnan City, with connections to the dean. Thus, he was not surprised by her presence. However, he wished to keep their interaction brief and produce the identity token bestowed upon him by Dean Su Ming. "May I enter?" He understood that without presenting the token, Su Hua's proud demeanor might lead to unnecessary entanglements. Su Hua's gaze narrowed as she beheld the token in Yi Feng's hand, as though she had glimpsed something utterly inconceivable. "Grandfather, Su actually entrusted you with the identity token?" Su Hua voiced head incredulity. How could someone with such a meager cultivation aptitude be granted such privilege? Just as she prepared to interrogate him further, Yi Feng had already stepped into the dean's office. "How peculiar," she mused, scratching her head as she vacated the administrative building. Upon entering the office, Yi Feng was greeted by the dean, Su Ming, who welcomed him with a warm smile. "Yi Feng, you've arrived." "Yes, Dean," Yi Feng responded. Su Ming regarded Yi Feng with an intent gaze. "I summoned you not for any particular reason, but to assess your cultivation aptitude." Never had a young person evoked such a peculiar sensation in Su Ming. Even during their encounter at Nanshan, he had sensed that Yi Feng possessed extraordinary potential. "Is that really appropriate, Dean?" Yi Feng hesitated, reluctant to disclose his ultimate cultivation aptitude. "Fear not. Should your aptitude prove truly remarkable, I shall reward you with a vial of beast blood." At the mention of beast blood, Yi Feng felt a tingle of temptation. Consuming beast blood could drastically enhance one's combat prowess. "Very well, but you must promise to keep this confidential," he conceded, nodding. Little did he anticipate that the law of unexpected delight would soon befall him. Seeing Yi Feng acquiesce, Su Ming inwardly smiled, convinced that Yi Feng must indeed possess formidable cultivation aptitude worthy of secrecy. Upon entering the inner chamber, equipped with comprehensive testing apparatus, Yi Feng approached a device designated for assessing cultivation aptitude. He placed his hand upon the instrument, which emitted a soft blue glow. Blue signifies weak cultivation aptitude. Weak cultivation aptitude? Su Ming's expression fell into profound disappointment. He had initially believed Yi Feng to be a gifted individual with extraordinary potential. Yi Feng, too, was taken aback, pondering whether the testing device had somehow failed to detect his ultimate aptitude. "Yi Feng, it appears you are ineligible for the beast blood," Su Ming declared, preparing to exit the inner chamber. "Dean, if I were to tell you that my body had undergone a mutation, enabling me to absorb vital energy at an astonishing rate despite my weak aptitude, would you believe me?" Su Ming shook his head, maintaining that weak aptitude equated to weak aptitude. "Yi Feng, you should take your leave." Yi Feng contemplated the fact that he was a junior martial artist with the Thunder Fist technique. There was no need to conceal such information. Perhaps revealing this to the dean could secure him a vial of beast blood, a mutually beneficial arrangement. He approached a second testing device to assess his true capabilities. Su Ming recognized Yi Feng's persistent hope for the beast blood, yet he was skeptical, knowing that a weak aptitude student typically lacked the qualification for such rewards. However, the data displayed on the instrument soon caused Su Ming's pupils to widen in astonishment. Combat power, 1320. Speed, 22. Endurance, 200. The readings unmistakably indicated the metrics of a junior martial artist. A junior martial artist? How can this be? Su Ming was left in a state of bewilderment. He was aware of Yi Feng's age, 16, but how could someone with weak cultivation aptitude achieve such a breakthrough at this age? In Blue Star, one could only assess their cultivation aptitude at 16, meaning that cultivation could only commence at that age. A weak cultivation aptitude would typically require over a decade to reach the junior martial artist level. Could it be that Yi Feng's body had truly undergone a transformation? Su Ming began to entertain the possibility. "Dean, do you think I am now eligible for the beast blood?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming hesitated. Although he was uncertain whether Yi Feng's body had indeed transformed, he pondered the possibility that, despite his weak aptitude, Yi Feng had achieved the junior martial artist level through some unknown means. Noticing the dean's lingering uncertainty, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Yi Feng had already tested his combat power. What was he planning to do now? Feng gazed intently at the power-testing device before him. After taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch at the instrument. Bang! The display read 1320. Su Ming, the dean, also scrutinized the readings on the device. Feng had already tested his strength moments ago, and Su Ming was perplexed about Feng's intentions. Bang! Feng struck the testing device once more. 2640 appeared on the screen, a number that doubled the previous reading. What? Su Ming's pupils dilated in shock. He understood that such an increase in power could only be achieved through a strength-enhancing technique. Bang! Suddenly, Feng delivered 2 more punches in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! 3,960. 5,280. The readings were laid bare before Su Ming's astonished eyes. The dean instinctively rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. Yet the results confirmed that he was indeed seeing correctly. A 3-fold increase in strength through the thunder punch technique. Dean Su Ming exclaimed in utter disbelief. He was now utterly convinced that Feng's physique had undergone a mutation. Otherwise, how could he have comprehended such techniques at the tender age of 16? Dean, I believe I have now earned the right to receive the blood of a fierce beast, correct? Feng inquired, looking at Su Ming. The dean snapped back to reality, his expression softening as he regarded Feng. If you don't mind, may I have the honor of being your teacher? Feng was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. However, it did not seem to hold any drawbacks. All right, he nodded. Su Ming, elated by Feng's acceptance, retrieved a dusty box. Upon opening it, a small vial came into view, containing a crimson, potent liquid, undoubtedly the blood of a fierce beast. Su Ming had long harbored the desire to take on a disciple, but had yet to find a worthy candidate. With Feng's emergence, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Feng accepted the vial, contemplating a suitable place to absorb the fierce beast's blood. Teacher, I shall take my leave, he said. Go ahead, and make sure to absorb the blood properly. Su Ming replied as Feng exited the office. Attention, this is Dean Su Ming. I have an important announcement to make. As soon as Feng stepped out, the announcement echoed in his ears. Chapter 20. Absorbing the blood of a fierce beast. Intermediates signing the students in the martial arts arena were all puzzled, wondering what significant news the dean would unveil. Feng paused outside the office, curious about the dean's intentions. Among the new students, there is one named Feng, whose strength is formidable. From now on, I shall be his teacher. The announcement reverberated through the halls of the new student academy. The students were astonished. What kind of extraordinary talent was Feng to warrant such personal attention from a dean? Su Hua, who had been in the training grounds, froze momentarily. The Feng in Su Ming's hands couldn't he possibly be the same one she was thinking of? Although she suspected it was indeed him, she could hardly believe it. After she left the dean's office, Feng had entered, and then the announcement was made. Who else could it be? Has Grandpa Su lost his mind, taking on a disciple with such a low-level training aptitude? Su Hua shook her head in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Su Ming's decision. Feng cannot possibly be the Feng from our class. He has only a weak training aptitude, right? That can't be, another student argued. The dean is a master-level expert. How could he take on a student with such a meager aptitude? Not necessarily, another chimed in. Look at the confusion on the faces of everyone in the training grounds. It indicates they also have no idea who Feng is. Some students began to accept that the Feng the dean spoke of was indeed their classmate. Feng listened to the broadcast with a smirk. It seemed he had become a prominent figure in the new student academy almost immediately. Not only the new students, but the entire faculty was stunned. None could have anticipated the dean's desire to take on a disciple. In an instant, everyone within the new student academy was eager to meet Feng, curious about the extent of his extraordinary talents. However, they were unaware that Feng had already arrived at the back mountain of the academy, with a singular purpose in mind, to absorb the blood of the fierce beast. Feng stared at the vial in his hand. The blood inside appeared overwhelming. Without further thought, he uncorked the vial and drank deeply. Instantly, he felt a terrifying force surging within him, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn apart. Pain. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Feng gritted his teeth, realizing that absorbing the blood of a fierce beast was far more agonizing than he had anticipated. Determined to endure, he clenched his jaw, knowing he had to persevere. Time seemed to stretch on interminably, the overwhelming power within him showing no signs of abating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days after several days, the intense force finally dissipated. At this moment, Yi Feng felt nearly exhausted, his body feeling as though it no longer belonged to him. Today marked the opportunity for an intermediate signing, yet he was now so famished that his vision blurred as he crawled down the back mountain to the cafeteria, where he devoured his meal ravenously. The other students stared in astonishment, having never witnessed such a voracious appetite before. Once satiated, Yi Feng finally felt at ease. He opened the signing interface in his mind. Ding. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the intermediate signing? Confirmed. Ding. Intermediate signing successful. You have received the signing reward. Intermediate strength aptitude. Yi Feng was momentarily dumbfounded at the reward he had received. Chapter 21. Advanced Martial Disciple. Eightfold Amplification Intermediate Strength Aptitude. This was a talent capable of producing an eightfold amplification effect without the need for cultivation, allowing for immediate comprehension. Yi Feng had not anticipated that a single intermediate signing would grant him such an extraordinary ability. What kind of reward awaited him with the upcoming advanced and divine signings? The thought left him both excited and apprehensive. Wait, my strength. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Feng discovered that his strength had dramatically increased. Was this the effect of the fierce beast's blood? He returned to his dormitory, showered, donned fresh clothing, and approached the power testing device. Taking a deep breath, he struck the device with a powerful punch. Bang! 3150. Yi Feng stared at the digits on the screen, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. 3150 power. This was already the strength of an advanced martial disciple. Having absorbed the blood of a fierce beast, he had leaped from a novice martial disciple directly to an advanced martial disciple. This was truly astonishing. Now to test the effects of the intermediate strength aptitude and the eightfold amplification. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Yi Feng unleashed a barrage of punches at the power testing device. The power detection instrument displayed a staggering increase in combat strength. 3150, 6300, 9450, 12600, until it reached 25200, reflecting an astonishing eightfold amplification effect. Yi Feng's prowess had surged to 25,200, a testament to his intermediate strength talent. Truly formidable. A combat strength of 25,000 indicated the caliber of a senior martial artist. However, this figure was only the result of Yi Feng's amplified state and did not imply that he had yet attained the status of a senior martial artist. Coincidentally, teacher Wu Feng passed by, her eyes widening behind her golden-framed glasses as she scrutinized the data on the instrument. A senior martial artist, eightfold amplification. Her voice trembled slightly. It dawned on her why the dean had chosen to take Yi Feng as a disciple. Teacher Wu, is that you? Yi Feng smiled at Wu Feng, recognizing her presence. Yi Feng, you are actually a senior martial artist, and you have awakened your intermediate strength talent. Wu Feng realized that for Yi Feng to achieve a combat strength of 25,200 with an eightfold amplification, his base strength must indeed be that of a senior martial artist. Yet, wasn't Yi Feng supposed to possess a weak cultivation talent? Teacher Wu, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave, Yi Feng said, and after their brief exchange, he returned to his dormitory. He planned to head to the trial ground the next day to earn points, anticipating that many of the students would harbor resentment towards him now that the dean had become his mentor. The following day, after rising and freshening up, Yi Feng made his way to the trial ground, which was equipped with numerous platforms for student competitions. After familiarizing himself with the rules, Yi Feng understood that defeating a student with a combat strength of 300 would yield 3 points, while one with 500 would earn 5 points. However, vanquishing a junior martial artist would grant an impressive 50 points. To enter the first level of the Freshman Academy's Yuan Tower required a mere 10 points, which allowed a student to remain there for a day. Although Yi Feng was now known among the new students, only his classmates truly recognized his name. He collected his points card and stepped onto one of the trial platforms, confident that even without using his amplification effect, these students would not pose a challenge. Before long, a student approached his platform. Jiang Yun, 650 combat strength. The student proclaimed, eyeing Yi Feng. Jiang Yun? Yi Feng Muset. Recalling that he had learned from Jiang Yun's school, feeling a slight sense of incongruity upon hearing the name. I am Yi Feng, he introduced himself. Yi Feng? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the student before him to be Yi Feng. You are the dean's disciple, Yi Feng? His voice carried, drawing the attention of other students who began to scrutinize Yi Feng with curiosity. So this was Yi Feng? He appeared unremarkable, yet his strength must be formidable to have become the dean's disciple. Whispers circulated among the students in the trial ground. My goodness, it's truly our classmate Yi Feng. Isn't he supposed to have weak cultivation talent? How could the dean take a student with such talent as a disciple? Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the trial ground, originating from a student in the freshman class. They had speculated that the dean's disciple might indeed be Yi Feng, but had dismissed the idea, believing it could be a coincidence of names. Yet, the reality before them confirmed their suspicions. The dean's disciple was indeed Yi Feng. The students exchanged astonished glances, grappling with the revelation of Yi Feng's supposed weak cultivation talent. Is it true? Yi Feng merely possesses weak cultivation talent? They questioned among themselves, wondering why the dean would choose him as a disciple if that were the case. Had the dean lost his senses? Yi Feng, I didn't expect you to be merely a student with weak cultivation talent. Jiang Yun sneered, gazing at Yi Feng with disdain. Yi Feng remained unfazed, observing Jiang Yun with calm. Have you come to converse, or are we to engage in battle? I will demonstrate the terror of 650 combat strength, Jiang Yun declared, charging at Yi Feng. With his foundational combat strength, now exceeding 3,100, Yi Feng knew Jiang Yun stood no chance. As Jiang Yun approached, he swung a powerful punch at Yi Feng. The onlooking students widened their eyes, eager to see if Yi Feng could withstand the blow. In response, Yi Feng raised his own fist, and their punches collided with a resounding impact. Both fighters staggered back several steps. This was part of Yi Feng's strategy. Had he chosen to eliminate Jiang Yun swiftly, it would instill fear in others, discouraging them from challenging him. He had heard of a ranking system among senior students where the top 10 received substantial rewards, but such a system did not exist for the freshmen. Yi Feng continued to engage Jiang Yun in combat. After several exchanges, Jiang Yun succumbed, and Yi Feng's points card reflected an additional 6 points. The students in the trial ground were left in stunned silence. Jiang Yun had possessed 650 combat strength. Was Yi Feng truly just a student with weak cultivation talent? How could this be? Some of his classmates rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could someone with weak cultivation talent possibly contend with a student of 650 combat strength? As more students gathered in the trial ground, eager to witness the dean's disciple, nearly the entire cohort of freshmen had arrived. They had heard the whispers of Yi Feng's supposed weak cultivation talent and wore expressions of scorn. Is it true that Yi Feng really has weak cultivation talent? One student remarked. There's no mistake. Yi Feng emerged from Jiang Yun's school, and I too studied there, confirming that Yi Feng truly possesses weak cultivation talent. Word has it that Yi Feng just defeated a student with 650 combat strength. If he were truly of weak cultivation talent, he could not have achieved such a feat, echoed another student. Within the crowd, opinions were divided. Some believed Yi Feng was indeed of weak cultivation talent, while others doubted this claim. If he truly possesses weak cultivation talent, why would the dean accept him as a disciple? That doesn't make sense. Yi Feng remained on the trial platform, waiting for the next challenger to step forward. Did Yi Feng really defeat a student with 650 combat strength? I find that hard to believe. He is merely a student with weak cultivation talent, scoffed another student, stepping up to confront Yi Feng. Wang Mo, with a combat power of 520. This student cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Feng. He was convinced that Yi Feng's earlier victory over a student with 650 combat power was merely a fabrication. Someone with inferior cultivation talent could never possess such strength. Yi Feng, I intend to defeat you now. You have no objections, do you? Come on. Without a word, Yi Feng beckoned to the student before him. Upon witnessing such an insolent gesture, Wang Mo was incensed, exclaiming, "Let me show you what true terror is." With that, he charged at Yi Feng. Initially, the battle between Wang Mo and Yi Feng seemed evenly matched, but after several exchanges, Wang Mo was ultimately defeated. Yi Feng's scorecard registered an additional 5 points. The onlooking students were taken aback by Yi Feng's triumph over Wang Mo, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated such an outcome. It appeared that Yi Feng's cultivation talent was not as feeble as they had assumed. The students pondered. If he truly possessed only weak-level cultivation talent, he could never have bested a student with 520 combat power. Yet, It was evident that Yi Feng's ability was not vastly superior, as he was only marginally stronger than Wang Mo. In the trial arena, all eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, with no one daring to challenge him further, as they awaited the next contender to emerge. Earlier, when the dean had announced his intention to recruit disciples over the loudspeaker, the entire freshman academy had buzzed with excitement, speculating about a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Now, it seemed they had all been mistaken. I shall take my turn. Suddenly, another student ascended the trial platform, boasting a combat power of 670. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yi Feng and this new challenger were evenly matched at first, and after several rounds, Yi Feng emerged victorious once again. The students in the arena were left bewildered. How could Yi Feng, who had fought evenly with a student of 520 combat power, also hold his own against one with 670? Was he concealing his true strength? Yi Feng continued to challenge dozens of opponents, all possessing combat powers ranging from 500 to 600, and each time, he fought evenly before soundly defeating them after several exchanges. Su Hua was present in the trial arena, witnessing Yi Feng's successive victories over numerous students, her elegant visage reflecting astonishment. Could he truly possess only weak-level cultivation talent? As she observed the slightly gaunt figure of Yi Feng on the platform, she murmured to herself. After defeating dozens of students, Yi Feng's scorecard had accumulated over 170 points. He mused that his strategy was indeed effective. While 170 points were not a vast sum, they were certainly better than none. Moreover, it was likely that more challengers would come forth soon. As expected, a student approached Yi Feng on the trial platform. It was Wang Wei, once a genius of their school, with a combat power of 740. Those who recognized him gasped in astonishment. 740 combat power? The students in the trial arena were filled with excitement. Surely, a student of such caliber could not be evenly matched with Yi Feng. Some even envisioned Yi Feng's imminent defeat. Yi Feng, I am Wang Wei, here to challenge you. Wang Wei regarded Yi Feng warily. Come on. Yi Feng once again gestured invitingly. Wang Wei leaped toward Yi Feng. In the eyes of many students in the trial arena, Wang Wei should have been able to defeat Yi Feng within just a few exchanges, given his formidable combat power of 740. However, the ensuing spectacle left them utterly dumbfounded. When Wang Wei's fist collided with Yi Feng's, both were forced to step back several paces. The students collectively gasped, astonished and speechless. They could hardly believe that Wang Wei, with his 740 combat power, was evenly matched with Yi Feng. What sorcery was this? Was there truly equality among all beings? Wang Wei stood in shock, having presumed his strength would surpass Yi Feng's, only to realize he was gravely mistaken. After several exchanges, Wang Wei was once again defeated, adding another 7 points to Yi Feng's scorecard. The students below the trial platform were in disbelief, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. They would never have dared to accept it as reality. First, there was an even match with a student of 500 combat power, then with one of 600, and now, astonishingly, with one boasting 740. Who could believe such a thing? Su Hua gazed intently at Yi Feng's figure on the platform, beginning to sense an air of enigma surrounding him. She no longer believed that he possessed weak-level cultivation talent. Having come to a Nan Academy in search of prodigies to recruit for the Jiang He martial arts school, she now considered that Yi Feng might be the individual she had been seeking. Ha ha, Yi Feng, it seems you are indeed quite formidable, came a mocking voice that pierced through the crowd. The students turned toward the source of the laughter, discovering a rather handsome student approaching. This was Lu Chong, once the strongest student of Jinming High School, with a mid-level cultivation talent and a combat power of 890. 900 combat power. Lu Chong stated nonchalantly as he stepped onto the trial platform, casting a cool glance at Yi Feng. I doubt you know me, but I am Lu Chong. The students below the trial platform were left speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief. 900 combat power? This was utterly terrifying. Some from Jinming High School were even more astonished. How could Lu Chong have improved by 10 points in such a short span of time? The students in the trial arena quickly turned their gazes toward Yi Feng's face, anticipating a remarkable expression upon learning he was to face an opponent with 900 combat power. Yet, to their dismay, Yi Feng's countenance revealed no signs of unease, as if Lu Chong were merely a feeble adversary. Yi Feng contemplated that since Lu Chong was among the strongest students in the freshman academy, there was no need for him to engage in an evenly matched contest. As for what would happen when his points ran out, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Yi Feng, I find it hard to believe you can still hold your own against me. Lu Chang sneered, advancing toward Yi Feng with an air of confidence, convinced that Yi Feng would not pose a challenge. Most students shared this sentiment, some even speculating whether Yi Feng could maintain an equal footing against Lu Chang's 900 combat power. Under the watchful eyes of all the students, Lu Chang approached Yi Feng, observing his own fists with a smirk. You've never seen a fist as large as a sandbag, he began, but before he could finish, Yi Feng launched a punch at Lu Chang. Taken aback by Yi Feng's sudden assault, Lu Chang hastily raised his fist in defense. However, the disparity in their combat powers was insurmountable. Yi Feng exerted merely a third of his strength, yet was more than sufficient to secure victory over Lu Chang. Lu Chang felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and the intense pain in his fist tore through his entire being, causing him to scream uncontrollably. After collapsing onto the ground, Lu Chang rolled over and over, desperately seeking to alleviate the excruciating pain. Had Lu Chang been defeated in an instant? Many students in the trial arena stood frozen in place, as if carved from wood. Some had anticipated a close match between Yi Feng and Lu Chang, but they were utterly astonished to discover that it was not a tie, but a complete annihilation. The students finally realized that Yi Feng's apparent parity with so many others was merely a facade, concealing his true strength. He feared that revealing his terrifying prowess would deter anyone from challenging him thereafter. After defeating Lu Chang, Yi Feng's points card registered an addition of 9 points. He mused that the contribution from a junior martial artist seemed rather meager. This led him to conclude that he was at least a junior martial artist. No wonder the dean had taken Yi Feng as his disciple. It turned out to be this way. Who had claimed that Yi Feng's cultivation talent was merely mediocre? Just wait until I confront him. The students no longer believed that Yi Feng's cultivation talent was anything less than remarkable. Yi Feng understood that, given the current circumstances, no one would dare challenge him again, and that was sufficient for him. He descended from the trial platform and made his way toward the Yuan Tower. As he approached the Yuan Tower, Su Hua caught up with him, her curiosity towards Yi Feng boundless. Yi Feng, she called, prompting him to halt and regard her with mild confusion. Is there something you need? Yi Feng, your cultivation talent must be advanced, correct? Roughly, Yi Feng replied, feeling no need to indulge in further discussion on the topic with Su Hua. After graduating from a Nan Academy, would you be interested in joining my Jianghe martial arts school? Su Hua looked at Yi Feng intently. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Hua would invite him to join Jianghe martial arts school. However, with the system he possessed, he had no intention of graduating from a Nan Academy. We'll see, he replied, and continued toward the Yuan Tower. Chapter 26. The abundant Yuan energy within the Yuan Tower. Upon reaching the Yuan Tower, Yi Feng arrived at the first level, which required a daily consumption of 10 points. At that moment, several students were present, absorbing the Yuan energy. Yuan energy, 270. Yuan energy, 289. Yuan energy, 301. The figures indicating the increasing Yuan energy continuously appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. Was the Yuan energy at the first level truly this rich? He had not expected it. On the first day, Yi Feng absorbed Yuan energy at the first level, and the following day, he planned to ascend to the second level. The second level required a daily consumption of 30 points, which, given his current score, would be unsustainable for long. Upon arriving at the second level, Yi Feng noted the figures of increasing Yuan energy materializing on his retina. Yuan energy, 500. Yuan energy, 510. Yuan energy, 507. Yi Feng thought to himself that the second level of the Yuan Tower was truly terrifying. That night, seeing that no one was around, Yi Feng approached the power testing device. He was eager to see how much his power had increased after 2 consecutive days of absorbing Yuan energy in the tower. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the power testing device with a series of powerful punches. 3410, 3409, 3410, 3408. The maximum power recorded was 3,410. While this increase could not be described as rapid, it was certain that the higher the realm, the slower the power augmentation. As a new day dawned, Yi Feng prepared to resume his absorption of Yuan energy at the second level, only to be intercepted by a student. This student was Lu Chang. The Yuan Tower was situated within the training grounds, where numerous students observed the unfolding scene, aware that something significant was about to occur. Is there something you need? Yi Feng asked Lu Chong, who he believed should have recognized the disparity between them. Could it be that he had found some assistance? Yi Feng, although you are formidable, my brother wishes to challenge you. He is already at the trial platform, waiting for you. Lu Chong's brother, Lu Ming, was an upperclassman at a Nan Academy, possessing intermediate cultivation talent and having already become an intermediate martial artist. Yi Feng had not anticipated that upperclassmen could engage in combat with freshmen. However, since someone was offering points, he saw no reason to refuse. He followed Lu Chong toward the trial arena. Upon arriving at the trial platform, Yi Feng spotted Lu Ming waiting. You all know, this is Lu Ming, Lu Chong's brother, an upperclassman who has already become an intermediate martial artist. Indeed, I heard during my time at Jinming High School that Lu Ming also possesses intermediate cultivation talent. Lu Ming's arrival at our freshman academy must mean he intends to challenge Yi Feng, right? The students in the trial arena began to murmur among themselves. Yi Feng, please. Lu Chong said coldly. Yi Feng stepped onto the trial platform. The students watching below were captivated, their expressions a mixture of excitement and anticipation as a fierce battle was about to unfold before them. My brother claims you are a junior martial artist. Surely you comprehend the gap between us? Lu Ming sneered at Yi Feng. Naturally, there was a difference between junior and intermediate martial artists. But I am not merely a junior martial artist. With that, Yi Feng lunged toward Lu Ming in a swift stride. Lu Ming was astonished by Yi Feng's speed. It was akin to that of an advanced martial artist. Bang! Before Lu Ming could react, Yi Feng had already closed the distance, landing a punch squarely on him. He hastily attempted to defend himself, but how could an intermediate martial artist contend with an advanced one? In an instant, Lu Ming collapsed. The entire process transpired so rapidly that the students below the trial platform had yet to register what had occurred. His points card recorded an increase of 100 points. Chapter 27. A power-surpassing advanced martial artist by over 1,000 students in the trial arena were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Lu Ming fall in an instant, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This cannot be happening. My brother is an intermediate martial artist. It is inconceivable. Lu Chong shouted frantically from below the platform. Yi Feng's swift victory over Lu Ming spread like wildfire throughout the freshman academy. The students were in an uproar. Many had initially believed Yi Feng to be merely a junior martial artist, yet he had effortlessly defeated an intermediate martial artist. What manner of being is Yi Feng? The faculty of the freshman academy were equally astonished. They had never encountered a talent like Yi Feng before. In the dean's office, Su Ming beamed with delight as he listened to Wu Fenfeng's report. Yi Feng, you have truly exceeded my expectations. From Wu Fenfeng, he had learned that Yi Feng was indeed an advanced martial artist, possessing intermediate strength talent. Yuan Energy, 567. Yuan Energy, 570. Yuan Energy, 577. The figures indicating the increasing Yuan Energy continued to appear before Yi Feng's retina. After several days of continuous absorption at the second level of the Yuan Tower, his point card was nearly depleted. Yi Feng approached a power testing device once more. Bang, bang, bang. 4200, 4201, 4201, 4199. The maximum power stabilized at 4201. A power of 5,000 signifies that one has reached the level of a junior warrior. He was now just a stone's throw away from achieving 5,000 in power. Yi Feng was acutely aware that his current abilities were still woefully inadequate. The master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy, Yang Qingtian, was a formidable advanced grandmaster. Confronting him would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, with his points depleted and the students from the freshman academy hesitant to engage him in battle, Yi Feng pondered his next course of action. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek guidance from his mentor, Su Ming. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Yi Feng was met with a warm smile from Su Ming. Yi Feng, what brings you here? He inquired. Teacher, I wish to transfer to the senior academy. Yi Feng replied. He recognized that the freshman academy no longer posed any challenges for him, and the senior academy was the most viable solution. Su Ming Bao said, taken aback by Yi Feng's request. But according to regulations, one must remain in the freshman academy for 2 years before moving on to the senior academy. Teacher, the freshman academy has ceased to challenge me, Yi Feng reiterated. Very well, I shall visit the senior academy, Su Ming conceded, though as the dean of the freshman academy, he could not definitively grant Yi Feng's request. By the way, Yi Feng, May I assess your combat prowess? Su Ming suddenly asked. Yi Feng nodded, reflecting that without the blood of the ferocious beast, he would not have achieved such strength. Approaching the combat power testing device, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! 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 The readings displayed were 4205, 4203, 4204, 4205, 4205. Su Ming's pupils dilated in astonishment. Over 4,000 in combat power? Although he was aware that Yi Feng was an advanced martial artist, the baseline combat power for such a rank was only 3,000. Yi Feng exceeded that by over 1,000 points. The extent of this increase was astonishing. Yi Feng, I will head to the senior academy now, Su Ming declared. Exiting the office, as Yi Feng followed his teacher out, he arrived at the training ground, where the students regarded him with a mix of awe and trepidation. To the students of the freshman academy, Yi Feng had become an almost mythical figure, initially dismissive of his so-called weak cultivation talent. Their perceptions drastically shifted after witnessing his formidable power in the trial arena. They were further shocked to learn that Yi Feng had easily defeated Lu Ming, the brother of their classmate Lu Chong, a middle-level martial artist. In their eyes, Yi Feng had transformed into an insurmountable mountain. Yi Feng lingered at the training ground, feeling somewhat aimless while awaiting his teacher's return from the senior academy. The senior academy, in contrast to the freshman academy, had a reputation for cultivating students who had honed their skills for 2 years before advancing. The dean's office in the senior academy was occupied by Zhou Feng, an elderly gentleman with white hair. Old Su, is it true that your freshman academy has produced a so-called genius? Zhou Feng questioned, his tone skeptical. He regarded the freshman academy's talents with caution, aware that students there had only recently been evaluated for their cultivation potential and had not yet achieved significant mastery. Old Zhou, what's your stance on this? Su Ming Gao De. There is no precedent for such a move. Regulations are made by people, Su Ming replied. After a moment of silence, Zhou Feng, having witnessed numerous prodigies in his time, remained unconvinced. Old Su, what if I told you that Yi Feng is now an advanced martial artist? Su Ming revealed, having only previously mentioned Yi Feng's name without delving into details. Advanced martial artist? Zhou Feng's expression shifted, clearly intrigued. If that is the case, he is undoubtedly a rarity among prodigies. Old Su, is this true? When have I ever deceived you? Su Ming retorted, secretly scoffing at Zhou Feng's astonishment, knowing that if he revealed Yi Feng's awakening of intermediate strength talent, it would leave Zhou Feng utterly speechless. Very well. I shall make an exception and allow him to enter the senior academy. However, let me make one thing clear, should he choose to come here. It suggests he looks down upon the freshman academy, indicating a proud disposition. If he arrives, I shall make an announcement to ensure all students and faculty know that he has barely spent time in the freshman academy before transferring to us, Zhou Feng stated. Aizing Su Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming considered that perhaps this challenge would serve Yi Feng well, as growth in adversity often surpassed that achieved in a sheltered environment. So, the student's name is Yi Feng? Indeed, Su Ming affirmed. Just as Su Ming prepared to depart, Zhou Feng detained him. Why delay? Since it is confirmed that Yi Feng will join the senior academy, why not broadcast the announcement now? Zhou Feng suggested, seeking to stir the student body. Is that truly necessary? Su Ming queried. Absolutely. It is entirely warranted, Zhou Feng insisted, leading Su Ming to the broadcasting room. Old Su, please proceed, Zhou Feng gestured, with a resigned shake of his head. Su Ming understood that Zhou Feng sought to incite further animosity among the senior academy's students toward Yi Feng. I am Su Ming, the dean of the freshman academy, and my disciple Yi Feng will be joining you in the senior academy. The statement was unremarkable, and with that, Su Ming exited. The faculty and students of the senior academy were taken aback by the announcement. The voice of the freshman academy's dean resonated through their halls, indicating that a new student, his disciple, would soon be among them. It sounded suspiciously like favoritism. Attention! Attention! The so-called disciple of the freshman academy's dean has barely been there a few days. Yet he feels the need to challenge our senior academy, Zhou Feng added, further stoking the flames of indignation. As Zhou Feng's words sank in, the students of the senior academy erupted in outrage. Among them, one student clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger. Yi Feng, do you truly believe there is no one in the senior academy capable of matching you? This student was none other than Lu Ming, the brother of Lu Chong. through the sequential announcements made by Su Ming and Zhou Feng. Although Yi Feng had yet to arrive at the Senior Student Institute, his name had already etched itself into the minds of everyone there. Undoubtedly, upon his arrival, many would vie to challenge him. Su Ming returned to the Freshman Institute, and, after locating Yi Feng in the training arena, he took him aside. Looking at Yi Feng, he said, "The Senior Student Institute has agreed. When you plan to go there?" Listening to his teacher's words, Yi Feng exhaled softly. The prospect of going to the Senior Student Institute alleviated his worries. "Teacher, may I make a request before going to the Senior Student Institute?" Su Ming looked at Yi Feng in confusion, unsure of what request he had in mind. "No one has ever entered the 10th level of the Yuan Tower. Could you allow me to experience it for 2 days?" Yi Feng pondered the dense energy present in the 2nd level and could only imagine how much more potent it would be on the 10th level. "No." Su Ming shook his head. "You cannot enter the 10th level. While the energy is indeed rich, the oppressive force within is overwhelming. If you were to enter now, your body would not withstand the terrifying pressure and would explode. Unless..." Yi Feng, initially thinking that there was no hope for entering the 10th level, was intrigued by the unless. "Unless what?" he asked curiously. "Unless you have a potion to alleviate the pressure." "I don't have one." "I do." Yi Feng was taken aback. He thought to himself, if the teacher possessed such a potion, why all the preceding discussions? "I can provide you with a potion, but it will only last for half an hour." "Thank you, teacher." Yi Feng merely wished to experience the 10th level of the Yuan Tower. Upon reaching the dean's office, the dean handed the potion to Yi Feng, who then made his way to the Yuan Tower. Chapter 30. The terrifying energy of the 10th level of the Yuan Tower arriving at the base of the Yuan Tower. Yi Feng consumed the potion to alleviate the pressure and received the key to the Yuan Tower from his teacher. Using the key, he ascended to the 10th level. As soon as he arrived, he was enveloped by an unprecedented surge of energy. His ultimate cultivation talent seemed to act like a black hole, voraciously absorbing the energy within the 10th level. Energy readings of 3,514, 3,477, and 3,658 flashed before his eyes. Yi Feng mused upon the terrifying nature of the energy present in the 10th level. However, he soon realized that such energy was not suited for low-tier martial artists but rather for high-tier ones, explaining why he could perish from the overwhelming pressure at his current level. The readings continued to appear in his vision, but he lamented that the potion's effects would only last half an hour. After sensing a hint of pressure, Yi Feng understood that he needed to depart. For below the 10th level was the 9th, which also possessed formidable pressure. He had to leave before the effects of the potion completely faded. After exiting the Yuan Tower, Yi Feng proceeded towards the power testing device in the training arena. There were numerous power testing devices in the training arena, and when he approached one, he noticed Su Hua testing her strength beside him. Bang, bang, bang. Su Hua delivered several punches to the power testing device. 1205, 1207, 1204, 1205. The device displayed her power index. Yi Feng recognized that Su Hua had awakened a primary strength talent. While he was not well acquainted with other cities, he knew that in Jiangnan City, very few awakened their abilities by the age of 16. The primary strength talent could amplify one's power 5-fold. Yi Feng, after throwing several punches, Su Hua noticed Yi Feng and was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected presence. Yi Feng nodded at Su Hua, then fixed his gaze on the power testing device before him. Bang, bang, bang. He too struck the device several times. 5010, 5015, 5007, 5020. The power testing device revealed a terrifying power index. What? Su Hua stared in disbelief at the device. 5,000 power? To think that 5,000 is already the foundational power of a primary warrior. Yi Feng has already reached the level of a primary warrior? Su Hua considered herself a genius, having not only a high-level cultivation talent, but also awakening her primary strength talent shortly after. Yet, she felt that compared to Yi Feng, she was worlds apart, a chasm that could not be bridged. The more she thought about it, the more she desired to draw Yi Feng into the Jianghe Martial Arts School, convinced that if he joined, it would undoubtedly become the most powerful martial school in Jiangnan City. Yi Feng glanced at the data on the power testing device, reflecting on the sheer terror of the energy at the 10th level of the Yuan Tower. A primary warrior? However, that was merely the beginning. He intended to return home, first before heading to the Senior Student Institute. The Alliance card was still in his possession, and he could also take it back to his adoptive father, Yi Yonghe, having now achieved the rank of a primary warrior. He was entitled to a monthly stipend of 40,000 martial artist allowances, though he would need to upgrade at the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 31. Yi Qing's incident being a martial artist was indeed coveted. Even the stipend for a primary martial artist surpassed the salaries of many. Yi Feng prepared to return home. However, he was surprised to find Su Hua following him. He understood her intention, to persuade him to join the Jianghe Martial Arts School after graduation. Yet, given that Jiangnan Martial Arts School was one of the 4 major martial schools in Jiangnan City and had a somewhat strained relationship with Jinfeng Martial Arts School, joining would not be without its advantages. Yi Feng, for now, merely wished to observe and did not want to commit to Su Hua so quickly. Ye Feng, I see you heading out of the academy. Where are you off to? Su Hua inquired, following him with curiosity. Determined to foster a good relationship with Yi Feng as the first step in her plan to recruit him, she was eager to know his plans. I'm going home. Are you planning to follow me? Yi Feng halted and turned to Su Hua. Of course. I'd like to see your home, Su Hua replied. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected her to say that. Perhaps his reserved nature made her words feel a bit off to him. Suit yourself. After saying that, he chose not to continue the conversation. He knew Su Hua's intentions, but it was ultimately beneficial for him. Yi Feng and Su Hua exited the gates of the Freshman Institute and took a car to the community where Yi Feng lived. It was Saturday, and he thought that they should all be home. Su Hua surveyed the dilapidated neighborhood in surprise, never imagining that Yi Feng would reside in such a place. Upon arriving home, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui greeted Yi Feng's return with expressions of joy. However, Yi Qing was notably absent. Brother, I miss you so much. You finally returned, Yi Shui pouted. What a stunning young lady. Xiao Feng, why don't you introduce us? Guang Lan exclaimed de pas noticing Su Hua, who was standing beside Yi Feng. Hello everyone, my name is Su Hua, she said politely, bowing slightly. By the way, Xiao Feng, it's fortunate you're back. Recently, some people have been following me. It seems they intend to harm me, yet they also appear to be cautious of something. I was informed they are associated with a man named Leopard. Yi Yonghe suddenly mentioned to Yi Feng. Leopard? Ye Feng pondered it, recalling a certain Wu Bao from the Martial Alliance in Jiangnan City. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Uncle Yi. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through the air. Everyone in the living room turned towards the door to see a girl standing there, her face etched with sheer terror. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Yi Shui quickly inquired, knowing that Yi Qing had gone shopping with the girl by the door. I was out shopping with Xiao Qing when suddenly 5 or 6 men rushed out and kidnapped her, the girl named Xiao Yu stammered, tears streaming down her face. Hearing her words, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui felt as if struck by lightning. Wu Bao. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, knowing full well that this was Wu Bao's doing. After being defeated by him at the Martial Alliance, Wu Bao harbored resentment and sought revenge. But to target his family was intolerable. Yi Feng, perhaps I can assist you, Su Hua said, looking at him earnestly. Can you find out where Wu Bao is? I will try, she replied, stepping outside to dial a number on her phone. Chapter 32. The dragon has its reverse scale. Eliminate Wu Bao, don't worry. Xiao Qing will be fine. Yi Feng reassured Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui, though the worry on their faces was palpable. I think we should contact the enforcement team, Yi Yonghe suggested. Before long, Su Hua returned, her expression serious. Yi Feng, I discovered that Wu Bao is a low-tier figure in Jiangnan City. He often gathers with others at an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Let's head to the abandoned factory, Yi Feng declared as he stepped out the door. Su Hua quickly followed, feeling anxious. If Yi Feng's sister was unharmed, then his chances of joining the Jianghe Martial Arts School would be promising. But if something were to happen, the outcome would be dire. Once outside, the two hailed a taxi and headed towards the western suburbs, where the abandoned factories lay. Upon arrival, Yi Feng and Su Hua began their search for Wu Bao and his gang, but the sheer number of abandoned factories made it difficult to locate them immediately. Inside a certain abandoned factory, Yi Qing was bound to a chair, her face streaked with tears. She never imagined she would be kidnapped one day. Please let me go. I have no money. You won't gain anything from this, she cried. Ha ha ha. Little girl, do you think we kidnapped you for money? Scoffed a middle-aged man with a terrifying scar on his face. Wu Bao, your brother Yi Feng has offended me. He thinks this matter will end here. But he doesn't realize that I, Wu Bao, am a man who seeks vengeance. Wu Bao seethed, recalling the humiliation he suffered at the Martial Alliance. As Yi Qing listened to Wu Bao's words, despair washed over her tear-streaked face. "Brother, stop wasting time with her. Just finish her off to avoid any complications later," one of the men suggested. "No, please," Yi Qing begged as she noticed a man approaching her with a knife. Just then, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the entrance of the abandoned factory, Yi Feng and Su Hua. Upon seeing Yi Qing tied to the chair, Su Hua's heart finally settled. She had been anxious until that moment. "Yi Feng," Wu Bao exclaimed in shock, blinking rapidly to confirm he was not mistaken. The other dozen or so people inside the factory, having heard about Yi Feng's fearsome reputation, were equally startled upon realizing who had arrived. Among them, only Wu Bao was a mid-tier martial artist. The rest were merely ordinary individuals. Yi Feng's expression was frigid as he strode into the factory. The dragon has its reverse scale. Those who provoke it must pay the price. Seeing Yi Feng, Yi Qing's tears flowed freely, a mix of excitement and relief. She never expected her brother would arrive in her moment of despair. Yi Feng approached Wu Bao, who was now acutely aware of his formidable presence. The former bravado evaporated, and he began to plead for mercy. "Yi Feng, I was just joking. You." Yi Feng did not utter a single word. He clenched his fist, preparing to strike. Wu Bao, realizing what was about to happen, attempted to flee, but as he took a step, Yi Feng's fist connected with him. Bang! The blow was immensely powerful, fueled by the rage of a novice warrior. Yi Feng's fist struck Wu Bao, piercing through his body in an instant. The remaining dozen individuals, witnessing their leader's demise, were plunged into panic, fleeing for their lives. Chapter 33. Low-level beast, bloodhound as the saying goes, the dragon has its reverse scale. Those who dare to touch it would not escape alive. The ordinary individuals, unable to withstand Yi Feng's wrath, fell swiftly, their bodies left in pools of blood. Su Hua watched the scene unfold, her pale face filled with fear. She could not comprehend why Yi Feng exuded such a potent aura of killing intent. Is he really only 16? What Su Hua did not realize was that not long after Yi Feng's arrival in this world, he had borne the weight of deep-seated blood feuds. The murder of his father was a crime that could never be forgiven. In his homeland, he had been orphaned, but upon arriving in this new world, he had come to appreciate the value of family. Since his father's murder at the hands of Yang Qingtian, countless nights had been spent plotting revenge. The killing intent had slowly begun to coalesce within him, snapping back to reality. Su Hua noticed Yi Feng had already untied Yi Qing's bonds. "Yi Feng, I'm so glad you're here. Otherwise, they would have surely killed me." Yi Qing expressed her gratitude, looking at him with wide eyes. "They were targeting me from the start. Now, they've met their end, which is well-deserved. Let us go," Yi Feng said to Yi Qing as the three of them prepared to leave the abandoned factory. Suddenly, a series of terrifying roars echoed through the air. Yi Feng, Su Hua, and Yi Qing turned to see several crimson beasts emerging at the entrance of the factory. The creatures, resembling oversized dogs, were grotesque in appearance, with fangs measuring over a dozen centimeters, sharp and glinting ominously. Without a doubt, these were ferocious beasts, low-level bloodhounds. Su Hua gasped, astonished to encounter beasts in Jiangnan City. Yi Feng was also taken aback, but now was not the time for contemplation. Since these three beasts had crossed his path, he would ensure they would not return. The bloodhound is merely a low-level beast, comparable to a novice martial artist among humans. Following the emergence of dark magic, creatures in both land and sea underwent mutations. The bloodhound is a result of dogs being infected by this dark energy, drawn by the scent of blood. With a ferocious howl, several bloodhounds charged at the trio. Having never encountered such ferocious beasts before, Yi Qing shut her eyes tightly upon witnessing the terrifying appearance of the three hounds. Although fearsome, they are nonetheless only low-level beasts, and Yi Feng, being a novice warrior, possessed a strong mental fortitude despite his lack of combat experience. Defeating these bloodhounds proved exceedingly simple for him. As the hounds reached him, he dispatched them with a single punch each, their pitiful howls marking their departure from this world. Upon hearing their cries, Yi Qing opened her eyes, astonished to find the bloodhounds slain by Yi Feng. She pondered how formidable a warrior he must be to easily vanquish such terrifying creatures. Wasn't he supposed to have mediocre cultivation talent? Su Hua, aware of Yi Feng's prowess, exhibited no overwhelming shock on her face. After leaving the abandoned factory, the trio returned to the community. Yi Yuan, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui felt relieved upon discovering Yi Qing was unharmed. Yi Yonghe promptly contacted the enforcement team to inform them of Yi Qing's return. Who were those people? Yi Yonghe inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Feng. Just a bunch of clowns. They won't bother you again, Yi Feng replied. Yi Yonghe nodded in agreement after hearing this. Not lingering long in the community, Yi Feng set off towards the Martial Artist Alliance. During his last registration, he was a novice martial artist. Now, having advanced to a novice warrior, he needed to re-register to ensure his martial artist allowance reflected his new status. As they exited the community, Yi Feng expressed gratitude to Su Hua, acknowledging that had she not located Wu Bao, the consequences could have been dire. Thank you, he said. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such words from him, and struggled to respond. Aren't we friends? No need for thanks. Just join the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall in the future. Su Hua understood that with Yi Feng's talent, his addition would propel the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall to prominence among the 4 major martial arts halls in Jiangnan City. Rest assured, I will join you at Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Yi Feng assured Su Hua. He had come to a definitive conclusion about joining the hall. It would yield numerous benefits with no drawbacks. He realized that without Su Hua, Yi Qing might have already perished, and his concern for her was not merely out of deep affection, but a sense of indebtedness. At merely 5 years old, how could he have become who he is today without Yi Yonghe's support? Seeing Yi Feng agree to join the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Su Hua's face lit up with delight, knowing that his presence would herald a promising future for the hall. Upon reaching the Martial Artist Alliance, they were greeted by a staff member. Hello, how may I assist you? I am here for a realm breakthrough, Yi Feng replied. Please, follow me, the staff member said, leading them to a grand hall. After Yi Feng provided his identification, the staff member confirmed his status as a novice martial artist. They proceeded to the testing hall, where Yi Feng began to assess his physical attributes. Combat power 50-35, speed 40, and endurance 1500. The staff member was taken aback by the displayed combat power, realizing it was characteristic of a novice warrior. After regaining composure, he urged Yi Feng to follow him to complete the necessary formalities. Once finalized, Yi Feng's badge transformed into one designated for novice warriors, and his martial artist allowance escalated from 10,000 to 40,000 alliance coins. While in the new student institute, Su Hua had already learned of Yi Feng's combat power reaching that of a novice warrior, remaining composed throughout the process. By the way, Mr. Yi Feng, if you awaken any supernatural talents in the future, you can also come to the Martial Artist Alliance for testing. Should you awaken a primary strength talent, a reward of 1 million alliance coins awaits. The staff member added. The prospect of 1 million alliance coins intrigued Yi Feng. He thought, why not seize the opportunity? What about the intermediate strength talent? He inquired. An intermediate strength talent would yield a reward of 5 million alliance coins. The staff member replied casually, never suspecting that Yi Feng might truly possess supernatural talent. Then take me for testing, Yi Feng instructed, prompting surprise from both the staff member and Su Hua. Awakening supernatural talent is a process that occurs naturally and cannot be determined solely through testing. The Martial Artist Alliance conducts these tests to verify one's possession of supernatural abilities. Yi Feng, have you awakened supernatural talent? Su Hua asked, astonished. Perhaps, Yi Feng nodded. The staff member gazed at him in disbelief, contemplating the implications if Yi Feng had indeed awakened supernatural talent. What a terrifying genius he might be. They arrived at a specialized hall for testing supernatural talents, which was currently unoccupied. Mr. Yi Feng, please commence the testing, the staff member urged. Yi Feng's supernatural talent was a mid-level strength talent. He approached the combat power testing device and activated an 8-fold enhancement of his mid-level strength talent, striking the device with ferocity. Both Su Hua and the staff member recognized Yi Feng's talent was likely strength-based, though they were uncertain of its level. With each powerful blow, the combat power testing device registered 50-35, 10070, 16005, 21040. Observing the escalating combat power index, Su Hua and the staff member's eyes widened in astonishment. The enhancement had reached 4 times, yet it continued to rise. 26075, 31110, 34145, 39180, 44,215, until finally, the 8-fold enhancement concluded. The foundational combat powers were 1,000 for novice martial artists, 2,000 for intermediate, and 3,000 for advanced. For novice warriors, the base power is 5,000, intermediate 8,000, and advanced 11,000. The foundational power for novice grand warriors reaches a staggering 40,000. Thus, the transition from warrior to grand warrior signifies a qualitative leap. While Yi Feng's use of mid-level strength talent allowed him to achieve the foundational power of a novice grand warrior, his other attributes fell short of the advanced warrior-esque standards. The enhancement pertained solely to strength, as you charge towards a junior martial artist. Should that junior martial artist unleash their energy, you would be defeated even before their fist made contact. Thus, one must acknowledge that attribute talents are among the weakest of all supernatural abilities. Weapon talents and elemental talents vastly surpass attribute talents in strength. In Jiangnan City, a base city, numerous individuals awaken their supernatural abilities postnatally. However, those who awaken formidable talents are exceedingly rare. Su Hua and the staff were left dumbfounded as they stared at the combat power displayed on the testing device, rendered speechless, as if witnessing an unfathomable level of strength. They understood that this was a mid-level power talent, an astounding 8-fold amplification. Yi Feng, you have actually awakened a mid-level power talent. Su Hua exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief as she gazed at Yi Feng. Though she too had awakened a power talent, it was merely at the beginner level, which paled in comparison to the mid-level. The staff member, now regaining composure, could hardly conceal his tremor as he addressed Yi Feng. Mr. Yi Feng, please follow me. After exiting the supernatural talent testing hall and completing the registration process, Yi Feng received a text notification on his linked alliance card. 5 million alliance coins have been credited to his account. Yi Feng mused to himself about how effortlessly martial artists earn money. For an ordinary person, it would take an eternity to accumulate such wealth. Upon returning to their dilapidated neighborhood, Wang Lan immediately brought out a meticulously prepared meal upon seeing Yi Feng and Su Hua's return. After dining, Yi Feng presented the alliance card to his father. Dad, this card contains my martial artist allowance. A sum will be deposited each month. Please take it. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. You are growing up and will need the funds, Yi Yonghe replied, waving his hand dismissively. It's all right. I don't need much money at Ainen Academy, Yi Feng insisted. Seeing his son's determination, Yi Yonghe relented. Very well then. After a brief conversation with Su Hua, they departed the neighborhood, heading back to Ainen Academy. Upon returning to Ainen Academy, Yi Feng entered his dormitory, organizing his belongings in preparation for his visit to the senior student dormitory the following day. With only a few days remaining until the senior sign-in, he wondered what delightful surprises awaited him as rewards. The next day, as usual, Yi Yonghe prepared to head to work. Passing by an alliance machine, he recalled Yi Feng's gift of the alliance card and decided to check the balance. However, he thought it inconsequential, as it was the sentiment behind the gift that mattered. Inserting the card into the machine, the display read, 5044 500. His hands trembled as he processed the astonishing figure. Chapter 36. Entering the senior dormitory. Have I become the campus enemy? Yi Feng dragged his suitcase, preparing to leave the freshman dormitory, unaware that his name had already become known among all the faculty and students in the senior dormitory. Just as he approached the exit, he encountered Su Hua. Seeing Yi Feng with his suitcase, she inquired curiously, Yi Feng, what are you preparing to do? I'm heading to the senior dormitory, he replied, surprised. Su Hua thought it customary to remain in the freshman dormitory for 2 years before moving up. However, reflecting on Yi Feng's status as a junior martial artist with a mid-level power talent, it seemed pointless for him to linger in the freshman dormitory, especially with his teacher being the dean, Su Ming. After exchanging a few words with Su Hua, Yi Feng exited the freshman dormitory and made his way to the senior dormitory. The senior dormitory was not far from the freshman dormitory, and upon arrival, his teacher had already provided him with the necessary documentation. Presenting this documentation to a faculty member, Yi Feng noticed a knowing smile cross the teacher's face. Yi Feng caught the smile and felt puzzled as to why the teacher appeared amused for no apparent reason. Teacher, is there a problem with this documentation? He asked. No problem at all, Yi Feng. You may enter, the teacher assured him. As Yi Feng prepared to step through the gate, the teacher called out to him. By the way, Yi Feng. Yi Feng paused, turning to see what the teacher wanted. I hope you can endure your first day in the senior dormitory. What do you mean? Yi Feng queried, perplexed by the teacher's cryptic remark. Was the senior dormitory filled with individuals seeking to cause him trouble? After all, he had not wronged anyone. This was his first visit there. The teacher offered no further explanation, merely casting Yi Feng a cautious glance. Not lingering any longer, Yi Feng found his dormitory. Upon revealing his name, the dormitory manager regarded him with a peculiar expression. Yi Feng felt increasingly bewildered, as he had no idea what was transpiring. Setting his suitcase down, he resolved to inquire with the dormitory manager, hoping to uncover why he had seemingly become a notable figure in the senior dormitory due to his reputation from the freshman dormitory. He approached the dormitory manager, Mr. Wang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose strength was modest, merely a senior martial artist. Mr. Wang, why does everyone look at me strangely? Yi Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Wang decided to enlighten Yi Feng about the situation. Upon hearing the entire account, Yi Feng was left in a state of shock. So, you mean to say that I have become the enemy of all the senior students? After a few moments of stunned silence, Yi Feng regained his composure and concluded that there was nothing truly to fear. If the senior students insisted on viewing him as an enemy, then he would have no choice but to confront them head-on. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Yi Feng observed numerous senior students. Following 2 years of cultivation in the freshman dormitory, coupled with their time in the senior dormitory, these students boasted formidable combat abilities. In truth, true geniuses were a rarity in Ainen Academy, as most had already been absorbed into prestigious martial arts schools. Thus, even though Yi Feng was now considered the enemy of all senior students, he felt no trepidation. Chapter 37. Since I have become the campus enemy, let us embrace it. Yi Feng scrutinized the senior students on the training ground. Before arriving at the senior dormitory, he was already aware of the existence of a leaderboard. The top 10 on this leaderboard earned alliance points daily, with higher rankings yielding greater rewards. Yi Feng had not come to the senior dormitory to bide his time. After receiving a points card from teacher, he ascended one of the training platforms. Before long, a student approached Yi Feng on the training platform. I am Wang Xing, with a combat power of 750. Yi Feng regarded this student. Indeed, the senior dormitory was no ordinary place, as even a random student possessed such impressive strength. Yi Feng, he stated simply, feeling that revealing his combat power would likely be met with disbelief. Yivat. The senior student's eyes widened, as if he had heard an unthinkable name. Yi Feng, he repeated calmly. Ha ha. Suddenly, the senior student burst into loud laughter, as if the name Yi Feng were utterly ridiculous. Everyone come quickly. Yi Feng has arrived at the senior academy. The senior began to shout. The other seniors in the trial arena heard Wang Xing's voice and turned their gazes toward him. Yi Feng, is he the one who wishes to challenge our senior academy? Who else could it be? He is the proud disciple of Su Ming, the head of the freshman academy. They were astonished that Yi Feng had the audacity to come, and they felt compelled to teach him a lesson, lest he graduate thinking himself noteworthy. The seniors in the trial arena were rife with mockery. Yi Feng's expression remained remarkably calm, unaffected by the derision surrounding him. Yi Feng, you dare to challenge our senior academy? Allow me to show you what it means to be unaware of one's own limitations, Wang Xing declared, charging at Yi Feng before finishing his sentence. With over 700 combat power, he was no match for Yi Feng, akin to a fragile egg striking a stone, a mere grain of rice competing against the sun and moon. As Wang Xing closed in, he threw a punch toward Yi Feng, a blow that an ordinary person could never withstand. The seniors watching from below the trial platform were eager to witness Yi Feng's prowess, curious as to what made him so audacious in challenging the senior academy. As Wang Xing swung his fist, Yi Feng murmured, "Is that what you mean by being unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth?" With that, he unleashed a punch of his own. At the senior academy, he had no need to conceal his strength, for once he reached the top of the wind and cloud rankings, he would earn terrifying points in the Yuan Tower. This punch, devoid of any elemental force or flashy skills, appeared exceptionally weighty. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of all the seniors, Yi Feng's fist collided with Wang Xing's. In that instant, Wang Xing felt as though a massive mountain had crashed upon his fist, the overwhelming force causing him to scream in agony as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, falling unconscious, utterly incapacitated. What? All the seniors in the trial arena stared in shock, rendered speechless and frozen in disbelief. Although Wang Xing's combat power was not high, the display of strength Yi Feng exhibited created an illusion of invincibility. Observing Wang Xing's unconscious form, Yi Feng shook his head, pondering that had he exerted even a fraction more power, Wang Xing might have met with a fatal end. After defeating Wang Xing, Yi Feng's scorecard naturally accumulated an additional 7 points. Chapter 38. The terrifying combat power of Yi Feng. Yi Feng's arrival at the senior academy caused an uproar, drawing some curious teachers to the trial arena. Naturally, those self-proclaimed geniuses, filled with hubris, believed Yi Feng was nothing special and chose to stay away. Many seniors had gathered at the trial arena, scrutinizing Yi Feng on the trial platform. Look, that Yi Feng. I've heard he's invincible at the freshman academy. Indeed, I've heard he's quite formidable. Are you all overestimating him? He appears rather ordinary. In truth, Yi Feng was strikingly handsome, yet envy clouded their judgment, preventing them from acknowledging his attractiveness. At that moment, most of the seniors present were among the weakest in the senior academy, eager to witness Yi Feng's defeat and the subsequent humiliation he would endure. Not long after, another student ascended the trial platform, sneering at Yi Feng. Wu Jiang, with a combat power of 920. Come at me. Yi Feng remained unfazed. Seeing the expression on Yi Feng's face, Wu Jiang felt belittled. His countenance darkened as he lunged toward Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng struck Wu Jiang with a punch. With only 920 combat power, Wu Jiang stood no chance against Yi Feng's blow, and he too was sent flying off the trial platform. The seniors in the trial arena gasped as they witnessed Wu Jiang fail to withstand even a single punch from Yi Feng. They began to recognize that Yi Feng truly warranted his reputation as Su Ming's disciple, possessing considerable strength. Following Wu Jiang's flight from the platform, Yi Feng's scorecard gained another 9 points. Yi Feng showed no intention of leaving the trial platform, having already become the common enemy of the seniors. He welcomed the continuous challenges. Moreover, his primary goal upon arriving at the senior academy was to ascend to the top of the wind and cloud rankings. Before long, another student approached the trial platform, radiating immense confidence. Gao Tian, with a combat power of 1370. A combat power of 1370 marked the threshold of a junior martial artist, surpassing the foundational combat levels by 370. Such power would be terrifying amongst freshmen, yet it was insignificant within the senior academy. The seniors below speculated that even if Yi Feng possessed high-level cultivation talent, he was likely still merely a junior martial artist, making a battle with Gao Tian potentially entertaining. However, upon hearing Gao Tian's declaration of strength, Yi Feng merely shook his head. Yi Feng, Gao Tian, as a junior martial artist, was incensed by Yi Feng's apparent disregard. His eyes ablaze with fury, he charged at Yi Feng. The speed of a junior martial artist could reach 22, significantly surpassing the previous challengers. Yet, to Yi Feng, this pace seemed excruciatingly slow. Before Gao Tian could throw a punch upon reaching him, Yi Feng had already unleashed his own strike. Bang! This punch, both in power and velocity, was something Gao Tian could not withstand. His pupils dilated in shock before he was struck squarely, collapsing onto the trial platform. Seeing Gao Tian, a junior martial artist, defeated by a single punch, the seniors in the trial arena could no longer contain their astonishment. Defeating opponents with 700 and 900 combat power in a single blow was one thing. But to best a junior martial artist like Gao Tian with such ease? What level of strength did Yi Feng truly possess? Junior martial artist, 50 points. Chapter 39. The anger and fear of Lu Ming. The seniors in the trial arena gazed at Yi Feng on the trial platform, their astonishment palpable. They had endeavored to conceive of Yi Feng's strength as formidable, yet it exceeded their wildest imaginations. The seniors present were among the weakest in the senior academy, and in light of Yi Feng's terrifying prowess, none dared to step onto the platform. Lu Ming, you're the one to handle this. Suddenly, one senior's eyes lit up as he looked toward another senior not far away. Lu Ming was somewhat renowned within the senior academy, well known among the seniors. They were all aware that Lu Ming was a junior martial artist, and they turned their attention toward him. Lu Ming, this Yi Feng is exceedingly arrogant. He is taking advantage of our senior academy's lack of strong contenders. You are the strongest among us. Why not step up and teach Yi Feng a lesson about the consequences of arrogance? Indeed, Yi Feng's audacity in challenging our senior academy stems from his ignorance of his own limitations. It's high time he learns the disparity between the freshman and senior academies. A few days prior, Lu Ming had been defeated by Yi Feng at the Freshman Academy, and he had been struck down with a single blow. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a mix of anger and fear towards Yi Feng. His anger stemmed from the fact that Yi Feng had already ascended to the senior academy. How could he still be so arrogant, truly believing that there was no one capable of standing against him? His fear, however, was rooted in the possibility that Yi Feng might possess a terrifying combat strength that would leave the senior academy in disgrace, depriving him of the satisfaction of witnessing Yi Feng's downfall. The senior students in the trial arena were all aware that Lu Ming would inevitably challenge Yi Feng, given Yi Feng's excessive arrogance. "Lu Ming, what are you waiting for?" one of the seniors asked, noticing Lu Ming's hesitation. The others shared the same confusion. Logically, Lu Ming should have stormed onto the trial stage in a fit of rage. To their astonishment, Lu Ming abruptly left the trial stage without uttering a single word, leaving the seniors in a state of disbelief. Yi Feng, recalling Lu Ming, thought that he still had some self-awareness, realizing that after being defeated by him in the Freshman Academy, he would not dare to confront him again. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one had stepped onto the trial stage, Yi Feng decided to leave, planning to return the next day. After exiting the trial arena, he returned to his dormitory and stayed put. In a certain part of the senior academy, a senior approached Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, why did you leave the trial arena without a word? Don't you want to battle Yi Feng?" The senior inquired. "What do you know?" Lu Ming shot a glance at him. "Do you really think Yi Feng is that easy to deal with?" The senior was taken aback, but Lu Ming, "You're a mid-level martial artist." "Mid-level martial artist? What does that matter? I was defeated by Yi Feng with a single punch in the Freshman Academy. Do you think my status as a mid-level martial artist means anything now?" Lu Ming gritted his teeth. The senior was struck dumb upon hearing Lu Ming's words. A mid-level martial artist like Lu Ming had also been defeated by Yi Feng with a single blow? This meant that in the future, one should steer clear of provoking Yi Feng in the senior academy. Even Lin Jian, the top-ranked on the Storm and Cloud list, might not stand a chance against him. Recalling the combat prowess Yi Feng had displayed in the trial arena, Lu Ming felt a wave of dread. If it had been a life-and-death battle, he would have already met his demise in combat against Yi Feng. Chapter 40. The existence ranked 11 on the Storm and Cloud list. Yi Feng's arrival at the Senior Academy had already become common knowledge among all the faculty and students, who were also aware of the formidable strength he had demonstrated in the trial arena. Even Gao Tian, a junior martial artist, had been effortlessly defeated by Yi Feng, and they were eager to ascertain the extent of Yi Feng's abilities. On the following day, before Yi Feng had even arrived at the trial arena, many seniors had gathered there, anticipating his appearance. Yi Feng indeed intended to return. He had set a clear objective upon arriving at the Senior Academy, to claim the top spot on the Storm and Cloud list. Yi Feng has arrived. A sudden exclamation echoed through the trial arena. All the seniors turned their gaze, relieved to see Yi Feng approaching with a measured pace. Upon reaching the trial arena, he ascended to one of the platforms and surveyed the seniors below. "Who will dare to challenge me?" he asked in an unremarkable tone. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the seniors clenched their teeth. If Yi Feng were one of their own, they would undoubtedly hold him in high esteem. Yet, a newcomer from the Freshman Academy challenging them seemed rather presumptuous. The seniors exchanged glances, but none dared to step onto the trial stage, fully aware that they were no match for Yi Feng. How absurd it was, they thought, that the Senior Academy would be so disdained by a newcomer. Suddenly, a scornful voice pierced through the air. The seniors turned to see a student striding toward them, his expression exuding an air of defiance, as if he looked down upon everyone. "Yang Long," the seniors exclaimed in delight. Yang Long, one of the Academy's prodigies, ranked 11th on the Storm and Cloud list, was an advanced martial artist with a combat strength of 3,020. At that moment, several teachers also gathered around, curious to see the prodigy that had caught the attention of Su Ming, the dean of the Freshman Academy. Under the gaze of many, Yang Long ascended to the trial platform where Yi Feng stood, and the two squared off. The seniors present were considerably stronger than those from the previous day, eager to witness how Yi Feng would be vanquished. "Yi Feng, I am Yang Long, an advanced martial artist." Yang Long sneered, his confidence in his abilities unwavering. He was well aware that Yi Feng would not be his equal. "Not enough," Yi Feng replied, echoing his sentiment from the previous day with a mere 2 words. The onlookers gasped. Yang Long was an advanced martial artist. How could that possibly be insufficient? Did Yi Feng not comprehend the terror that accompanied being an advanced martial artist? Or perhaps he too was an advanced martial artist? The seniors recalled how Yi Feng had easily defeated Gao Tian, a junior martial artist, and speculated that it might not be impossible for him to be an advanced martial artist himself. Not enough. Yang Long, rather than becoming enraged, merely smirked. If you believe that is insufficient, I shall show you what enough truly means. With that, Yang Long lunged forward at incredible speed, propelling himself toward Yi Feng. The crowd watched in rapt attention, fearful of missing a moment of the unfolding spectacle. Yang Long reached Yi Feng's side, fully convinced that he would emerge victorious. Boom! Yang Long raised his fist, infused with a modicum of elemental energy, and struck at Yi Feng with all his might. This punch was intended to demonstrate to Yi Feng the true meaning of terror. Chapter 41. Challenging the mightiest senior. Lin Jian, all eyes in the trial arena were fixed on Yang Long's impending strike, their faces filled with trepidation. If they were in his position, they would never dare to withstand such a fearsome blow. Would Yi Feng be able to endure it? As Yang Long's fist approached, in a moment of dire urgency, Yi Feng simply raised his palm and effortlessly caught Yang Long's punch. In utter disbelief, the crowd stood frozen. Yang Long, an advanced martial artist, had been so easily subdued? This implied that Yi Feng's combat prowess surpassed that of Yang Long. How could you? Yang Long stammered, astonished that his fist had been caught. I told you, you are still not enough, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. With a firm push, he sent Yang Long staggering backward, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. One could hear a pin drop. The teachers and seniors were at a loss for words, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Yang Long, ranked 11th on the Storm and Cloud list, an advanced martial artist, had been so effortlessly defeated by Yi Feng. You have lost. Leave the stage, Yi Feng said, looking down at the fallen Yang Long, his expression betraying no emotion. As a junior martial artist endowed with mid-level strength talent, defeating someone who had only recently broken through to advanced martial artist was a trivial matter. Yang Long rose from the trial platform, glaring fiercely at Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Yang Long clenched his teeth tightly, forcing out 2 words through the gaps. Everyone understood that Yang Long was defiant. He took another step towards Yi Feng, his face radiating an intense fury. Yi Feng observed the approaching Yang Long, pondering whether this was indeed anger. When a person is enraged, they often lose their rationality. Since Yang Long refused to back down, Yi Feng resolved to send him down. Just as Yang Long was within a few steps, Yi Feng stepped forward and unleashed a punch. This blow shattered the very air beneath the trial platform, creating a sensation of space fracturing. Bang! Undoubtedly, Yang Long could not withstand this strike, and he was sent hurtling off the trial stage. Meanwhile, Yi Feng remained steadfast on the platform, standing like a god of war, seemingly eternal. The fact that Yi Feng easily defeated Yang Long, ranked 11th on the leaderboard, astonished everyone present. The teachers and senior students felt compelled to re-evaluate Yi Feng's standing. With Yi Feng's victory over Yang Long, he naturally usurped Yang Long's position. The 10th rank on the leaderboard now seemed precarious. Yi Feng mused that these challenges lacked excitement. He scanned the students on the trial stage, calling out for the student ranked first on the leaderboard to come forth for a duel tomorrow. In fact, upon arriving at the Senior Student Academy, Su Hua had informed him that the top student, Lin Jian, was a novice warrior with a combat power exceeding 5,100. Lin Jian's strength was comparable to Yi Feng's, both having awakened their power talents. Yet like Su Hua, he possessed only a primary power talent. Yi Feng, now endowed with a mid-level power talent, felt no fear towards Lin Jian. The crowd in the trial arena gasped as they realized Yi Feng had issued a challenge to Lin Jian. They believed Yi Feng must feel invincible in the Senior Student Academy, emboldening him to confront the top-ranked Lin Jian. Others speculated that Yi Feng had simply lost his mind. Chapter 42. Yi Feng's duel with Lin Jian. After descending from the trial platform, Yi Feng returned to his dormitory. He anticipated the high-level sign-in he would achieve the day after tomorrow, eagerly looking forward to the rewards it would bring. After a brief period in his dormitory, feeling a sense of ennui due to the sparse vitality within, he decided to spend the day in the Vitality Tower. Upon reaching the training ground, he directly entered the 3rd level of the tower. Vitality, 730. Vitality, 745. Vitality, 780. The increasing vitality figures illuminated Yi Feng's retina. He only departed that evening. At night, the training ground was nearly deserted, and Yi Feng prepared to assess his combat strength. Nearby, several senior students were monitoring their combat power, which hovered around 800 to 900, a mere step away from becoming novice warriors. As they reveled in their achievements, they turned to see Yi Feng, their expressions shifting to one of dread, as if they had encountered a hellish specter. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled the training ground. Yi Feng chuckled softly, having issued a challenge to the top-ranked Lin Jian, wondering if he would accept. He believed Lin Jian would respond, for geniuses are often imbued with pride. Without further contemplation, Yi Feng raised his fist to test his strength. 5160, 5162, 5161, 5160. Satisfied with his results, he returned to his dormitory and fell into a deep slumber. Morning dawned, and the trial arena was teeming with students. Nearly every senior student had gathered, along with many teachers. Yi Feng's audacious declaration to battle the Academy's top talent, Lin Jian, had left them in shock. Lin Jian had already taken his place on the trial platform. As the Academy's foremost genius, Lin Jian had undoubtedly captured the hearts of countless female students, while many male students idolized him. Powerful factions in Jiangnan City had repeatedly extended olive branches to Lin Jian, inviting him to join their ranks post-graduation. As Lin Jian approached the end of his tenure at the Academy, he felt invincible, viewing Yi Feng's challenge as nothing more than a jest. Initially dismissive of the idea of dueling Yi Feng, he found himself bored with the monotony of life and thus accepted the challenge. As Lin Jian ascended the trial platform, a wave of excitement surged through the students, knowing that Yi Feng would soon face defeat. They anticipated that Yi Feng would finally comprehend the true meaning of humiliation. The crowd waited eagerly for Yi Feng's arrival. Do you think Yi Feng will dare show up? I doubt he has the courage. How could he possibly rival Lin Jian? I'm not so sure. Someone as arrogant as Yi Feng surely wouldn't he back down. The senior students began whispering among themselves as Yi Feng delayed his appearance. Suddenly, a gasp broke through the murmurs, and all eyes turned to see Yi Feng had indeed arrived. Lin Jian's expression shifted slightly, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Yi Feng. He had initially thought Yi Feng to be extraordinary, only to find him rather unremarkable, devoid of anything special. Yi Feng approached the trial platform where Lin Jian stood. Their gazes locked, and the anticipation of an impending clash filled the air, quickening the heartbeat of every onlooker. Chapter 43. Is Yi Feng also a novice warrior? Yi Feng, you shouldn't have come, Lin Jian said coolly, observing Yi Feng from the platform. But here I am, Yi Feng replied slowly, making his way onto the trial stage. Lin Jian frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his features as he remarked, Yi Feng, you are not worthy to stand against me. However, it would be a great honor for you to engage in this duel. Lin Jian sneered, confident in his superiority as the Academy's most formidable genius. A mountain no student could surmount. Even though Yi Feng currently ranked 11th, he was still unqualified to challenge him. If possible, I suggest you concede. It would spare you from embarrassment. Lin Jian continued, noting Yi Feng's silence, feeling that a battle would simply be a means to relieve his own boredom. Humbling and defeating Yi Feng would be a delightful endeavor. However, to Lin Jian's surprise, Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard a word. This caused Lin Jian's demeanor to shift. Yi Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Lin Jian snapped coldly. Yi Feng, intrigued, scrutinized Lin Jian. Is your verbosity always so excessive? The crowd was captivated by their sharp exchange, feeling the tension rise as if blades were drawn. You dare to accuse me of prattling? Lin Jian could no longer tolerate Yi Feng's arrogance and charged at him, fists raised. As everyone beheld Lin Jian finally making his move, they quickly glanced at Yi Feng, only to find him standing there, as still as a clock, exuding an air of calmness as though Lin Jian were merely a feeble opponent. They sighed inwardly, pondering that while Yi Feng possessed many admirable qualities, he was woefully unaware of the vastness of the world, for even the strongest has those stronger still. There is always a higher mountain. The combat prowess of both novice warriors and beginners in martial arts can inflict harm upon ordinary individuals, though they lack the means to deliver a fatal blow. The ranks of martial apprentices and warriors represent merely the foundational levels of a martial artist's journey. Thus, battles between them typically rely on physical strikes. However, upon reaching the martial master level, the dynamics shift significantly. While apprentices and warriors can indeed practice elemental techniques and energy arts, the options available to them are exceedingly limited. In contrast, martial masters have a far broader array of techniques and energy arts at their disposal. Beyond the martial master level, sheer strength plays a role. Yet in battles of equal rank, one must also consider innate abilities and the significance of elemental techniques, for unless one transcends ranks, all flamboyant displays are but illusions under the weight of absolute power. In an instant, Lin Jian charged towards Yi Feng, his disdain for him palpable. And fueled by Yi Feng's arrogance, his anger reached its zenith. With a resounding thud, Lin Jian unleashed a powerful punch toward Yi Feng. Both combatants, possessing combat power exceeding 5,100, were classified as novice warriors. Upon colliding, they each staggered back 3 steps. This spectacle left all spectators in the trial arena utterly dumbfounded. The fact that both Yi Feng and Lin Jian retreated equally indicated that Yi Feng matched Lin Jian's combat strength. Could Yi Feng also be a novice warrior? Many senior students swallowed hard, struggling to accept such a sight. Chapter 44. Is it only you who possesses innate abilities? The astonishment among everyone in the trial arena was profound. Yet, they soon found solace in the realization that Yi Feng had easily defeated Yanglong, who was ranked 11th on the Wind and Cloud list. Although Yanglong's combat power was a mere 3,000, this did not necessarily imply that Yi Feng's strength was restricted to 4,000. As a novice warrior, it was not particularly surprising. They simply had not wished to consider this possibility. To their astonishment, Yi Feng was also a novice warrior. After exchanging mutual acknowledgments, Yi Feng and Lin Jian engaged in an intense melee that lasted for half an hour. In this hand-to-hand combat, endurance was paramount. Yi Feng refrained from employing his intermediate strength ability at the outset, recognizing that battling Lin Jian would yield invaluable combat experience. Despite the limited applicability of such experiences in this arena, any experience was better than none. Furthermore, Lin Jian had yet to utilize his own beginner strength ability, and he felt no urgency to do so. After half an hour, the two warriors distanced themselves, gasping for breath as they regarded one another. The onlookers in the trial arena were utterly astonished. The prolonged brawl was a testament to raw power, and they realized that they could scarcely endure even a single blow. The sheer ferocity of it all was astounding. Everyone understood that this battle was far from over. Yi Feng, it appears I have underestimated you, Lin Jian remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Yi Feng. But even if your combat strength matches mine, it will matter little, for I shall now unleash my innate ability. At Lin Jian's declaration, the audience collectively anticipated the impending spectacle. All students within the senior academy were aware that Lin Jian had awakened his beginner strength ability, which could yield a 5-fold amplification of power. When Lin Jian awakened this ability, it had left all students envious, lamenting their own lack of such innate gifts. Come on, Yi Feng replied, fully aware that Lin Jian was preparing to employ his beginner strength ability. However, armed with his own more formidable intermediate strength ability, he felt no fear. Seeing Yi Feng remain unfazed only served to ignite Lin Jian's fury further. Yi Feng, I shall show you the true meaning of innate abilities. With a fierce shout, Lin Jian charged forward, his raised fist akin to a wild stallion, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Yi Feng, contemplating Lin Jian's innate power, raised his own fist in response. As their fists were poised to collide, the spectators' pupils dilated with anticipation. Any missed detail in this battle would surely lead to profound regret. With a resounding crash, their fists met with tremendous force. This strike represented a 1-fold amplification. As before, both Yi Feng and Lin Jian staggered back several steps. How is this possible? Lin Jian exclaimed in disbelief as he charged at Yi Feng once more. With a flurry of strikes, Lin Jian unleashed 4 punches, each amplified 5-fold. Yet, as before, both fighters were pushed back, as if they were equally matched in their 5-fold amplifications. The audience, witnessing this extraordinary event, was left in shock as if struck by lightning. Could it be that Yi Feng had also awakened a beginner strength ability? Surely not. How could Yi Feng possibly possess such innate powers? Chapter 45. Has Yi Feng awakened intermediate strength ability? Having exhausted the 5-fold amplification of his beginner strength ability without managing to defeat Yi Feng, Lin Jian gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on Yi Feng. It seems our strengths are closely matched. This battle cannot yield a definitive victor, Lin Jian declared, a hint of reluctance in his voice. As the strongest student of the senior academy, he harbored a pride that made such an outcome intolerable. The spectators shared his sentiment, concluding that Yi Feng and Lin Jian were indeed evenly matched and had both awakened their beginner strength abilities, resulting in a stalemate. Cannot determine a winner? Yi Feng chuckled, locking eyes with Lin Jian. I wouldn't be so certain. The audience gasped at Yi Feng's words, wondering if he had some hidden advantage yet to be revealed. Lin Jian, taken aback by Yi Feng's assertion, stared coldly at him. Then I eagerly await to see how you intend to defeat me. Lin Jian could not fathom that Yi Feng possessed any formidable hidden capabilities. As Lin Jian's words hung in the air, Yi Feng began to stride confidently towards him. Observers speculated that Yi Feng intended to outlast Lin Jian through sheer stamina. Yi Feng, if I offer you a draw and you refuse, then I shall make you pay. Lin Jian roared, his fury surging as he struggled to understand why Yi Feng would act so brazenly, approaching him as though he were merely an inconsequential foe. With a furious shout, Lin Jian raised his fist, launching a powerful strike toward Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng, in turn, retaliated with a punch of his own. Yet his strike was amplified sixfold. Their fists collided, and, as the spectators braced for another round of fierce combat, Lin Jian was sent hurtling backward. What? Witnessing Lin Jian being sent flying, all present were struck dumb with astonishment. Lin Jian has been propelled away? But how could this be? They were both novice warriors with equivalent foundational strength. Why was Lin Jian the one to be sent reeling? There was only one plausible explanation. An older student swallowed hard, realizing that Yi Feng had not awakened a basic power talent, but rather an intermediate one. This thought was shared by more than just that lone student. At that moment, both the teachers and the students gazed in horror at Yi Feng standing on the stage. An intermediate power talent. Yi Feng could only have sent Lin Jian flying with a single punch if he had indeed awakened an intermediate power talent. With a fivefold amplification for the basic power talent, and having exhausted that, Lin Jian could not compete against the eightfold amplification of intermediate power. In essence, Yi Feng's recent strike had achieved a sixfold amplification. With this revelation, everyone beneath the trial platform exchanged bewildered glances, eager to voice their thoughts yet unable to find the words. Yi Feng, a novice warrior, had awakened an intermediate power talent. Such a prodigy they had only glimpsed on martial forums, never in reality. In the eyes of the older students, Yi Feng was a terrifying force, utterly unmatched. After Lin Jian was assisted to his feet by several students, his face bore a profound sense of loss. With Yi Feng awakening an intermediate power talent, he understood that his defeat was inevitable. Chapter 46. Advanced Sign-In Reward. Dragon Essence Technique. Yi Feng's victory over the most formidable genius of the senior academy, Lin Jian, sent shockwaves through the entire institution, an outcome they had never anticipated. They were equally astonished to learn that Yi Feng was merely a novice warrior and that, beyond that, he had awakened an intermediate power talent. Undoubtedly, Yi Feng had ascended to the pinnacle of the senior academy's leaderboard. The top of the leaderboard would earn him a special Energy Tower scorecard, granting him daily access to the Energy Tower for training. A teacher promptly presented the special Energy Tower scorecard to Yi Feng. Holding the violet card in his hand, he contemplated how this would expedite his growth in strength. Tomorrow, he would be able to perform an advanced sign-in. The reward for the intermediate sign-in was the intermediate power talent, so he eagerly anticipated what the advanced sign-in might yield. With the special Energy Tower scorecard in hand, Yi Feng absorbed energy within the third level of the Energy Tower for an entire day, only returning to his dormitory at night. As he drifted into a deep slumber, the dawn of a new day arrived. He could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the sign-in interface in his mind. Ding! Does the host confirm the advanced sign-in? Confirmed. Congratulations. The host has acquired the Advanced Energy Technique, Dragon Essence Technique. Advanced Energy Technique? Yi Feng perused the introduction to the Dragon Essence Technique. The technique consists of 5 tiers, each capable of amplifying absorbed energy values by up to 5-fold. Yi Feng discovered that the Dragon Essence Technique had already manifested within him, yet he had not yet reached the first tier. To comprehend the energy technique, the only path was to absorb energy relentlessly. With the special Energy Tower scorecard, Yi Feng returned to the third level of the martial arts arena as Energy Tower and commenced an intense absorption of energy. Energy, 565. Energy, 572. Energy, 563. The speed at which he absorbed energy, thanks to his ultimate cultivation talent, was astonishing. Even the abundant energy before him appeared feeble in comparison. The energy he absorbed continuously bolstered his combat prowess while nurturing the dragon essence technique within him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi Feng remained on the 3rd level of the energy tower for 3 consecutive days. He had ventured to the 4th level once, but found its oppressive atmosphere overwhelming, prompting his retreat back to the 3rd level. It happened. A brilliant expression crossed Yi Feng's face. Energy, 1125. Energy, 1137. Energy, 1136. The change in the energy absorption values signified that he had reached the 1st tier of the Dragon Essence technique. The 1st tier doubled the energy value. Yi Feng mused that the Dragon Essence technique was indeed a supreme energy technique, and with this progression, his training would yield remarkable efficiency. After attaining the 1st tier of the Dragon Essence technique, Yi Feng continued to absorb energy on the 3rd level of the tower for an entire day. As night fell and he exited the tower, he resolved to test his combat strength, having not done so in several days, eager to discover his current level of prowess. Approaching the combat power testing apparatus in the martial arts arena, Yi Feng took a deep breath and unleashed a punch. Bang! 7,162. Gazing at the display on the combat power instrument, Yi Feng felt immense satisfaction, having raised his power by 2,000 in just a few days. The Dragon Essence technique was undeniably remarkable. Chapter 47. The outdoor trial organized by the Senior Academy with a combat power exceeding 7,100. Yi Feng was just over 800 points shy of the foundational strength of an intermediate warrior. He contemplated that by the day after tomorrow, at the latest, he would break through to become an intermediate warrior. He resumed absorbing energy within the tower. Energy, 1260. Energy, 1154. Energy, 1162. Days passed, and Yi Feng felt an overwhelming strength compared to his former self. He could hardly fathom how far he had progressed. He approached the combat power testing apparatus once more. Fixing his gaze on the device, he struck out several punches. Bang, bang, bang. 9150, 9155, 9154, 9151, 9153. He had surged forward by another 2,000 in combat power. The foundational strength for an intermediate warrior was 8,000, and he now exceeded that threshold by over 1,000. He was steadily progressing toward becoming a high-level warrior. Yet, for Yi Feng, this pace of advancement felt sluggish. Above warriors are masters, grandmasters, and ultimately, the revered sovereigns. He was still far from the realm of the grandmaster. Yi Feng, is that truly the combat power you generated? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment pierced the air, drawing Yi Feng's attention. He turned to find an unfamiliar elder, whose aura was enveloped in formidable energy, unmistakably a powerful figure. May I ask who you are? I am Zhou Feng. The elder, recovering from his shock, addressed Yi Feng. Yi Feng recognized him. The head of the Senior Academy was indeed Zhou Feng, and in the days he had spent there, he had yet to meet the principal. Yi Feng, you still haven't answered my question. Is the combat power displayed on the instrument your own? Zhou Feng's expression was earnest, as if inquiring about a monumental matter. Yes. Yi Feng nodded, feeling no need for concealment. 9,000 combat power, an intermediate warrior. Zhou Feng shook his head, astonished by Yi Feng's remarkable talent. By the way, Yi Feng, you are only 16 years old, correct? Yes, principal, Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. Zhou Feng let out a bitter chuckle. When Su Ming recommended Yi Feng, he had been reluctant to accept him, but now he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. Yi Feng, you are truly formidable. Even someone as strong as Zhou Feng couldn't help but marvel at Yi Feng's prowess. Yi Feng, I look forward to your ascension as a martial master. Once you achieve that, you shall graduate directly from our Senior Academy, becoming the most powerful student in the history of a Nan Academy. Yi Feng shared this sentiment. Despite his impressive training, he recognized that he lacked battle experience, and he contemplated further honing his skills after becoming a martial master. By the way, Yi Feng, tomorrow our academy will hold an outdoor trial. Will you participate? Absolutely, Yi Feng replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. He did not linger in the training grounds, but returned to his dormitory, where he took a shower and awaited the following day as outdoor trial. The outdoor trial involved the entire Senior Academy, led by their respective instructors. Each class was accompanied by teachers who were martial masters, renowned for their strength, although they would be venturing into regions inhabited by lesser ferocious beasts. In areas teeming with powerful ferocious beasts, even masters risked their lives. Yifeng had no instructor in the senior academy and was on his own. By the next day, many students had invited him to join their classes. Having never been in the wild before, he was eager to broaden his horizons, so joining a class seemed beneficial, as strength in numbers often prevailed. Yifeng, why not join our class? A somewhat familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Following the sound, Yifeng discovered it was Lin Jian. The division of classes among the seniors was akin to that of the new academy, categorized by the 26 letters of the alphabet. Ever since Lin Jian had been defeated by Yifeng in the trial arena, he felt his loss was just, knowing that Yifeng had awakened an intermediate power talent. All right, Yifeng nodded at Lin Jian. The moment he agreed, not only Lin Jian, but also their teacher and classmates expressed their delight. The location for this trial was named Mongshan Town. Since the cataclysm that befell Blue Star, Mongshan Town had been overtaken by ferocious beasts, with its residents either dead or injured, and the survivors having migrated to Jiangnan City. The 26 classes, guided by their respective teachers, set off for Mongshan Town in buses. The vehicles could not reach the town directly and stopped some distance away, prompting the students from the senior academy to disembark. It was their first outing into the wild, and every sight was novel to them. They made their way to Mongshan Town, arriving just as the sun began to set. After establishing their campsite, Yifeng observed the dilapidated state of Mongshan Town from a distance. The site was one of utter desolation, overrun with weeds and a profound sense of abandonment. He understood that an Nan Academy had chosen this location for the trial, implying that there were no formidable ferocious beasts present. Early the next morning, thousands of senior students set off from the campsite toward Mongshan Town. Have you heard? Mongshan Town is home to many shadow cats, steel-haired boars, and bloodhounds. Of course, but they are merely first-tier, low-level ferocious beasts. Still, I am no match for them. You all must protect me. Some seniors began to whisper among themselves. They finally arrived at Mongshan Town. The entrance was littered with bleached bones, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Having grown up in Jiangnan City, these students had never encountered such a scene, and their faces turned pale. The entrance to the town felt like a grim threshold, waiting for them. Classmates, let us proceed. The teachers began guiding their respective classes into Mongshan Town. Yifeng followed his class into the town, which turned out to be larger than he had anticipated. After the 26 classes entered, they dispersed to various locations. Their class found itself on an extremely desolate road, where a foul odor wafted through the air, and dozens of shadow cats lurked among the ruins. Shadow cats were first-tier, low-level ferocious beasts, resembling massive bulls with glowing green eyes, jet-black fur, and incredible speed. Their teeth and claws sharp as steel. So this is a shadow cat? The students swallowed nervously. First-tier ferocious beasts are comparable to human novice martial artists. Our purpose here is to cultivate your courage, said their teacher, Huang Yun, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a senior martial master. As Yifeng observed the energy data displayed in his retina, he noted that the energy in Mongshan Town was surprisingly robust. The dozens of shadow cats glared menacingly at the students, poised to attack at any moment. Teacher Huang Yun, Yifeng, Lin Jian, and a few other students stood at the forefront, while the weaker students positioned themselves at the back. Remember, if the shadow cats do not attack us, we must not strike first, Huang Yun instructed everyone. Suddenly, dozens of shadow cats charged toward them. The students' faces turned pale with fear, but Yifeng remained remarkably calm. Having encountered ferocious bloodhounds in the abandoned factories of the western suburbs, he had come to Mongshan Town to gain battle experience. When Huang Yun witnessed the ferocious beast charging, a playful expression crossed his face. As a senior martial master, he found it not too challenging to dispatch dozens of first-tier, low-level ferocious beasts. However, to his surprise, Yifeng took the initiative, stepping forward to confront the oncoming shadow cats. With a series of powerful blows, Yifeng dispatched the shadow cats with ease, each punch capable of felling one as if they were mere insects in his eyes. This is astonishing. The students stood frozen in disbelief, while Huang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Who exactly is Yifeng? Even if he were a prodigious talent, did he not feel fear facing such a horde of ferocious beasts? How could he dare to charge in and defeat them with a single blow each? Now, a middle-tier martial artist, Yi Feng's strength and attack speed far surpassed that of these shadow cats. The beast, stunned by his displayed prowess, fled at unprecedented speed, leaving behind more than 20 of their number slain. The class stood in stunned silence, feeling as though they were in the presence of a warrior deity. Just as they began to relax, a terrifying roar echoed in Yi Feng's ears. "This is bad. It's a second-tier initial ferocious beast, the Shadow Cat King," Huang Yin exclaimed. A massive shadow cat appeared before Yi Feng, its size at least double that of the previous ones. "Yi Feng, do you think you can handle this?" Huang Yin inquired anxiously. Yi Feng presented a profile as he gazed at Huang Yin, assuring him that all was well. With that, he charged towards the Shadow Cat King, activating his intermediate strength talent. Initially, the Shadow Cat King regarded this human with disdain, lowering its guard. However, after Yi Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, the creature was seized by panic, unable to fathom the extent of Yi Feng's terrifying combat prowess. With a series of thunderous impacts, Yi Feng struck the Shadow Cat King repeatedly, ultimately slaying the second-tier low-level beast, which collapsed into a pool of its own blood. As an intermediate warrior, Yi Feng could have dispatched the creature without the aid of his strength talent, but he chose to wield it for added assurance. Observing the fallen beast, the students of the class gasped in astonishment, marveling at the sheer terror of it all. Was this truly the essence of Yi Feng's might? In Mongshan Town, the most formidable beasts were merely second-tier, low-level creatures, and Yi Feng had proven himself indeed capable. Huang Yin offered Yi Feng a knowing smile, recognizing the unparalleled talent before him, one he had never encountered, not even by hearsay. If the strongest beast was only of second-tier low-level, then perhaps he ought to venture forth alone. Yi Feng contemplated this and turned to Huang Yin, suggesting, "Teacher Huang, I shall go alone." Huang Yin was taken aback by this notion, but after a moment's pause, he replied, "Yi Feng, you must exercise caution." "Understood." Yi Feng nodded before departing. Huang Yin felt reassured, knowing that Yi Feng was not only an elementary warrior, but had also awakened his intermediate strength talent. Chapter 50. Entering the abandoned hospital, the classmates looked on enviously at Yi Feng, wishing they possessed such strength. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Feng was already an intermediate warrior, boasting a combat power exceeding that of the standard intermediate warrior by over 1,000. Mongshan Town was indeed vast. It was important to note that over 1,000 individuals had entered, yet they had not encountered other classes. However, Yi Feng soon deduced that the senior academy must have surveyed Mongshan Town, assigning specific areas to each class, which accounted for their lack of encounters. Abruptly, a voice called from behind him. Yi Feng turned to find Lin Jian, his expression tinged with confusion. "What brings you here?" Yi Feng inquired. "I spoke with Teacher Huang. I wish to accompany you," Lin Jian replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Very well," Yi Feng conceded, opting not to dwell on trivial matters. Lin Jian's heart soared at Yi Feng's agreement. Having witnessed Yi Feng's formidable strength, he had subconsciously begun to idolize him. The pride of the senior academy's strongest student had dissipated in the trial grounds when Yi Feng had bested him, illuminating the truth behind the saying that there were always greater talents beyond one's own. As they ventured forth, Lin Jian suddenly pointed to a location. "Look over there." A steel-haired boar. Yi Feng followed Lin Jian's indication, spotting the creature perched against a wall, behind which lay an abandoned hospital. "Let us investigate," he suggested, and the two approached. The steel-haired boar was formidable, its body a deep black, devoid of hair, with tusks exceeding 20 centimeters in length. An imposing sight. Larger than the average pig. In Blue Star, while size often indicated strength, it was a misconception that smaller beasts lacked power. The steel-haired boar, seeing the two humans approach, leaped from the wall to attack. Yi Feng responded with a powerful punch, effortlessly penetrating the beast's defense. Having witnessed Yi Feng's prowess, Lin Jian exhibited little surprise. The duo advanced to the hospital's rear. The abandoned hospital was of moderate size, appearing filthy and disheveled from the outside, with shattered windows and a far more pungent odor than the exterior. "There must be some beasts inside," Lin Jian speculated. Yi Feng concurred, and they entered the hospital lobby, which, aside from its disarray, revealed no beasts. Upon reaching the second floor, however, they encountered two steel-haired boars, one for each of them. "I'll take one," Yi Feng suggested. Lin Jian nodded vigorously, clearly eager. With a deafening roar, the two steel-haired boars charged at them. Yi Feng swiftly dispatched one with a single punch. the disparity in their strengths rendering the beast's defenses moot. Lin Jian followed suit, quickly eliminating the other. Though their victories seemed effortless, it was crucial to note that a novice warrior, unarmed, would stand no chance against the steel-haired boar, as they could not breach its defenses without alloy weaponry. Chapter 51. The medical eccentric and beast blood Yi Feng and Lin Jian began to explore the rooms on the second floor of the hospital. After several fruitless attempts, Yi Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. "Yi Feng, look over there!" Lin Jian exclaimed, his tone suddenly filled with intrigue. Yi Feng joined him at a corner, where a heavy iron door caught his attention. "What is this iron door doing here?" Lin Jian wondered aloud. The door was no ordinary one. It appeared quite substantial. Yi Feng, intrigued, decided to pry it open. Lin Jian shared his curiosity. With a powerful punch, Yi Feng smashed the door, which flew open, releasing a foul stench that had accumulated over time. Lin Jian instinctively covered his nose, and together they braved the odor to step inside, discovering a desiccated corpse clad in a physician's garb, its white hair and glasses indicating its former identity. 2 small vials filled with crimson blood rested beside the corpse, accompanied by a booklet. Yi Feng seized the booklet, quickly understanding that the corpse had once been a medical eccentric, lacking the talent for cultivation, yet seeking to enhance himself through the blood of beasts in pursuit of martial prowess. However, lacking innate talent rendered such aspirations futile. Were these 2 vials? Lin Jian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the blood-filled containers. "Beast blood," Yi Feng replied. "What?" Lin Jian exclaimed, astonished that they had stumbled upon such a rarity. Beast blood was applicable for martial apprentices and warriors, its extraction process exceedingly challenging, rendering it priceless and difficult to procure. Although Lin Jian's family possessed some wealth in Jiangnan City, acquiring beast blood through regular channels remained unrealistic. "Yi Feng, these 2 vials of beast blood are yours. I don't want them," Lin Jian suddenly declared, shaking his head. Yi Feng secretly smiled, fully aware of Lin Jian's apprehensions. Lin Jian feared that he might be harmed by the 2 vials of beast blood. However, the beast blood was only effective for martial disciples and warriors. A single vial was sufficient for him to ascend to the rank of a senior warrior, and achieving the level of a martial master was not particularly arduous. Moreover, Yi Feng found Lin Jian to be quite commendable. Although not a paragon of virtue, he was not devoid of compassion. 1 vial each, Yi Feng proposed to Lin Jian. Lin Jian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Feng offering him a vial of beast blood, a notion he had scarcely dared to entertain. "Really? You don't want it?" he stammered, eager to ensure Yi Feng would not retract his offer. Yes, Lin Jian hastily replied, fearing Yi Feng might change his mind. He then carefully stored the vial, regarding it as a priceless treasure. Subsequently, the 2 men slaughtered over a dozen steel-haired boars in the abandoned hospital, returning to their designated spot as the sun set. The trial period in Mianshan town lasted merely a day. After spending a night at the camp, they returned to the old student dormitory the following day. Upon arrival, Lin Jian could hardly contain his excitement and hurried towards a specific location, clearly preparing to absorb the beast blood. Yi Feng also returned to his dormitory, ready to absorb the beast blood himself. Once in his room, he opened the vial and downed the blood in one gulp, then began the process of refining it within his body. Chapter 52. Combat power exceeds 10,000. After consuming the beast blood, a terrifying power began to coalesce within Yi Feng, assailing his entire being. Pain, excruciating and relentless. He felt as though engulfed by searing flames, enduring immense torment at every moment. Yet, he understood he must withstand this suffering. After what felt like an eternity, the agony gradually subsided, cold sweat soaking his entire body. He clenched his fists, realizing his strength had significantly increased. After bathing and changing clothes, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device in the training ground, striking it with a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. 11052, 1105, 31, 1051, 1105, 41, 1055, over 11,000 in combat power, marking his achievement as a senior warrior. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous encounter in Mianshan town. Acquiring beast blood, it seemed that the path of cultivation relied not solely on effort, but also on luck. Yi Feng, a melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. Yi Feng froze, recognizing it was Su Hua's voice. She had also come to the old student dormitory. Turning around, he found indeed it was Su Hua, her expression revealing a hint of puzzlement. What brings you to the old student dormitory? I spoke with Grandpa Zhou, and he informed me that I am now part of the old student dormitory. Su Hua replied with a smile. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, acknowledging the power of connections. By the way, Yifeng, when I entered the old student dormitory, I encountered someone outside who seemed rather timid. When I asked him what was the matter, he mentioned he wanted to see you. His name is Duan, and I sensed he wasn't lying. Su Hua continued. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Duan wished to see him? Duan had been a good friend during his time at Jiangyan High School, belonging to a wealthy family, though he lacked any discernible talent for cultivation. Yifeng surmised that Duan's visit was likely not for a mere social call, but rather due to some important matter. He headed outside the old student dormitory, with Su Hua following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Duan. His slightly plump face lit up with joy upon seeing Yifeng. Yifeng, you come. Owen, what is the matter? Yifeng inquired directly. Duan sighed. To be honest, I didn't want to seek you out, but the principal sent me. He wishes for you to return to Hongyan High School to give a speech and serve as a role model for the students. They were concerned you might refuse, so they sent me to persuade you. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Is that all? Why didn't he mind going? He anticipated this request. However, I heard that a former genius from Jinming High School has returned, and tensions have flared between Jinming and our Hongyan High School. Duan hinted, leaving the implication unspoken. Yifeng was aware that Lu Chong and Lu Ming hailed from Jinming High School. Although I think you might not need to go, Jiangyan High School is your alma mater. Moreover, it's clear that Jinming High School intends to bully us. What are your thoughts? Duan probed tentatively. Then let us go, Yifeng decided. After all, his good friends Duan, as well as his sisters Yi Qing and Yi Shui, were still at Jiangyan High School. What harm could come from attending? Chapter 53. Return to Jiangyan High School. Duan was elated that Yifeng agreed. He had initially hoped for this outcome, considering Yifeng's background at Jiangyan High School. When he had come to Annan Academy to find Yifeng, he had felt conflicted. Though he wanted to believe, Yifeng remained the same person. He had witnessed too many changes in people. Now relieved, he realized Yifeng was still the same old friend he cherished. Yifeng, when do you plan on returning to Jiangyan High School? Right now, Yifeng replied decisively. He preferred to address issues promptly rather than procrastinate. May I accompany you? Su Hua interjected unexpectedly. Suit yourself, Yifeng nodded. The three of them set off towards Jiangyan High School. On the way, Yifeng contemplated why the principal had specifically sought him out. He had become somewhat of a celebrity at Annan Academy, and it was no surprise that the principal was aware of certain matters. Upon arriving at Jiangyan High School, the trio entered the campus. Let us go directly to see the principal, Duan suggested. Yifeng did not object, following Duan and Su Hua towards the principal's office. On the playground, some students who recognized Yifeng displayed expressions of envy, aware that he had been identified as a low-level cultivator and was now a student at Annan Academy, further widening the gap between them. I want to go in. You two can meet the principal, Duan said, halting outside the principal's office. Aldikt, Yifeng responded, entering the office with Su Hua. Once inside, Principal Wu Qi hastily set aside his work and rose to greet them. Yifeng, you've arrived, he smiled. Principal Wu Qi quickly invited Yifeng and Su Hua to sit. I've learned that you are now an exceptional genius at Annan Academy, which is why. Principal, Duan has already informed me of the situation. Yifeng interjected, fixing his gaze on Principal Wu Qi. Wu Qi felt a surge of joy, believing Yifeng's presence indicated his willingness to assist Jiangyan High School. Since that is the case, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of all the faculty and students of Jiangyan Middle School, remarked Principal Wu Qi. Principal, are you not to give a speech? Please gather all the students on the playground, someone suggested. Very well, Principal Wu Qi nodded repeatedly, instructing others to relay the message. Soon, students from both the junior and senior high divisions of Jiangyan Middle School congregated at the school's playground, their faces marked by confusion, uncertain of what was transpiring. Yifeng ascended the platform. Among the crowd of junior high students, Yi Qing and Yi Shui were taken aback, not anticipating Yifeng's presence. Yifeng commenced his speech, yet his words were utterly nonsensical, merely exhorting those with cultivation talent to diligently practice and urging those without to become useful individuals for Blue Star rather than pests. These sentiments were gleaned from the words of the teachers in Huaxia. Nonetheless, due to Yi Feng's status, the students of Jiangyun Middle School were invigorated, particularly when Principal Wu Qi proclaimed that Yi Feng was now a super genius at Anam Academy, leaving them in sheer astonishment. They were aware that Yi Feng possessed only a low-level cultivation aptitude, yet here he was, being hailed as a super genius. After some contemplation, they speculated that perhaps there was a malfunction in the cultivation aptitude testing device, which failed to accurately reveal Yi Feng's true potential. After the speech concluded, Yi Feng was left with goosebumps, thoroughly disliking the sensation. Once Principal Wu Qi dismissed the students, Yi Feng approached Yi Qing and Yi Shui, with Su Hua trailing closely behind him. Yi Qing and Yi Shui recognized Su Hua and were not the least bit surprised by her beauty. "Brother, what brings you back to Jiangyun Middle School?" Yi Shui asked, her porcelain-like face reflecting her confusion. "The principal asked me to give a speech, so here I am." Yi Feng replied. "Oh, but brother, your speech was truly remarkable." Yi Shui smiled sweetly. "Don't you agree, sister?" She turned her gaze toward Yi Qing. Yet Yi Qing found herself at a loss for words, feeling a reluctance to face Yi Feng. The last time Wu Bao had kidnapped her, her life had hung in the balance, and if not for Yi Feng, she would have perished. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing finally nodded gravely in agreement with Yi Shui. "Sister, what is your relationship with my brother?" Suddenly, Yi Shui, ever the perceptive one, directed her attention towards Su Hua. "I'm a friend of your brother, as well as a classmate," Su Hua replied. "Sister Su Hua, I find your demeanor quite refined." "You must be a lady of distinction," Yi Shui exclaimed. "Well, something like that," Su Hua responded, a hint of embarrassment gracing her lovely features. Once Yi Qing and Yi Shui returned to their classes, Yi Feng and Su Hua made their way back to the principal's office. "Principal, when will the people from Jinming Middle School arrive?" Yi Feng inquired upon entering. "They should be here shortly," Principal Wu Qi mused after a few moments of contemplation. Yi Feng and Su Hua settled in the principal's office, waiting for the visitors from Jinming Middle School. Half an hour later, a teacher entered the principal's office, wearing an expression of urgency. "Principal, the people from Jinming Middle School have arrived." The principal quickly rose, his aged visage betraying a hint of panic. "Bring them in," he instructed, swallowing hard. The disparity between Jiangyun Middle School and Jinming Middle School was painfully evident. Shortly after, the teacher returned, escorting an elderly man and two students into the principal's office. "Brother Wu," the elder greeted coldly. "Wang Cheng." Principal Wu Qi glared intently at the elder, who was the principal of Jinming Middle School. Wang Cheng, the principal of Jinming Middle School, looked smugly at Wu Qi. "These two are the strongest talents to have emerged from our Jinming Middle School, brothers Lu Ming and Lu Chang. Lu Ming is an intermediate martial apprentice, while Lu Chang is on the verge of attaining that level as well." As Lu Ming and Lu Chang entered, Yi Feng and Su Hua were seated such that their backs were to them, and thus they remained oblivious to Yi Feng and Su Hua's presence. "What a surprise to see you two." Yi Feng and Su Hua turned around only to find Lu Ming and Lu Chang momentarily stunned. Although Yi Feng was aware that Lu Ming and Lu Chang hailed from Jinming Middle School, he had not anticipated that they would be the ones visiting. Lu Ming and Lu Chang, upon recognizing Yi Feng, instinctively recoiled 3 steps, their expressions morphing into disbelief. As they confirmed it was indeed Yi Feng, their incredulity transformed into horror. "Why Yi Feng?" Lu Ming stammered, a profound psychological shadow cast over him by Yi Feng. Merely hearing Yi Feng's name was enough to send shivers down his spine. "Lu Ming, Lu Chang, do you know him?" Wang Cheng, noticing the fear in Lu Ming and Lu Chang's eyes, was momentarily at a loss. "Principal, we're not fighting anymore," Lu Ming declared as he prepared to leave with Lu Chang. "What is wrong with you?" Wang Cheng asked, bewildered. Lu Ming and Lu Chang had already reached the door when Lu Ming turned back to face the principal, saying, "It's Yi Feng." With that, Lu Ming and Lu Chang exited without a backward glance, leaving Wang Cheng, the principal of Jinming Middle School, rooted in shock, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. This scene left Principal Wu Qi equally perplexed. He knew that Lu Ming and Lu Chang were students at Anam Academy. It was astonishing how terrified they were of Yi Feng. Had Yi Feng truly ascended to heights beyond his imagination at Anam Academy? "Why are you still here?" Yi Feng addressed Wang Cheng. The principal snapped back to reality, no longer daring to linger, and hurriedly exited the principal's office. "Principal, we shall take our leave as well." Yi Feng said to Principal Wu Qi. The principal hadn't anticipated Yi Feng's immediate departure, but, recognizing that Yi Feng must be quite busy, nodded in understanding. Yi Feng and Su Hua left Jiangyun Middle School, boarding the vehicle back to Annam Academy. Upon returning to the old student dormitory, Su Hua looked at Yi Feng and remarked, Yi Feng, I find your cultivation speed astonishing. I possess a high-level cultivation aptitude, yet my progress does not even reach half of yours. You cannot possibly be endowed with ultimate cultivation talent, can you? The thought of such a remarkable possibility intrigued her. Who knows? A knowing smile flickered across Yi Feng's face. Subsequently, he entered the Yuan Tower, once again reaching the third level. Vital Energy, 1135. Vital Energy, 1150. Vital Energy, 1154. The increasing metrics of vital energy continuously appeared before Yi Feng's vision. He mused that the presence of the dragon origin art had exponentially accelerated his energy growth, although it was still in its initial stage. 2 days later, Vital Energy, 2310. Vital Energy, 2229. Vital Energy, 2305. Observing the data displayed before him, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yi Feng's countenance. He understood that the surge in vital energy was due to the dragon origin art advancing to its second level, signifying his imminent ascendance to the martial master tier. However, the Ainen Academy lacks exceptional elemental techniques and energy cultivation methods, as no student has ever graduated by breaking through to the martial master level. Suddenly, Yi Feng recalled that he was now a senior warrior, and he should be able to access the 4th level of the elemental tower. Upon reaching the 4th level, he discovered that the previous sense of pressure had completely dissipated. The energy at this level, enhanced by the second layer of the dragon elemental technique, was overwhelmingly formidable. Energy readings surged, 3150, 3157, 3180. Wow! Yi Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the rapid increase displayed on his retina. An increment of over 3,000 energy per second? This was comparable to the 10th level of the elemental tower at the new student academy. The readings continued to rise, 3140, 3250, 3310. That night, Yi Feng returned to the martial training ground, standing before a combat power testing device. The readings fluctuated, 12500, 12510, 12505, 12506, 12508. With a peak power of 12,510, he had increased his combat power by over 1,000 in a single day, a gain he found entirely acceptable, given that as one's realm advanced, such increments became increasingly challenging. In the dean's office, a teacher was reporting to the dean of the senior student academy, Zhou Feng. Dean, the device for measuring the absorption of elemental energy by the human body has arrived from World City. Very well, Zhou Feng replied, his thoughts drifting to Yi Feng. He was eager to ascertain just how much energy Yi Feng could absorb per second, given his astonishing progress. I suspect he is currently at the 4th level of the elemental tower. Rising from his seat, Zhou Feng instructed the teacher to accompany him with the energy detection device to measure Yi Feng's absorption rate. Upon arrival at the 4th level, they indeed found Yi Feng there. Yi Feng noticed the dean and the accompanying teacher, momentarily puzzled by the dean's presence. Dean, what brings you here? He inquired. With a smile, Zhou Feng pointed to the energy detection device the teacher held. Yi Feng, this device can measure the concentration of elemental energy in a location and also determine how much energy a person absorbs. We would like to test your absorption rate. Observing the device, which resembled a hospital thermometer but had 2 displays, Yi Feng realized that refusing them would only prolong the process of his energy absorption. Seeing Yi Feng's consent, Zhou Feng expressed his delight and prompted the teacher to commence the test. Beep, 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 the device began to register data. Dean, the energy levels at the 4th level range between 700 and 800, and Yi Feng's absorption rate is. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the astonishing figures displayed on the device. What is it? Zhou Feng asked, noticing the teacher's stunned silence. He felt a sense of foreboding as he anticipated an extraordinary result. After examining the device himself, Zhou Feng was equally astonished. The readings indicated an absorption rate of 3,100 to 3,200 energy per second. Is it possible Yi Feng can absorb this much energy? Zhou Feng rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread the figures, but the results confirmed his observations. How could someone at the 4th level, where the energy was only 700 to 800, absorb such a vast amount? It must be a malfunction, he thought, quickly retesting 3 more times, only to receive the same bewildering results. Swallowing hard, Zhou Feng contemplated that even with supreme cultivation talent, Yi Feng should only be able to absorb 700 to 800 energy at most at this level. Ultimately, he could only attribute the anomaly to a malfunctioning device, despite beginning to believe that Yi Feng might indeed possess the ability to absorb such quantities. Given his extraordinary cultivation speed, he realized that a true dragon was about to emerge from Jiangnan City. Yi Feng, when he does not make a sound, astonishes the world. Days later, Yi Feng's combat power reached 14550. A threshold of 15,000 signified the foundational strength of a junior martial master. He felt a surge of joy as he was on the verge of breaking through to the martial master level. Calculating the time, he realized he would soon be able to participate in the divine level signing. The rewards from the divine level signing promised to be extraordinary. After spending another day absorbing energy at the 4th level, his combat power surpassed 15,000, marking his ascension to a junior martial master. Now, he could choose from various elemental techniques and energy cultivation methods, as well as partake in the divine level signing. Opening his mind's signing table, he confirmed, "Ding, is the host certain about the divine level signing?" Confirmed. Ding. Divine level signing successful. Congratulations. The host has received the reward, the advanced boxing technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. Upon reaching mastery, it can summon the illusory strength of the dragon and elephant, delivering a strike with 150,000 combat power. To cultivate the Dragon Elephant Fist, one must enter a meditative state for 3 months. As he read the description of the Dragon Elephant Fist, Yi Feng's excitement grew. The concept of illusory strength was reasonable, as true dragon and elephant strength was far beyond his current comprehension. Nonetheless, the ability to unleash 150,000 combat power was formidable, already qualifying as the foundational strength of a junior grandmaster. He marveled at his fortune in obtaining the Dragon Elephant Fist just after reaching the junior martial master level. However, the requirement of 3 months in meditation was daunting. 3 months was a significant commitment. This meditation was not akin to the traditional practices of ancient monks, but rather a period of deep concentration where one would not feel hunger, serving to solidify his current realm. Yi Feng considered his rapid progress and weak foundation, realizing that this meditation would be an opportune moment to stabilize his cultivation. After much deliberation, he decided to seek a secluded spot in Nanshan for his meditation. Upon arriving in Nanshan, Yi Feng prepared to begin his 3-month retreat, hoping for undisturbed tranquility during this crucial time. Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of meditation. Achieving the state was not instantaneous. 1 hour passed, then 2, and 3 hours later, Yi Feng had yet to reach a meditative state. It was not until the 5th hour that he finally succeeded. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 months had elapsed. As he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, he did not immediately practice the Dragon Elephant Fist, but instead opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. However, upon opening the sign-in sheet, he felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped that the sign-ins would accumulate, yet after 3 months without signing in, he still only had access to the basic sign-in opportunity. Moreover, he would have to wait another half-month for the basic sign-in, rendering the 3 months feel almost meaningless. Nonetheless, Yi Feng could distinctly sense that his cultivation had become more solid than before. The next step was to practice the Dragon Elephant Fist. The Dragon Elephant Fist, an advanced martial technique. Even with his ultimate cultivation talent, mastering the Dragon Elephant Fist to perfection would require considerable effort. Upon returning to the old student courtyard, he began training on the mountainside behind the courtyard. He struck the air repeatedly with his fists. However, it bore little fruit. He could not unleash the power of the dragon elephant. He continued to strike the air, producing a cacophony of sounds. Had the air possessed substance, it would have been annihilated countless times by Yi Feng's blows. Chapter 58. 2 months of training, mastery of the Dragon Elephant Fist. Yi Feng relentlessly punched the air. With each strike, his fist cut through the air with a resounding whoosh. He was determined to master the Dragon Elephant Fist. After half a month, Yi Feng conducted his first basic sign-in, successfully receiving a vial of blood chi pills. These pills could enhance physical constitution, though they held little significance for Yi Feng. Throughout these past 2 months, he had been training on the mountainside, but still had not grasped the technique. Despite possessing an ultimate cultivation talent as a novice martial artist, comprehending an advanced martial technique was indeed challenging. Another half-month passed, and Feng could now unleash a faint semblance of the dragon elephant's power. He performed a mid-level sign-in, but only received a useless martial technique, which made him realize that not every sign-in would yield valuable rewards. The dragon elephant fist was derived from the true power of the dragon and elephant. Thus, the power it generated upon mastery was a mere illusion. Once he mastered the dragon elephant fist, he would be able to unleash a semblance of the dragon elephant's power, boasting a combat strength of 150,000, enabling Feng to wield the dragon elephant fist as his ultimate technique. Now, capable of emitting a faint semblance of the dragon elephant's power, Feng knew it would not be long before he mastered the dragon elephant fist. He began to anticipate the moment. He continued to strike the air vigorously. The weak semblance of the dragon elephant's power surged from his fists, striking nearby stones and reducing them to dust. A month later, during this time, Feng completed both a high-level and a divine-level sign-in. Although the rewards were somewhat beneficial, they were still disappointing. Feng began to feel anxious. He pondered the implications if future sign-ins failed to yield valuable rewards. What then would be the purpose of this system? However, he turned his gaze to a massive boulder before him, raising his fist as a terrifying aura of the dragon elephant coalesced around it. The dragon elephant represented the mightiest force in water and on land. With a sudden, powerful strike, he punched the boulder, unleashing a formidable wave of the dragon elephant's power. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar as the boulder shattered into powder. Feng felt a surge of joy. After a month of relentless training, he had finally mastered the dragon elephant fist. Although the technique could only unleash the dragon elephant's power once per strike, he wished it could be unleashed with every punch. Ultimately, martial techniques are merely aids for martial artists. Reliance on them alone is insufficient. The true strength must come from within. For 2 months, Feng trained on the mountainside without descending, foraging for wild game when hungry and drinking from mountain springs when thirsty. Upon leaving the mountains, he returned to the old student courtyard. As he entered the training ground, the students were astonished to see him return. 2 months had passed without any news of Feng, and they never expected him to still be at the courtyard. Feng did not linger in the training area, but proceeded directly to the dean's office. Upon his arrival, Dean Feng was momentarily taken aback by Feng's sudden appearance. Feng, where have you been all this time? I had some important matters to attend to. Feng replied. He then looked at the dean and asked, Dean, you mentioned that if I became a martial artist, I would be able to graduate from Anon Academy, correct? Chapter 59, Early Graduation. The greatest genius of Anon Academy, Dean Feng, gazed at Feng with confusion. He had not anticipated such a statement. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility dawned on him. Could it be that Feng had already reached the level of a novice martial artist? Impossible. Feng silently shook his head. He believed that even the most gifted genius could not achieve the level of a novice martial artist so swiftly. Indeed, I did say that. Feng finally responded. Since the establishment of Anon Academy, we have never had a student who reached the martial artist level. If you manage to break through to the novice martial artist level, not only will you graduate, but you will also earn the honor of Anon Academy. Your photograph will be displayed prominently, and the Academy will grant you a graduation reward of 10 million Alliance coins. After a moment's thought, Feng added, Feng, how long do you believe it will take for you to break through to the novice martial artist level? Although he did not believe Feng had reached that level just yet, he was confident that Feng could achieve it by the time of graduation. Dean, I'm already a novice martial artist, Feng declared. What? Dean Feng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a proclamation. Feng, please do not jest. If you have indeed broken through to the novice martial artist level, that would make you the most formidable genius in Blue Star. Feng shook his head, refusing to believe Feng had attained that level. Feng's expression remained calm and untroubled, undeterred by the dean's disbelief. Feng observed Feng's demeanor and began to feel astonished. Could it be that Feng truly had broken through to the novice martial artist level? But how was that even feasible? With unprecedented astonishment, Feng led Feng to the power testing apparatus. Feng, let us test your combat power, Feng suggested, knowing that this would be the best way to ascertain whether Feng had truly broken through to the novice martial artist level. Ye Feng nodded, raising his fist to strike the power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 16120, 16130, 16150, 16110, 16120. His power peaked at 16150. The energy in the back mountain of the old student academy is quite scarce. Yifeng has spent 2 months there, and his combat power has only increased by less than 1,000. The academy director, Zhou Feng, stared in disbelief at the data displayed on the combat power detector. Over 16,000 combat power? This exceeds the foundational combat power of a junior martial artist by more than 1,000. After a long moment of shock, Zhou Feng, despite being a master-level powerhouse, felt as if Yifeng were an insurmountable mountain. He thought to himself that if Yifeng were allowed to grow unchecked, the future would be terrifying indeed. Yifeng, you are ready to graduate. With that, Zhou Feng hurriedly departed, as if preparing for something significant. Yifeng was puzzled, unsure of the director's intentions. Attention, this is the office of the old student academy's director. I am thrilled to announce that our most formidable genius, Yifeng, has now attained the rank of martial artist. Yifeng will graduate early from our academy, and his photograph will be prominently displayed as a lasting testament to his greatness. He is a mountain that we, past, present, and future, can never surpass. He is the eternal glory of our institution. The announcement echoed from the director's office, leaving the entire faculty and student body in utter astonishment. Yifeng is already a martial artist? What kind of terrifying genius is this? Chapter 60. The true dragon of the Yi family, Yifeng has achieved the rank of a junior martial artist? Suhua was taken aback. She found Yifeng's training speed to be astonishing. She was merely a mid-level martial apprentice, while he had already reached the junior martial arts stage. And he is graduating early. Suhua quickly searched for Yifeng. After a while, a teacher informed her that Yifeng had gone to Jiangming Community, which is where Yifeng's family resides. Upon arriving at Jiangming Community, Zhou Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the dilapidated state of it. He thought to himself how difficult it must have been for Yifeng, truly a noble child from humble beginnings. Director, shall we go in? Yifeng said as they reached the door, which revealed his family gathered inside. Ye Yuan, Wang Lan, Ye Ving, and Yi Shui all displayed expressions of joy upon seeing Yi Shui return. Little Feng, you're back. Yes, Dad. Yifeng nodded in response. After Wang Lan invited Zhou Feng to sit, she glanced at him with curiosity. Little Feng, who is he? Yi Yonghe, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui were equally puzzled, unsure why Yifeng brought an elderly man home. Greetings, I am Zhou Feng, the director of the old student academy at Anan Academy. Zhou Feng introduced himself. What? The family was taken aback, staring incredulously at Zhou Feng. They never imagined that this elderly gentleman would be the director of the old student academy at Anan. Although they were not martial artists themselves, they had heard of the director's esteemed reputation, a master-level existence. After the calamity, a master could establish academies and martial arts schools, becoming a formidable force. Within the military, masters could lead troops against monstrous beasts. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui could hardly believe that such a master appeared before them, and he was so amiable. And master, has something happened to little Feng at Anan Academy that warrants your personal visit? Yi Yonghe's voice trembled. He was merely a clerk in a small company and had never encountered a master-level martial artist. Indeed, you are Yifeng's father, and you should know that Yifeng is an unparalleled genius at Anan Academy. He is now a martial artist. Zhou Feng smiled at Yi Yonghe. The family was left speechless. An unparalleled genius? A martial artist? Such concepts felt utterly distant for their humble household. As Yi Yonghe recalled the alliance card Yifeng had given him, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, trembling slightly. Our Yi family has produced a true dragon? After a long pause, Yi Yonghe finally uttered those words. Ever since they had taken in Yifeng, their already struggling family faced further hardships, yet he had worked tirelessly. When he first learned that Yifeng had become a junior martial apprentice, his happiness knew no bounds. Later, when Yifeng gifted him an alliance card with over 5 million alliance coins, it was the first time he felt Yifeng had truly matured. But now, a master-level martial artist had personally come to inform him that his son is an unparalleled genius of Anan Academy, and that he is already a martial artist. Unbeknownst to him, tears glistened in Yi Yonghe's eyes. Chapter 61. Jianghe Martial Arts School. This is Yi Feng's graduation reward, containing 10 million alliance coins. With that, Zhou Feng handed an alliance card to Yi Yonghe. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui were all stunned. 10 million alliance coins? This amount had once seemed astronomical to them. Yi Yonghe accepted the alliance card, filled with joy. He hadn't even spent the 5 million alliance coins Yi Feng had given him previously, and now he had another 10 million. Money would no longer be a concern for them. After Zhou Feng departed, Yi Shui bombarded Yi Feng with questions, which he answered one by one. Brother, now that you've graduated early from an academy, what are your next plans? Yi Shui asked curiously. I will go to Jianghe Martial Arts School, Yi Feng replied. They all knew it was one of the 4 major martial arts schools in Jiangnan City. Brother, you are truly amazing. Yi Shui smiled. Yi Feng ruffled her hair and turned to Yi Yonghe. Dad, this community is quite old. We should consider buying a new house. Yes, I've been thinking the same. Yi Yonghe nodded. Great, then I can have a big room. Yi Shui exclaimed excitedly. After spending a day at home, Yi Feng returned to the old student academy at Annan. Upon his arrival, he spotted Su Hua. Yi Feng, you have finally returned. Su Hua sighed in relief. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Were you waiting for me? Yes, you graduated from Annan Academy. You mentioned going to Jianghe Martial Arts School. You haven't forgotten? Have you? Su Hua looked at Yi Feng cautiously, afraid he might refuse. She understood the terrifying potential Yi Feng possessed and knew he would become an incredibly powerful being. His joining Jianghe Martial Arts School would only bring benefits. I haven't forgotten, Yi Feng affirmed. Su Hua smiled. When you plan to go to Jianghe Martial Arts School? Any time works for me. How about tomorrow? Yi Feng nodded. He felt it was indeed time to leave Annan Academy. Although his time there was brief, he had learned much. He did not linger at the old student academy for long, but went to see his teacher, Su Ming, in the new student academy, engaging in extensive conversation with him. The next day, Yi Feng set off for Jianghe Martial Arts School. As one of the 4 prominent martial arts academies in Jiangnan City, the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy boasts an exceptionally advantageous location. Upon arriving outside the academy, Yi Feng surveyed the grand 20-story structure, adorned with the academy's name, elegantly inscribed in 4 flourishing characters. Before Yi Feng could step inside, Su Hua emerged, her fair complexion lighting up with a hint of delight at the sight of him. Shall we enter? Su Hua invited, leading Yi Feng into the academy. After registering his information, Yi Feng successfully became a student of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Here at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, we have a training ground where the vitality is remarkably abundant, and a student combat ranking list that showcases the exceptional talents flourishing within our ranks. Su Hua enthusiastically introduced the academy to Yi Feng. As they walked, other students gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. To them, the proud Su Hua would never display such warmth toward a male acquaintance. However, some students began to speculate about the possible reactions of Huang Yun, another prominent student. Chapter 62. The talented student Huang Yun, celebrated as a prodigy at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, had achieved the rank of junior martial master by the age of 20, alongside awakening a middle-level speed talent that tripled his velocity. Huang Yun's affection for Su Hua was no secret within the academy, and to complicate matters, his father served as the vice principal. With over 10,000 students, Jianghe Martial Arts Academy stands as one of the 4 major martial arts schools in Jiangnan City, led by the master Su Zhan, a senior grandmaster, with 2 vice principals who are both intermediate grandmasters, along with 12 other grandmasters in residence. Su Hua guided Yi Feng through the academy, eager for him to acclimate swiftly. Yet, in doing so, numerous students began to remember Yi Feng's face. This is the training ground, Su Hua announced. The expansive arena was filled with thousands of students practicing. Vitality, 617. Vitality, 620. Vitality, 633. Yi Feng noted the vitality readings. Contemplating the moderate levels, this data reflected the enhancements from the second layer of the Dragon Yuan technique. As he stepped onto the training ground, he observed the readings rise. Vitality, 3525. Vitality, 3627. Vitality, 3655. Assessing the figures displayed on his retina, he mused that the vitality levels were acceptable. Is there a place with even more concentrated vitality within Jianghe Martial Arts Academy? Yi Feng inquired, now a junior martial master himself, realizing that the training ground vitality would not facilitate a swift breakthrough for him. Indeed, we have the Jianghe Secret Chamber, where the vitality is exceptionally dense. However, the pressure inside is overwhelming. Only master-level warriors are permitted entry, and they may only stay for 5 days, Su Hua explained. Listening to her, Yi Feng decided to temporarily abandon the idea of entering the chamber, though he mused that the vitality within must be formidable, given the restrictions. Some students in the training ground began to whisper among themselves, curious about Yi Feng's identity. Who is this person who is with the young lady? One asked, do you think he could be the young lady's boyfriend? Another speculated, to which the response was doubtful. It's unlikely, although he looks decent. The young lady would never settle for him. Yi Feng overheard their discussions, but paid them no mind. After all, gossip was an inevitable part of life. Huang Yin is here. Suddenly, a voice called out in surprise. All eyes in the training ground turned toward a striking young man approaching with an air of confidence. Impeccably dressed and exuding a refined demeanor that suggested he hailed from an affluent background. This young man was none other than Huang Yun, the academy's prodigy. Noticing Huang Yun's approach, Su Hua's brow furrowed slightly. Huang Yun reached her side and, with a gentlemanly smile, remarked, Su Hua, I heard you brought a friend to visit the academy? Yi Feng is not here merely to visit. He is now a formal student of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Su Hua replied firmly. She had previously made her disinterest in Huang Yun clear, yet his persistence was unyielding. Given Huang Yun's father's significant influence as vice principal, Su Hua was cautious not to provoke a severe reaction. Huang Yun's smile broadened. Is that so? He scrutinized Yi Feng, perceiving nothing particularly remarkable about him. May I ask your name? Yi Feng, he replied candidly, aware of Huang Yun's unfavorable disposition towards him. Yet, he had not yet crossed any lines to provoke a confrontation. Should that occur, he would not hesitate to teach Huang Yun a lesson. With Huang Yun's middle-level speed talent granting him remarkable agility, Yi Feng remained unfazed. His mastery of the Dragon Elephant Fist had reached its zenith, allowing him to unleash a deceptive force with unprecedented speed. Even with Huang Yun's enhancements, evading the Dragon Elephant Fist would be no easy feat unless they maintained considerable distance. All right, Yi Feng, I will remember you, Huang Yun stated before departing. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood that Huang Yun would not let the matter rest, though the specifics of his actions remained uncertain. For love's sake, is one destined to rage? Yi Feng mused, preparing himself for the inevitable. Yi Feng, I have some matters to attend to. You may explore on your own, Su Hua said before departing the training ground. The other students regarded Yi Feng with a mixture of sympathy and concern, aware that he had unwittingly crossed paths with someone as formidable as Huang Yun. Unless Yi Feng chose to leave Jianghe Martial Arts Academy immediately, his future there could prove challenging. While Huang Yun himself would not directly confront Yi Feng, the number of his followers was considerable. During his first day at the academy, Yi Feng refrained from engaging in any activities. The dormitory arrangements at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy were not designed for single occupancy, and having become accustomed to the living conditions at an academy, he decided against residing within the academy's premises. Upon returning to his new home, Yi Feng discovered that his father, Yi Yonghe, had already settled in the new residence, located in the heart of Jiangnan City, at a cost of 7 million alliance coins. This revelation alleviated his concerns about finding accommodation, as Jianghe Martial Arts Academy was conveniently situated nearby. Arriving at the new abode, he was struck by its spaciousness of over 300 square meters, prompting reflections on how such a property would be unattainable in Huaxia for that price. The community, named Jinyan Community, was merely a 10-minute journey from Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. However, it was considerably distant from Jiangyan High School, leading Yi Qing and Yi Shui to opt to temporarily reside in their previous neighborhood until they could move in later. With that decision made by Yi Qing and Yi Shui, Yi Yonghe and Wang Lan chose not to visit, leaving Yi Feng alone in the vast house. The next day, Yi Feng set out once more for Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Upon reaching the training ground, he found Su Hua had also arrived. She approached him and sighed. I'm sorry. Sorry? Yi Feng gazed at Su Hua with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend why she felt the need to apologize. I had anticipated that upon your arrival at the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, my father would receive you warmly. However, he dismissed my claims as mere boasting. Su Hua shook her head. Yi Feng fully understood her sentiment. Su Hua possessed a rather proud temperament, which she had simply chosen not to reveal in his presence. Suddenly, Su Hua informed her father of the extraordinary talent that had joined the academy, but as a senior master, Su Zhan was naturally skeptical. To Yi Feng, it mattered little whether Su Hua's father believed her. What held significance was his imminent rise to prominence within the academy. Are you Yi Feng? A sudden, chilling laugh pierced the air, drawing Yi Feng's attention. He turned to find a man several years his senior, a stocky figure adorned with an unmistakable smirk, as though sizing up a lamb for slaughter. The other students in the training hall began to murmur amongst themselves. Yang Hu is definitely looking to cause trouble for Yi Feng. Indeed, Yang Hu was a subordinate of Huang Yun, whose vengeful nature was well known. Given Yi Feng's friendly rapport with the young lady, jealousy was only to be expected. It seemed that Yi Feng had landed himself in a predicament. Yang Hu, what are you planning? Suhua inurit, head, bro, furuing. Yang Hu, having established himself as a competent intermediate warrior by the age of 20, replied, I heard that a genius has joined our academy, so I thought I might challenge him. He then directed his gaze towards Yi Feng. What do you say, genius Yi? All present knew that Yang Hu had been sent by Huang Yun to confront Yi Feng. They assumed Yi Feng would decline, as he appeared to be roughly the same age as Su Hua and likely possessed a comparable level of skill. Yi Feng, what is your response? Su Hua looked at him, fully aware that Yang Hu would stand no chance against him. Whatever, Yi Feng thought, realizing that if he did not accept the challenge, it would only lead to further annoyance in the future. Can I take that as your consent for a duel? Yang Hu pressed. You could say that. Yi Feng replied with a calm demeanor, his tone unruffled. The other students were taken aback by Yi Feng's composed expression. Very well, Yang Hu declared, raising his fist as his aura surged. Prepare to take my punch. With that, he lunged at Yi Feng with a fearsome strike. The students widened their eyes in anticipation, wondering whether Yi Feng could possibly withstand such a blow from an intermediate warrior like Yang Hu. Yang Hu's speed was astonishing, and his fist reached Yi Feng in an instant. Yet, Yi Feng remained unfazed, responding with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact. In an instant, Yang Hu staggered back, tumbling to the ground in less than a second. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that the students could hardly comprehend it. What just happened? Did Yang Hu lose? They were left speechless, as if struck by lightning. Yang Hu was an intermediate warrior with a combat power of 8,500. How could he have been defeated so easily? Some students rubbed their eyes, convinced they had misinterpreted the scene. Yet no matter how they blinked, the outcome remained unchanged. Yang Hu was left dazed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Why you? The students exchanged incredulous glances, astonished to discover that Yi Feng was such a formidable genius. Yang Hu's defeat indicated that Yi Feng must possess at least the prowess of a senior warrior, if not higher. They realized that their initial impression of Yi Feng's youth was merely an illusion. He was likely much stronger than he appeared. The students began to anticipate the unfolding drama surrounding Yi Feng at the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Yang Hu, how could you ever hope to match Yi Feng? Go back and inform Huang Yun to refrain from such trivial pursuits in the future, Su Hua said coldly, locking her gaze onto Yang Hu. Yang Hu, feeling utterly humiliated by Su Hua's words, found his earlier bravado crumbling. Without lingering in the training hall any longer, he hurriedly departed. The students swallowed hard, finally grasping why Yi Feng shared such a close bond with Su Hua. It was because he was a genius. Suddenly, a startling possibility crossed their minds. Could Yi Feng's strength surpass even that of Huang Yun? While this notion seemed far-fetched, nothing was impossible. Yang Hu, being Huang Yun's strongest subordinate, had fallen. Next in line was Huang Yun himself. Yi Feng, you just arrived at the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy yesterday. Which martial arts faction do you wish to join? Su Hua inquired. The factions she referred to were not composed solely of martial masters, but encompassed the various tiers of the academy, which included the primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, each led by prominent martial artists. At present, I am unfamiliar with these factions. I suppose I will join whichever one, Yi Feng replied casually. Then come join my branch. I am part of the Advanced One Academy, led by Master Mu He. Very well, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. After Su Hua led Yi Feng to the Advanced One Academy, they encountered around 20 students who turned their attention towards them upon their arrival. Vital Energy, 4756. Vital Energy, 4812. Vital Energy, 4922. The readings of Yi Feng's vital energy appeared vividly before his eyes. Although the vital energy within the Advanced One Academy was significantly denser than that in the training hall, it still fell short of his expectations. Who is he? The students of the Advanced One Academy inquired, their curiosity piqued. Most were novice warriors, with a few intermediate and even senior warriors present, alongside several gifted individuals who had awakened their abilities, albeit with only basic defensive or speed talents. His name is Yi Feng. Su Hua introduced him to the students. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from within, exuding an aura of authority and presence. Master Muhi, the students acknowledged him with respect. The students bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Master Muhi, this is Yi Feng. He is preparing to join our esteemed academy. Su Hua addressed Master Muhi. Upon hearing this, Master Mu, he turned to Yi Feng, his expression revealing no sign of emotion. Let's assess your combat power. If you qualify, you may enter our academy. Understood, Su Hua nodded, leading Yi Feng to a combat power testing device. Yi Feng, please proceed with the test. The students of the Advanced Academy quickly gathered, eager to witness the extent of Yi Feng's abilities. The minimum requirement for joining the Advanced Academy is to be a senior martial apprentice. Yet even among the senior martial apprentices, few exist within the 12 advanced academies of the Jianghe Martial Arts Institute. Chapter 66. Becoming a member of the academy, all the students in the Advanced Academy turned their attention to Yi Feng, curious about the level of his combat power. They reasoned that since the young lady dared to bring Yi Feng here, it meant his abilities must at least match those of a senior martial apprentice. Yi Feng focused intently on the combat power testing device, clenched his fist, and struck. Bang, bang, bang. The device displayed his combat power. 17100, 17120, 17110, 17140, 17130. The students gazed in astonishment at the readings, their eyes widening as though witnessing the impossible. 17,000 combat power, a junior martial master. They gasped, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In the Jianghe Martial Arts Institute, at such a young age, only Huang Yun had attained martial master status. Now, another had emerged. No wonder the young lady felt confident bringing Yi Feng here. He was indeed a terrifyingly gifted talent. Master Mu, he stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining his composure. Yi Feng, from this day forth, you shall be a member of our Advanced Academy. With that, Master Mu, he hurriedly exited the Advanced Academy, as if attending to some pressing matter. Yi Feng, you are truly remarkable. You are now a martial master. Indeed, Yi Feng, could it be that your cultivation talent is extraordinary? Yi Feng, how old are you? The students bombarded him with questions. All right, just know that Yi Feng is an exceptional genius. Su Hua smiled at the eager students. In the Jianghe Martial Arts Institute's main hall, Master Mu, he rushed in, finding the headmaster, Su Zhan, engrossed in paperwork. Noticing Master Mu, he's urgency, Su Zhan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Master Mu, has something happened? Headmaster, it appears we may have discovered a prodigious talent at Jianghe Martial Arts Institute. Master Mu, he replied. Su Zhan paused and asked, be specific. Today, the young lady brought a young man. I had him test his combat power, and his results reached an astonishing 17,000. As he spoke, Master Mu, he placed a video on Su Zhan's desk. The events within the academy are always recorded, and Yi Feng's testing scene was no exception. Su Zhan watched the video, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This young man appears to be of similar age to Su Hua. Indeed, headmaster. At such a young age, achieving this level, could he possibly be a once-in-a-lifetime genius with ultimate cultivation talent? Master Mu, he speculated. Su Zhan remained silent for a long moment. Mu, is his name Yi Feng? Yes, headmaster, Master Mu, he affirmed. Su Zhan let out a wry smile. Su Hua had mentioned a genius named Yi Feng, but he hadn't taken her seriously. Clearly, he had underestimated the situation. Such a talent joining Jianghe Martial Arts Institute is indeed a blessing. A smile returned to Su Zhan's face. If Yi Feng possesses ultimate cultivation talent, his future achievements could be limitless, Master Mu, he added. Chapter 67. Students of the Second Advanced Academy Mu, bring Yi Feng to see me. Understood, headmaster. Master Mu, he exited the main hall, swiftly making his way to the First Advanced Academy, where he found Yi Feng and led him aside. Yi Feng, the headmaster wishes to see you. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated this sudden request. Let us go. I shall take you to meet the headmaster, Master Mu, he said, leading Yi Feng to the designated location. Before long, they arrived at the headmaster's hall, where a towering middle-aged man stood, exuding an aura that commanded respect and instilled a sense of awe. Headmaster, Yi Feng has arrived, Master Mu He announced before stepping back. You must be Yi Feng? Su Zhan scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. Observing Yi Feng's demeanor, Su Zhan was secretly astonished. Most students would tremble in his presence. Yet Yi Feng remained composed, which caught him off guard. Yi Feng, I have reviewed the video of your combat power test. It brings me great joy to welcome such a talent to Jianghe Martial Arts Institute. Yi Feng remained silent, thinking that the headmaster's invitation could not merely be for pleasantries. Indeed, Su Zhan continued. Yi Feng, you're friends with Su Hua, correct? Yes, Su Hua and I are friends, Yi Feng replied. He considered that regardless of Su Hua's motives, without her intervention, his sister, Yi Qing, would likely have perished. I called you here to see if you require anything. Headmaster, I currently have no needs, Yi Feng responded. Very well, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will assist you as best as I can. Thank you, Headmaster. With that, Yi Feng exited the main hall. As he left, Su Zhan murmured to himself, Yi Feng, I hope you do not become aligned with Huang Kuan. Huang Kuan, the deputy headmaster of Jianghe Martial Arts Institute and a mid-level master, had co-founded the institute alongside Su Kuan, establishing a formidable influence. Upon returning to the first advanced academy, Yi Feng was approached by Su Hua. Yi Feng, where did Master Mu He take you? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. He brought me to meet the headmaster. Yi Feng understood that the headmaster's words were an attempt to secure him, as any faction would desire to claim such a prodigy. Su Hua's expression brightened at Yi Feng's revelation. Now my father recognizes you as an invaluable genius. He didn't believe me before. Just as she finished speaking, several students entered the first advanced academy. Who is Yi Feng? One of the students surveyed the crowd and inquired. What brings you advanced 2 hall members to our advanced 1 hall? The faces of the students in the advanced 1 hall turned sour. I am Yi Feng. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Feng replied, gazing at the speaker. The advanced 2 hall is the most formidable hall of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, where Huang Yun resides. In fact, aside from the beginner and intermediate halls, the academy also boasts a premier student hall comprised solely of students over the age of 25, all of whom possess at least an intermediate warrior status. Though they are of an age where they could leave the academy, they have chosen to remain. Thus, the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy has formed a distinguished student hall. Chapter 68. The confrontation between Yi Feng and Huang Yun. Several students from the advanced 2 hall fixed their gaze on Yi Feng. Brother Huang Yun has summoned you to the training ground. He wishes to discuss some matters with you. Whether you go or not is up to you. With that, the students departed. The others looked towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng, although you and Huang Yun are both beginner martial artists and your combat abilities are comparable, he has awakened an intermediate speed talent. Su Hua expressed her concern. She understood that Huang Yun intended to confront Yi Feng personally due to his victory over Yang Hu. I will go, Yi Feng simply stated before exiting the advanced 1 hall. He merely sought to cultivate diligently at the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. However, trouble persisted to find him, and he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Upon seeing Yi Feng leave, the students of the advanced 1 hall hastily followed suit. Yi Feng and the students arrived at the training ground, where thousands of students, mostly from the beginner hall, were present, having already defeated Yang Hu in the training ground. Yi Feng's visage was well remembered by many, and upon his arrival, whispers circulated among the crowd. Yi Feng is here. I wonder what Huang Yun wishes to speak to him about. Isn't it obvious? Yi Feng easily defeated Yang Hu, so Huang Yun is here for revenge. This should be entertaining. Huang Yun is a beginner martial artist who has awakened an intermediate speed talent. As the crowd's attention focused, Yi Feng approached Huang Yun. Yi Feng, you actually came. Huang Yun's tone was unfriendly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What do you intend to do, Huang Yun? Su Hua warily watched him. Upon hearing her words, Huang Yun's expression shifted. Su Hua, since Yi Feng defeated Yang Hu, I simply wish to learn from him. Is that unreasonable? Huang Yun's heart was filled with malice. Despite his attempts to win Su Hua's favor, she had seemingly found someone else, which provoked his ire. He had initially hoped Yang Hu would teach Yi Feng a lesson, but the outcome had proven otherwise. The students in the training ground sensed that a grand battle was imminent. Yi Feng versus Huang Yun would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Most students favored Huang Yun, after all. He was a prodigy of their Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, while Yi Feng was still a newcomer. Yi Feng, do you dare to battle me? Huang Yun sneered. I know you will accept, for you do not wish to remain in Su Hua's shadow. His words were designed to provoke Yi Feng into combat, and should he accept, Huang Yun would show him the consequence of provoking the wrong person. Come, Yi Feng replied succinctly. The students in the training ground exchanged knowing glances as they quickly cleared a space for the impending duel. Silence fell. As tense anticipation filled the air, every heartbeat echoed in the stillness. Huang Yun fixed his gaze on Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I wish to see just how strong you truly are. With that, Huang Yun surged forward, his speed remarkable, as he charged at Yi Feng. The onlookers widened their eyes, eager not to miss a moment of this extraordinary clash. Chapter 69. A trivial matter. I have already heard Huang Yun refrain from employing his intermediate speed talent, wanting to gauge whether Yi Feng's strength warranted such an advantage. With a resounding impact, the two struck each other with their fists, their energies surging forth. The students gasped in awe. The magnitude of such a blow was terrifying. If they were to be on the receiving end, it could very well spell disaster. Both Yi Feng and Huang Yun emerged unscathed from the exchange, and the students realized that Yi Feng possessed combat prowess equal to Huang Yun's. Huang Yun chuckled coldly. Yi Feng, I did not expect you to truly be a beginner martial artist. Previously, Huang Yun had suspected Yi Feng's status, and now he confirmed that their strengths were indeed comparable. However, mere strength would not suffice. Yi Feng, while I may be a beginner martial artist, I have cultivated the Yuan Fist, which amplifies my strength fivefold. Although the effect currently reaches only threefold, it is more than sufficient against you. The students were astounded, realizing Huang Yun had achieved a threefold amplification effect with his technique. Truly terrifying. Let us fight without further ado. Why waste breath on trivialities? Yi Feng retorted, unimpressed by Huang Yun's boasting. The threefold amplification paled in comparison to his own capabilities, yet Huang Yun was indeed a prodigy. Huang Yun, infuriated by Yi Feng's dismissive attitude, unleashed his Yuan Fist with a one-fold amplification. Yi Feng responded with his own punch, unperturbed by Huang Yun's technique, drawing upon his intermediate strength talent. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash. The students watching believed that with Huang Yun's technique activated, Yi Feng would surely falter. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Feng did not retreat an inch. Gasping, the spectators could hardly believe their eyes. Had Yi Feng also mastered a strength amplification technique, or awakened a strength talent? Impossible. Huang Yun, enraged by Yi Feng's steadfastness, struck again. Yi Feng met him blow for blow, remaining firmly rooted. Huang Yun, seething with fury, unleashed his final punch, now at a threefold amplification. Yet Yi Feng remained immovable, a bastion of resolve. Silence enveloped the training ground. Not a soul dared to utter a sound. Huang Yun's face darkened with rage, his teeth clenched. Do you not realize that my Yuan Fist not only achieves a threefold amplification effect, but I also possess an intermediate speed talent that enhances my speed? Enough of this trivial matter. I have already heard enough. Yi Feng interrupted Huang Yun. Trivial matter? The trainees in the martial arts arena were utterly astonished. After all, this was an intermediate speed talent, not a trivial matter. Huang Yun was seething with rage, his expression contorted. Now that you are aware, let me demonstrate what true speed is. He bellowed, activating his intermediate speed talent. In the Jianghe Martial Arts School, he had always been a prodigy, brimming with a pride that set him apart from his peers. Now, facing the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered and experiencing such disdain, how could he not be furious? Upon witnessing Huang Yun activate his intermediate speed talent, the eyes of everyone in the arena widened in disbelief. This talent could triple his speed. How could Yi Feng possibly withstand the oncoming assault? The other trainees believed that Yi Feng was about to face imminent defeat, blaming him for having offended someone he should not have. Yet, as Huang Yun rushed towards him, a subtle smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. Intermediate speed talent, while indeed formidable, did not instill fear in him. In an instant, he raised his fist, infusing it with vital energy as he began to condense the might of the dragon and elephant. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Feng unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Huang Yun's position. The force of the dragon and elephant surged forward with astonishing speed. At that moment, Huang Yun was still several paces away, yet the power was already upon him. Although the dragon and elephant force was merely an illusory manifestation, this strike could unleash a terrifying force equivalent to 150,000 combat power. Yi Feng did not exert his full strength. there was no need to eliminate Huang Yun just yet. As the might of the dragon and elephant swept towards Huang Yun, the entire world seemed still, time frozen at that instant. The trainees in the arena stood like statues, witnessing a scene they believed to be impossible. Huang Yun's pupils contracted in rapid alarm. The speed of this vital technique was astonishing. The golden dragon and elephant intertwined, causing the very air to tremble. While a fierce wind arose, sending weaker trainees staggering backward, some even collapsing in terror. With a thunderous crash, the dragon and elephant force struck Huang Yun, who immediately coughed up blood, as though he had been struck by a mountain, his internal organs shifting violently. He was propelled backward several meters, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Silence, an oppressive stillness. Yi Feng gazed at Huang Yun lying on the ground, realizing that had he exerted his full power, Huang Yun would have been a corpse. Is it the advanced vital technique, Dragon Elephant Fist? A trainee exclaimed in shock. In the modern world of Blue Star, despite the lack of advanced techniques like the Dragon Elephant Fist in places like Jiangnan City, people were still aware of it through various channels. The advanced vital technique, Dragon Elephant Fist, derived from the true power of the dragon and elephant, could unleash a staggering 150,000 combat power. Yi Feng had actually mastered the Dragon Elephant Fist? The trainees swallowed hard, looking at the somewhat slender figure before them, suddenly feeling that Yi Feng transcended mere humanity, becoming a divine being. Was the gap between individuals truly so immense? Let us depart, Yi Feng said, turning towards Su Hua. She snapped back to reality, noticing that Yi Feng had already taken several steps away. Shock coursed through her. She had never imagined that Yi Feng had cultivated the advanced vital technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. What other secrets did he possess that she was unaware of? Yi Feng and Su Hua returned to the advanced hall 1. Shortly thereafter, other trainees returned as well. Their gazes towards Yi Feng now filled with deep admiration, akin to that of lifelong fans. Brother Yi Feng, you're simply terrifying. You've actually cultivated the advanced vital technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. Indeed, Brother Yi Feng, from this moment on, you are my lifelong idol. Brother Yi Feng, forever a deity. Despite being older than Yi Feng, this group of trainees called him brother with unrestrained enthusiasm. Yi Feng pondered that his cultivation level was still relatively low. The Dragon Elephant Fist required an immense amount of vital energy. The punch he had just executed had drained him significantly. He would not be able to perform the Dragon Elephant Fist again in the near future. All the trainees in the Advanced Hall 1 now regarded Yi Feng as an idol. Strong figures naturally command admiration, a fact that Yi Feng did not concern himself with. When he demonstrated the Dragon Elephant Fist, thousands of trainees had witnessed the spectacle clearly. Before long, news of Yi Feng's victory over Huang Yun using the advanced vital technique spread throughout the entire Jianghe martial arts school. Many began to regard Yi Feng as the strongest trainee in the school. The Dragon Elephant Fist could condense the illusory dragon and elephant power, capable of unleashing a terrifying 150,000 combat power. The trainees from the Advanced Hall, and even those from the Elite Hall, would stand no chance against him. Huang Yun, having been severely injured, was now recuperating at the first hospital of Jiangnan City. In the main hall, the headmaster, Su Zhan, watched a video, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. When he saw Yi Feng condensing the illusory dragon and elephant force and striking Huang Yun, who was propelled forward by his intermediate speed talent, Su Zhan could not help but rise in excitement. A genius. A true, unparalleled genius. Even someone as formidable as Su Zhan couldn't restrain his exclamation. He was convinced that a talent like Yi Feng was exceedingly rare, even within the martial artist community of Blue Star. Such a prodigy had emerged in his Jianghe martial arts school. What position would the school hold among the 4 major martial arts institutions in the future? Su Zhan felt a tremor of anticipation coursing through him. Mu-He, make an announcement. Starting today, Yi Feng is the strongest trainee in Jianghe martial arts school, and all resources of the school shall be unconditionally available to him. Yes, headmaster. Mu-He, the grandmaster, exited the main hall. Once outside, he promptly disseminated the announcement. The moment it was released, the trainees of Jianghe Martial Arts School were filled with envy, wry smiles, and jealousy. They had never anticipated someone like Yi Feng emerging within their ranks. In comparison, they felt as though they were worlds apart. In the vice headmaster's hall of Jianghe Martial Arts School, a middle-aged man, similar in age to Su Zhan, exhibited a cold demeanor, gripping the armrest tightly. What is Su Zhan implying? Huang Yun has been gravely injured by Yi Feng, and he immediately issues an announcement. What am I to make of this? The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Kuan, one of the two vice headmasters of Jiang'an Martial Arts School, a mid-level master possessing awakened basic defensive and intermediate strength talents. For master-level martial artists, such talents were almost inconsequential. The vice headmaster, Su Zhan, must be targeting you, remarked a senior grandmaster named Lu Tong, an ally of Huang Kuan, who stood beside him. If Su Zhan wishes to target me, then he will have to wait and see. Huang Kuan struck his hand forcefully, shattering the entire chair into pieces, yet his body remained utterly still. Contact Yang Qingtian, the master of the Jin Feng Martial Arts Hall, and inform him I have matters to discuss. Chapter 72. Dragon Spirit Elixir, entering the river's secret chamber in recent days. Yi Feng had been absorbing vital energy at the senior hall. The readings fluctuated, 4957, 4865, 4955. After adequately absorbing the energy, he approached a combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 19715, 19814, 19613, 19755, 19770. His combat power peaked at 19770. Observing the readings, Yi Feng contemplated the slow progress. It had taken him over 10 days to increase his combat power by merely 2,000. Nevertheless, achieving a combat power of 20,000 marked the foundational strength of an intermediate martial master, indicating he was now perilously close to that rank. Tomorrow, he would be eligible for another round of sign-ins. He harbored little hope for the initial sign-in, already aware that not every attempt yielded valuable rewards. The following day, Yi Feng tested his combat power again. Bang, bang, bang. 20155, 20200, 20167, 20158, 20195. He had surpassed the threshold to become an intermediate martial master. Opening the sign-in interface in his mind, he was prompted, ding. Does the host confirm the initial sign-in? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received the initial sign-in reward. Dragon Spirit Elixir X3. Dragon Spirit Elixir? Yi Feng examined its effects. Upon consumption, it rendered any overwhelming sense of pressure into mere nothingness, with the duration of effect dependent on the intensity of the pressure. This discovery ignited a spark of inspiration in Yi Feng's mind. The river's secret chamber. Although Su Hua had informed him that only masters could enter, he believed the chamber's oppressive atmosphere was so formidable that only a master could withstand its terrifying pressure. Now armed with 3 Dragon Spirit Elixirs, why not test it? He approached Su Hua. Could you take me to the river's secret chamber? You wish to go to the river's secret chamber? Su Hua exclaimed, astonished by Yi Feng's request. Yes, please take me. But Yi Feng, the pressure in the river's secret chamber is only bearable for masters. Don't worry, I merely wish to take a look. Su Hua thought if Yi Feng was only going to observe, it should pose no danger, and she led him towards the river's secret chamber. The chamber was located on the top floor of the River Martial Arts Hall, not far from the Master-S Hall. Yi Feng, this is the entrance to the river's secret chamber, Su Hua indicated as they arrived before the imposing closed door. The door to the chamber was tightly shut, concealing the mysteries within. I'll go in and take a look, Yi Feng declared, preparing to open the door. Seeing this, Su Hua hurriedly stepped in front of him, a look of panic crossing her fair face. No, Yi Feng, if you enter the river's secret chamber now, you could perish. I should be fine, Yi Feng reassured, knowing that Su Hua would not be convinced by mere words. With a swift motion, he pushed her aside and secretly consumed 1 Dragon Spirit Elixir in his mind. As he opened the door and stepped inside, a massive blue crystal weighing thousands of pounds came into view, radiating a dazzling blue light that was almost blinding. If fashioned into a ring, it could fetch an astronomical price. However, Yi Feng recognized it was not a sapphire, but rather a vitality stone. This stone could harbor vital energy, and its immense size suggested an astonishing amount of energy contained within. Now, Yi Feng understood why the energy within the river's secret chamber was so formidable. He quickly began to absorb the vital energy. 22543, 24678, 23546. Observing the retinal readings, Yi Feng's expression was one of sheer delight. The absorption of this vital energy was truly exhilarating. Chapter 73. Yi Feng, you are unscathed? Su Hua stared at the closed door, her expression frozen in shock. Yi Feng, has he gone in? After a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure and rushed towards the Master S Hall. Father. Upon reaching the Master S Hall, she called out to her father, Su Zhan. Xiaohua. What is it? Su Zhan questioned, noting the worry etched on her face. Yi Feng has entered the river's secret chamber. What? Su Zhan leapt from his seat, his face paling. Did you not warn Yi Feng of the dangers within? I did, but he paid no heed and went straight in. Su Hua exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Zhan could not afford to waste time. He swiftly exited the Master S Hall and made his way to the entrance of the river's secret chamber, with Su Hua following closely behind. Father, please go inside and check. I hope Yi Feng hasn't perished. Su Hua sobbed. Su Zhan pushed open the door to the chamber and stepped inside, while Su Hua remained outside, her heart racing faster than ever before. Upon entering the chamber, Su Zhan was engulfed by a heavy sense of foreboding, fearing he would witness the fall of an unparalleled talent. However, upon spotting Yi Feng, his pupils dilated in shock. He found Yi Feng seated comfortably in a corner, a look of delight on his face. Stunned, Su Zhan was momentarily at a loss for words. Master, what brings you here? Yi Feng asked, surprised by Su Zhan's presence. Realizing the situation, he understood that Su Hua must have informed Su Zhan out of concern for his safety. Yi Feng, you're unscathed? Su Zhan gasped, astonished to see Yi Feng so at ease. The river's secret chamber was fraught with pressure, and the enormous vitality stone not only emitted overwhelming vital energy, but also an intimidating sense of force. Even he could not remain there for long. He could not fathom how Yi Feng, at the martial master level, could enter the chamber and emerge unharmed. Rest assured, master, I would never gamble with my life. I would have entered the river's secret chamber without complete confidence, Yi Feng assured Su Zhan. Hearing this calmed Su Zhan's nerves, while he remained baffled. He acknowledged the vastness of the world, where Jiangnan City was merely a lesser metropolis among the 8 major cities of the Dragon Nation. Yi Feng, do take care. If it becomes unbearable, exit immediately. I understand, master, Yi Feng replied with a nod. As Su Zhan exited the chamber, Su Hua rushed to him, her voice laced with anxiety. Father, how is Yi Feng? He is fine. Really? Do you think I would jest about such matters? Then a thought struck Su Zhan. Xiaohua, you seem quite concerned about Yi Feng. Have you developed feelings for him? Father, what are you saying? Su Hua's face flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. All right, I shall take my leave now. Very well, father. I shall wait here for Yi Feng to emerge. Su Zhan shook his head and strolled towards the main hall. It was hardly surprising that Su Hua would develop feelings for Yi Feng, but given his talent, he was destined to become an extraordinary figure in the future. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Chapter 74. A Surge of Power in 3 Days. Vitality 22,675. Vitality 22,782. Vitality 22,753. The increments of vitality continuously flashed before Yi Feng's retina. Taking a moment to reflect, he pondered that under the oppressive atmosphere of the Jianghe's secret chamber, a single dose of Dragon Spirit Elixir should sustain him for a day. The primary sign-in reward assured him 3 doses of the elixir, allowing him to remain in the Jianghe's secret chamber for 3 days. Yet, this was more than sufficient. 3 days swiftly passed. Yi Feng had consumed all 3 doses of the Dragon Spirit Elixir and emerged from the Jianghe's secret chamber. It was now night, and he noticed Su Hua sitting against the wall, already asleep. Could it be that she had waited for him here for 3 days? Yi Feng mused as he gently nudged her awake. Su Hua stirred, rubbing her eyes, and upon realizing it was Yi Feng, her face lit up with joy. Yi Feng, you're all right. Let us head back and get some rest. All right. With warmth flooding her heart, Su Hua got up from the ground. After she departed, Yi Feng approached a power testing device in the training ground. After absorbing 3 days' worth of formidable vitality in the Jianghe's secret chamber, he could feel that his strength had reached an astonishing level without needing to test it. Bang, 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 25, 780, 25, 790, 25, 820, 25, 810, 25, 795, by the heavens. Yi Feng could not suppress his astonishment as he gazed at the power readings on the device. An increase of over 5,000 in just 3 days. This was truly terrifying. How he wished he could remain in the Jianghe's secret chamber indefinitely. Yi Feng contemplated, With a base power of 25,000, he had now surpassed this threshold, marking him as a true advanced martial artist. Upon returning home, Yifeng took a bath and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Yifeng made his way to the Jianghe martial arts school. Throughout his journey, he pondered many things, aside from thoughts of vengeance. He also considered Huang Yun's situation. Severely injured, he surmised that Huang Kun, as the vice principal of Jianghe martial arts school, would not let the matter rest easily. He would wait and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Shortly after arriving at the school, Su Hua approached him. Yifeng, the top-tier school is preparing to deal with you, she whispered. The top-tier school was an institution for students over the age of 25 who were unwilling to leave Jianghe martial arts school. Yifeng was puzzled with his current prowess. He regarded the top-tier school as insignificant. Why would they wish to confront him? Were they courting disaster? Before he could contemplate further, a group of over a dozen students approached him, exuding an intimidating presence akin to a tiger descending a mountain. The other students in the training ground gasped in shock, fully aware that these individuals were from the top-tier school. As they reached Yifeng, each of them was at least a mid-level martial artist, quite formidable even within the top-tier school. Are you Yifeng? Brother Yu Fan wishes to see you, one mid-level martial artist stated, locking his gaze onto Yifeng. Yifeng realized immediately that they had come due to the incident with Huang Yun. However, he was no longer the same as before. Would he still greet them with a smile? Let him come see me. My time is precious. Have him hurry. I shall wait here for him. Yifeng replied calmly to the group of top-tier students. Chapter 75. Redefining Yifeng's strength. The students from the top-tier school gritted their teeth upon hearing Yifeng's words. Yu Fan was a super student from the top-tier school, having achieved mid-level martial artist status at the age of 26. He had initially planned to leave Jianghe Martial Arts School, but remained due to the vice principal Huang Kun's persuasion. Very well, we shall inform Brother Yu Fan. With that, the group departed the training ground. The remaining students were puzzled. They knew Yifeng had mastered the advanced vitality technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. What could Yu Fan possibly do against him? Moments later, a young man in his mid-20s, surrounded by a throng, approached Yifeng. This young man was Yu Fan. Although he had not awakened any extraordinary abilities, he had grasped several vitality techniques, which he considered his source of pride. Before long, Yu Fan stood before Yifeng. Yifeng, he sneered. Speak, what is it you desire? Yifeng remained unfazed, skeptical that Yu Fan would dare to challenge him. The other students shared his sentiment. Despite Yu Fan being a mid-level martial artist, he seemed trivial compared to Yifeng. Yifeng, I wish to duel with you, Yu Fan declared abruptly. Fixing his gaze upon Yifeng, gasps filled the training ground as everyone processed Yu Fan's challenge. Did he truly dare to confront Yifeng? Yifeng, too, was taken aback, wondering why he would challenge him with no chance of victory. Yifeng, what you rely on is merely the advanced vitality technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. If you refrain from using it, you are nothing. Do you believe you are strong? To me, you are nothing but a joke, Yu Fan coldly retorted. Upon hearing Yu Fan's words, Yifeng understood that Yu Fan aimed to provoke him into a fight without using the Dragon Elephant Fist. Initially, he thought Huang Kun had sent Yu Fan to confront him, but now it was evident that Yu Fan sought to defeat him to gain favor with Huang Kun. However, Yu Fan was blissfully unaware that Yifeng had already become an advanced martial artist with a power level of 25,000. The audacity of a mere mid-level martial artist to speak so boldly before him was laughable. Make your move, Yifeng said, beckoning Yu Fan with a finger. If he wished to defeat him, Yifeng would ensure Yu Fan learned the meaning of humiliation. Are you serious? Yu Fan began, but before he could finish, Yifeng suddenly struck. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them too quickly for Yu Fan to react, landing a powerful punch. Bang! The force of the blow sent Yu Fan sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. The students in the training ground were left in shock, witnessing Yu Fan, a mid-level martial artist, being so effortlessly defeated by Yifeng. Should they not reconsider Yifeng as strength? Perhaps he was never merely a junior martial artist. His display of the Dragon Elephant Fist against Huang Yun had merely been a demonstration of its might. How could these students have imagined that, in such a brief period, Yifeng had transcended from a novice martial artist to an advanced one? Do not think to challenge me with provocation in the future. If this were a battle of life and death, no one would heed your words. In other words, if this were indeed a life or death struggle, you would already be deceased. After saying this, Yi Feng departed from the training ground. On the ground, Yu Fan, listening to Yi Feng's words, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if he were a mere clown, utterly humiliated. Chapter 76. The Beast Trial of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The students in the training ground exchanged glances, each secretly chuckling to themselves. Yi Feng spoke the truth. If this were a battle for survival, Yu Fan would already be a corpse. Yet, Yu Fan still shamelessly urged Yi Feng not to employ the Dragon Elephant Fist. Now, Yi Feng had refrained from using it. Yet Yu Fan could not even withstand a single blow from him. Seeing Yi Feng leave, Su Hua hurriedly followed. Yi Feng, are you aware that our Jianghe Martial Arts Academy is about to conduct the Beast Trial? The Beast Trial? Yi Feng looked at Su Hua with curiosity. Indeed, the Beast Trial at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy involves the Academy bringing in dozens of ferocious beasts, allowing the brave students to enter metallic cages and battle them. The most outstanding student can earn a volume of elemental technique. What elemental technique? Upon hearing Su Hua's words, Yi Feng found the Beast Trial somewhat intriguing. It seems to be the Wind Shadow Step, a technique of intermediate speed, Su Hua pondered before replying. Yi Feng did not pursue the topic further as he and Su Hua arrived at the advanced training hall. 2 days later, over 30 metallic cages rolled into Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The students in the training ground gazed at the ferocious beasts within the cages, their faces alight with excitement. Master and Vice Masters have arrived, a student exclaimed. All the students turned their attention to a particular direction. The Academy's master, Su Zhan, and 2 Vice Masters strode in with confidence. The 2 Vice Masters of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy were both intermediate masters, one named Huang Kun and the other, Shi Ming. Su Zhan approached the elevated platform in the training ground, surveying all the students before announcing, "You must have heard of the Beast Trial and are familiar with the rules. Those with courage may enter the metallic cages to face the beasts. Remember, life and death are predestined, and fortune is in the hands of fate. So act according to your abilities. The most exceptional student will be rewarded with the Wind Shadow Step, an intermediate speed technique capable of doubling one's speed upon mastery." Some students' faces betrayed a glimmer of greed. They naturally desired the intermediate speed technique. "Now, let the trial commence," Su Zhan declared loudly to all the students in the training ground. As his words fell, certain students began to stir, yet many hesitated to make the first move. Su Zhan's warning about life and death left them lacking the courage to confront the ferocious beasts. Under a heavy reward, there are bound to be brave souls. One student boldly approached a metallic cage. This student was an advanced martial apprentice and entered one of the cages. The spectators held their breath in anticipation, worried for him. Inside was a black-striped tiger, a first-tier advanced beast. As soon as the advanced martial apprentice entered the cage, the black-striped tiger lunged at him. The tiger's strength was immense. The student, wishing to showcase his prowess, had chosen to face this first-tier advanced beast. However, when beasts and humans are of equal rank, the beasts typically possess greater strength. Chapter 77. The beast's lethal claw. The black-striped tiger charged at the advanced martial apprentice, who quickly regretted his decision. The tiger's terrifying aura left him paralyzed with fear. After dodging a few times, he was ultimately caught by the tiger's fangs on his neck, leading to his demise. The students in the training ground were horrified to witness the brutal death of their fellow apprentice. Following this, several others attempted to engage the beasts within the cages. But after witnessing the previous student's fate, they dared not confront beasts of equal rank. Many students triumphed over the beasts, while some fell victim to their ferocity. "Yi Feng, aren't you going to make a move?" Su Hua, standing beside Yi Feng, questioned, a hint of curiosity etching her fair features. "Just watch." After several more minutes, Yi Feng finally approached a metallic cage. The students in the training ground watched with eager anticipation as he prepared to engage. Huang Kun, standing beside Master Su Zhan, observed Yi Feng's figure, a cold expression flickering across his face. The cage Yi Feng approached contained a third-tier low-level beast, the striped demon spider. The spider, the size of a cow and adorned with vivid colors, appeared utterly terrifying. The striped demon spider, a third-tier low-level beast, corresponded to a human's initial martial master. However, given Yi Feng's prowess, the spider should pose no challenge to him. Of course, Yi Feng is the strongest student in our Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. A mere third-tier beast is inconsequential. Yet, it must be noted that while the striped demon spider was not venomous, Its offensive capabilities far surpassed those of the black-striped tiger. The students began to murmur amongst themselves as Feng reached the cage containing the striped demon spider. Its eerie green eyes bore into him, sending shivers down his spine. Hiss hiss. The striped demon spider emitted a terrifying sound, as if to warn Feng that entering the cage would make him its next meal. Feng opened the cage door and stepped inside. All eyes in the training ground were glued to him, their breaths caught in anticipation of the outcome. As soon as he entered, the third-tier low-level striped demon spider charged at him. A third-tier low-level beast? Feng inwardly scoffed. He was now an advanced martial master, and this creature could not possibly rival him. As the spider lunged toward him, he spread his arms wide, exuding an aura of invincibility. As the students braced themselves to witness how Feng would counter the spider's onslaught, the next scene left them awestruck. Feng seized the approaching spider's head with incredible strength and, with a powerful motion, tore it apart. The striped demon spider emitted a wretched scream of agony. Feng's might was terrifying, effortlessly ripping its head from its body. My heavens! In the training arena, everyone witnessed Feng effortlessly tearing the head off the patterned demon spider, prompting an involuntary outcry from the crowd. Chapter 78. Blood Exploding Pill, Cultivating the Wind Shadow Step. The onlookers were left speechless, frozen in shock. Feng had ripped the head off a low-tier third-grade beast. The scene was utterly astounding to them. Truly, he is the strongest disciple of our Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, praised the Academy's master, Su Zhan. However, a sinister thought crossed Huang Kuen's mind. If I allow Feng to grow, it will jeopardize my bid for the position of Academy Master. This boy must die. Huang Kuen was fiercely protective of his own, and with his son currently hospitalized from Feng's previous actions, he was determined to take revenge. Moreover, Feng was under Su Zhan's tutelage. The low-tier third-grade beast was the strongest among dozens of metal cages, making Feng the standout disciple of the beast trial. Master Su Zhan personally awarded Feng the intermediate speed technique, Wind Shadow Step. Although Feng did not have an urgent need for it, he accepted the technique graciously. Feng, come with me, Su Zhan suddenly beckoned. Feng followed without question to the Master's hall. Upon arrival, Su Zhan produced a small box and opened it, revealing a crimson pill before Feng's eyes. This is the blood-exploding pill. Once consumed, it will quintuple your attributes for half an hour. But the backlash is severe and may induce a deep sleep. Feng contemplated the potential of this pill. It could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. Quintupled attributes meant his physical capabilities would soar, elevating his current power of over 25,000 to more than 125,000, a strength akin to that of a high-ranking Grand Martial Master. Feng, I'm giving you the blood-exploding pill, but remember to use it only in life-and-death situations. Suthankoshchen. Understood, Master, Feng replied with a nod as he carefully stored the pill. Now you have acquired the intermediate technique, Wind Shadow Step. Go and practice. After leaving the Master's Hall, Feng retreated to a secluded area of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, a place typically devoid of visitors. The intermediate technique should not pose much difficulty for him. He began his training in the Wind Shadow Step. Days passed, and after 3 days, he was on the brink of mastering the technique. The challenge of cultivating intermediate techniques was far less daunting compared to advanced ones, particularly since Wind Shadow Step was tailored for martial artists. Suddenly, Feng sensed a chilling aura of malice. This corner of the academy was usually deserted, so the presence of such hostility was alarming. He became vigilant. Suddenly, a fist of condensed energy hurtled towards him. Feng noticed it was approaching quickly, but he activated the Wind Shadow Step and narrowly evaded the terrifying strike. Chapter 79. Killing Tianhai. I cannot fall here. I did not expect you to grasp the intermediate technique so swiftly. Your talent is truly terrifying, a cold voice echoed in Feng's ears. As the voice faded, a man in his 50s appeared before him, adorned with a golden tiger emblem indicating his rank as a high Grand Martial Master. Feng's face tightened with caution, recognizing that this high Grand Martial Master had been sent by Huang Kuen to eliminate him. Feng, I am Tianhai, a martial artist from the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The man sneered, regarding Feng as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Was it Huang Kuen who sent you? Feng inquired. Who sent me is irrelevant. What matters is that you are as good as dead, Tianhai retorted with a mocking grin. By the way, I recall you possess the dragon elephant fist. Unfortunately for you, at your current level, you cannot hope to land a hit on me. And killing you will be a mere formality. Yi Feng had seen the faces of the top Grand Martial Masters in the academy, and he estimated that Tian Hai's power was not significantly higher than his base strength. He pondered that if he used the blood-exploding pill, he could launch a lethal surprise attack. The backlash of the pill was no longer a concern. Without using it, he had no chance of survival. Come, Yi Feng, allow me to end your life. Tian Hai beckoned with a twisted grin. Yi Feng stepped forward, and Tian Hai was taken aback, not expecting Yi Feng to comply so readily. Wasn't he supposed to be fleeing for his life? Did Yi Feng have a hidden card up his sleeve? The next moment, Tian Hai dismissed the thought. As a high Grand Martial Master, eliminating a mere martial artist was far too easy. Yi Feng halted a few steps away from Tian Hai, locking eyes with him. At this distance, he could unleash the blood-exploding pill before Tian Hai had a chance to react. Farewell, Yi. Before Tian Hai could finish his sentence, he witnessed Yi Feng produce the crimson pill and swallow it. The blood-exploding pill. Tian Hai got pet din shop. As Yi Feng consumed the pill, his energy erupted, his aura surging as his hair stood on end, enveloped in a fiery red energy. With a powerful punch aimed at Tian Hai's heart, he unleashed over 100,000 pounds of terrifying force. At this range, even a high Grand Martial Master could not react in time. In that moment, Tian Hai's world faded into darkness. He could see nothing but Yi Feng's fist barreling towards him. The impact of Yi Feng's fist struck Tian Hai's heart, the overwhelming force piercing through his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from his wounds. He could hardly fathom that Yi Feng possessed the blood-exploding pill. As Yi Feng withdrew his fist, Tian Hai collapsed lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. After exhaling a deep breath, Yi Feng felt his entire body begin to tremble. He knew the backlash from the blood-exploding pill was imminent. However, he absolutely cannot fall here. If Huang Kun finds him first, his life will vanish from this world forever. He must not succumb. He cannot collapse. There are deep-seated grievances yet to be avenged. He must persevere just a little longer. Yi Feng walked forward step by step, enduring immense pain with each movement. Finally, he reached the edge of the training ground. Unable to hold on any longer, Yi Feng collapsed to the ground. Chapter 80. A month of slumber. Is that Yi Feng? Why is he lying on the ground? A few trainees from the training ground hurried over, and upon realizing it was indeed Yi Feng, they were taken aback. They quickly notified Su Hua. After bringing Yi Feng to a room, she sought out Su Zhan. The headmaster, Su Zhan, entered the room and looked at the unconscious Yi Feng, his expression grave. What kind of opponent could have compelled you to use a blood-exploding pill? Sutham Pandith. Yi Feng was at the Jianghe Martial Arts School, which meant it was someone from Jianghe who had attacked him. It could only be someone from Huang Kuin's side. Dad, what happened to Yi Feng? It's nothing. You just need some rest, Su Zhan reassured Su Hua. Not long after, the body of Senior Martial Master Tian Hai was discovered, his corpse gruesomely pierced. A sight too horrifying to bear. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Jianghe Martial Arts School, leaving all the trainees in shock. They could hardly believe that a senior martial master could die within the confines of the Jianghe Martial Arts School. Who could have done this? The trainees did not suspect Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng possessed terrifying talent, he would stand no chance against a senior martial master. In the deputy headmaster's hall, Senior Martial Master Lu Tong looked at Deputy Headmaster Huang Kun, perplexed. Deputy Headmaster, how could Tian Hai have died? Lu Tong was utterly baffled. He had been present when Huang Kun dispatched Tian Hai to eliminate Yi Feng, and he could not comprehend how Yi Feng had survived while Tian Hai had perished. Grinding his teeth, Deputy Headmaster Huang Kun speculated that Su Zhan must have given Yi Feng a blood-exploding pill, leading to Tian Hai's downfall due to underestimating his opponent. Lu Tong, listening to Huang Kun's words, began to understand. No wonder Yi Feng had fallen into a deep slumber. It was a result of the pill's backlash. Deputy Headmaster, what should we do next? The situation is not dire. We must refrain from acting rashly. When the time is right, I will devise a suitable strategy. On another note, Yi Feng remained in slumber for a month. During this time, Su Hua stayed by his side every day, never having felt such an emotion before. Every time she saw Yi Feng, her mood brightened, and when he was out of sight, she found herself missing him. She was uncertain whether she had developed feelings for Yi Feng and dared not voice it, considering the vast gulf between them. Lost in thought, Su Hua eventually fell asleep beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng opened his eyes, feeling disoriented, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. After a moment, he recalled the events that had transpired. He discovered Su Hua sleeping beside him, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart. He held a favorable impression of Su Hua, but with his vengeance unfulfilled and Huang Kuan as an enemy, he felt it was not the time for romantic feelings. He gently lifted Su Hua onto the bed and stepped outside. Under the starry night sky, he stood at the top of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, gazing out the window at the vibrant streets of Jiangnan City, where neon lights flickered incessantly. Huang Kuan, Yang Qingtian, he whispered these names, knowing that both would meet their demise. Opening his mental sign-in ledger, he discovered that during his month of slumber, time had not progressed at all. In other words, he would still require another 7 or 8 days to complete the intermediate sign-in. Upon waking, Su Hua found Yi Feng had already vanished, and in her panic, she failed to notice her own changed position. She hurriedly exited the room in search of him. Chapter 81. The third layer of Dragon Element Technique. Fortunately, it was not long before Su Hua spotted Yi Feng, who was contemplating the night sky. She felt a wave of relief, having feared he had been abducted. Yi Feng. She called out to him and approached. You're awake? Yi Feng looked at Su Hua. Yes, what were you thinking about? Su Hua asked, curiosity piqued. Yi Feng gazed at the moon, pausing for several seconds. I have a friend from a distant place called Blue Star. When I first met him, he was only 5 years old, with a kind father, leading a joyous life every day. Your friend must have been very fortunate. Although we are martial artists, possessing a status unattainable by ordinary people, sometimes I think a simple life can be quite fulfilling. Su Hua smiled at Yi Feng. Yet Yi Feng shook his head. Such happiness did not last long. My friend's father was murdered. He told me he witnessed his father being slain. Though his heart ached, he shed no tears. In the many days and nights that followed, whenever he recalled that scene, he was overwhelmed with guilt. Su Hua observed Yi Feng's calm demeanor, which seemed almost detached, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. She felt that the friend he spoke of might not be a true friend. Otherwise, his expression would not be so indifferent. And what about your friend now? Su Hua inquired. I do not know. I have not seen him in a long time. Perhaps he has changed, or perhaps he is preparing for revenge. Yi Feng replied slowly. Su Hua chose not to press further, instead turning her gaze back to the moon. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Yes, we need to be full of energy tomorrow, Su Hua replied. Yi Feng smiled to himself, recalling that this saying existed both on Earth and in Blue Star, a delightful surprise. The next day, Yi Feng arrived at the Advanced Pavilion. 1. Vitality 4,956. Vitality 4,988. Vitality 4,974. Within Yi Feng, it felt as though a ravenous infant awaited nourishment. No matter how vast the influx of vitality, he felt insatiable. This was the terrifying aspect of his ultimate cultivation talent. The trainees in the Advanced Pavilion, 1, sighed in relief upon seeing Yi Feng. Their idol had finally arrived. Vitality 4,977. Vitality 4,954. Vitality 4,971. Yi Feng fervently absorbed the energy. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from within him, and the vitality absorption figures began to shift. Vitality 8,534. Vitality 8,671. Vitality 8,853. As he observed the increasing vitality data on his retina, a flicker of excitement crossed Yi Feng's face. He had reached the third layer of the Dragon Element Technique. He knew that, after this layer, he would be able to accelerate his breakthrough to become a great martial master. The foundational combat power of a junior great martial master stood at 40,000. Yi Feng still had a distance to cover before reaching that level. After absorbing sufficient vitality, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device, eager to assess his strength. Bang, bang, bang. 26755, 26856, 26732, 26859. Not enough. Such a power index was far from satisfactory. Yi Feng resumed his absorption of vitality. After 3 continuous days in the advanced hall, he returned to the power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 28553, 28565, 28652, 28701. Although the increase in power was astonishing, the pace of progress was still disappointingly slow. Su Hua arrived in front of Yi Feng, gazing in astonishment at the readings on the device, as if struck by lightning. Yifeng, did you achieve this? She exclaimed. Is it really surprising? Yifeng replied, looking at her. Suhua gulpit, scrutinizing Yifeng, and suddenly felt he was the most formidable genius in the Blue Star, a sensation that grew increasingly intense. After a few seconds, she continued. In 3 days, there will be a trial in Wolf Mountain City organized by the 4 major martial arts academies. Let us go together. Chapter 82. The Wolf Mountain City Trial. The trial in Wolf Mountain City by the 4 major martial arts academies? A hint of perplexity crossed Yifeng's face. He was aware that Wolf Mountain City was a place overrun by fierce beasts, albeit not particularly strong ones. The 4 major martial arts academies were the top-tier institutions in Jiangnan City: Golden Wind Academy, River Academy, Thunder Cloud Academy, and Black Tiger Academy. Each academy was led by a high-level master, accompanied by 2 deputy masters, all of intermediate master rank, indicating that their overall strength was quite comparable. Among the 4, Golden Wind Academy was the first to be established, employing a model of primary, intermediate, and advanced halls, which the other 3 academies subsequently emulated. Indeed, each academy will send a team of 5 students to Wolf Mountain City. My father has already decided to let you choose your team members, but he hasn't informed you yet. I assume you'll bring me along? Su Hua probed, looking at Yifeng. Yifeng pondered for a few seconds. If it were merely a training exercise, he was somewhat reluctant to participate, especially since he now had an enemy in Huang Kun in addition to Yang Qingtian, the master of Golden Wind Academy. He desired to train and break through as swiftly as possible. What benefits will there be? Yifeng mused. If it was a trial, there must be advantages, but it depended on whether it was worth attending. Of course, this trial is personally overseen by the city lord. There is a building in Wolf Mountain City known as Wolf Mountain Tower, the tallest structure in the city, where hundreds of vitality stones are located. The teams will race to see who reaches the tower first. Hundreds of vitality stones? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's interest was piqued. In the River Academy's chamber, there was a single massive vitality stone, but its size only allowed him to absorb the energy emanating from it. He could not directly absorb the immense energy contained within. However, some vitality stones permitted direct absorption of their energy. The hundreds of vitality stones atop Wolf Mountain Tower were evidently of the latter type. Shortly after, Yifeng was summoned by Master Su Zhan to the Master's Hall. Su Zhan informed him about the trial and allowed him to select his team members, while also cautioning him about the dangers of the Wolf Mountain City trial. This trial was not accompanied by powerful warriors. Once the teams from the 4 academies entered the city, their lives would depend solely on their own fortunes. Upon returning to the advanced hall, Yifeng began selecting his team members. Apart from Su Hua, he needed 3 more. Within a few minutes, he chose 3 individuals: Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian, all intermediate warriors. In the remaining time, Yifeng fervently absorbed vitality in the advanced hall. On the final day, at noon, Yifeng approached the combat power testing device once more. Bang! 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 30125, 30120, 30150, 30135. His power had reached 30,000, nearing the threshold of an initial Grandmaster. The foundational power of an initial Grandmaster was 40,000, while Advanced Warrior stood at 25,000, marking a qualitative leap between the 2 ranks. Not long after testing his power, Senior Grandmaster Mu, he arrived at the Advanced Hall, approaching Yifeng. Yifeng, bring your team and follow me, he instructed, then exited the hall. Chapter 6 Yang Qingtianson, Yang Hao Yifeng, Su Hua, Li Yi, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian exchanged glances of confusion upon hearing Mu He's words. They followed him to an armory, where the purpose became clear. They were to select weapons. These weapons need not be questioned. The Master has invested heavily in purchasing alloy weapons for the sake of our River Academy's reputation, Mu He stated, gesturing towards the inner chamber of the armory. The mention of alloy weapons caused a stir among them. Such weapons were typically found only in military ranks, developed post-catastrophe. Renowned for their sharpness, capable of slicing through gold and stone, effortlessly cutting through the flesh of ordinary beasts. Upon entering the inner chamber, the 5 beheld the legendary alloy weapons, 5 alloy long swords, gleaming with a silver-white hue. Just a glance made them acutely aware of the sword's lethal sharpness. Truly the finest of weapons. You each shall take one of the 5 alloy long swords. he proclaimed. Each of them took a sword, their faces lit with delight. Additionally, here are the compressed rations and water prepared for you, sufficient for 3 days. The trial in Wolf Mountain City will last 3 days. If no teams from the 4 academies reach the Wolf Mountain Tower in that time, none will receive the reward of Vitality Stones. The City Lord will personally address you before your departure tomorrow. After preparing everything, Feng returned to his room, gazing at the alloy long sword in his hand, contemplating the potential rewards from signing in at the intermediate level during the trial. While the intermediate sign-in was significant, the paramount concern was ensuring his team reached the tower before the other 3 academies. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. He believed that with the power of the Vitality Stones, he could break through the constraints and ascend to the level of an initial Grandmaster. The next day, Feng, Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian gathered at the training ground, each carrying their alloy long swords and backpacks filled with compressed rations and water. Led by Deputy Master Shi Ming, the 5 proceeded to the designated area for the trial, where 4 vehicles awaited, each emblazoned with the names of the 4 major academies. Other students from the 3 rival academies had already arrived, all of whom were top-tier students, unlike Feng's team, which was composed of those selected from the advanced hall. Feng, have you seen that individual? He is Yang Hao, the son of Yang Qingtian, the master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy. At the tender age of 18, he has already attained the status of senior warrior, merely a step away from becoming a primary martial artist, and has awakened his blade affinity. Su Hua began to introduce the elite students from the 3 major martial arts academies to Feng. Blade affinity is a type of weapon affinity. Unlike attribute affinities, weapon and elemental affinities are not ranked. With the blade affinity, one can not only harmonize blade techniques, momentum, and intent, but also cultivate advanced sword techniques. On Blue Star, there exists a formidable human figure who awakened this blade affinity and ascended to the pinnacle of weapon mastery known as the Harmonization Realm. Famously referred to as the Mad Blade Giant. Legend has it that the Mad Blade Giant could cleave a mountain in half with a single strike. Chapter 84, Wolf Mountain City, Black Moon Wolves. Weapons are categorized into 3 realms: harmonization, momentum, and intent. Achieving the initial realm is as challenging as scaling the heavens, let alone reaching the terrifying level of intent. Nonetheless, even without attaining the harmonization level or comprehending weapon-related techniques, one can possess a unique understanding of their respective weapons once they awaken their weapon affinity. Feng's gaze fell upon Yang Qingtian's son, Yang Hao, and a cold glimmer flashed across his face. Unfortunately, the moment was not opportune, or he would have struck him down without hesitation. The 4 major martial arts academies were led here by their respective deputy masters, now awaiting the arrival of the City Lord. After the City Lord's address, the teams from the 4 academies would travel to Wolf Mountain City in their designated vehicles. Momins Latte, a middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority, strode toward them with a commanding presence. He was tall, with pronounced brows shaped like swords and piercing eyes resembling those of a great leopard, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. A golden, 3-star Taodai badge hung prominently on his chest. This man was none other than Lu Xingyun, the City Lord of Jiangnan City, the most formidable warrior in the region. 3 years ago, he ventured into the territory of the most powerful, ferocious beasts outside Jiangnan City, the Qingling Cave, where he single-handedly defeated a 6-tier beast and returned unscathed. City Lord, the deputy masters and students from the 4 academies bowed respectfully to him. Lu Xingyun surveyed the elite students before him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You are all the talents of Jiangnan City. This time, I have brought hundreds of essence stones from the imperial capital, which are now placed on the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. To obtain these stones, it will depend on your abilities. Remember, in this world, only strength is paramount. After his words, the City Lord paused for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words. Let us go. The students from the 4 academies hurriedly boarded their vehicles, which then proceeded toward Wolf Mountain City. From morning till noon, they finally arrived outside Wolf Mountain City. Situated to the north of Jiangnan City, the area outside Wolf Mountain City is human territory, but inside and behind the city lies the realm of ferocious beasts. Once the students disembarked from their vehicles, they began to enter Wolf Mountain City. Although not large, it was certainly not small either, and once the students from the 4 academies entered, they quickly lost sight of one another. Upon their arrival, Yifeng's team surveyed the desolate surroundings of Wolf Mountain City, where buildings were covered in moss and overgrown with weeds. They took out a map and, following their planned route, headed toward the center of the city, where the Wolf Mountain building was located. Within Wolf Mountain City, there exists only one type of ferocious beast, the Black Moon Wolf. Ordinary Black Moon Wolves are first-tier beasts, equivalent to human martial apprentices, though there are more powerful variants, albeit rarely seen. I have heard that within the Wolf Mountain building resides a third-tier Black Moon Wolf, which will be our most formidable adversary, Su Hua suddenly remarked as they made their way to the city center. Upon hearing her words, expressions of horror crossed the faces of her companions. A third-tier Black Moon Wolf was exceedingly daunting for them at present. Fortunately, their captain was Yifeng. They had witnessed Yifeng effortlessly tear apart a third-tier low-level beast, the striped demon spider, during their time at the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed in their ears. Chapter 85, Slaying Dozens of Black Moon Wolves. Yifeng's team turned their attention to the source of the low rumble, and before them appeared dozens of Black Moon Wolves. Leading this pack was a second-tier low-level Black Moon Wolf, comparable to a junior warrior among humans. Li Wei Wang Boyu and Zhang Qian had scarcely ventured into the wilderness before, and the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Su Hua's delicate face also turned pale. They all glanced at Yifeng, only to find not the slightest hint of fear on his face. Reassured by Yifeng's formidable strength, they felt a surge of confidence. With a sudden roar, the second-tier low-level Black Moon Wolf charged forward, followed by its pack. Attack! Yifeng commanded with a single word. With that, he drew his alloy long sword and surged toward the approaching wolves. As Su Hua and the others saw Yifeng leap into battle, they too began to engage. No longer was Su Hua the timid girl from Anan Academy, having absorbed a portion of ferocious beast blood at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. She had now become a junior warrior. The five of them plunged into the fray, wielding their alloy long swords against the Black Moon Wolves. Generally, ferocious beasts possess formidable defenses. However, these first-tier low-level Black Moon Wolves were no match for the might of their alloy weapons. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Bu, and Su Qian were all facing ferocious beasts for the first time, and while fear lingered in their hearts, they understood that if they did not eliminate these wolves, they would surely be slain. Swish, swish, swish. The five alloy long swords sliced through the air with a terrifying swiftness, as if they were cleaving through space itself. The dozens of Black Moon Wolves fell one by one into pools of blood. The remaining second-tier low-level Black Moon Wolf, witnessing its pack being slaughtered, was filled with terror and attempted to flee. Yet Yifeng had already set his sights on this wolf. There was no way it could escape. Activating the intermediate speed technique, Wind Shadow Step, he closed the distance in an instant. Upon reaching the second-tier, low-level Black Moon Wolf, he raised his alloy long sword and struck down with tremendous force, cleaving the creature in two. For the other four, this was their first experience slaying a ferocious beast, and they felt exhilarated, their initial trepidation replaced by a sense of triumph. On Blue Star, ferocious beasts and humans are two distinct races, and encountering one another often results in a life-or-death struggle. Let us continue toward the center of Wolf Mountain City. Yifeng instructed his companions. They were still a considerable distance from the Wolf Mountain building and would not reach it today. As they pressed on toward the city center, they encountered numerous Black Moon Wolves, each of which they dispatched with ease. As night fell, the five set up their tents, preparing to continue their journey to the center of Wolf Mountain City the following day. Yifeng had not succumbed to slumber. He stood vigil for his companions. The night in the wilderness harbored unfathomable terrors, and should one fall into a deep sleep, the consequences could be dire. They were still human, unlike the characters in fantastical novels who could sense danger from afar. When asleep and distant from peril, they would be utterly oblivious. The night passed without sleep, leading into the following day. Chapter 86, The Wolf Mountain Tower, Intermediate Level Black Moon Wolf. On the second day, Yifeng's team pressed onward. Similar to them, the squads from the other three martial arts academies refrained from advancing during the night. Despite the alluring rewards of the Wolf Mountain trial, the preservation of life took precedence. Without it, all would be in vain. With 2 days remaining until the trial's conclusion, they drew ever closer to the heart of Wolf Mountain City. As Yifeng's squad approached a row of lowly structures, he halted abruptly, his instincts warning him of the presence of numerous ferocious beasts. Yifeng, why have you stopped? Su Hua inquired, perplexed by a sudden pause. Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian mirrored her confusion. Perhaps we have arrived at a place of horror, Yi Feng replied, his countenance grave. The others exchanged glances, a flicker of dread crossing their faces. Before they could voice their concerns, a horde of black moon wolves surged forth, encircling them. Over 100 black moon wolves. Zhang Qian gasped, her expression one of sheer terror. Yi Feng unsheathed his alloy sword. Let us engage. We must not allow these wolves to obstruct our journey. With that proclamation, he launched himself into battle against the encroaching pack. The multitude of black moon wolves, though numerous, were but low-level beasts, their overall strength lacking. While their numbers provided a tactical advantage, in the realm of Blue Star, sheer quantity did not equate to effectiveness. Under Yi Feng's assault, the wolves howled in agony, collapsing into pools of blood. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian beamed with joy, reassured by Yi Feng's formidable presence. They realized that with him by their side, the black moon wolves posed no threat. Yi Feng's display of power was nothing short of terrifying, akin to a deity of slaughter. After vanquishing the multitude of wolves, they continued their march toward the center of Wolf Mountain City. The squads from the 4 major academies hastened toward the Wolf Mountain Tower, eager to claim the hundreds of elemental stones upon its rooftop. On the 3rd day, the squads arrived at the base of the Wolf Mountain Tower almost simultaneously. They regarded one another warily, fully aware that they were rivals. I presume you're all aware that I have awakened my talent for blade techniques. Henceforth, anyone daring to enter the Wolf Mountain Tower shall be my enemy. Yang Hao, he declared coldly, his gaze fixed on the other squads. The trial set forth by the 4 major academies stipulated that human beings could not harm one another. Any violation would incur severe penalties. After all, the trial was overseen by the city lord himself, whose methods were shrouded in mystery. Thus, the higher-ups had warned against attacking rival academies. Yang Hao's assertion of future enmity was strategic, for the elemental stones atop the tower were claimed by the capable. As tensions mounted among the 4 academies, a thunderous roar shattered the standoff, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a formidable beast emerged before them. A 3rd-level intermediate black moon wolf. Yang Hao exclaimed. Chapter 87. Intermediate Sign-In. Kanglan Battle Armor among the 4 academies. The strongest students were mere junior martial artists, and the sight of a 3rd-level intermediate black moon wolf instilled a sense of dread. No one wished to perish at the jaws of the beast, and the thought of collaborating to slay it only to lose their own lives was unbearable. Retreat, commanded the captains of the 3 academies. The 3rd-level intermediate black moon wolf was akin to an intermediate martial artist among humans, possessing significantly greater foundational combat strength, perhaps even nearing that of a senior martial artist. The squads hastily withdrew from the vicinity of the Wolf Mountain Tower. Yi Feng, however, refrained from issuing a retreat order. He was confident in his ability to slay the 3rd-level intermediate black moon wolf. The wolf, realizing that Yi Feng's team made no move to flee, fixated its gaze upon them, seemingly assessing their potential threat. With a fearsome growl, the beast lunged at Yi Feng's squad. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian were engulfed in terror at the sight of the approaching wolf. Yi Feng stood resolute, wielding his alloy sword as he advanced to meet the beast. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a powerful slash at the 3rd-level intermediate black moon wolf. His combat prowess had reached an astounding level, making the slaying of such a creature a trivial task. Caught off guard by Yi Feng's sheer strength, the wolf struggled to evade the lethal strike. But it was too late. In a single blow, Yi Feng severed the wolf's head from its body, achieving instant victory. Su Hua, Li Wei, Feng Bu, and Zhang Qian stood in stunned silence, their jaws agape at the display of power. They perceived Yi Feng as a reaper who had emerged from the depths of hell, his aura so formidable that his hair seemed to dance in an unseen wind. As he vanquished the 3rd-level intermediate black moon wolf, an unusual brilliance flickered in Yi Feng's mind. He understood that he could now perform an intermediate sign-in. Upon accessing the sign-in interface within his consciousness, Yi Feng initiated the process. Ding. Does the host confirm the intermediate sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful. Reward. Kanglan Battle Armor. Kanglan Battle Armor? Yi Feng eagerly examined its properties. The Kanglan Battle Armor could merge with the body, requiring the consumption of elemental energy with each use, and it would enhance his defense threefold. Upon reviewing the introduction of the Kanglan Battle Armor, Feng deemed it quite advantageous, though he was uncertain how long it would take to cultivate. Ding. Would you like to merge with the Kanglen battle armor? Merge. Ding. Kanglen battle armor successfully merged. As the system's voice faded, Feng discovered he could utilize the Kanglen battle armor immediately with no need for cultivation. Enhancing his defense threefold was equivalent to possessing an intermediate defensive talent, albeit at the cost of elemental energy. A smile graced Feng's face. The absence of a cultivation requirement was exceptionally gratifying. He pondered the identity of the formidable warrior who had developed the Kanglen battle armor. Truly impressive. Excellent. The personnel from the other 3 major martial arts schools have retreated. The formidable third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf is the most fearsome beast in Wolf Mountain City. Now, no creature can obstruct our ascent to the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Su Hua's fair visage radiated excitement. Chapter 88. Activation of the Kanglen battle armor. Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian shared in the joy, for with the slaying of the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf by Feng, they could proceed directly to the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building and claim hundreds of essence stones as rewards from this trial. Let us enter. Ye Feng Muset, feeling a sense of urgency to reach the rooftop before the teams from the 3 major martial arts schools returned, which could lead to complications. The 5 ventured into the Wolf Mountain building. Captain, without your presence during this trial of the 4 major martial arts schools, we would never have had the chance to be here. I will be satisfied with just 1 essence stone, Li Wei remarked with a smile directed at Feng. Although they were students of the senior branch of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, they were not the most elite among its ranks. Their participation in the Wolf Mountain trial was solely due to Feng's influence. Su Hua and the others nodded in agreement. Feng remained silent, sensing an underlying unease. The Wolf Mountain building towered several stories high, and the elevators were long out of service. They had no choice but to ascend on foot. Upon reaching the 12th floor, they came to an abrupt halt, enveloped by an overwhelming aura that drew nearer. A chilling roar pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. The 5 turned towards the source of the terrifying sound. A massive Black Moon Wolf suddenly appeared beside Su Hua. Its razor-sharp claws glinted ominously, a harbinger of impending doom. Be careful, they exclaimed in alarm. Su Hua stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, convinced she could not evade the beast's lethal strike. In that critical moment, Feng shoved her aside, narrowly avoiding the steel-like claws of the Black Moon Wolf that came perilously close to his body. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian stood aghast, their hearts racing at the thought of those deadly claws piercing Feng's flesh, which would yield catastrophic consequences. Activate Kanglen battle armor. Just as the claws were about to strike, Feng invoked the Kanglen battle armor. A brilliant golden radiance enveloped him, and the armor materialized, tripling his defensive capabilities. The Black Moon Wolf, a third-tier low-level beast, had not exerted its full strength. Thus, Feng's armor would easily withstand its assault. With a resounding thud, the claws of the third-tier low-level Black Moon Wolf collided with Feng's body, the force of the attack wholly neutralized by the Kanglen battle armor. Su Hua shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. Yet, Feng's body remained unscathed, the claws failing to breach his defenses. My heavens! Is that the Kanglen battle armor? Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Li Wei's voice, Su Hua quickly opened her eyes. The sight of Feng clad in resplendent armor brought tears of joy to her eyes. The third-tier, low-level Black Moon Wolf stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of human defense it was up against. Before the beast could react, Feng launched a powerful punch, driving through the creature with overwhelming force. Feng, you have actually mastered the Kanglen battle armor? Su Hua gazed at him in sheer disbelief. Chapter 89. The essence stones on the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian stared at Feng in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend that he had indeed cultivated the Kanglen battle armor. They had heard tales of its difficulty to master. What kind of extraordinary genius was Feng? They found themselves at a loss for further speculation. Feng, however, remained focused. Reaching the rooftop was paramount, as this was the final day of the Wolf Mountain trial. They hastened towards the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Meanwhile, at the base of the Wolf Mountain building, the teams from the Jin Feng Martial Arts School, Lei Yin Martial Arts School, and He Hu Martial Arts School regrouped. After their retreat, they contemplated their next course of action and returned to the base of the building, staring in disbelief at the sight before them. The third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any vitality. The third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf has been slain? Yang Hao's voice trembled with disbelief. The demise of the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf signified an unobstructed path to the Wolf Mountain building. The members of the three major martial arts schools exchanged incredulous glances. Only the Jianghe Martial Arts School remained absent from the trial. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible, Yang Hao shouted in disbelief. Unwilling to accept that the Jianghe Martial Arts School's team could have vanquished the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Not just Yang Hao, but the others shared his skepticism. After all, it was a third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Yet, despite their disbelief, the grim reality unfolded before them. The beast lay in a pool of blood. Its demise gruesome. Yang Hao felt as though all strength had been drained from him. He could not accept this truth. As a prodigious talent of the Jin Feng Martial Arts School, endowed with exceptional training aptitude and awakened knife system talent, his future was boundless. We shall wait here for the Jianghe Martial Arts School team to descend. I must witness how they managed to slay the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Yang Hao coldly declared to his fellow members. The teams from Lei Yuan Martial Arts School and Hehu Martial Arts School shared his sentiment. With the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf vanquished, they deemed it unnecessary to scale the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. They were reluctant to seize the essence stones from the Jianghe Martial Arts School members, fearing the wrath of the city lord should their actions be discovered. On the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building, Yi Feng's team arrived, greeted by the sight of hundreds of blue essence stones, each no larger than a fingertip, emanating a dazzling brilliance. In comparison, the essence stones from the Jianghe secret chamber seemed disproportionately large. Captain, as I mentioned earlier, I only require one essence stone. Li a certes résoluté décidé, Yi Feng. Us two, Su Hua, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian chimed in unison. Each of you shall receive 10 essence stones. Yi Feng replied slowly. It was not a matter of being stingy. Rather, he required these essence stones to propel himself beyond the threshold of a novice grand martial artist. The four exchanged glances of elation upon hearing Yi Feng's generous offer. Thank you, Captain, they exclaimed, moving towards the essence stones. After they had gathered the essence stones, Yi Feng's team departed the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Upon exiting, they encountered the teams from the three major martial arts schools, who regarded them with cold, furious glares, as if consumed by impotent rage. Chapter 90, Junior Grand Martial Artist, Initial Sign-In. The power of the glutton. I wish to know how you managed to slay this third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Yang Hao fixed his gaze intently on Yi Feng's team. Su Hua chuckled, finding the inquiry amusing. Why should we reveal how we defeated the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf to you? Su Hua, do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Yang Hao's expression darkened. Why should I not? Su Hua retorted defiantly. A pallor crossed Yang Hao's face. Let's not waste time with them. Yi Feng interjected, addressing Su Hua. Nodding in agreement, Su Hua prepared to leave with Yi Feng's team. However, at that moment, Yang Hao swiftly stepped into their path. Are you their captain? Yang Hao's gaze bore into Yi Feng. The members of Yi Feng's team felt their displeasure rise at Yang Hao's obstinacy. Let me inform you, he is our captain, Yi Feng, Zhang Qian asserted. Glaring at Yang Hao's eyes burned with fury. He was taken aback that an insignificant person like Zhang Qian dared to confront him. Yi Feng. Yang Hao echoed with a cold laugh. I shall remember this name. Though I do not know how you killed the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf, I am certain it was not through your own strength. The vice-captains of Lei Yuan Martial Academy and Hehu Martial Academy shared a sentiment, etching Yi Feng's visage in their memories. Until now, they had not heard of Yi Feng, but suddenly, he had risen to the position of captain of the Jianghe Martial Academy team, implying commendable prowess. I shall remember you as well, Yi Feng replied, a hint of menace dancing on his lips. With that, he led his team away from Wolf Mountain City. The time to confront Yang Hao had not yet come, but he knew that day would not linger long. After exiting Wolf Mountain City, Yi Feng's team returned to their original departure point by car. The vice-captains of the four major martial academies still awaited their return. Upon seeing his team, Vice-Captain Shi Ming of Jianghe Martial Academy rushed forward. How'd it go? Shi Ming inquired. Sure, uncle, we acquired some elemental stones, Su Hua informed him. A glimmer of joy crossed Shi Ming's face upon hearing her words. The three major martial academies, upon realizing that Jianghe Martial Academy had procured elemental stones from Wolf Mountain Mansion, wore expressions of cold disdain. Very well. Let us return to the academy now, Shi Ming declared, ushering Yi Feng's team back to Jianghe Martial Academy. However, Yi Feng did not return to the academy. Instead, he went home, where he began to absorb the energy from the elemental stones. There were over 300 stones. 1, 2, 3. As time passed, the number of elemental stones steadily diminished. To facilitate his training, Yi Feng also purchased a combat power detector for his home in Jinyan community. He absorbed the elemental stones while monitoring his combat power. Bang, bang, bang. 34070, 34080, 34100, 34150. He continued to absorb elemental stones. After consuming 200 stones, Yi Feng proceeded to check his combat power again. Bang, bang, bang. 38215, 38172, 38371, 38255. The distance to becoming a junior grand martial artist was narrowing. Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his brow as he observed the readings on the detector. With over 100 elemental stones remaining, he did not cease his absorption. After half a month, he finally finished consuming all 300 stones. Bang, bang, bang. 42560, 42600, 42610, 42630. He exhaled deeply. With a combat power exceeding 42,000, he had achieved the strength of a junior grand martial artist, surpassing the foundational threshold by over 2,000 points. He felt satisfied with this power. Yi Feng opened the sign-in sheet within his mind. After half a month of absorbing elemental stones, he was now eligible for an advanced sign-in. Ding. Is the host certain about the advanced sign-in? Affirmative. Ding. Advanced sign-in successful. Reward obtained. 1 instance of gluttonous power, level 1. Chapter 91. Yi Feng takes action. 1 instance of gluttonous power, level 1. Yi Feng, Gospel Astonishment. The first level of gluttonous power represented the foundational combat strength of a junior grandmaster, boasting a staggering potential of 1 million. This is utterly terrifying, he mused, although it could only be utilized once. After pondering for an extended period, he resolved to first deal with Huang Kun. Huang Kun posed an immediate threat. Failing to eliminate him would leave a persistent danger, while Yang Qingtian would soon follow. Now that he had the opportunity to wield gluttonous power, it was time to act. At dawn, Yi Feng set forth towards Jianghe Martial Academy. Upon arriving outside the academy, he spotted Su Hua. Her fair complexion bore an anxious expression, as if awaiting someone. What brings you here? Yi Feng inquired, puzzled by her presence. Su Hua's face brightened at the sound of his voice. Yi Feng, I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yi Feng looked at her in confusion, uncertain of the reason. My father requested that you visit. He seems to have something to discuss. Very well. Once inside Jianghe Martial Academy, Yi Feng and Su Hua made their way to the main hall. Upon entering, they found many high-ranking members already present, including Vice Captain Huang Kun and his son, Huang Yun. After some time, Huang Yun had recovered from his injuries, and both men's expressions turned cold upon Yi Feng's arrival. Yi Feng, you've come. Master Su Zhan greeted him with a gentle smile. Master, have you summoned me for a particular reason? Yi Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. Ah, nothing of great significance, Master Su Zhan began, but Huang Yun interjected, his icy demeanor fixed upon Yi Feng. We have thoroughly investigated and confirmed that you were responsible for the death of Master Tian Hai. While we are unaware of how you accomplished this, as a student of Jianghe Martial Academy, slaying a grand martial artist from our own academy warrants severe consequences. Understanding Huang Yun's intentions, Yi Feng realized they had summoned him to accuse him. Since the matter has been laid bare, let us proceed. Tian Hai was sent by you to eliminate me, was he not? Unfortunately for you, fate favored me. Not only did he fail to kill me, but I managed to slay him instead. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed not on Huang Yun, but on Vice Captain Huang Kun beside him. The senior members of Jianghe Martial Academy were well aware of the underlying truths, yet they refrained from voicing them. It was no secret that Tian Hai was a subordinate of Huang Kun, and they suspected Yi Feng's survival was due to the master's covert protection. Yi Feng, you are insufferably arrogant. Huang Yun seethed as he noted Yi Feng's disregard for him, his anger boiling over. Begone, Yi Feng retorted, striking Huang Yun's face with a swift slap. Huang Yun was sent crashing against the wall. The high-ranking members in the hall were taken aback. They had not anticipated Yi Feng's sudden aggression. You, how dare you strike me? Huang Yun exclaimed, rising from the ground. his fury palpable as he glared at Yi Feng. I intend not only to strike you, but to end your life. With that, the tension escalated. Yi Feng unleashed a powerful punch directed at Huang Yun's position. In an instant, a terrifying energy coalesced into a formidable force, hurtling towards Huang Yun with astonishing speed. No one anticipated that Yi Feng would seek to eliminate Huang Yun. Standing nearby, the deputy curator, Huang Kun, turned as pale as death and stepped in front of Huang Yun to block Yi Feng's strike. Chapter 92. Am I allowed to slay Huang Kun in the Jianghe martial arts school? Huang Kun, his gaze icy and filled with rage, glared at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, how dare you openly attack my son here? What do you think of my position? Yi Feng chuckled coldly. When you sent people to kill me, you should have foreseen this day. After speaking, he turned to the curator, Su Zhan. Curator, might I inquire if I am permitted to kill Huang Kun within the Jianghe martial arts school? Yi Feng knew that if he unleashed the first level of Tao Tai power, it would be effortless to annihilate the mid-level master, Huang Kun. The senior members present in the curator's hall were struck dumb by Yi Feng's words. Utterly unprepared for such a declaration, Su Hua stood frozen, unable to comprehend why Yi Feng would wish to kill Huang Kun, especially when he knew Huang Kun was a mid-level master. He was at a loss for how to respond. Huang Kun was the deputy curator of the Jianghe Martial Arts School. His death would deal a significant blow to their strength. Yet, Huang Kun was obstinate, and Su Zhan feared that he might lead his followers to another martial arts school, creating an even greater crisis. He could not personally confront Huang Kun, as the ensuing public outcry could ruin the Jianghe Martial Arts School. Yet, Yi Feng could hardly be considered a match for Huang Kun. Su Zhan could not fathom why Yi Feng harbored thoughts of killing Huang Kun. Did he not understand the adage that a gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years? Curator, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent, Yi Feng declared to Su Zhan. Huang Kun snickered, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not expected Yi Feng to make such a ludicrous demand. On the surface, he could not openly attack Yi Feng, as Yi Feng was also under the curator's protection. However, the situation had changed. Yi Feng sought to kill him, presenting a rare opportunity. Yi Feng, do you truly wish to fight me? Huang Kun sneered, fixing his gaze on Yi Feng. It is not a matter of wanting to fight. It is a matter of wanting to kill you, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head at Huang Kun. The senior members in the curator's hall could hardly believe that Yi Feng possessed the strength to contend with Huang Kun, despite the confidence radiating from his face. Huang Yun wore a cold smile, having envisioned Yi Feng's demise countless times during his hospital stay. He knew that moment was imminent. Su Hua's already pale face turned ghostly as she approached Yi Feng and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Yi Feng, have you lost your mind? Yet, Yi Feng merely offered her a reassuring smile. It seems an inevitable clash is upon us. If we were to battle on the trial platform, it would not only stir Jianghe Martial Arts School, but also reverberate throughout Jiangnan City. Therefore, let us proceed to the internal trial hall, Curator Su Zhan said as he rose, his heart heavy with foreboding. If only Yi Feng could endure a little longer and wait until he truly possessed the strength to confront Huang Kun, it would be entirely different. However, Yi Feng did not yet have that power. He did not wish to prevent Yi Feng. He recognized the determination etched on Yi Feng's face and understood that any attempt to dissuade him would be futile. Yi Feng, let us go, Huang Kun sneered, striding out of the curator's hall towards the internal trial hall. Everyone in the curator's hall followed suit. Yi Feng, what on earth is happening? Su Hua asked, lingering in the hall, her face pale and filled with anxiety. Do not worry. Huang Kun is nothing before me, Yi Feng assured her before stepping out. Chapter 93. The Power of Tao Tai. Slaying Huang Kun, Su Hua watched Yi Feng's somewhat gaunt figure retreat, feeling a profound sense of loss. Huang Kun is nothing before me, echoed in her mind. Even at this juncture, she could not fathom why Yi Feng insisted on putting on a brave front. Inside the internal trial hall, Huang Kun had already taken his position on the trial platform. As Yi Feng and Su Hua entered, the senior members of Jianghe Martial Arts School cast sympathetic glances at Yi Feng. A once promising genius was on the verge of falling before their eyes. Yi Feng, come up. Huang Kun beckoned from the trial platform. Yi Feng's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no sign of trepidation as he approached the trial platform step by step. Once on the platform, he faced off against Huang Kun. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to slay you, Yi Feng. If I allowed you to grow, Who knows what kind of terrifying existence you might become in the future? Huang Kuan said, his voice filled with arrogance. Yi Feng shook his head, fixing his gaze on Huang Kuan. Do you truly believe I would confront you without absolute confidence? As his words fell, he summoned the first level of Taotai power, which immediately enveloped him. The Taotai power could only be wielded by grandmasters. Above them were the Yuan generals, Yuan kings, and the emperor lords. The power of Qiongqi represented the Yuan generals, while the power of Qianyo represented the Yuan kings, and the power of the dragon elephant represented the emperor lords. Once the first level of Taotai power surrounded Yi Feng, its golden radiance was blinding, rendering it difficult for onlookers to keep their eyes open. The spectators in the internal trial hall gasped in shock at the sight of the Taotai power enveloping Yi Feng, an occurrence beyond their wildest dreams. Taotai power, a grandmaster, exclaimed Shi Ming, another deputy curator, his voice trembling. No, this is not Yi Feng's original strength. It must be an external force, Curator Su Zhan thought, utterly astonished. However, this was no longer of consequence. What mattered was that the Taotai power surrounding Yi Feng was sufficient to slay the mid-level master, Huang Kuan. Huang Kuan gazed at the Taotai power enveloping Yi Feng and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A chill ran up his spine. No. It is impossible. How could you possess the first level of Taotai power? Huang Kuan stammered, his face a mask of sheer terror. Prepare to die, Yi Feng declared, locking his gaze on Huang Kuan as he unleashed a punch. Boom! Suddenly, the Taotai power coiled around him burst forth from his fist, radiating a golden light that illuminated the entire internal trial hall, as if a god of war had descended. At the moment Yi Feng struck, the trial platform disintegrated into nothingness, and everything within the internal trial hall followed suit, for the Taotai power was simply too terrifying. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Everyone scrambled for the exit. Had the internal trial hall not been constructed from alloy materials, it might have been reduced to nothingness as well. A deafening roar echoed through the air. All that the onlookers could perceive was the blinding golden light, unaware of the true nature of the unfolding events. As the golden light gradually faded, the senior members of the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall cast their gaze towards the internal trial hall, only to find the Vice Hall Master, Huang Kuan, sprawled in a pool of blood, a gaping wound marring his body. Yi Feng's expression remained remarkably unperturbed. He understood that with the power of the first layer of the Tiaohua, he could easily slay Huang Kuan. Yet, he mused to himself. The ferocity of this first layer was truly terrifying. If he so desired, he could obliterate the entire Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Huang Yuan, upon witnessing Huang Kuan's demise, appeared as though the heavens had collapsed around him. The senior members of Jianghe Martial Arts Hall were horrified at the sight of Huang Kuan's tragic fate. They had not anticipated Yi Feng's unleashing of the first layer of Tiaohua, although they now grasped that this power did not originate from Yi Feng himself. Its sheer terror was undeniable. Huang Yuan rushed to Huang Kuan's side, weeping inconsolably. Yi Feng regarded Huang Yuan with a calm demeanor, as still as water. Suddenly, he struck Huang Yuan with a punch. Vital energy surged from his fist, reaching Huang Yuan's back in an instant. Huang Yuan, caught off guard, emitted a scream before collapsing to the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Some senior members, witnessing Yi Feng's egregious actions, having not only killed Vice Hall Master Huang Kuan, but also Huang Yuan, were consumed by rage. Yi Feng, do you not think you have gone too far? Master Lu Tong glared coldly at him. All eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, seeking an explanation from him. I know not what you mean by too far, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. I only understand the necessity of eradicating threats completely. He recognized that failing to eliminate Huang Yuan now would only lead to future complications, attributing their predicament to having offended the wrong individual. If any of you believe my actions to be excessive and wish to challenge me, then come forth swiftly, he declared, surveying the assembly of senior members at Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Though some were seething with anger, they understood that their ally, Huang Kuan, was dead. To confront Yi Feng now would be an unwise decision. Su Hua let out a silent sigh of relief. She could not comprehend how Yi Feng had ascended to such an insurmountable presence so rapidly. The distance between her and Yi Feng was widening, leaving her uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Hall Master Su Zhan commanded that today's events remain undisclosed, lest they face severe repercussions. After exiting the internal trial hall, Yi Feng contemplated that the matter concerning Huang Kuan had been resolved, and now he needed to address the affairs of the Jin Feng Martial Arts Hall. However, he was merely a junior grandmaster at present and lacked the strength to contend with the master of Jin Feng Martial Arts Hall, Yang Qingtian. Yi Feng began fervently absorbing vital energy. He must break through as swiftly as possible. Days passed, and while his combat strength increased marginally, he found the higher his realm, the more arduous the breakthrough became. With only 5 days remaining, he anticipated the potential of a divine level sign-in. After the 5 days elapsed, he assessed his combat strength once more. His power had now reached a notable level, yet he remained far from the foundational combat strength of a mid-level grandmaster. Nevertheless, he was ready to initiate a divine level sign-in. Is the host certain about the divine level sign-in? The system inquired. Confirmed. Divine level sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired the swordsmanship talent and the advanced sword technique, Liakong Yijian. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy at having obtained swordsmanship talent, a formidable asset among weapon talents. Shall I merge with the swordsmanship talent? Merge. Merge successful. As for the advanced sword technique, Liakong Yijian, Yi Feng examined its description. The technique required swordsmanship talent for cultivation and, upon mastery, could shatter space with a single strike. Yi Feng never anticipated acquiring both swordsmanship talent and a sword technique. He glanced at his alloy sword. With this newfound power, he was determined to train diligently. The Jianghe Martial Arts Hall was not conducive to his practice, and he wished to remain discreet at this juncture. The only suitable location that came to mind was Nanshan. After departing from Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Yi Feng arrived at Nanshan. The movements of the advanced sword technique were already ingrained in his mind, and he understood that comprehending it would be even more challenging than mastering the Dragon Elephant Fist. With his alloy sword in hand, he began practicing the advanced sword technique Liakong Yijian according to the movements in his mind. Days turned into weeks, and despite his efforts, he still felt no sign of comprehension. On the 15th day, he attempted a new round of junior sign-ins, but yielded no valuable rewards. 2 months flew by an instant. Yet at last, Yi Feng had managed to grasp the fundamentals of Liakong Yijian. Disappointingly, he had not received anything of worth during the sign-ins in that time. His alloy sword had begun to manifest a terrifying sword aura, a feat only achievable through swordsmanship talent. Liakong Yijian was renowned for its capability to unleash a fearsome strike, resulting in spatial ruptures. The sword's might was undeniably formidable. Time continued its relentless march, and another 2 months passed. Holding his alloy sword, Yi Feng stood before a towering tree. With a swift motion, he swung the sword towards the tree. Instantly, a multitude of terrifying sword auras intertwined, cascading from the sword with the swiftness of lightning. The interwoven sword auras shattered the space around them, delivering a breathtaking visual spectacle. The surrounding trees were severed cleanly in half. The sword aura crashed into the tree with tremendous force, causing it to splinter in an instant, too swift for anyone to react. Is this the power of Liakong Yijian? How terrifying! Yi Feng murmured to himself. He had not unleashed his full strength. He could only imagine the catastrophic effects had he done so. However, he knew that the might of this strike far surpassed that of the advanced fist technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. The Dragon Elephant Fist could unleash a false Dragon Elephant force, achieving a terrifying combat strength of 150,000. Therefore, the Liakong Yijian, which was exponentially more powerful, promised a level of horror beyond imagination. Yet, despite its terrifying prowess, Yi Feng remained a mere junior grandmaster, incapable of defeating Yang Qingtian, the master of Jin Feng Martial Arts Hall, with Liakong Yijian. Suddenly, an unusual light flickered in Yi Feng's mind. He realized he could initiate another sign-in. For such an extended period, the reward from daily sign-ins have yielded nothing of great value. This time, he achieved a basic sign-in. After successfully signing in, a voice resonated in his mind. Basic sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 Dragon Soul Potions. 10 Dragon Soul Potions? Yi Feng was overjoyed. This was indeed timely. Previously, he had obtained 3 Dragon Soul Potions and spent 3 days in the Jianghe Secret Chamber, during which his combat power increased by over 5,000. However, at that time, the Dragon Origin technique was only at the 2nd level. Now it had ascended to the 3rd. If he were to enter the Jianghe Secret Chamber again, The enhancement to his vital energy would reach a staggering level. Chapter 96. A necessary expedition to the wilderness upon returning to the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Yi Feng made his way directly to the Jianghe secret chamber. Once inside, he began to fervently absorb the immense vital energy present. Now that the Dragon Origin technique had reached the third level, the energy he absorbed was far more formidable than before. The figures of vital energy, 43, 451, 43, 160, 43, 170, continued to flash before Yi Feng's eyes. A sense of exhilaration spread across his face. With the 10 Dragon Soul Potions acquired from the basic sign-in, he could remain in the Jianghe secret chamber for 10 days. During this period, combined with the terrifying vital energy within, he anticipated a qualitative transformation. Vital energy figures continued to rise. 43, 180, 43, 200, 43, 190. Observing the escalating numbers, Yi Feng clenched his fists. He understood that the day of his battle against Yang Qingtian was drawing near. After depleting the Dragon's Soul Potions, he would utilize one potion at a time until all 10 were consumed. Once he emerged from the Jianghe secret chamber, he felt as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Eagerly, he approached a combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the device repeatedly. 79, 560, 79, 570, 79, 565, 79, 580. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yi Feng as he beheld the combat power displayed. Close to 80,000, and 80,000 combat power was the foundational strength of a high-level martial artist, and in merely 10 days he was on the verge of attaining such prowess. However, it was still insufficient. Yang Qingtian was a high-level master, and Yi Feng had thoroughly investigated. He found no evidence of any terrifying supernatural abilities awakening within Yang Qingtian. To vanquish him with the advanced sword technique, Sky Splitter, Yi Feng needed to reach at least the intermediate master realm. Moreover, this remained an uncertain factor. Suddenly, it dawned on him that there were 3 major realms for weapons: unity, harmony of force, and harmony of intent. These realms existed independently of martial artists. Yi Feng mused that if only he could achieve the harmony of intent now, with just an intermediate master rank and the advanced sword technique, he would undoubtedly be able to slay Yang Qingtian. To reach the harmony of intent required not only luck, but also the nurturing of a murderous aura. Yi Feng concluded that a journey into the wilderness was necessary. A martial artist's breakthrough was not solely reliant on absorbing vital energy. One could also advance through acts of slaughter, albeit at a much slower pace compared to absorbing energy. Thus, in pursuit of the harmony of intent, he had no choice but to undertake this path. After some investigation, Yi Feng resolved to venture into the Western City, known for its numerous ferocious beasts. Leaving the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, he made his way to the Western City. A day later, Yi Feng arrived at the Western City. Like many territories dominated by ferocious beasts, it was overgrown with weeds and desolate. Yi Feng unsheathed the alloy long sword strapped to his back, for he had come to this Western City to unleash a massacre. He advanced step by step. In the Western City, there were 3 types of ferocious beasts: the ghost-head demon cat, fire-poison bird, and 3-eyed demon frog. Regardless of the species, low-tier, first-level ferocious beasts were always the most numerous, much like how ordinary humans constituted the majority. The strength of a ferocious beast territory was determined by the overall power and the number of high-level beasts present. Before long, a dozen ghost-head demon cats came into view. Chapter 97. The power of Sky Splitter. The dozen ghost-head demon cats before Yi Feng were all of the low-tier first-level variety, intensely fixated on him, poised to pounce at any moment. Grasping his alloy long sword, Yi Feng strode towards them before they could charge. The cats, surprised, did not expect Yi Feng to approach them, and their fury ignited. Roar! Suddenly, the cats unleashed a collective roar as they charged at Yi Feng. He raised his alloy long sword, which shimmered with a terrifying sword light. Whoosh! With a single stroke, the sword light struck down, cleaving the ghost-head demon cats in half, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. Yi Feng pressed onward, aware that many more ferocious beasts lurked within the Western City. Half an hour later, Yi Feng had slain over 100 ghost-head demon cats. He realized that achieving the harmony of intent was no easy feat. Yi Feng's gaze shifted to a certain direction, and he was momentarily taken aback. Not far from him, a horde of over 100 three-eyed demon frogs surrounded a group of young individuals. These frogs were massive, their green bodies covered in grotesque lumps, evoking a sense of revulsion. Yi Feng approached, not primarily to rescue the young individuals, for they were of little concern to him. His foremost intention was to eliminate the three-eyed demon frogs while allowing the young people a chance at survival. After all, humanity and ferocious beasts were two distinct factions. Among the group of young individuals surrounded by the three-eyed demon frogs were about a dozen, both male and female, appearing around 18 or 19 years old. They seemed oblivious to the dangers and had ventured into the western city for training. At that moment, despair was etched on their faces, as they realized the futility of their situation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword light pierced the air. Roar! The frogs emitted a cacophony of wails. In an instant, several three-eyed demon frogs lay defeated, their bodies shattered. In that moment, both the young individuals and the remaining three-eyed demon frogs turned to gaze in unison at the approaching figure. They beheld a boy, slightly slender, wielding an alloy-long sword, steadily advancing toward them. Though the boy appeared to be of similar age, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The young individuals could not help but feel a chill run down their spines, perplexed by Yi Feng's terrifying presence. Yi Feng had now arrived before the three-eyed demon frogs. After the three-eyed demon frogs let out a series of roars, they commenced their assault on Yi Feng, rushing towards him with fierce intent. Yi Feng's expression remained calm and unperturbed as he raised the alloy longsword in his hand, articulating each word with precision. Crack the void with a single stroke. As the words fell, the sword was unleashed. Hundreds of sword rays erupted from the alloy longsword, intertwining to form a terrifying beam of light, akin to a true dragon soaring through a rainbow or a stampede of wild horses, truly awe-inspiring. Wherever the massive sword beam traveled, the very fabric of space trembled. Great fissures appeared in the ground, and a tempest began to stir. With a thunderous roar, as the colossal sword beam struck the advancing three-eyed demon frogs, the ground emitted a dreadful explosion, the residual force of the sword light radiating outward. Several men and women collapsed in shock, their faces etched with terror. What kind of horrific existence is this? They wondered. The swordsmanship displayed was a testament to an extraordinary talent, allowing the wielder to unleash such fearsome sword rays. And surely the user must possess considerable strength. Yet, he appeared no larger than the rest of them. As the dust settled, the group of men and women gazed at Yi Feng's figure not far away, standing with his sword. Despite his somewhat slender frame, he exuded an oppressive presence akin to a towering mountain. Yi Feng's expression remained devoid of any fluctuation. The hundreds of three-eyed demon frogs were merely low-tier ferocious beasts. "Thank you for saving us, Senior," the group exclaimed, regaining their composure. Yi Feng, however, chose not to respond and turned to leave. Had he not come to the western city with the intent to slay ferocious beasts, those men and women might well have been corpses by now. As they watched Yi Feng depart, they pondered if this was the demeanor of a true strongman. Soon after, they too hurriedly left, no longer daring to linger in the western city. 3 days later, Yi Feng had lost count of the ferocious beasts he had slain in the western city, most of them weaklings. The more he hunted, the more he felt the daunting challenge of reaching the first level of harmony. It seemed almost insurmountable. Yet, he resolved to continue trying, refusing to give up. Having spent a month in the western city, he had encountered 2 massive hordes of ferocious beasts, but opted for a strategy of isolation and dismantling them one by one. Throughout this time, he had engaged in both intermediate and advanced sign-ins, yet the rewards had proven of little use. Yi Feng still had not touched upon the first level of harmony. The first level of harmony embodies the unity of man and weapon. Upon achieving it, one becomes an embodiment of weaponry, capable of unleashing even more terrifying sword light, the extent of which is beyond comprehension. At this moment, Yi Feng sat atop the rooftop of an abandoned office building, searching for his next quarry. It wasn't long before a dozen fire poison birds appeared. Though small, about the size of a palm, they were bright red and highly venomous. The poison from these low-tier fire poison birds posed no threat to a high-level martial artist like Yi Feng. As the fire poison birds prepared to attack, they were swiftly struck down by his sword light before they could even launch their assault. Gazing at the fallen fire poison birds, Yi Feng sighed. contemplating whether he would ever achieve the first level of harmony. He harbored a fear that all his efforts might be in vain, as none of the sign-in rewards had anything to do with the aura of slaughter. To reach the first level of harmony, one must possess not only a talent for swordsmanship, but also the aura of slaughter, essentially the spirit of killing. Yet, a measure of luck is also required. Some martial artists attain the first level in mere days, while others, despite relentless slaughter, may never reach it in their lifetime. Thus, no one can ascertain the true path to achieving the first level. Another fortnight passed, and Feng had lost track of the number of ferocious beasts he had slain in the western city. Once more, he found himself on the rooftop of the office building, opening the sign-in interface in his mind, hoping that the rewards would be related to the first level of harmony. Please confirm if the host wishes to proceed with the divine sign-in, the system prompted. Confirmed. Divine sign-in successful. Reward acquired. Heart of Slaughter. The Heart of Slaughter? Feng had never encountered such a concept before. It comprised 9 levels. The first 3 levels corresponded to the first level of harmony, the middle 3 to the level of momentum, and the final 3 to the level of intent, all ascending through slaughter. As he perused the description of the Heart of Slaughter, Feng was taken aback. This was exceptional. Suddenly, he realized he could sense 2 hearts, one on the left and one on the right. Yet, that was not the most significant revelation. What mattered most was that he could distinctly feel that his Heart of Slaughter had already reached the first level. In other words, he had achieved the first level of harmony. The joy was overwhelming. He raised a finger, and to his astonishment, a terrifying sword light began to coalesce around it. He had truly reached the first level of harmony. A glimmer of excitement crossed Feng's face as he looked down from the rooftop, spotting hundreds of ghost-headed demon cats below. "Let us see how you fare against this," he murmured, unsheathing the alloy longsword from his back. Now that he had achieved the first level of harmony, his body became an extension of the weapon. Using it in combat would allow him to unleash even more fearsome sword light. Channeling his newfound power, the alloy longsword radiated a terrifying sword light, its width spanning an entire yard. With a swift motion, he struck down towards the horde of ghost-headed demon cats. The fearsome sword light, a yard wide, surged forth from the alloy longsword at lightning speed, hurtling towards the hundreds of demon cats. A tremendous explosion erupted as they failed to react in time, reducing surrounding buildings to dust. As the dust settled, a massive pit, several dozen meters deep, had formed where the demon cats once stood. Was this the power of the first level of harmony? A smile flickered across Feng's face. Now that he had attained the first level, his next goal was to advance towards the initial stage of a master. Once he reached the initial stage, he would possess the strength to confront Yang Qingtian. Upon returning to the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, it was not long before Su Hua approached Feng. "Feng, where have you been all this time?" Su Hua asked, her pale face betraying her curiosity. "Training," Feng replied succinctly. "Next time you train for such an extended period, could you please let us know in advance? We were all quite worried about you," she urged. "Alright." Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Su Hua smiled brightly. "You returned just in time. Did you know that the Jinfeng Martial Arts Academy is coming to challenge our Jianghe Martial Arts Academy tomorrow for the title of Strongest Student? You must remember Yang Hao, right? He has now broken through to the initial stage of a martial artist and has even mastered a certain sword technique, achieving minor success." Listening to Su Hua, Feng could not help but smirk inwardly. Yang Hao is it? Truly, a case of forging one's own path while neglecting the road ahead. He does not comprehend the meaning of implicating the innocent. He is solely aware that one must eradicate the roots when uprooting the weeds. Otherwise, with Yang Hao's talent, he may become a source of future trouble. "Feng, my father will undoubtedly arrange for you to battle Yang Hao." After speaking, Su Hua led Feng toward the hall of the master. Upon seeing Feng's arrival, the master Su Zhan's face illuminated with joy as he spoke about the upcoming duel between the strongest disciples of the 2 martial arts schools. Naturally, Feng agreed to confront Yang Hao. "Master, will the head of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School, Yang Qingtian, be attending tomorrow?" "No. They will send a deputy master and several junior grandmasters," Master Su Zhan replied, shaking his head. Feng pondered that since Yang Qingtian would not be present, Yang Hao was as good as doomed. Chapter 100. The duel of the 2 school's strongest disciples. The battle between the strongest disciples of Jianghe Martial Arts School and Golden Wind Martial Arts School was to take place at Jianghe Martial Arts School. This contest, involving different martial arts schools, was a public event. Many formidable martial artists from Jiangnan City had already arrived at Jianghe Martial Arts School. Numerous young talents and major media outlets from Jiangnan City also flocked to witness the clash of the strongest disciples from both schools. This grand duel was set to be broadcast live on the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum, with reporters from various media already capturing the moment. Yang Hao, the strongest disciple of Golden Wind Martial Arts School, was widely known, yet the identity of Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple remained a mystery. At this moment, the trial grounds of Jianghe Martial Arts School were teeming with people. Who do you think is stronger, the disciples from the two schools? I believe it's Yang Hao. I don't even know who Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple is. True, I also have no idea who it is. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the live chat of the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum, comments began to flood in. Most of the residents of Jiangnan City lacked the qualifications to witness the event in person and could only watch the live broadcast. 6666, I saw Yang Hao once. He is quite handsome. How can Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple compete with him? What do you know? Yang Hao is formidable. And Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple must be equally impressive. Do you really think they would choose someone incompetent? How do you know? The majority of comments favored Yang Hao, as he had gained considerable fame in Jiangnan City, on the high platform of the trial grounds. The senior members of Jianghe Martial Arts School had taken their seats as judges, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School representatives. As for Huang Kuan, Master Su Zhan had publicly announced that he and Huang Yun had gone to another Bay city. Although this reason was not entirely convincing, no one pursued the matter further. Minutes later, a group of over 10 individuals entered Jianghe Martial Arts School with great momentum. The people from Golden Wind Martial Arts School have arrived. Among them was Master Feng Yuan, one of the two deputy masters of Golden Wind Martial Arts School. It seemed that all the high-ranking officials from Golden Wind Martial Arts School had come, yet their head, Yang Qingtian, was absent. Did he take their victory for granted, regarding this confrontation as a trivial matter? As the group approached, the excitement on the faces of those in the trial grounds was palpable, as they knew the duel between the strongest disciples of the two schools was imminent. The senior members of Jianghe Martial Arts School rose from the judging platform to greet their counterparts from Golden Wind Martial Arts School. After exchanging pleasantries, the high-ranking officials of Golden Wind Martial Arts School took their seats at the judging table. The strongest disciple of Golden Wind Martial Arts School, Yang Hao, ascended to the largest trial platform, his demeanor exuding an air of defiance as he surveyed the crowd below. Where is Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple? As Yang Hao's voice faded, a somewhat slender figure began to stride toward the trial platform where he stood. Under the gaze of all, this slender figure approached the largest trial platform. All eyes and cameras focused on this individual, who appeared remarkably calm, as if dismissing everything on Blue Star. Chapter 101. The Slaying of Yang Hao. Who is this person? He seems rather arrogant. Could he be Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple? I really don't understand what he's trying to prove. Does he think he's a genius? The live chat on the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum erupted in confusion. Struggling to comprehend why Yi Feng maintained such tranquility, a calmness they could scarcely muster. Yi Feng, it truly is you. On the trial platform, Yang Hao regarded Yi Feng with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Yi Feng remained silent as he stepped onto the platform, and the two began to confront one another. Whether in person or through the live broadcast, the audience's eyes widened in anticipation. They had never witnessed such an exhilarating battle between the strongest disciples of Jianghe and Golden Wind Martial Arts Schools. Yang Hao, observing Yi Feng, smirked mockingly. Though I am unaware of what external force you leveraged to slay the intermediate-level Black Moon Wolf beneath the Wolf Mountain building, I must admit you are quite impressive. At this moment, Yang Hao failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He would never foresee that today would mark the end of his life. Suddenly, Yang Hao drew a metal-long sword from its sheath on his back, having awakened his sword-based talent and cultivated a certain sword technique to a minor accomplishment. Yang Hao's awakening of his sword talent was no secret in Jiangnan City. As he unsheathed the metal sword, the spectators wondered if he intended to swiftly defeat Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple. Are you really going to draw your weapon? Yi Feng finally spoke, fixing his gaze on Yang Hao. Aren't you afraid of injuring me? What? Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Yi Feng to utter such words. Regaining his composure, Yang Hao smirked coldly. Rest assured, I know my limits. But I do not, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. In truth, I bear no deep grudge against you. If you must place blame, direct it toward your father. What do you mean? Yang Hao chuckled icily, unable to grasp the meaning behind Yi Feng's cryptic words. However, it mattered little. Yi Feng could never be his match. Yi Feng chose not to elaborate further, but instead raised his fist. Now a high-level grandmaster, he could easily slay Yang Hao. As Yang Hao observed Yi Feng's raised fist, a cold smile appeared on his face, for he possessed absolute confidence in his strength. The hearts of those present and the viewers of the live broadcast raced with anticipation, as the battle between the strongest disciples of Jianghe and Golden Wind martial arts schools was about to commence. Farewell, Yang Hao. Suddenly, Yi Feng's gaze locked on Yang Hao, and an immense surge of energy began to coalesce around his fist. Yang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of Yi Feng's energy, which was far beyond that of a martial artist of his level. In an instant, Yang Hao contemplated retreat, but it was too late to escape the trial platform as Yi Feng's fist lunged toward him. Bang! The energy from Yi Feng's fist erupted into a shockwave, its terrifying force causing the air to crackle. The speed of the shockwave was astonishingly swift. Not good. On the judging panel, Feng Yuan, the vice president of the Jinfeng Martial Arts Academy, was the first to react. He leaped from the panel towards the trial platform. However, it was already too late. Yang Hao, merely a novice martial artist, stood no chance against a seasoned master like Yi Feng. The concentrated shockwave of energy pierced through Yang Hao's body. He collapsed on the trial platform, a gaping wound spilling blood, which spread outward like the blood-red flowers that herald the journey to the underworld. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the audience watching the live broadcast. They were stunned, as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend the reality that Yi Feng had killed Yang Hao. Chapter 102. Bring my family to the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The spectators could hardly fathom that the strongest disciple of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy would slay Yang Hao. Their shock stemmed not from the instant defeat of Yang Hao, but from Yi Feng's audacity to do so. The confrontation between the strongest students of Jianghe and Jinfeng martial arts academies was not meant to be a battle to the death, but rather a controlled sparring match. Yet, now Yang Hao lay dead. Everyone understood that if Yang Hao was dead, a storm was brewing in Jiangnan City. Yang Hao was the only son of Yang Qingtian, the head of Jinfeng Martial Arts Academy, and his wrath would be thunderous. The clash between the two martial arts academies was now inevitable. Feng Yuan had reached the trial platform, staring in disbelief at Yang Hao's lifeless body, his eyes wide, as if witnessing an impossible event. The atmosphere was thick with shock. No one could articulate a coherent thought. You actually killed Yang Hao? Feng Yuan's eyes blazed with fury, and he prepared to confront Yi Feng. This was Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. While Yi Feng's actions were indeed wrong, it was not for him to retaliate. The head of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, Su Zhan, ascended the trial platform. Feng Yuan, merely an intermediate master, stood no chance against Su Zhan. He cast a cold glance at Su Zhan. Su Thun, you must understand that the one who has died is our headmaster's son. If you wish to avoid a war between our academies, you must allow me to take him back. Feng Yuan's voice was icy. Let the war begin. I shall protect Yi Feng. Su Zhan's expression darkened. Although he did not comprehend Yi Feng's motives for killing Yang Hao, he trusted Yi Feng implicitly. If he backed down now, could he still be the head of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy? Feng Yuan's face twisted with rage as he clenched his teeth, forcing out a response. Su Thun, remember your words. The Jianghe Martial Arts Academy will pay for this. With that, Feng Yuan departed with Yang Hao's body and several masters from Jinfeng Martial Arts Academy. In the Jiangnan City Martial Artists Forum livestream, the barrage of comments reached unprecedented levels. The strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy had actually slain Yang Hao? Did he not fear the wrath of Yang Hao's father? It seemed that a storm was brewing in Jiangnan City. To quell this situation, only the city lord could intervene. Yi Feng's expression remained unperturbed. He felt no remorse for killing Yang Hao. This was merely the beginning. With Yang Hao dead, Yang Qingtian would be next. However, his gratitude lay with Su Zhan. Had it not been for him, Feng Yuan would have likely slain Yi Feng. Yi Feng, come with me, Su Zhan instructed, leading him towards the headmaster's hall. Vice President Shi Ming instructed the audience and Jianghe disciples to disperse. The senior members of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy followed Su Zhan, eager to comprehend Yi Feng's motives for slaying Yang Hao. Upon arriving at the headmaster's hall, the senior officials awaited Su Zhan to speak. But Yi Feng addressed Su Hua first. Do me a favor. Bring my family to Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 103. The reason behind killing Yang Hao, unraveling the past. Su Hua paused, taken aback. Yi Feng, what do you mean? Li San Dou Ye Thing, Su Zhan. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Su Hua swiftly exited the hall. After her departure, Su Zhan turned to Yi Feng. Can you explain why you killed Yang Hao? You do not strike me as someone lacking in discernment. Su Zhan's face bore a look of confusion, and all eyes in the hall shifted towards Yi Feng, eager for answers. Let us discuss it once my family arrives. Yi Feng replied slowly. Seeing Yi Feng's demeanor, Su Zhan chose not to press further. In Jiangming community, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui wore expressions of shock. They had been watching the live broadcast of the duel between the two academies' strongest talents. How can my brother kill Yang Hao? Yi Shui's face reflected a complex array of emotions. Uncle Yi, Su Hua entered, addressing the family in the living room. Sister, what brings you here? Yi Feng asked me to bring you to Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. We must leave at once. Okay. Yi Yonghe showed no hesitation, fully aware that Yang Hao was the son of Yang Qingtian, and with his death, they were also in peril. Su Hua led them towards Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Upon arrival, Su Hua guided them directly to the headmaster's hall. Once inside, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui gazed in astonishment at the high-ranking officials of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. They recognized that these individuals held significant power. Brother, Yi Shui whispered to Yi Feng. Su Zhan turned to Yi Feng. Your family has arrived. Can you now explain why you killed Yang Hao? All eyes in the hall were fixed on Yi Feng, awaiting his revelation. You must be familiar with Su Jiang. Yi Feng began, surveying the assembly. Su Jiang. The senior officials nodded. The name resonated with familiarity, yet they struggled to recall who he was. Suddenly, Su Zhan's eyes widened. Yi Feng, are you referring to the former vice president of Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy? Indeed. Yi Feng affirmed. Back then, Yang Qingtian killed Su Jiang to seize the position of headmaster. And Su Jiang and you. Su Zhan's expression shifted. I am his son, Yi Feng declared, realizing there was no longer any need for secrets. The hall fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Yi Feng, you are Su Jiang's son? So that is why you killed Yang Hao? Su Zhan was visibly taken aback. Yes, not only do I seek revenge on Yang Hao, but I also intend to kill Yang Qingtian. Yi Feng spoke citidly. At that moment, the gathered officials finally understood the motive behind Yi Feng's actions. It was indeed an act of vengeance. Su Hua, listening to Yi Feng's words, felt an inexplicable sorrow wash over her, recalling the story he had shared with her on that fateful night. Was a friend that Yi Feng spoke of actually himself? Yonghe finally comprehended why. Upon their first encounter, Yi Feng possessed such a pair of eyes filled with hatred. Yi Qing and Yi Shui were utterly bewildered. How could they have imagined that the person their father adopted harbored such a seed of resentment within? Chapter 104. The Enraged Yang Qingtian. Jiangnan Council. The atmosphere in the main hall of the Martial Arts Institute was charged with tension, as everyone struggled to regain their composure. Yi Feng's words had completely surpassed their expectations. Everyone, please exit. I wish to speak privately with Yi Feng, commanded the headmaster, Su Zhan. Once the others had left the hall, Su Zhan turned to Yi Feng and asked, Can you tell me what level of martial artist you currently are? I am a senior grand martial master, Yi Feng replied, without any hesitation. A bitter smile crossed Su Zhan's face as he absorbed Yi Feng's revelation. Your talent is extraordinarily frightening. You are likely among the elite in the entire Blue Star. It would have been better if you had bided your time until your strength surpassed Yang Qingtian's. That is unnecessary, Yi Feng shook his head. Once I reach the master level, I will have the confidence to defeat Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian is a senior master. How can you be so certain? Su Zhan asked, puzzled. Yi Feng raised a finger, channeling sword energy into it. I have already entered the first harmonization. What? Su Zhan stared at the sword energy coalescing around Yi Feng's finger, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. You have actually reached the first harmonization, which means you have awakened your swordsmanship talent. Indeed, headmaster, Yi Feng nodded. At that moment, no words could adequately convey Su Zhan's astonishment. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have found it difficult to believe that someone as incredibly gifted as Yi Feng existed in this world. Rest assured, Yi Feng. You are the strongest student of the Jianghe Martial Institute. No matter what, I will ensure your safety, Su Zhan declared resolutely. Thank you, Headmaster. Yi Feng felt a surge of emotion. Should the opportunity arise, he would repay the headmaster's kindness. Jin Feng Martial Institute. A terrifying surge of energy materialized into a golden longsword, erupting from Yang Qingtian's body, obliterating everything in the main hall in an instant. Yang Qingtian's eyes blazed with rage. Suthan, I will not rest until I make you pay. Yang Qingtian roared. He knew that the strongest student of the Jianghe Martial Institute could not possess the strength or audacity to slay his son. Everything was orchestrated by Su Zhan. The strongest student of the Jianghe Martial Institute must have consumed some potion or elixir to enhance their strength. The high-ranking officials of Jin Feng Martial Institute were equally furious. As one of the 4 major martial institutes, how could they remain calm in the face of such an event? Headmaster, we need not deliberate any further. Let us gather all members of Jin Feng Martial Institute and engage in a decisive battle with Jianghe Martial Institute, so they understand the terror of Jin Feng Martial Institute. Bellowed Vice Headmaster Feng Yuan. Had it not been for Su Zhan, he would have already slain Yi Feng. Headmaster, members of the Jiangnan City Council have arrived. Suddenly, a Grand Martial Master entered the hall and quickly addressed Yang Qingtian. Su Zhan's expression darkened. Bring them in. Yes, Headmaster. The Grand Martial Master exited the hall. The Jiangnan Council was the highest authority in Jiangnan City, composed of the City Lord and 7 members. Only Grand Masters could enter the Jiangnan Council. Hence, all its members were Grand Masters. Before long, a man appearing to be in his 60s entered the main hall of Jin Feng Martial Institute. Grandmaster Bai Hai. Everyone in the hall greeted the elderly figure respectfully. Grandmaster Bai Hai regarded Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian, the City Lord is already aware of this matter. The City Lord insists that the 2 major martial institutes must not engage in all-out war. Yang Qingtian's countenance shifted. Grandmaster Bai Hai, my son cannot simply die like this, can he? Grandmaster Bai Hai shook his head. That is not my concern. Youth in Jin Feng Martial Institute must negotiate amongst yourselves. You should understand that in Jiangnan City, nobody dares to defy the City Lord's wishes, especially since your son was killed within the Martial Institute. This is a matter we in the Jiangnan Council cannot comment on. Our strongest students cannot engage in a life-and-death battle. Yet my son was slain in Jianghe Martial Institute. How can I not voice my grievances? Yang Qingtian's fury was becoming uncontrollable. Enough. I have said what I needed to say. The course of action is yours to decide. With that, Grandmaster Bai Hai departed the hall. In Jiangnan City, combat among martial artists was permissible, including life-and-death battles. After leaving Jin Feng Martial Institute, Grandmaster Bai Hai conveyed the same message to the headmaster of Jianghe Martial Institute. Thank you, Brother Bai. Su Zhan expressed his gratitude towards Grandmaster Bai Hai. Grandmaster Bai Hai smiled. It is nothing. This is also the City Lord's intention. Thus, as long as Su Zhan ensured that Yi Feng remained within Jianghe Martial Institute, Yi Feng would be safe. Indeed, you must protect Yi Feng. Since you provided the City Lord with information about Yi Feng, he has been a focal point of interest for the City Lord. Grandmaster Bai Hai informed Su Zhan. Su Zhan had previously submitted information about Yi Feng to the City Lord, believing that such a formidable talent emerging in Jiangnan City warranted reporting. Of course, Yi Feng was unaware of this. The 4 major martial institutes were oblivious to the fact that the Wolf Mountain trial was merely a test to evaluate Yi Feng by the City Lord. After Grandmaster Bai Hai's departure, Su Zhan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he pondered that while a full-scale war between Jin Feng Martial Institute and Jianghe Martial Institute might be averted, a resolution to this conflict would eventually be necessary, though he was uncertain when that day would arrive. The incident of the strongest student of Jianghe Martial Institute slaying the strongest student of Jin Feng Martial Institute spread throughout Jiangnan City. The martial artist forum in Jiangnan City was inundated with posts daily. The name Yi Feng, the strongest student of Jianghe Martial Institute, became widely recognized. Some even created dedicated threads about Yi Feng, claiming to be good friends with him and reminiscing about how they had gone out drinking together for over 10 days before noticing his talent for cultivation. However, those who frequented the martial artist forum took such claims as mere jokes. Bang, 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 as Yi Feng observed the power levels displayed on the strength detection device. He reflected on how far he still was from reaching the junior master level. Following the headmaster's instructions, he had stayed within Jianghe Martial Institute for several days. ensuring his family was also present there, alleviating his concerns. Time passed swiftly. One day, Feng was in the advanced hall when he opened a sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding. Are you sure you want to sign in for the junior level? Confirm. Ding. Dragon Spirit Elixir X5. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly received more Dragon Spirit Elixirs? He recalled that during a previous junior sign-in, he had only received 3 elixirs, yet this time he had acquired 5, which was quite unexpected. Chapter 106, 100. 000 Combat Power. Feng mused that with 5 Dragon Soul Potions at his disposal, he could remain in the Jianghe's secret chamber for 5 days. He began his journey towards the chamber. Upon arrival, Feng consumed 1 Dragon Soul Potion. After the potion took effect, he entered the Jianghe's secret chamber, where a vast amount of vital energy began to converge around him. The readings fluctuated: 46, 514, 46, 550, 46, 515. Feng eagerly absorbed the vital energy, and once the first potion was exhausted, he proceeded to consume the next one, continuing until all 5 potions were depleted. 5 days later, Feng emerged from the Jianghe's secret chamber. During this time, the posts on the Jiangnan Martial Artist Forum had proliferated, particularly those targeting Yang Qingtian, the master of the Jin Feng Martial Arts School, accusing him of cowardice and reluctance to seek revenge. Feng approached a combat power testing device. He unleashed a flurry of punches at the machine. 105, 000, 105, 215, 105, 220, 105, 250. His combat power peaked at 105, 250, still 50. 000 short of the foundational strength of a junior master. Yet, Feng was confident that, given his cultivation speed, he would not take long to reach the junior master level. As long as he remained hidden, Yang Qingtian would be powerless against him. Feng continued to absorb vital energy in the advanced pavilion. 1. A few days later, a post emerged on the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum revealing the identity of the strongest student at Jianghe Martial Arts School, Feng. The residents of the forum were astonished to learn that Feng was the son of Su Jiang, the former deputy master of the Jin Feng Martial Arts School. The media began to cover the story extensively, and soon the entire Jiangnan city was aware of it. Many in the city began to support Feng, united by the sentiment of avenging his father's death. Killing Yang Qingtian's son, Yang Haogan, seemed justified. Feng soon became aware of this development and pondered who had shared this information. Suddenly, Yi Qing's voice pierced his thoughts. Turning around, he found her standing before him. "What is it?" he inquired. I have something to discuss with you," Yi Qing replied, a subtle expression crossing her face. "Go ahead. I noticed that many on the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum have been criticizing you, so I posted about my identity," she admitted, her voice trailing off as she nodded. "You don't think I would blame you, do you?" "Of course not," he chuckled. "It's just words. It's not a big deal." Yi Qing sighed in relief at his response. She had only intended to defend him and never anticipated such consequences. Manuel Yang Qingtian, the master of the Jin Feng Martial Arts School, listened to a report from his deputy, Feng Yuan, his expression darkening. "How could I have been so blind? All those years ago, when I killed Su Jiang, I wondered why there were children's toys in the room. I never realized he had a son." Yang Qingtian had previously suspected, but did not pursue the matter further. "Master, it appears Feng poses a continual threat. If we do not eliminate him, he could become a significant problem," Feng Yuan cautioned. "Huh, do not worry. I was able to slay his father. I can certainly eliminate him as well." Yang Qingtian's face twisted with malevolence. Chapter 107. Terrifying rewards from the divine level sign-in vital energy readings fluctuated. 9, 850, 9, 864, 9, 862. The vital energy in Advanced Pavilion 1 was significantly inferior compared to the Jianghe's secret chamber. However, Feng understood that he had no other option but to absorb the energy here. In a few days, he would be able to engage in a mid-level sign-in. He hoped that this time, the sign-in would not disappoint him. Feng's family remained at Jianghe Martial Arts School, consumed by worry, though they were not in immediate danger. The situation needed resolution. The readings continued. 9, 540, 9, 632, 9, 655. Feng persisted in absorbing vital energy in the Advanced Pavilion 1. Finally, the moment arrived for him to conduct his mid-level sign-in. He opened the sign-in interface in his mind. With great hopes come great disappointments. He did not expect much from a mid-level sign-in. Ding. Does the host confirm the mid-level sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Mid-level sign-in successful. Reward. 2 great recovery potions. Feng chuckled bitterly. He had not received anything truly useful. It was now a matter of waiting. Half a month later, Feng attempted a high-level sign-in, but the reward was merely a book of little practical value. He accepted this reality and realized that the one who should be anxious was Yang Qingtian. As soon as he reached the junior master level, he would be able to claim Yang Qingtian's life. Time flew by, and another half-month passed as Feng absorbed vital energy in the advanced pavilion. 1. Now, he was ready for a divine level sign-in. A fortnight prior, he had come to terms with his impatience, but this time he felt a sense of anticipation for the divine sign-in. He opened the sign-in interface in his mind. Ding. Does the host confirm the divine level sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Divine level sign-in successful. Rewards. 1 opportunity to absorb a massive vitality stone and 1 dragon soul potion. Feng stood in stunned silence at the rewards he had received. An opportunity to absorb a massive vitality stone? He swallowed hard, astonishment etched on his face. Moreover, he had also received a dragon soul potion. Within the Jiangha secret chamber lay a massive vitality stone weighing thousands of pounds. Previously, the vitality stone had been beyond his reach, but now circumstances had changed. Feng's body trembled slightly. He realized that if he absorbed the massive vitality stone within the chamber, he would undoubtedly ascend to the master level. At that point, Yang Qingtian would be nothing more than a corpse. He made his way back to the Jiangha secret chamber. Upon arrival, he consumed the dragon soul potion. The immense vitality stone glowed ominously before him, casting a blue light that illuminated the entire chamber. Feng activated his opportunity to absorb the massive vitality stone. Instantly, the energy from the stone surged into his body, which greedily absorbed it like a black hole. Vital energy readings surged. 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. The terrifying numbers flashed before Feng's eyes as he spent an entire day absorbing the overwhelming vital energy. Once the effects of the dragon's soul potion faded, so too did the absorption effect of the massive vitality stone, and he stepped out of the Jiangha secret chamber. After leaving the Jiangha secret room, Feng eagerly approached the combat power testing device. Chapter 108. Stepping into the Master Realm, 200,000 combat power. Bang, bang, bang. 201,205, 201,304, 201,352, 201,360. Glancing at the combat power displayed on the device, Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A combat power of 200,000. This meant he was not merely a beginner master, but had surpassed the foundational combat power of a beginner master by 50,000. He understood that with his innate swordsmanship talent and level 1 fusion, coupled with the advanced technique Sky-Splitting Sword, he could defeat Yang Qingtian upon entering the beginner master realm. Yet now, he possessed a combat power exceeding that of a beginner master by 50,000. This meant Yang Qingtian was undoubtedly doomed. Ye Feng, sut out ye ving. Feng, do you need something? Yi Qing asked, puzzled. Please post on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum that 3 days from now, I will be going to the Jinfeng Martial Hall to take Yang Qingtian's life. What did you say? Yi Qing was taken aback, unable to fathom Feng's audacious declaration. Just post it. Feng smiled reassuringly at her. But Feng, Yang Qingtian is a senior master, it's fine. Trust me. Feng assured her with a confident gaze. Reluctantly, Yi Qing complied and posted on the forum. Before long, a thread emerged on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum announcing that 3 days hence, the strongest disciple of Jiangha Martial Hall, Feng, would confront Yang Qingtian at Jinfeng Martial Hall. Yi Qing's previous post had garnered substantial attention, and she included her identity alongside a family photo with Feng, lending credibility to the announcement. As soon as the post appeared, it reached a viewership of millions. Media outlets rushed to cover the story, and major television stations in Jiangnan City broadcasted the news, causing a stir throughout the city. Many netizens believed Feng had lost his mind, as only a madman would make such a reckless decision. Others dismissed the post as a joke, asserting it could not possibly be true. If it were, the sky would surely fall. Grandmaster Bai Hai personally visited Jiangha Martial Hall for verification. After receiving confirmation, he quickly returned to the Jiangnan Council. Shortly thereafter, the council staff published a post on the Martial Artist Forum announcing that the city lord would attend the Jinfeng Martial Hall to observe the battle between the strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Hall, Yi Feng, and the master of Jinfeng Martial Hall, Yang Qingtian. The post ignited a massive uproar, as residents of Jiangnan City realized Yi Feng was attempting to challenge a formidable opponent. Media outlets secured coverage rights, ensuring the battle would be broadcast live. Upon learning this news, netizens were filled with excitement. Missing such a confrontation would be an immense regret. At Jianghe Martial Hall, in the Master S Hall, Master Su Zhan regarded Yi Feng. Why have you made such a decision? The atmosphere was tense, with high-ranking members of Jianghe Martial Hall and Yi Feng's family present. All eyes fixed on his calm demeanor, which was startling. Yi Feng smiled at Master Yang Qingtian. My matters with Yang Qingtian will be resolved in due time. However, Master, my mind is made up, he asserted. Chapter 109. I feel the same way. The attendees sighed at Yi Feng's words. They believed he could never be a match for Yang Qingtian. Yi Feng's family remained silent, wishing to voice their concerns but unsure how to address his resolute intent. Meanwhile, in the Master S Hall of Jinfeng Martial Hall, the higher-ups could no longer suppress their derision. Why is Yi Feng seeking his own demise? Does he have some hidden card? Yang Qingtian pondered momentarily. Master, investigations reveal Yi Feng is merely a great martial artist. How could he possibly be your opponent? Indeed, Master. Once Yi Feng arrives at Jinfeng Martial Hall, it will be his grave. Having slain our strongest disciple, Yang Hao, he must have realized his folly. This is his atonement. They scoffed. Yang Qingtian joined in their laughter, convinced that no matter Yi Feng's hidden strength, he could not contend with him. He had previously considered the prospect of Yi Feng remaining in Jianghe Martial Hall a potential threat due to his terrifying talent. However, now there was no need for concern, as Yi Feng would soon meet his end at Jinfeng Martial Hall. 2 days passed, and tomorrow Yi Feng would face Yang Qingtian in battle. At this moment, Yi Feng was not absorbing energy in the advanced hall, but instead meditating beneath a vibrant red maple tree outside the Jianghe Martial Hall training ground. This was a long-awaited confrontation. For years he had endured, knowing that seeking out Yang Qingtian would only lead to his demise. Although he and Su Jiang had not spent much time together, Su Jiang had given him an unprecedented sense of familial warmth, a feeling he had never experienced before in Huaxia. After Su Jiang was slain by Yang Qingtian, he vowed to avenge him. Fortunately, like many protagonists in Huaxia novels, he possessed a formidable advantage. Otherwise, revenge would have been a distant dream. He resolved that as a transmigrator, he would not waste this opportunity. After avenging Su Jiang, he would forge a legacy in the Blue Star, ensuring everyone knew of Yi Feng's existence. Tomorrow, he would go to Jinfeng Martial Hall for the long-awaited battle, one he had anticipated for far too long. Yi Feng, so this is where you are. I've been searching everywhere for you. Su Hua approached, sitting beside him under the maple tree. It's nice to watch them practice here. Yi Feng smiled back at Su Hua. Tomorrow, you will face Yang Qingtian. You must be confident, right? Su Hua asked cautiously. Rest assured, Yi Feng glanced at the sun above. I never engage in battles I am unprepared for. Although Yi Feng spoke with assurance, there was no joy on Su Hua's face. To her, Yang Qingtian was overwhelmingly powerful, a senior master. No matter how exceptional Yi Feng's cultivation talents were, he could hardly be a match for a senior master. Yi Feng, there is something I've long wished to tell you, but Su Hua hesitated. I know you like me, Yi Feng replied, gazing at Su Hua, and I feel the same way. Chapter 110. The day has arrived, heading to Jinfeng Martial Hall. Su Hua's charming visig froze. Could it be that Yi Feng harbored feelings for her as well? Beneath the fiery red maple tree, the leaves cascaded like a scene from a fairy tale. And Yi Feng and Su Hua resembled a pair of star-crossed lovers. Yi Feng was no fool. He could not have overlooked Su Hua's affections for him. At that time, he merely sought to enhance his strength for revenge. However, the situation has evolved. Revenge is now within his grasp. Yi Feng, you must survive tomorrow, Su Hua expressed, burdened with countless sentiments she wished to convey, only to realize that words paled in significance compared to the imperative of Yi Feng's survival. I will certainly endure. In this world, no one can vanquish me, Yi Feng assured Su Hua with unwavering resolve. The following day, the trial arena of the Jinfeng Martial Arts Academy buzzed with anticipation. Both the Academy's disciples and qualified martial artists eager to witness the spectacle had arrived early. Feng, the most formidable disciple of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, was set to engage in a duel against Yang Qingtian of the Jinfeng Academy. An encounter deemed a reckless venture by all in Jiangnan City. The outcome of such a confrontation was almost predetermined. Yang Qingtian, the robust head of the Jinfeng Academy, took his position on the trial platform. Clad in battle attire, his piercing gaze resembled that of an eagle, instilling an involuntary sense of dread in those who met his eyes. Standing resolutely, he awaited Yi Feng's arrival, as did the throngs of spectators. Before dawn, major media outlets from Jiangnan City had already converged at the Jinfeng Academy, while countless viewers remained sleepless, eagerly anticipating the confrontation between Yi Feng and Yang Qingtian. Despite Yi Feng's chances of victory being nearly non-existent, many admired his audacity in the face of certain death, recognizing that they themselves would lack such courage. The city lord has arrived, along with the 7 grandmasters of the Jiangnan Council. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the arena. The Jiangnan Council represents the pinnacle of authority in the city and serves as its protector. Years prior, during a massive beast invasion, the city lord and the 7 grandmasters had valiantly defended Jiangnan. Although the arrival of the city lord had been anticipated, his presence still left the crowd in awe. Ascending the elevated platform, the city lord and the 7 grandmasters took their seats in silence. Even through the screen, viewers sensed a profound pressure emanating from their formidable presence. Is this the terror of the grandmasters? Truly, they are magnificent, murmured the audience. The chatroom of the Martial Artist Forum erupted with rapid-fire comments, as everyone awaited the arrival of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy representatives. Suddenly, a voice pierced the anticipation, exclaiming, "The Jianghe Martial Arts Academy has arrived." All eyes turned toward the entrance. The leaders of the Jianghe Academy, alongside Yi Feng, Su Hua, and Yi Feng's family, made their way into the arena. Cameras from various media outlets focused on them, while many viewers sighed, foreseeing the fall of a prodigious talent at the hands of the Jinfeng Academy. At the center of the elevated platform, a formidable figure, the city lord Lu Xinghe, fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, pondering aloud. What gives you the audacity to challenge Yang Qingtian? Since receiving Yi Feng's information from Su Zhan, the head of the Jianghe Academy, he had closely monitored Yi Feng's rapid progress. Lu Xinghe speculated that Yi Feng might possess an ultimate cultivation talent, a rarity since the cataclysm that had befallen Jiangnan City. He harbored hopes that Yi Feng would emerge as a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom during future beast incursions. Having witnessed the devastation of war firsthand as a member of the elite Jinwei army, he understood all too well the horrors of the battlefield. The haunting images of carnage and despair were etched in his memory, and he was determined to prevent such atrocities from recurring. As the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy members entered the trial arena, silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone awaited either Yi Feng or Yang Qingtian to speak. The latter's fierce glare bore into Yi Feng, a manifestation of his wrath for the slaying of his sole heir. Yi Feng, since you have arrived, why do you hesitate to ascend the trial platform? Are you afraid? Yang Qingtian's voice dripped with cold disdain. Yi Feng, undeterred, stepped forward onto the trial platform. The atmosphere crackled with tension, reminiscent of his previous battle with Yang Hao. The spectators knew a clash was imminent, one that would likely end in Yi Feng's demise. I have awaited this day for far too long, Yi Feng declared, his gaze unwavering upon Yang Qingtian. The latter chuckled darkly, a malevolent aura enveloping him. I too have long awaited this moment. You took my son. I will ensure you experience true suffering. The gravity of Yang Qingtian's words sent a shiver through the audience. For to him, Yi Feng embodied the very essence of vengeance. For Yi Feng, the animosity was equally profound, as Yang Qingtian had been responsible for the death of his father. The impending confrontation was steeped in hatred, raising the heart rates of all present and those watching from afar. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Yi Feng, resolved to forego further dialogue, unsheathed the alloy sword from his back. Yang Qingtian's expression twisted into one of malevolence as he observed the weapon. Allow me to send you on your way, he proclaimed, his fist coalescing with formidable energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike toward Yi Feng, the force of his attack surging like a tempest. As Yang Qingtian made his move, the audience's eyes widened in disbelief, uncertain whether Yi Feng could withstand such a formidable assault. The transition into the realm of grandmasters marks a qualitative leap for any martial artist, establishing them as the true elite within the martial world. A grandmaster must not be insulted. This adage resonates throughout Blue Star, and in the trial arena, the viewers from Jiangnan City were rapt with astonishment. Although Yang Qingtian's strike was not executed with full force, the sheer power of a high-level grandmaster was undeniably terrifying. As the energy coalesced into a punch that echoed ominously through the air, Yi Feng stood resolutely with his alloy sword, his expression as serene as still water. As the punch energy approached Yi Feng, the hearts of all onlookers raced with anticipation, eager to witness whether he could withstand such a terrifying blow. In this critical moment, Yi Feng raised his alloy sword high. With a swift motion, he struck. Instantly, a dazzling light erupted from the sword, its speed akin to a piercing arrow. The clash of sword light and punch energy resonated powerfully. The entire trial arena quaked under the force of their confrontation. Moments later, the potency of the sword light and the punch energy neutralized each other. Observers, both present and watching the live broadcast, were rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. Was this the manifestation of swordsmanship talent? Undoubtedly, for only such a gift could summon forth sword light. Yet, it was not merely talent. Yang Qingtian was a high-level master, while Yi Feng had attained the first level of harmony. No one could have anticipated that Yi Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talent. For only such a gift could conjure sword light. Even more astonishing was Yi Feng's advancement to the first level of the three major weapon realms. But could he truly counter the assault of the high-level master Yang Qingtian merely with this? Many thought that even with swordsmanship talent and the first level of harmony, it could not possibly reach such heights, unless Yi Feng had indeed entered the master realm. Upon this realization, the audience, both present and online, were astonished beyond measure. They surmised that Yi Feng must have ascended to the master level. No wonder he dared to confront Yang Qingtian at the Jin Feng martial arts school. It all made sense now. Yi Feng. Yang Qingtian fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, his expression revealing his underestimation of the young man. He had initially believed his previous strike could eliminate Yi Feng, yet he realized he had been rash. He never expected Yi Feng to awaken his swordsmanship talent and ascend to the first level of the three major weapon realms. I am here today to end your life, Yi Feng stated calmly, so there is no need for more words. With that, Yi Feng took a step forward, charging toward Yang Qingtian with his alloy sword. At this moment, not only the sword but his entire being was enveloped in a profound sword energy. First level of harmony, the unification of man and weapon. He began to clash violently with Yang Qingtian. The spectators, witnessing such a horrifying battle, quickly retreated to safety. The trial arena, with its hundreds of platforms, was almost instantly reduced to dust by the intense sword light and terrifying energy. The ground of the arena was marred by deep fissures, and the air resonated with ominous sounds. The expressions of everyone present and those watching online were filled with terror. They felt that the Battle of Masters was truly terrifying. Chapter 113. The Great Heavenly Yuan Fist. If the Battle of Masters was so fearsome, what then of the fights between grandmasters at the Yuan general level? The entire trial arena was in ruins, not a single good spot remained. Sword light and energy surged forth, leaving weaker students collapsed on the ground, as if their strength had been utterly drained. They had never witnessed such a battle of this caliber before, and it was utterly shocking. Yi Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes against Yang Qingtian, the terrifying sword light intertwining to form a dragon of sword energy, soaring toward Yang Qingtian with breathtaking speed. As a high-level master, Yang Qingtian was not one to back down. He summoned his advanced fist techniques and struck back at Yi Feng with a series of punches. The arena erupted in a cacophony of explosions. The spectators were petrified by the sheer intensity of the conflict, rendered speechless by the overwhelming ferocity of the combat. Yi Feng's ability to contend with the high-level master Yang Qingtian was not merely due to swordsmanship talent or anything else, but rather his first level of harmony. It is essential to understand that the weapon realm is not inferior to the martial artist realm, and with only 3 major levels, it is significantly less than the martial artist realm. However, the weapon realm must correlate with one's personal strength. A mere novice martial artist, even having reached the first level of harmony, could never hope to challenge a master-level warrior. After engaging in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges, Yang Qingtian retreated to the side, his expression twisted with rage. Seeing Yang Qingtian withdraw, Yi Feng was determined not to grant him a moment's respite. His aim was to exhaust Yang Qingtian's energy, preparing for a decisive strike. He raised his alloy sword once more and swung it towards Yang Qingtian. The terrifying sword light shot toward Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian swiftly dodged the lethal strike and charged toward Yi Feng. The faces of the spectators, both present and online, were etched with astonishment. Before the battle commenced, they had deemed Yi Feng incapable of standing against Yang Qingtian, even thinking he might be swiftly defeated. Yet now, it appeared they had severely underestimated Yi Feng. A prodigy had emerged in Jiangnan City. Boom! As Yang Qingtian and Yi Feng collided, a massive explosion erupted around them, with sword energy and energy rapidly dispersing, obscuring the battle from view. When the sword light and energy finally dissipated, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Both Yi Feng and Yang Qingtian stood firm, with no clear victor emerging from their clash. It seemed that determining a winner in this battle was far from simple. Yi Feng, I never anticipated your strength to be this formidable. Yang Qingtian's expression darkened, but he felt relieved that he had arrived now. Had he waited a few years, he might truly have been no match for Yi Feng. With that, Yang Qingtian raised both fists, rapidly condensing energy upon them. In the end, two illusory, monstrous powers coalesced. The audience and online viewers gasped in shock upon witnessing the powers forming around Yang Qingtian's fists, as if struck by a thunderbolt. This was the great heavenly Yuan fist. A martial artist exclaimed. Although the monstrous powers were illusory, they still boasted a terrifying power of at least 800,000. The foundational strength of a novice master is 150,000. For an intermediate master, it is 300,000, and for a high-level master, it is 500,000. Yang Qingtian's current strength exceeded 600,000. Should the two illusory monstrous powers strike Yi Feng, he would stand no chance of survival, unless he had mastered a terrifying sword technique only attainable through the awakening of swordsmanship talent. Chapter 114. The Cycle of Heaven's Justice. Who escapes the wrath of heaven? Yi Feng gazed at the two illusory monstrous powers forming on Yang Qingtian's fists. The monstrous power was unique to grandmasters, with each level achieving combat power in the millions. He had slain Huang Kuan, the vice master of the Jianghe martial arts school, precisely because he had acquired a true monstrous power. The higher-ups of Jianghe martial arts school, including Su Hua and Yi Feng's family, wore expressions of pale dread. Was this the inevitable demise of a genius? Alas, Yi Feng was still too young, too eager to avenge his father. If only he could have bided his time for a few more years, how much stronger he could have become. Regrettably, Yi Feng had the potential to carve out a realm of his own in the Dragon Kingdom, yet now all has come to an end. No one believed he could withstand Yang Qingtian's great primordial fist. The speed of the attack was too swift. Yi Feng's own pace rendered evasion impossible, and it seemed inevitable that his fate would culminate in death. Farewell, Yi Feng. Yang Qingtian's tongue flicked across his lips, his expression chillingly malevolent. Suddenly, the dual illusory forces of gluttony surged towards Yi Feng, shattering the ground of the trial arena. The two forces conjured a fearsome black tornado, a sight too horrifying to behold. At that moment, Yi Feng raised his alloy sword high, its blade coalescing with an ominous sword energy. The audience, both present and online, understood that Yi Feng was engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. The city lord, Lu Xinghe, gazed intently, prepared to intervene. What is that? A cry of astonishment echoed in the ears of the onlookers. All eyes turned to witness a spectacle that took their breath away. Countless horrific sword lights had manifested on Yi Feng's alloy sword. How is this possible? All were rendered speechless. With a swift stroke, the alloy sword descended, intertwining countless sword lights into a colossal beam that enveloped the black tornado. The scene resembled a great fish devouring a smaller one. As the massive sword light consumed the tornado, its residual force cascading towards Yang Qingtian. Overwhelmed with terror, Yang Qingtian felt as though struck by lightning. He hastily dodged the residual force of the gigantic sword light, which moved with astonishing speed. Pushing himself to his utmost limits, he narrowly avoided the aftermath of the attack. Just as he thought he had escaped, His eyes caught a glimmering, cold light. In the very moment Yang Qingtian evaded the residual force, Yi Feng, wielding the alloy sword, stood before him. Clang! The sword lunged towards Yang Qingtian, mere inches from his heart. All present, including those watching the live broadcast, were frozen in disbelief, witnessing what seemed an impossibility. This strike was unavoidable for Yang Qingtian. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Yi Feng's alloy sword pierced Yang Qingtian's heart. Blood dripped from the wound down the blade. Yang Qingtian's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the sword embedded in his heart, unable to grasp that he had been defeated so utterly. The cycle of heaven is just. The heavens spare none. Yi Feng murmuret, gazing et Yang Qingtian. With that, he withdrew the sword, and Yang Qingtian collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yang Qingtian had fallen. Chapter 115. The Jiangnan Council invites Yi Feng to join the audience. Witnessing Yang Qingtian lying in a pool of blood, found themselves momentarily speechless, their faces etched with astonishment. Yang Qingtian, a high-ranking master, had perished. Impossible. How could a master perish? The higher-ups of the Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy, regaining their composure, erupted in exclamations. With Yang Qingtian's death, the academy lost its high-ranking masters, meaning it could no longer stand alongside the other three major martial arts academies in Jiangnan City. Yi Feng glunged et Yang Qingtian escorpse, nodding slightly as he looked towards the warm sun on the horizon. His vengeance was fulfilled. Now, he would pursue his own ambitions, carving out a name for himself in the Blue Star, striving to become a renowned figure. After all, what claim did he have to be a traveler if he did not? Step by step, Yi Feng exited the trial arena, approaching the higher-ups of the Jianghan Martial Arts Academy and Su Hua's family. "Let us depart," he stated, leading the way out of the Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy. The others quickly followed suit. As Yi Feng departed, the gathered spectators began to leave as well, stunned by the unexpected outcome. The fall of Yang Qingtian might signify the rise of an extraordinary talent. The Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum erupted in a frenzy following Yi Feng's defeat of Yang Qingtian, with countless posts flooding in, even causing the forum to crash. Meanwhile, Yi Feng emerged as the most famous individual in all of Jiangnan City. Upon returning to the Jianghan Martial Arts Academy, the students gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. They had witnessed the harrowing battle against Yang Qingtian through the livestream. When Yi Feng first entered the academy, he had been engaged in combat with Huang Yun. Now, however, he had slain a high-ranking master, and the gap between them was insurmountable. As Yi Feng and the city's elite convened in the Master Hall, Master Su Zhan beamed at him. "Yi Feng, you are truly remarkable. I never expected you to reach the first level of the alloy stage. Simply terrifying." The higher-ups shared his joy, realizing that with a figure like Yi Feng, the Jianghan Martial Arts Academy would stand as the strongest in Jiangnan City. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, a great martial artist rushed in, clutching what appeared to be an invitation. "Wonderful news, astonishing news," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "What is it?" Master Su Zhan inquired, puzzled by the martial artist's enthusiasm. "This is an invitation from the Jiangnan Council, inviting Yi Feng to join." "What?" The hall erupted in shock as the higher-ups stood in disbelief. An invitation for Yi Feng to join the Jiangnan Council? The city lord and the 7 members of the council were all master-level warriors, and entry into the council required one to be of a master level. How could they not be stunned? Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui were equally astonished, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. "My son, my brother, has he truly become one of the most prominent figures in Jiangnan City?" They had heard of the Jiangnan Council, the highest authority in the city, with each member serving as its protector. Yi Feng's family reminisced about that once quiet and introverted boy who had now soared to greatness, leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Chapter 116. What are Yi Feng and Su Hua up to? Yi Feng had not anticipated an invitation from the Jiangnan Council, but since it had been extended, he would accept. Joining the council could only bring him benefits. Suddenly, Master Su Zhan burst in a hearty laughter. The assembly was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden mirth. "Father, what is it?" Su Hua asked, concern etching her fair features. "What is their question?" "I am simply elated with Yi Feng's entry into the Jiangnan Council. What position will our Jianghan Martial Arts Academy hold?" Su Zhan dared to assert that he had never experienced such joy as today. The Jianghan Martial Arts School has now truly become the strongest martial arts institution in every sense. "Yi Feng, Would you consider becoming the Grand Master of our Jianghe martial arts school? Suddenly, Master Su Zhan gazed at Yi Feng. Certainly, Yi Feng replied with a nod. He held immense gratitude towards Su Zhan. Had it not been for him during the time he defeated Yang Hao, he believed he would have already met his demise. Excellent. I shall issue an announcement right away. With that, Su Zhan hurriedly exited the master hall. Hey. Before long, Su Zhan's voice reverberated throughout every corner of the Jianghe martial arts school. The students and martial artists paused their training, eager to hear what significant news the master was about to reveal. Announcements of this nature invariably pertain to important matters. Attention everyone, I am Su Zhan, the master of Jianghe Martial Arts School. I have a groundbreaking announcement to make. We are pleased to welcome a new Grand Master, Yi Feng. As the words echoed, everyone stood in stunned silence. A Grand Master? They were all aware that Yi Feng had slain Yang Qingtian, and many had witnessed his terrifying prowess through the live broadcast. Everything seemed to fall into place. However, they pondered how a Grand Master could possibly be a rank above that of the Master. The students and martial artists mused over why the Master hadn't simply established two Master positions instead of creating a Grand Master title. Little did they know that by this time tomorrow, the Jiangnan Council would post on the Martial Artist Forum announcing the addition of a new member, Yi Feng. They would soon realize that the Master was on the 5th level, while they remained on the 1st. In the Master Hall, Yi Yonghe looked at Yi Feng. Since there's nothing pressing at the moment, let us head home for a bit. All right, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. After leaving the Jianghe Martial Arts School, he stepped out of the Master Hall, followed closely by Su Hua. Yi Feng, I'm truly happy for you. After joining the Jiangnan Council, you'll be one of the most prominent figures in Jiangnan City. You're paving a path that has never been walked before. It's all right, Yi Feng smiled. Xiaohua, perhaps I won't be staying in Jiangnan City for too long. Suddenly, Yi Feng directed his gaze at Su Hua. Her face flushed crimson, puzzled by his intense stare. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Su Hua replied, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. They then walked towards a room, but what transpired within remained unknown to me. Chapter 117. Joining the Jiangnan Council the next day, Yi Feng made his way to the Jiangnan Council. The council is the highest authority in Jiangnan City, composed of a city lord and 7 members, all of whom are formidable grandmasters. Upon arriving, Yi Feng entered directly. As he stepped into the grand hall, a female staff member approached him. Hello. May I ask if you are? Her words trailed off, her delicate face reflecting utter astonishment. You're Master Yi Feng? Yes. Yi Feng acknowledged with a nod. The staff member swallowed hard. The city lord had instructed that if Master Yi Feng arrived, she was to escort him directly to meet the city lord and the 7 esteemed members. Quickly, she led Yi Feng to a designated area. A minute later, Yi Feng found himself in a magnificent European-style hall. The city lord, Lu Xinghe, and the 7 grandmasters were seated within, emanating an aura so overwhelming that an ordinary person would struggle to stand upright before them. Yi Feng, you have arrived, the city lord remarked. Indeed, city lord. Yi Feng responded respectfully. He held the city lord and the grandmasters in high regard. Without their protection, Jiangnan City would have likely succumbed to ferocious beasts long ago. They were true heroes. Tell me, is your cultivation talent the ultimate cultivation talent? Yes, Yi Feng replied, realizing there was nothing left to conceal. Given his astonishing rate of advancement, it was not difficult to deduce the extraordinary nature of his cultivation talent. Though the city lord and the grandmasters had previously speculated about Yi Feng's talent, they were nonetheless moved by his confirmation. Possessing the ultimate cultivation talent meant that Yi Feng's future achievements were boundless, especially since he had awakened his sword path talent and entered the 1st level of the 3 weapon realms. Individuals like Yi Feng, a genius of such caliber, are rare even across the Blue Star. You are among the most formidable geniuses of the Blue Star, and thus we are making an exception to allow you to join the Jiangnan Council. You may focus on your cultivation without any concerns. We will ensure your family resides in the safest place in Jiangnan City. From the moment you join the Jiangnan Council, they will achieve financial freedom, the city lord stated. Yi Feng found solace in this arrangement. However, thoughts of his family surfaced. Hadn't Yi Qing turned 16 long ago? Why hadn't he heard anything regarding her testing for cultivation talent? In his recent fervor for cultivation, he had momentarily forgotten this matter. Staff will provide you with the Jiangnan Council's exclusive badge and Supreme Alliance card. The future of Jiangnan City and even the Dragon Country will hinge upon your capabilities, the city lord continued. Yi Feng reflected on the nobility of the heroes, ever mindful of their responsibilities to the state. Subsequently, the city lord introduced the 7 Grand Masters to Yi Feng, who committed their names to memory. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, the staff presented Yi Feng with the Jiangnan Council's exclusive badge, a golden 6-pointed star inscribed with the words Jiangnan Council, and a Supreme Alliance card. The dark gold card promised true financial freedom, alleviating any worries about monetary concerns. After departing from the Jiangnan Council, Yi Feng made his way to the Jiangming community. Simultaneously, the Jiangnan Council staff announced Yi Feng's induction as a new member on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum, causing an uproar throughout the city. Chapter 118, Villa Number 9. Purple Gold Community. Yi Feng returned to Jiangming community. Upon arriving home, his family greeted him with smiles. Xiao Feng, you're back. Please have a seat, Wang Lan urged, eager to make him comfortable. Observing his adoptive mother's courteous demeanor, Yi Feng realized that things had inevitably changed. Although he yearned for the past, it seemed increasingly impossible. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Feng turned to Yi Qing. Xiao Qing, you must be 16 by now. Have you tested your cultivation talent? Hearing his question, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui exchanged wry smiles. Xiao Feng, Xiao Qing said she didn't want to test her cultivation talent. Yi Yonghe replied. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Xiao Qing, why do you hesitate to test your cultivation talent? He gazed at Yi Qing, pondering why, upon reaching the age of 16, she would not be eager to ascertain her potential for cultivation. Because I fear that I might possess a cultivation talent. If I do, it would mean becoming a warrior and battling those terrifying, ferocious beasts, Yi Qing admitted. Her heart still haunted by memories of those bloodthirsty dogs that Yi Feng had slain in the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Yi Feng chuckled, finding her reasoning rather peculiar. Fear not. This world is one where the capable thrive. If you do possess a cultivation talent, you must embrace it. Cool. I shall accompany you to test your abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Qing acquiesced. All right. Yi Feng, secretly amused, had never anticipated that Yi Qing would be so timid. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yi Shui answered the door, revealing several officials from the Jiangnan Council. What brings you here? Yi Feng inquired, observing the council members. Master Yi Feng, we have received an order from the city lord to escort your family to reside in the Zijin community. Very well. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At the mention of Zijin community, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui all trembled slightly. The entrance criteria for Zijin community were exceedingly stringent. It was not merely a matter of wealth. Only powerful warriors could obtain the qualifications to reside there, and the community was comprised solely of standalone villas, accessible only to those at the Grandmaster level. Were they truly about to move there? However, considering that Yi Feng was now a member of the Jiangnan Council, their relocation to Zijin community seemed plausible. Subsequently, under the guidance of the council officials, Yi Feng and his family arrived at Villa Number 9 in Zijin community. Zijin community was divided into 3 areas: the Ordinary District, the Intermediate District, and the Advanced District. The Advanced District was reserved for Grandmaster level warriors, housing the members of the Jiangnan Council. Residing there elevated their status to an unattainable level for ordinary residents of Jiangnan City. The first 8 villas in the Advanced District were the residences of the city lord and his 7 members. Villa Number 9 boasted over 600 square meters, astonishing in size, fully equipped with all amenities, including servants. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui were left in awe. They had never imagined they would live in such luxury. This is too grand, Yi Shui gasped, her porcelain-like face reflecting disbelief. She recalled the words she had spoken to her brother, Yi Feng, the day before he tested his cultivation talent. Go for it, brother. Once you discover your cultivation talent and become a powerful warrior, you can bring our entire family to live in a grand house. Chapter 119. Yi Qing's terrifying cultivation talent. According to the council officials, all esteemed residents of Zijin community would be provided with dedicated vehicles and bodyguards. Naturally, the bodyguards were for the families of powerful warriors, who would also receive a Supreme Alliance card and a badge representing their status as family members of council members. Possessing this badge was akin to encountering a Grandmaster in person. Yi Feng's family felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment at their sudden fortune. They no longer needed to worry about finances, and their status had surged, propelling them into a realm beyond the reach of ordinary people. All of this was due to Yi Feng. Xiao Qing, let's go to Jianghe Martial Art Hall, Yi Feng suggested. Yi Qing nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to the hall. Jiangyan High School had specialized instruments to test cultivation talent, and naturally, Jianghe Martial Arts Hall did as well. Upon arriving at Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Yi Feng led Yi Qing to the talent testing room. At that moment, aside from the managing warrior in the testing hall, there were no other individuals present. Upon recognizing Yi Feng, the warrior quickly approached him, bowing respectfully. Master Yi Feng, I have brought my sister to test her cultivation talent. Certainly, Master Yi Feng, the warrior replied, guiding Yi Qing to the testing instrument. Yi Qing, gazing at the device before her, swallowed nervously and extended her right hand. As her hand made contact with the instrument, it emitted a blinding purple light, illuminating the entire testing hall in a radiant violet hue. Superb cultivation talent. The warrior's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed. Yi Feng was equally astonished. Xiao Qing possesses superb cultivation talent? This is truly remarkable. The superb cultivation talent was one of the most formidable talents in Blue Star. Anyone who possessed it was destined to become a formidable warrior, provided they did not perish prematurely. However, superb cultivation talent could not compare to ultimate cultivation talent, as the former was exceedingly rare. I actually have superb cultivation talent? Yi Qing's expression froze, seemingly unable to believe this revelation. Xiao Qing, congratulations. Yi Feng smiled at her. After exiting the testing room, Yi Feng took Yi Qing to the main hall. The senior members of Jianghe Martial Arts Hall were gathered there, engaged in discussions. Master. The senior members rose in greeting upon seeing Yi Feng. Please, take a seat, Yi Feng gestured. Once seated, Yi Feng turned to Master Suzhan. My sister will be training at Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Master, may I inquire about your sister's cultivation talent? Suzhan asked, curious. She possesses superb cultivation talent. Yi Feng announced to everyone present. The room fell silent, the senior members' eyes widening in disbelief as they processed his words. Superb cultivation talent. They understood that Yi Feng was not joking. Yi Qing truly possessed such an extraordinary talent. Could this be a manifestation of their family bloodline? Yet, Yi Feng and Yi Qing share no blood relation. Is it perhaps due to Yi Feng's fortuitous destiny? The senior members were astounded. This was indeed superb cultivation talent. A genius with superb cultivation talent has emerged from Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Before long, she will undoubtedly become the strongest student of the hall. Master Su Zhan expressed his elation. Yi Feng pondered about Yi Qing's superb cultivation talent, curious about what talent Yi Shui would possess. After Yi Qing became a student at Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, she planned to reside there, as she had just discovered her cultivation talent and had yet to begin her training. Yi Feng departed from Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, but as he stepped outside, a familiar figure caught his eye. Du Wen. Chapter 120. Du Wen's Dilemma. Master Yi Feng. Du Wen exclaimed respectfully upon seeing Yi Feng emerge from Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Let us not be formal. Just call me as you wish, Du Wen. We are friends, are we not? Yi Feng replied, looking at Du Wen. Before Yi Feng obtained the system, while he was still at Jiangyan High School, Du Wen was his sole good friend. Due to Du Wen's favorable family circumstances, he had provided Yi Feng with considerable assistance during that time. As Du Wen listened to Yi Feng, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. You must have come to me for a reason? Yi Feng surmised that Du Wen's visit was not merely for a casual meeting. Yes, Du Wen did. A hint of melancholy crossing his features. What has happened? My father has offended a formidable individual in the business world. The Zhang family from Jiangnan City is involved. They own the Zhang Group, which ranks among the top 20 companies in Jiangnan City and boasts a master-level warrior within their clan. Yi Feng had not heard of the Zhang family, but he was somewhat familiar with the Zhang Group's reputation. A family typically consists of both direct and collateral branches, and they're not entities that an ordinary businessman can easily provoke. Moreover, although Du Wen's family could be considered wealthy among common folk, they were merely a small player in the realm of true affluence. So, you intend for me to assist you? Yi Feng inquired. Yes, indeed, Du Wen replied earnestly. I find myself in a desperate situation, which is why I sought you out. In Du Wen's eyes, Yi Feng had transformed from a student of Jiangyan High School to a member of the Jiangnan Council, representing a disparity in their statuses that felt insurmountable. How could he maintain the same demeanor towards Yi Feng as he once did? The Zhang family expects my father to meet them at the Yuan restaurant for negotiations. Today is the final day of their acquisition of my factory. My father has steadfastly refused, and I fear something unfortunate may occur, which is why I came to you. Yuan continued. Feng was aware that Yuan restaurant was one of the most luxurious establishments in Jiangnan City, far beyond the means of an average person. Let us go, Feng said, placing a reassuring hand on Yuan's shoulder. Upon hearing Feng's words, Yuan's spirits lifted with Feng's involvement. What could the Zhang family possibly pose as a threat? The two made their way to Yuan restaurant. In a Tianzihu private room, a man in his 40s wore a grave expression. This man was Yuan's father. Bo beside him stood a similarly aged individual named Yuan Hu, a high-level martial artist and a close friend of Bo. If necessary, we will confront the Zhang family, Yuan Hu declared coldly. Sigid. The Zhang family is far too powerful for us to contend with. Though I am reluctant to allow them to acquire my factory, I must prioritize my own safety. Yuan Hu fell silent. The Zhang family was not to be trifled with, boasting not only a master-level warrior, but several others who were also formidable. How infuriating! They summoned us to discuss the acquisition, yet they have not even arrived, Bo grumbled, clenching his teeth. Just then, the door to the Tianzihu room swung open, and several imposing figures strode in, members of the Zhang family, their faces adorned with scorn. Boss Du, here is the acquisition agreement. Please sign, one of the Zhang family members said, tossing the document onto the table without taking a seat. Bo gritted his teeth. What could he do? After glancing at the agreement, rage consumed him. 1 million. You are delusional. You think 1 million can buy my factory valued at 50 million? You have offended the Zhang family. 1 million is already a generous offer. If we are pushed too far, you may end up with nothing, the Zhang family member sneered. Isn't this going too far? Yuan Hu could barely contain his fury. We have done our research. You're Yuan Hu, merely a high-level martial artist. In the presence of the Zhang family, you are insignificant, one of the Zhang members retorted, provoking further ire from Bo and Yuan Hu. You may be powerful, but I wonder how you will fare before Master Feng. Yuan's voice unexpectedly pierced the tension in the room. All eyes turned to the entrance as two young men entered, Yuan and Feng. Initially, the Zhang family members remained indifferent, thinking it impossible for someone of Bo's standing to have connections with Master Feng. However, upon seeing the young man beside Yuan, their pupils dilated in shock. Master Feng, they gasped, stepping back in fear. Since Feng's battle with the esteemed master Yang Qingtian, his likeness had graced the screens of Jiangnan City's media countless times, embedding his image in the minds of its residents. Bo and Yuan, who were equally taken aback. Initially skeptical of Yuan's claims of knowing Master Feng, they now found it undeniable. Yuan is my friend. If your Zhang family intends to harm him, it is tantamount to attacking me. I wonder if you dare to proceed, Feng stated calmly. With that, the Zhang family members fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Master Feng, we were blind to your greatness. Please spare us. Feng, uninterested in lowering himself to the level of such a minor family, wore an expression of mild disdain. Return to your family and inform that master warrior to relinquish half of the Zhang family's assets. Then this matter will be settled, otherwise. He paused, unleashing a surge of energy that obliterated everything in the room. You understand the consequences, Feng concluded. The Zhang family members, nearly in tears, scrambled to escape the Tianzihu room at an unprecedented speed. Bo, witnessing the scene, erupted into laughter. The Zhang family thought to acquire my factory for a mere 1 million. Now they faced the repercussions. However, he quickly realized he should not have spoken so freely. He turned to Feng with utmost respect. Master Feng, thank you. No need for thanks. Feng replied with a smile, then turned to Yuan. With my name, carve out your own destiny in Jiangnan City. He presented Yuan with the 6-pointed star badge representing the Jiangnan Council. Yuan, trembling with excitement, reached out to accept the badge. The 6-pointed star. Bo exclaimed, Equally exhilarated. His son indeed lacks the talent for cultivation. Yet he has now become more formidable than those with ordinary cultivation abilities. Bo can be considered a source of pride for his family. Chapter 122. The 2 slots at Longqing University. Upon returning to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, Feng was approached by a staff member from the Jiangnan Council, who informed him that the city lord wished to see him. Without hesitation, he followed the staff member to the Jiangnan Council Hall. Once inside the Grand Hall, Feng encountered City Lord Lu Xinghe. Feng, you have arrived, Lu Xinghe greeted him. Yes, City Lord. May I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? Yi Feng inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. Lu Xinghe smiled. I have heard that your sister, Yi Qing, has been identified with a superlative cultivation talent. Coincidentally, there are 2 slots available at Longqing University in Jiangnan City. How about allowing your sister and your young girlfriend to attend together? This way, you will have fewer worries. Longqing University is the most prestigious martial arts academy in Long Nation, a place where countless aspirants yearn to enter, yet the requirements are exceedingly stringent. The young girlfriend referred to by Lu Xinghe is naturally Su Hua. As Yi Feng listened to the city lord's words, he felt a flicker of temptation. Both Su Hua and Yi Qing currently possessed limited strength. Gaining admission to Longqing University for further training would undoubtedly be beneficial for them. City Lord, I find myself unable to make a decision on this matter without consulting them first, Yi Feng replied, for he was not an overbearing individual and believed such a significant decision should involve their opinions. Very well, Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. After leaving the Jiangnan Council Hall, Yi Feng sought out Su Hua and Yi Qing at the Jianghe Martial Arts School. Su Hua and Yi Qing looked at him with puzzled expressions, uncertain of the reason for his visit. Brother, is something the matter? Yi Qing asked after a brief silence, having already regarded Yi Feng as her brother, though she had yet to voice it. You must have heard of Longqing University? Yi Feng began. Of course, it is the finest martial arts academy in Long Nation. They replied in unison. Yi Feng continued, currently, there are 2 slots available at Longqing University in Jiangnan City. Would you be willing to attend? What? Su Hua and Yi Qing were taken aback, completely unprepared for such news. I am willing to go, Yi Qing asserted after a moment of contemplation, her earlier reluctance to become a martial artist having transformed since her discovery of her extraordinary talent. I am willing too, Su Hua added, recognizing that the growing disparity between her and Yi Feng necessitated her advancement in strength. Attending Longqing University would certainly facilitate her growth, allowing her to bridge the gap. Seeing both Su Hua and Yi Qing express their willingness to attend Longqing University, Yi Feng felt a sense of relief. He was pleased to support this opportunity for them. Very well, I will step out for a moment. Please inform your respective parents, he instructed before departing the Jianghe Martial Arts School once more. Heading back to the Jiangnan Council Hall, Su Hua and Yi Qing promptly conveyed the news to their parents. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui were overjoyed, as Longqing University, located in the imperial capital of Long Nation, was the best martial arts academy, and they were eager for Yi Qing to attend. Upon hearing the news, Yi Zhan was equally thrilled. Longqing University was a coveted place for many. When Yi Feng returned to the Jiangnan Council Hall, City Lord Lu Xinghe inquired, Yi Feng, do they wish to attend Longqing University? Indeed, they both wish to go, Yi Feng confirmed. Lu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. In that case, I shall make the necessary arrangements. By the way, Yi Feng, please take a seat. I wish to discuss something with you. As Yi Feng sat, he was curious about what the city lord wished to address. In today's world, the fierce beasts have overrun vast territories of Blue Star, including many island nations, which have fallen before their assaults. Recently, the fierce beasts attacked Hichu Nation, which mustered 1 million troops, only to be annihilated in an instant. Lu Xinghe lamented. He continued, not to mention the 4 great beast lairs. Even the Qingling Cave outside Jiangnan City poses a constant threat to our safety. Recently, there have been unusual movements from the fierce beasts in Qingling Cave, and I fear a calamity may soon befall Jiangnan City. Yi Feng was well aware of Qingling Cave, the largest fierce beast area outside Jiangnan City, home to millions of fierce beasts. The sheer number was daunting, as an assault by such a multitude would likely obliterate a small nation without resistance. The army formed by the fierce beasts comprised aerial and terrestrial creatures, coordinating attacks seamlessly to conquer territory with ease. Fortunately, after the establishment of base cities by the great powers of Blue Star, the walls of these cities soared to heights of over 1,000 meters, constructed from alloys that rendered them impervious to collapse. Moreover, scientists across various fields in Blue Star have developed defensive weapons that make it challenging for fierce beasts to breach the defenses of the great powers. However, the smaller nations remain vulnerable. City Lord, are you suggesting that fierce beasts will soon launch an attack on Jiangnan City? Yi Feng asked. Indeed, Lu Xinghe affirmed with a nod. Jiangnan City boasts a military of 150,000, equipped with the most advanced weaponry on Blue Star. If the fierce beasts dare to attack, they will surely incur significant losses, Yi Feng asserted. Correct. If the fierce beasts dare to assault Jiangnan City, we will not allow them to leave unscathed, Lu Xing had concurred. Yi Feng had yet to witness a battlefield. He recalled that during the early days of the Great Calamity, a powerful nation had organized 7 million troops to confront the fierce beasts, but the weaponry of that time inflicted negligible casualties upon them. In a matter of days, the 7 million troops were utterly decimated, leaving behind a sea of corpses and blood, with the stench permeating the air for miles, and even the sky weeping blood. The war between humanity and fierce beasts was indeed brutal. After leaving the Jiangnan Council Hall, Yi Feng resolved to venture into the wilderness. In the wild, he could cultivate his killing intent, which currently remained at a mere first layer, insufficiently potent. Upon exiting the city, Yi Feng arrived in a city named Yunshi, a region severely afflicted by fierce beasts. After arriving, he unsheathed his alloy longsword, prepared to commence a slaughter. Although Yunshi was home to thousands of fierce beasts, they were weak and posed no challenge to Yi Feng. After a few days, he had eliminated all the fierce beasts in Yunshi. However, his killing intent did not level up, leaving Yi Feng somewhat disheartened. He felt that the advancement of his killing intent was excessively arduous. He then proceeded to the next city occupied by fierce beasts, ready to engage in another massacre. As he struck down the final fierce beast, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Killing intent has advanced to the second layer. Chapter 124. 2 layers of killing intent. Superpowered troops, 2 layers of killing intent. Yi Feng understood that the first 3 layers represented the harmonization level, the middle 3 layers represented the synergy level, and the final 3 represented the intent level. 2 layers of killing intent felt perpetually insufficient. Yi Feng was far from satisfied. He opened the map, preparing to seek out the next city overrun by ferocious beasts. His only option was a small town. Venturing into a city teeming with terrifying creatures, even with his current prowess as a high-level master, would likely end in disaster. Before long, a city named Haisher caught Yi Feng's attention. He headed towards Haisher, and upon entering, hundreds of ferocious beasts appeared before him. The creatures were equally astonished that a human dared to invade their territory, and with a collective roar, they charged at Yi Feng. With a swift movement, Yi Feng brandished his alloy sword and began to slay the approaching horde. The data of his kill count flashed before his eyes. Kill count 36, kill count 32, kill count 33. Yi Feng pondered why the data had not increased when he had only reached the initial layer of his killing intent. Was it perhaps due to his breakthrough to the second layer? After days of hunting beasts, he had completed a basic sign-in and would soon be eligible for an intermediate sign-in. The basic sign-in had granted him a few ordinary potions. Yi Feng continued to eliminate other beasts in Haisher, and the increase in his kill count data persisted. Kill count 30, kill count 32, kill count 37. Days later, he had wiped out all the beasts in Haisher. Opening the sign-in interface in his mind, he realized he was now able to conduct an intermediate sign-in. Beep. Are you sure you want to proceed with the intermediate sign-in? Confirm. Beep. Intermediate sign-in successful. You have received the Killing Heaven Essence technique, which consists of 5 layers. Each breakthrough will enhance your kill count data. As Yi Feng read the description of the Killing Heaven Essence technique, he thought it was quite similar to the Dragon Essence technique. Do you wish to merge with the Killing Heaven Essence technique? Merge. The merging was successful, and Yi Feng found himself at the first layer of the Killing Heaven Essence technique. Next, he sought another city inhabited by ferocious beasts. However, much to his surprise, he soon encountered a group of soldiers shortly after leaving Haisher. These soldiers donned combat uniforms, wielded alloy short swords, and carried handguns along with a belt of alloy bullets. The presence of alloy bullets made their firearms significantly more formidable than those of novice martial artists, whose energy could scarcely inflict substantial damage. Yet, alloy bullets were not available for purchase. They were exclusive to the military. The group consisted of 15 individuals, led by a robust man in his 30s. Yi Feng was taken aback to discover that all 15 were martial artists, with the leader being a mid-level martial master. It was evident that he was facing a special operations unit, akin to the elite forces on Earth, albeit with a different designation. Upon noticing Yi Feng's presence, the soldiers were initially startled, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. given that the military base was stationed outside Jiangnan City. It was understandable that they did not recognize him. "Can you tell me where you are headed?" Feng inquired, genuinely intrigued by their mission. "Sorry, that's classified military information," the robust man replied, his gaze fixed on Feng. "Come now, perhaps I might be interested," Feng pressed. "That information is off limits." After contemplating for a moment, Feng responded, "It seems I must provide you with an irresistible reason." Chapter 125. "I shall slay for you." As Feng finished speaking, he directed his gaze toward the dilapidated building nearby and unleashed a powerful punch. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the structure in an instant. The entire process took less than a second. The robust man and the 14 Special Forces soldiers stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the display of strength. Such a formidable force. How could this young man be such a powerful martial artist? In the military, powerful warriors were highly revered. Regaining his composure, the robust man respectfully addressed Feng. "Elder, I apologize for my inability to recognize your strength." Feng smiled. "Now, can you divulge the purpose of your mission?" "I cannot. That's classified," the robust man reiterated, shaking his head. Feng mused over the man's stubbornness. "No matter, perhaps sharing will pique my interest, and I might assist you." The robust man found himself in a dilemma. After a prolonged pause, he finally revealed their objective. "Elder, we are on a mission to eliminate a third-tier beast in South City." A third-tier beast was equivalent to a martial artist, classified among the stronger beasts. Feng noted that the most formidable beast in the cities he had entered thus far was merely third-tier. Since he was heading to another beast-infested city, he decided to accompany them to South City. "Let's go together," he suggested. The robust man interpreted this as Feng offering to help them slay the third-tier beast. The iron-hide rhino, and a look of joy spread across his face. "Thank you, Elder." With that, they set off toward South City. Upon reaching the outskirts, the robust man produced a map and began issuing commands. "The Beast Lord resides in the Ice Lake Amusement Park in South City. We merely need to. That's unnecessary. Follow my lead into the city. You will see who the Beast Lord is, and I will take care of the rest." Feng interrupted him. He had come to South City with the intent to slay the beasts, and to him, all the creatures within were equally weak. The robust man and his companions were taken aback by Feng's declaration, unable to fathom such bravado. "But Elder, there are numerous beasts within South City." "I fear that." His sentence trailed off, the implication clear. "Fear not. While the beasts may have their strategies, I possess my own means. Should you choose not to accompany me, I shall proceed alone," Feng stated resolutely before striding into South City. The 15 soldiers exchanged glances before reluctantly following suit. Once inside, they drew their handguns and short swords, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Roars echoed around them mere minutes later as countless ferocious beasts surged forth from all directions, surrounding them completely. "Brothers, we will carve a bloody path and then retreat," the robust man declared. These beasts were merely low tier. Breaking free should not prove too difficult. Chapter 126. The sword aura 2 yards wide. "Hold your fire. Leave these beasts to me," Feng suddenly instructed the 15 men. The soldiers stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the sheer volume of beasts before them. "Roar!" Before they could utter a word, hundreds of ferocious beasts charged towards them. With a swift motion, Feng wielded his alloy sword, and the terrifying sword light radiated in all directions. These beasts were merely of a lower tier. They stood no chance against such formidable sword energy. As the slaughter aura surged, 132, 154, 160, Feng contemplated how, with the slaughter celestial art, the increase in his slaughter aura had indeed become significantly more pronounced. In an instant, hundreds of beasts fell beneath the overwhelming sword light. The 15 individuals stood as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. How could so many beasts vanish in an instant? Suddenly, realization dawned upon them as they looked at Feng, their pupils constricting in disbelief. They understood that to manifest such sword light, one must awaken their swordsmanship talent. It was then they comprehended that Feng was not only a formidable warrior, but had also awakened his swordsmanship talent, which explained his remarkable confidence. Simultaneously, they recognized that Feng's earlier claims outside South City were not mere boasts. He truly could slay the Tier 3 intermediate beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros. Let us proceed. Yi Feng instructed the group of 15. The robust leader of the group, taken aback by Yi Feng's prowess, inquired, "Senior, you are truly terrifying, having awakened your swordsmanship talent." The other 14 displayed expressions of envy. However, Yi Feng paid no heed to their admiration as they continued forward. Minutes later, a soldier from the Special Forces pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "Captain, there's a beast over there." The group hurriedly followed his gesture and discovered a massive beast atop a 20-story office building. "It's a silver-blooded mantis," the leader shouted. This creature was a Tier 3 beast, slightly stronger than a novice human warrior. Yi Feng observed the silver-blooded mantis and mused that the slaughter aura from this Tier 3 beast would be considerable. "You all retreat to a safe distance," he commanded the 15. They were momentarily perplexed. Was this not a safe place? They were aware of Yi Feng's formidable strength, and the silver-blooded mantis could not possibly pose a threat to him. "Retreat," the leader ordered, albeit uncertain of Yi Feng's rationale. Nevertheless, they complied and withdrew to a sufficiently safe distance. The silver-blooded mantis remained on the rooftop, its colossal form, silver exterior, and razor-sharp claws exuding a sense of intimidation. Yi Feng raised his alloy sword, and in an instant, a 2-zhang-wide sword light coalesced. 2-zhang wide, not long. When his slaughter heart was at the first level, he could only generate a 1-zhang-wide sword light. Now, it had reached the second level. My heavens! The leader's jaw dropped in astonishment at the 2-zhang-wide sword light. With a whoosh, the immense sword light surged towards the silver-blooded mantis. As a Tier 3 low-level beast, it was one of the highest-ranked creatures in South City. Yet such an attack was beyond its capacity to withstand. Boom! Suddenly, not just the rooftop, but the entire abandoned building collapsed. The 15 stood in shock, comprehending at last why Yi Feng had urged them to move to safety. "What are you thinking?" One soldier stammered, wide-eyed at his companions. I was pondering whether the senior is a grandmaster or a master," another soldier replied, his voice trembling. "Indeed, I recall that swordsmanship talent should not be able to produce such a vast sword light unless one possesses weapon mastery," the leader expressed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Exchanging glances, they could not fathom the nature of the extraordinary being they had encountered. As the slaughter aura increased to 462, Yi Feng smiled inwardly, pleased with the substantial gain from slaying a Tier 3 low-level beast. Following the map, they arrived at the South City Ice Lake amusement park, known for harboring the greatest number of beasts, including the Tier 3 intermediate iron-armored rhinoceros. The group's objective was to decapitate this formidable creature. They speculated that Yi Feng might indeed be a master. Throughout their journey, they pondered the implications, and if given the choice, they would have preferred Yi Feng not to be a master, for it was overwhelmingly astonishing. A master under 20 years old? They had never even heard of such a phenomenon, let alone one who had awakened swordsmanship talent and achieved weapon mastery. Upon surveying the amusement park, which was quite expansive, Yi Feng noted that it would have been bustling with visitors before the catastrophe. As they entered the Ice Lake amusement park, thousands of beasts came into view, with the iron-armored rhinoceros atop the Ferris wheel, exuding an aura of dominance. Roar! 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 The iron-armored rhinoceros let out 3 terrifying roars from the Ferris wheel, sending chills down their spines. Upon hearing its roar, the multitude of beasts surged towards Yi Feng and his companions, as if responding to a command. Yi Feng unleashed an advanced sword technique, the sky-rending slash, intertwining hundreds of sword lights into a colossal beam that blotted out the sun. This massive sword light not only devoured the thousands of beasts in an instant, but also created a vast pit in the ground of the amusement park. The Ferris wheel began to collapse. The iron-armored rhinoceros, with its imposing frame, plummeted to the ground. With a resounding crash, it rose and fixed its gaze upon Yi Feng and his group. Yi Feng stepped forward, delivering a decisive strike to the iron-armored rhinoceros, severing its head with his alloy sword. Having slain the iron-armored rhinoceros and thousands of beasts, Yi Feng reaped a considerable amount of slaughter aura. To his surprise, he discovered that the slaughter celestial art had upgraded to the second level, an unexpected delight. There remained many other beasts in South City, all potential sources of slaughter aura that Yi Feng would not let slip away. He turned to exit the Ice Lake amusement park. "Senior, since the iron-armored rhinoceros has been slain, we must return to report," the leader said respectfully. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded before departing the amusement park. He then commenced his quest to eliminate other beasts within South City, accumulating slaughter aura, 258, 264, 271, until his slaughter heart broke through to the 3rd level. After vanquishing the ferocious beasts within the southern city, Yi Feng's heart of slaughter ascended to the 3rd tier. The heart of slaughter comprises 9 tiers, with the lower 3 categorized as the 1st level of amalgamation, indicating that Yi Feng has now reached the pinnacle of the 1st level. With this heart of slaughter, he could likely defeat even a primary grandmaster. A flicker of joy appeared on Yi Feng's face as he subtly nodded towards the sun above, signaling that it was time to return. Upon returning to Jiangnan City, Yi Feng remained within the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, absorbing vital energy to refine his physique. However, as he had now attained the level of a primary master, achieving a breakthrough was no longer as effortless as before. Warriors can indeed advance through slaughter, yet it pales in comparison to the absorption of vital energy. After days of battling ferocious beasts, Yi Feng's combat prowess had significantly increased, but he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the level of an intermediate master. Yi Feng opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. During his time in the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, he had become eligible for advanced sign-ins. Ding! Would the host like to proceed with the advanced sign-in? Confirmed. Ding! Advanced sign-in successful. The reward is the soul-destroying divine blood, usable only by advanced masters. Upon successful absorption, an advanced master can break through to the level of a primary grandmaster. Yi Feng gazed at the sign-in system he had acquired and mused that this was indeed a valuable asset. He had heard whispers of the soul-destroying divine blood. It was not the blood of ferocious beasts, but rather a peculiar kind of blood, the origin of which remained unknown to him. However, for Yi Feng, the soul-destroying divine blood held no immediate utility, as only advanced masters could utilize it. Speaking of advanced masters, Yi Feng thought of Su Zhan. Su Zhan had aided him considerably, and it was time for Yi Feng to repay that kindness. He proceeded towards the hall of the martial arts master. Upon entering, he found Su Zhan with a furrowed brow, engrossed in paperwork. "Master, what brings you here?" Su Zhan asked, rising to greet Yi Feng. "You seem rather downcast." Yi Feng observed. "How can I be cheerful?" Su Zhan sighed, shaking his head. "The city lord has issued mobilization orders to all martial arts halls and families in Jiangnan City. With the impending turmoil, all martial artists are to be called to action." Yi Feng understood. The city lord had previously informed him of the unusual movements of the ferocious beasts in the Qingling cave. "By the way, master, did you need to speak with me?" Su Zhan looked at him. "Would you like to become a member of the Jiangnan Council?" "What do you mean?" Su Zhan was puzzled by Yi Feng's words. Naturally, he aspired to join the Jiangnan Council, but to become a member, one must be a Grandmaster-level warrior, and having someone like Yi Feng enter would be unprecedented. "This is for you." Yi Feng handed a small vial to Su Zhan. "Master, what is this?" "Soul-destroying divine blood." Yi Feng replied. Su Zhan's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Soul-destroying divine blood?" "Indeed. After absorbing it, you will break through to the level of a primary grandmaster." Yi Feng nodded reassuringly. Su Zhan stared at Yi Feng in astonishment, unable to fathom where he had procured such a treasure. Could it be that Yi Feng possessed an extraordinary background? Chapter 129. The million ferocious beasts advance on Jiangnan City's main defense line. Su Zhan realized Yi Feng would not jest about such matters and accepted the vial. After absorbing the soul-destroying divine blood, he would ascend to the level of a primary grandmaster, thereby qualifying for the Jiangnan Council. "Thank you, master," Su Zhan expressed. Gazing gratefully at Yi Feng, he felt that by sparing Yi Feng during the conflict with Yang Hao, he had made the wisest decision of his life. After leaving the hall, Su Zhan prepared to absorb the soul-destroying divine blood. 3 days later, he successfully broke through to the level of a primary grandmaster. At this moment, Su Zhan's presence was far more formidable than before, akin to a slumbering beast awakened. All students of a Jianghe Martial Arts Hall listened intently as Su Zhan proclaimed, "I am Su Zhan, the master of the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. I have now reached the level of a primary grandmaster. Henceforth, our hall shall be the true, strongest martial arts institution." Su Zhan broadcasted this news to everyone at the hall. When he was merely an advanced master, the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall had been the strongest in Jiangnan City due to Yi Feng's protection, but now things were different. He was a grandmaster. The hall erupted in cheers, as the Master S advancement was a monumental boon for the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Yi Feng shared in elation. recognizing that Su Zhan's feelings mirrored those of an ordinary person who had just won a substantial lottery. Master, ye Feng adresistit Suzan. Let us proceed to the Jiangnan Council. Given that Su Zhan had also attained the rank of Grandmaster, it was time to join as a new member of the council. Su Zhan nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to the Jiangnan Council Hall. Upon their arrival, City Lord Lu Xinghe welcomed them, gesturing for them to take a seat. Yi Feng, why have you brought the master of Jiangnan Martial Arts Hall with you? Lu Xinghe inquired, somewhat perplexed. City Lord, the master has broken through to the level of a grandmaster. Is that so? A look of joy spread across Lu Xinghe's face. With war on the horizon, the addition of another grandmaster to Jiangnan City was indeed splendid news. After verification, it was confirmed that Su Zhan met all the grandmaster criteria. This session of the Jiangnan Council was not merely a discussion among martial artists, but a formal press conference. The announcement regarding the addition of a new member to the Jiangnan Council graced the front pages of major news outlets in Jiangnan City. The residents of Jiangnan City were elated. For them, this was monumental news. The stronger Jiangnan City's defenses, the greater their sense of security. Date, October 21st, 2020. Location, Jiangnan City, one of the 8 major base cities of Longhua. The million ferocious beasts from Qingling Cave advanced towards Jiangnan City's main defense line. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the battle alarm echoed through the skies at 8:20. The hearts of Jiangnan City's residents seemed to cease their rhythm upon hearing the alarm for the first time in years. The ringing of the alarm signified the impending assault of ferocious beasts on Jiangnan City. Hurry, hurry. Vehicles surged through the streets of Jiangnan City, carrying martial artists to the main defense line. The atmosphere of impending battle grew increasingly intense. Many of these martial artists were young, and the thought of combat was daunting. Some appeared pale with fear, and others even wept. Jiangnan City was fortified with 4 major defense lines: front, back, left, and right, with the front line serving as the primary defense. These 4 lines encased Jiangnan City like a fortified barrel, each line situated hundreds of kilometers from the city center. In addition to the outer defenses, there were inner lines, also divided into front, back, left, and right, designed to provide a second layer of defense should the beasts breach the city. Chapter 130. The overwhelming army of ferocious beasts within the Jiangnan Council. All members convened to discuss the advancing ferocious beasts toward Jiangnan City's main defense line. According to the timeline, the beasts from Qingling Cave were expected to arrive at the main line in 5 days. An intermediate grandmaster addressed the assembly, stating, "The sheer number of beasts is overwhelming. Casualties are inevitable. However, to defend against the beasts, sacrifices must be made. If the ferocious beasts were to arrive, they would surely be met with a return of none. Indeed, we in Jiangnan City fear not the Qingling Cave." Listening to the words of the esteemed masters, Yi Feng remained silent, his mind already conjuring the terrifying spectacle of a million ferocious beasts. There was little more to say. Plans for defense had been established in the past, and now it was merely a matter of how the beasts would assault the city. The city lord, Lu Xinghe, addressed everyone present. All the masters in the great hall nodded in agreement. The atmosphere of impending battle grew ever more intense. Every warrior in Jiangnan City was mobilized. All junior martial artists were to take to the battlefield. City Lord Lu Xinghe personally delivered a speech, emphasizing that this was a moment of life and death for Jiangnan City, and all warriors must unite to confront the ferocious beasts. The following day, all warriors of Jiangnan City had assembled at the primary outer defense line. The city boasted an army of 1.5 million, with forces stationed at 4 outer and 4 inner defense lines, the primary line being the most crucial, directly facing the Qingling Cave, manned by 700,000 elite troops. On the primary defense line, laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery were set up, while soldiers meticulously polished their firearms, equipped with alloy ammunition. This type of ammunition possessed devastating lethality against ferocious beasts at close range, capable of delivering lethal blows to lower-tier beasts. However, its efficacy diminished considerably at greater distances. Young martial artists stood pale-faced, the sight of such an impending calamity terrifying them. They were but sheltered flowers, never imagining such a day would come. Having become martial artists, they enjoyed respect and privileges, yet they had never considered that their very existence was to combat the ferocious beasts. The primary defense line stretched over 300 kilometers, with soldiers densely packed along its fortifications. The ferocious beasts coordinated their ground and aerial assaults, and the human defenders were equally prepared, with hundreds of aircraft ready for action. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. Everyone turned in unison to a specific direction. The city lord and 9 council members had arrived at the primary defense line. According to the established protocol in the Jiangnan Council, each master was responsible for a 10-kilometer stretch of the defense. Feng arrived at the section he was to guard, where the students of the Jiangnan Martial Arts School mingled with the military. Upon seeing their Grand Master, the students' faces lit up with joy. 3 days later, the battle bells tolled along the primary outer defense line. The earth trembled violently, and the warriors and soldiers on the line gazed ahead. A dark mass of ferocious beasts emerged, resembling a black cloud descending upon them. 1,000,000 beasts seemed poised to crush everything in their path, the ground quaking with their formidable presence. Leading the charge were hundreds of thousands of Titan beasts, each possessing the strength of a Grand Master and towering over the landscape at several meters high. In the sky, tens of thousands of avian beasts soared, known for their incredible speed and ability to strike from a distance. The sight of such a vast horde of ferocious beasts drained the color from the faces of the sheltered warriors. To them, it felt as if the apocalypse had truly arrived. Suddenly, the beasts sounded their horns, a cacophony that reverberated across the battlefield. The ferocious beasts advanced upon the primary outer defense line. Attack! 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 Echoed from various positions along the line. As the commands were issued, the laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery unleashed their fury upon the ground and aerial foes. Explosions erupted everywhere, both on the ground and in the air, as the ferocious beasts retaliated. Hundreds of siege engines bombarded the primary outer defense wall, and many warriors and soldiers were overwhelmed with despair at the sight of the incoming boulders. The most powerful warriors began to destroy the projectiles. Feng, enveloped in a terrifying sword aura, fixed his gaze upon the oncoming boulders. With a swift motion, countless beams of sword energy erupted from his body, reducing the incoming stones to powder. The avian beasts in the sky opened their massive maws, unleashing a dark gas that coalesced into lightning-like projectiles aimed at the defense wall. The warriors gathered their vitality, forming shields to counter the aerial onslaught. Although the laser and electromagnetic artillery could decimate the beasts in large numbers, their charging times were lengthy. The aircraft ascended into the skies to engage the flying ferocious beasts. On the primary outer defense wall, all soldiers wielded their firearms, firing upon the beasts below. As the Titan beasts reached the base of the wall, they began to scale its heights. The siege engines continued their relentless bombardment. Fortunately, the wall was constructed from alloy. Had it not been, it would have crumbled long ago. Yet, even the alloy wall was at risk if the assault persisted. "The beasts are climbing up," shouted a student from the Jiangnan Martial Arts School. Feng, observing the Titan beasts scaling the wall, unleashed a devastating punch, channeling his immense power into the strike. Instantly, dozens of Titan beasts plummeted from the wall, their massive bodies creating deep craters upon impact. In that moment, Feng grasped the reality. Despite the advanced technology of Blue Star humanity, they were still no match for the ferocious beasts. If only they had nuclear weapons. Not only the Titan beasts, but also countless others surged toward the 1,000-meter-high alloy wall, seemingly reckless in their assault, as they fell only to rise again. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. On the wall, numerous soldiers and warriors lay fallen in pools of blood. In the skies, many aircraft had been destroyed. It appeared that the ferocious beasts would soon breach the wall, engaging in a brutal melee with those stationed atop. Feng drew the alloy longsword strapped to his back, its blade shimmering with a 3-meter-wide aura. With swift strikes, he cleaved at the beasts attempting to scale the ramparts. One after another, the beasts fell from the wall, and the atmosphere of slaughter intensified. City Lord Liu Xinghe commanded that reinforcements from the outer and inner lines be sent to the primary defense. As the reinforcements arrived, the situation gradually began to stabilize. The battle raged on for over a week, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The toll of death on both the ferocious beasts and humanity became unfathomable, far too great to count. The entire primary outer defense line was awash in blood. Feng opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Previously, he had received the reward of the soul destruction divine blood from a high-level sign-in. This time, He hoped to acquire something advantageous for the battle. Ding. Would you like to proceed with the divine level sign-in? Confirm. Ding. Divine level sign-in successful. You have received the reward. 1 use of Dragon Elephant Power, lasting 10 minutes. Feng was taken aback. Dragon Elephant Power. The true Dragon Elephant Power. It is known that such power could only be manifested upon reaching the Emperor's realm. 1 use of Dragon Elephant Power boasts a combat strength of 60 million. Chapter 132. The Might of the Dragon and Elephant. Deterring the beast, though the power of the dragon and elephant could only be sustained for a mere 10 minutes. Feng deemed it sufficient to instill fear in the ferocious beasts. He was fully aware that, despite possessing the first level of dragon and elephant power, he was still vastly inferior to an emperor in other aspects. Thus he remained cautious. The ferocious beasts launched a renewed and frenzied assault, their fury surpassing that of earlier attacks. Hours later, they managed to scale the city walls once more. To make matters worse, the corpses of fallen beasts had piled high beneath the walls, providing a convenient ascent for the others. Should the beasts breach the fortified walls, the consequences would be dire. Feng understood that his primary task was to eliminate the mountain of beastly corpses below. Harnessing the first level of dragon and elephant power, he unleashed its might. The resounding roars of dragons and trumpets of elephants reverberated across the walls as the essence of the true dragon and true elephant enveloped him. Golden energy blotted out the sun, transforming Feng into a celestial warrior. Dragon and elephant power, exclaimed City Lord Lu Xinghe. All the warriors and soldiers atop the walls gaped in astonishment at the spectacle surrounding Feng. They recognized this as the legendary dragon and elephant power. With the corpses of beasts now perilously close to the walls, Feng knew time was of the essence. He leaped down onto the heap of carcasses. The vast horde of beasts below was momentarily stunned by the presence of dragon and elephant power radiating from him, halting in their tracks, stricken with awe. Feng raced down the mound of corpses and swiftly reached the ground below. With a thunderous roar, the dragon and elephant power entwined around him surged forth, clearing the area of beastly remains in an instant. Both humans and beasts were left utterly shocked, as though witnessing an impossible phenomenon. After ridding the base of the walls of the piled corpses, Feng's gaze fell upon the multitude of beasts ahead. The sheer number was overwhelming. Yet, his purpose in descending was to utilize the dragon and elephant power to instill fear in these creatures. He advanced boldly towards the massive horde. Upon seeing Feng charge, the beasts were gripped by terror, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the dragon and elephant power, which extinguished any hope of survival. As Feng entered the throng of beasts, his first-level power erupted, radiating outward and obliterating all in its path. The very air fractured, and the ground fissured beneath him. The warriors and soldiers atop the walls bore witness to this astonishing scene, swearing it was the most astonishing moment in their lives. Was there truly an emperor among them in Jiangnan City? However, the higher-ranked warriors discerned the truth. Despite Feng's embodiment of the dragon and elephant power, his strength did not yet reach the emperor level. Yet, that mattered little, as the beasts were already paralyzed with fear. Feng, propelled by the first-level dragon and elephant power, decimated countless beasts, causing a mass retreat. The ferocious beasts, in a panic, fled from the main defense line of Jiangnan City. Chapter 133. The Retreat of the Beasts, Human Casualties at 150,000. Feng watched as the beasts retreated, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had withdrawn. The previous chaos left no room for further contemplation. Had the beasts truly breached the walls, an endless stream would have followed, jeopardizing the fate of Jiangnan City. Yet, he failed to consider the predicament he would face if the beasts did not retreat after 10 minutes. Climbing back to the heights of the fortified walls would soon become an unattainable dream, leading to his inevitable demise. Having traversed to Blue Star for an extended period, he had grown accustomed to this world. The individuals atop the walls fought to protect Jiangnan City, even those sheltered in their greenhouses. As a citizen of Jiangnan and a member of the Jiangnan Council, how could he not lend his aid? In the past, Feng might not have understood such sentiments. But as he witnessed warriors and soldiers fall one by one into pools of blood, the gravity of human conflict versus the ferocious beasts became starkly clear. The beasts have retreated? They truly fled. I am still alive. Wailing erupted among the young warriors atop the walls. City Lord Lu Xinghe thought to himself. After Yi Feng's display of might, the beast would surely refrain from attacking Jiangnan City for the foreseeable future. Upon tallying the casualties, it was reported that 150,000 humans had perished during the defense against the beasts. This news cast a pall over Jiangnan City, leading residents to observe a moment of silence for an hour. Countless lanterns ascended into the night sky, illuminating Jiangnan City as they drifted towards a common destination, as if beckoning the souls of the fallen warriors. The martial arts schools, organizations, and clans returned to their respective factions. In the Jiangnan Council, City Lord Lu Xinghe regarded Yi Feng with gratitude, acknowledging that had it not been for him, Jiangnan City might have fallen, resulting in the slaughter of millions. The Grandmasters within the hall expressed their appreciation towards Yi Feng. "It was merely my duty," he replied calmly, revealing little emotion. As the beasts retreated, he had already contemplated the implications. "By the way, Yi Feng, how were you able to wield the first level of dragon and elephant power? You should not possess emperor-level strength," City Lord Lu Xinghe queried, perplexed. The Grandmasters shared his confusion, eager to understand Yi Feng's capabilities. "This is difficult to explain," Yi Feng answered, shaking his head. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, the City Lord and Grandmasters chose not to press further. Given the ferocious beast's heavy defeat, they likely will not dare to assault Jiangnan City anytime soon. A Grandmaster remarked to the City Lord. He nodded in agreement, noting that for the time being, an attack seemed unlikely. However, if the three leaders in Qingling Cave were to perish, they might truly refrain from aggression. Qingling Cave, the largest gathering ground for beasts outside Jiangnan City, was home to numerous ferocious creatures, including three leaders, all of which were high-level beasts of the 6th tier. These three leaders, far stronger than Lu Xinghe, served as the very backbone of the beast horde. Suddenly, Yi Feng was taken aback. He discovered that his killing intent had reached the 4th level. The 4th level of killing intent indicated that he had achieved the harmonization level. At this stage, he could summon a Tenjiang swordlight, interwoven with the energies of the heavens and earth, culminating in an unparalleled strike. Harmonization represented the union of the forces of heaven and earth. Chapter 134. The secret repository of Yuan stones. With the retreat of the beasts, Jiangnan City began to return to its former tranquility. Yi Feng was acutely aware that achieving a rapid breakthrough in Jiangnan City had become an arduous endeavor. The wilderness was rife not only with ferocious beasts but also with treasures. Legends spoke of these treasure chests having fallen from colossal rifts in the sky during the cataclysmic events of the past. 3 years prior, the Dragon Nation had discovered a damaged flying vessel in the wild, a vessel undeniably foreign to Blue Star, as its technology was beyond comprehension. Subsequently, nations around the globe began to unveil artifacts that were not of Blue Star origin. These discoveries greatly benefited Blue Star, leading to the development of laser cannons, electromagnetic artillery, and even alloy weaponry, all derived from studying these otherworldly items. Yi Feng departed Jiangnan City, venturing into the wilderness in search of a location rich in vitality. Should fortune favor him with treasure, it would indeed be a stroke of extraordinary luck. However, if he found none, it would not deter him, as his primary goal was to locate a site abundant in energy to absorb. For countless individuals on Blue Star, reaching the status of an initial master was an impressive feat, an insurmountable achievement. Yet, Yi Feng understood that he still lacked the requisite strength. He commenced his search across the vast expanse of wilderness for a place teeming with spiritual energy, a task akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Recently, he had acquired the power of the dragon elephant through a divine signing, and now he was poised for another signing opportunity. Having explored the nuances of the system for some time, Yi Feng was aware of the various tiers of signing: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine, each presenting the possibility of acquiring valuable items or, conversely, worthless ones. The likelihood of obtaining superior items was greater with intermediate signing compared to beginner signing, though it did not preclude the chance of finding valuable items through the latter. As the time for a new signing approached, Yi Feng opened the signing interface in his mind. Ding. Does the host confirm the use of beginner signing? Confirmed. Ding. Signing successful. You have received the coordinates of a Yuan stone treasure trove. Yuan stone treasure trove? Yi Feng was taken aback. He discovered a set of coordinates materializing in his mind, and he surmised that the trove would be brimming with Yuan stones, which would significantly aid his breakthrough. This beginner signing was worth its weight in gold. Following the coordinates, Yifeng realized that it was quite a distance from his current location. At his pace, it would take him at least 3 days and nights to reach the destination. As a master, he had little need for sustenance, making the journey effortless. After 3 days and nights, at the break of dawn on the 4th day, he finally arrived. Before him loomed a towering mountain, its shape reminiscent of a pyramid on Earth. Yifeng speculated that the Yuan stone trove lay hidden within this mountain. Without further contemplation, he made his way up the pyramid-like peak. After several hours of searching, he uncovered an entrance resembling an air raid shelter. It did not take long for him to traverse the passage, and soon he found himself at the end. The sight before him left even the seasoned initial master, Yifeng, utterly speechless. Before him lay thousands of Yuan stones. Chapter 135. Crimson Scale Blood Python. Absorbing thousands of Yuan stones were treasures beyond compare on Blue Star. Even a superpower would find it challenging to produce thousands of them, underscoring their immense value. Moreover, these Yuan stones were significantly larger than those found atop the Wolf Mountain Tower. Yifeng understood that absorbing these Yuan stones would undoubtedly elevate him from an initial master to an advanced master. Just as he prepared to absorb the Yuan stones, a terrifying roar echoed in his ears. Yifeng looked up to find a massive python, measuring several dozen meters in length, glaring menacingly at him from above. Its body was a vivid crimson, its eyes blood red, and its skin was covered in fearsome red protrusions. Yifeng, well-versed in the beast compendium, recognized this creature as a 5th-tier advanced beast, the Crimson Scale Blood Python. This beast was significantly stronger than even a human advanced master, and any ordinary martial artist would stand no chance against it. However, the Crimson Scale Blood Python was unfortunate enough to confront Yifeng. Although he was merely an initial master, defeating this beast would be as easy as taking candy from a child. The python hissed, preparing to unleash its gaping maw upon Yifeng. Unwilling to let the beast waste any of his time, he activated the 4th layer of his killing heart, the convergence level. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a radiant sword aura, which expanded rapidly around him. In no time, a 10-zhong-wide sword aura was formed. Following this, the terrifying Yuan energy intertwined with the equally formidable sword aura. The crimson pupils of the blood python constricted in shock, clearly unprepared for the strength of this human. After a moment's hesitation, the python attempted to flee. Yet, it was already Yifeng's prey, and he would not allow it to escape. "Go," he commanded, unleashing a terrifying shockwave of energy, intertwining with the 10-zhong-wide sword aura. This strike was incomparably stronger than any advanced sword technique. As the shockwave struck the massive body of the Crimson Scale Blood Python, a mist of blood erupted in the air. In an instant, the beast was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Yifeng marveled at the terrifying power of the convergence level. He then turned his attention to the Yuan stones, and without hesitation, he commenced their absorption. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Days passed, and the number of Yuan stones diminished rapidly. After more than a month, Yifeng had absorbed every last one. During this time, he engaged in intermediate, advanced, and divine signings, yet none yielded satisfactory rewards. Yifeng departed the mountain, eager to assess his newfound power, convinced that his strength had reached an astonishing level. Hours later, he stumbled upon numerous structures, encircled by alloy walls standing a mere 10 meters tall. Could it be that there were humans residing in the wilderness? Chapter 136. The Tianyu organization. Yifeng observed the nearby buildings, speculating that they might house human inhabitants, given the alloy walls. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of life. As a master-level martial artist, his spiritual perception was acute, allowing him to detect the presence of beings even from dozens of meters away. When Yang Qingtian killed his father, it was his father who had given him a potion to conceal his presence. Otherwise, he would have already been a cold corpse. He gazed in a certain direction and noticed a middle-aged man and a boy approaching not far from him. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s, with a somewhat robust build, while the boy beside him seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. To Yifeng's surprise, the middle-aged man turned out to be a high-level martial artist, whereas the boy was merely an ordinary person. "Father, look, there are people over there," the boy exclaimed, his face revealing a flicker of astonishment upon spotting Yifeng. The middle-aged man also noticed Yifeng. After a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly walked up to him. "Young man, are you here for outdoor training?" "Sort of," Yi Feng replied with a nod. "You must be from Jiangnan City. My name is Su Lang, the leader of the Tianhu organization, and this is my son Su Yun." The middle-aged man introduced himself. Yi Feng speculated that the Tianhu organization must be the cluster of buildings nearby. After pondering for a few seconds, he posed a question to Su Lang. "May I ask why you reside in the wilderness?" "Well, our family has lived here for generations. Even after the great disaster, we continue to stay here. We have grown accustomed to it." Su Lang smiled at Yi Feng. "But aren't you afraid of ferocious beasts?" Yi Feng inquired. "Since the great disaster, ferocious beasts have rarely troubled our Tianhu organization, so we are not particularly concerned," Su Lang explained. Yi Feng understood and decided not to delve further into the matter, as their choice of residence was their own prerogative. "By the way, do you have any combat power testing instruments in the Tianhu organization?" Yi Feng was eager to assess his own strength, as returning to Jiangnan City would take several days, and he needed immediate answers. "Indeed, please follow me." Su Lang gestured for Yi Feng to follow. Yi Feng thought that Su Lang was quite amiable, especially for a leader of an organization, exhibiting such humility while being a high-level martial artist. Su Lang and Su Yun led Yi Feng towards the Tianhu organization. "By the way, do you have any matters to attend to in the Tianhu organization?" Yi Feng asked Su Lang as they approached. "Actually, my son just turned 16 a few days ago, so I brought him to Jiangnan City to test his cultivation talent. He has done quite well. He possesses a high-level cultivation talent," Su Lang said with a smile. A high-level cultivation talent is considered powerful anywhere on Blue Star. Since your son has a high-level cultivation talent, why not let him stay in Jiangnan City? Yi Feng questioned. "That was my intention as well, as Jiangnan City would be more suitable for him, but he insisted on returning." Su Lang shook his head. Su Jun, who had been listening to the conversation, displayed a flicker of displeasure on his face. Staying in the Tianhu organization without venturing out to become a powerful martial artist is of no use. "Why should I remain in Jiangnan City? Do not be disrespectful." Su Lang glared at Su Yun. He understood that those brave enough to venture out for outdoor training were either naive or exceptionally talented. From Yi Feng's tone and demeanor, he naturally preferred to believe the latter. More importantly, the geniuses from Jiangnan City typically had formidable backgrounds. Su Yun fell silent upon hearing Su Lang's words. Yi Feng merely smiled. Although he was only a few years older than Su Yun, he was already a master, akin to an elder observing a younger generation. Su Yun's reluctance to become a powerful martial artist seemed rather absurd. Just because there had been no ferocious beasts troubling the Tianhu organization in the past did not guarantee the same in the future. Nevertheless, it was their choice, and Yi Feng chose not to comment further. The Tianhu organization was a small entity, housing a few hundred residents, all sharing a common lineage. Upon reaching the Tianhu organization, Su Lang brought Yi Feng to a combat power testing instrument. "Yi Feng, I have some matters to attend to. You may test your strength here," Su Lang said. "Okay, you may go about your business," Yi Feng replied as Su Lang and Su Yun departed. Yi Feng focused intently on the combat power testing instrument and began to strike with powerful punches. Bang, bang, bang. 6061546 606,241 606 255606 380. Upon seeing the data displayed on the instrument, Yi Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. 600,000 combat power. It is worth noting that a high-level master typically possesses a foundational combat power of only 500,000, yet he now boasted 600,000. The secret of the elemental stones was indeed terrifying. Yi Feng had now reached the status of a high-level master. His purpose for coming to the Tianhu organization was to assess his combat power, and now that he had accomplished that, there was no reason to linger. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yun reappeared before him. "My father requests your presence." After considering for a moment, Yi Feng followed Su Yun into a hall. Upon seeing Yi Feng arrive, Su Lang quickly stood to greet him. "Yi Feng, you are here. Leader Su, what do you need from me?" Yi Feng queried, somewhat perplexed. Su Lang appeared hesitant, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. "But please speak freely," Yi Feng encouraged. Su Lang nodded. "Could you possibly take Su Yun to Jiangnan City? I do not wish for him to waste his life here." Yi Feng was taken aback, not having anticipated Su Lang would express such a sentiment. "But didn't you just say he is unwilling to stay in Jiangnan City?" Yi Feng thought to himself. Su Yun possessed a high-level cultivation talent. Entering Jiangnan cities in Nan Academy or other factions should not pose much of a challenge for him. He remained unaware of the terrifying nature of powerful martial artists. I see you came out for outdoor training alone. You must be a formidable genius martial artist. Thus, if you display your incredible strength, Su Yun will naturally aspire to become a powerful martial artist, Su Lang suggested. Yi Feng chuckled at Su Lang's assertion. It was unexpected that Su Lang, a high-level martial artist, would presume he was stronger than him. Father, what are you saying? I do not wish to become a powerful martial artist, Su Yun interjected, visibly displeased. Yi Feng refrained from commenting. Su Yun's aspirations had no bearing on him. Leader, this is bad. Suddenly, a burly man rushed into the hall, his face etched with sheer terror. There are at least 1,000 ferocious beasts just a few thousand meters from our Tianhu organization. What? Su Lang exclaimed, springing from his seat. Are you certain? Absolutely, leader. Su Lang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, staggering back 3 steps. The Tianhu organization was comprised mostly of ordinary individuals, although they possessed some alloy weapons. How could they withstand the onslaught of 1,000 ferocious beasts? The middle-aged man hurriedly followed suit. Yi Feng found the situation intriguing. He had not anticipated that a routine power assessment would lead him to encounter such a multitude of ferocious beasts, providing an opportunity to cultivate a surge of killing intent. The alloy walls surrounding the Tianhu organization were merely a few meters high and could not possibly deter the beasts. At that moment, at the entrance of the Tianhu organization, everyone had gathered, numbering over 500. All were armed, with some wielding alloy weapons. Yi Feng shook his head, realizing that such a force stood no chance against thousands of ferocious beasts. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to confront the beasts head-on. The leader of the Tianhu organization, Su Lang, addressed the crowd. Despite their fear, the gathered individuals nodded resolutely. Yi Feng was puzzled as to why they chose to confront the beasts rather than retreat, as there was no prospect of victory. Leader Su, why do you not withdraw? Yi Feng voiced his concerns to Su Lang. Su Lang offered a wry smile, stating, I can only say that this is our home. Yi Feng understood the commendable resolve to protect their homeland. However, the Tianhu organization was not a populous-based city, and a retreat was entirely feasible. It appeared they did not grasp the wisdom of preserving one's strength for future endeavors. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed in everyone's ears. The beasts are coming. All eyes turned toward a singular direction, where thousands of ferocious beasts were advancing rapidly. The sheer number of these creatures left the Tianhu organization's members in shock. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? The beasts roared menacingly, and as their cries subsided, they charged forward with alarming ferocity. The collective fear among the members was palpable, and they felt that in a mere instant, they would be slaughtered. Despair etched across every face. In that dire moment, Yi Feng took a decisive step forward, confronting the onrushing tide of beasts alone. The members of the Tianhu organization were astonished by Yi Feng's audacity, not expecting him to act in such a manner. Simultaneously, an enormous sword aura, 10 zhong wide, manifested around Yi Feng. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were truly witnessing such a phenomenon. Su Lang, being a seasoned martial artist, understood more than the others. He stood dumbfounded, agape at the sight of Yi Feng's expansive sword aura, realizing that it required not only innate talent in the sword path, but also mastery of weaponry. Suddenly, the vast sword aura fragmented into countless sword lights, resembling raindrops, which flew towards the thousands of advancing beasts. Upon impact, the beasts were cleaved in two, and in an instant, they all lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their demise a horrific sight. A profound silence enveloped the scene, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. The members of the Tianhu organization stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What is this power of the martial artist? Su Yun, regaining his composure, gazed at Yi Feng with utmost astonishment. The terrifying strength Yi Feng had displayed left him utterly shaken. In that fleeting moment, Yi Feng seemed less like a human and more like a deity. Suddenly, Su Lang knelt before Yi Feng. Thank you for saving us. The members of the Tianhu organization, witnessing their leader's gesture, promptly followed suit, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. They recognized that without Yi Feng's intervention, their organization would have been drenched in blood. Rise. I do not favor such displays of subservience, Yi Feng replied calmly. He had indirectly saved these individuals, and their actions did not surprise him. Should the ferocious beasts return? Remember this. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures that one need not fear a lack of firewood. With that, Yi Feng prepared to depart. Su Yun, realizing Yi Feng was about to leave, hurriedly followed. In the midst of the beast's charge and witnessing Yi Feng's terrifying prowess, he came to understand many truths, that to protect his family and homeland, he must grow stronger. Senior, may I accompany you to Jiangnan City? Su Yun implored Yi Feng, his eyes filled with earnestness. Do as you wish, Yi Feng replied slowly. Su Yun, possessing exceptional cultivation talent, was destined to become a formidable martial artist. As the head of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, he was indeed a promising addition to the training ground. Su Lang, pleased by Yi Feng's consent, wore a joyful expression. Father, I will become a powerful martial artist and return to protect you all, Su Yun declared before following Yi Feng. Upon returning to Jiangnan City, Yi Feng brought Su Yun to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, where he became a student. Now a senior master, Su Yun felt that it would not be long before he departed from Jiangnan City to make a name for himself in the Blue Star. He could not remain confined to Jiangnan City. Yi Feng had already planned his next destination, the imperial capital, Longcheng. Su Hua and Yi Qing were currently at Longqing University in Longcheng, and he hoped to see them during his visit. A few days later, Yi Feng discovered that he could now sign in. While absorbing elemental stones, he had signed in several times and had now advanced to the intermediate sign-in level. He opened the sign-in interface in his mind. Ding. Is the host certain about the intermediate sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful. Reward. Scholar talent, which can be fused with others. Scholar talent? Yi Feng chuckled, finding the talent intriguing, though regrettably unsuitable for himself. However, it could be fused with others. Yi Feng thought of his sister, Yi Shui. This talent should suit her well. He reviewed the introduction to the scholar talent and discovered that it did not fall under the categories of attribute talent, weapon talent, or elemental talent. This meant that one could fuse the scholar talent without the need for cultivation talent. Yi Feng felt relieved. Yi Shui was merely an ordinary person. However, Yi Shui must be around 16 now, right? He wondered if she had tested her cultivation talent. Yi Feng arrived at the 9th villa in the high-end area of Zijin community. His foster father, Yi Yonghe, and foster mother, Wang Lan, were not home, and Yi Shui was sitting on the sofa watching television. Brother, you're back, Yi Shui exclaimed, her adorable face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Where are Mom and Dad? They went shopping. Yi Feng nodded. Have you tested your cultivation talent? Hearing Yi Feng's question, a hint of disappointment crossed Yi Shui's face. I haven't any cultivation talent, she replied, shaking her head. Yi Feng approached Yi Shui, gently ruffling her hair. Ding. Do you wish to fuse the scholar talent? Fuse. Ding. Fusion successful. Yi Feng integrated the scholar talent into Yi Shui's mind. Yi Shui suddenly froze, her mind racing with clarity, as if a light had been switched on. She quickly grabbed a book and flipped through its pages, only to be stunned afterward. I can remember everything in this book, she exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Yi Feng. Brother, what is happening? Yi Feng smiled. Though you lack the innate talent for cultivation, you have awakened the gift of a scholar. The gift of a scholar? A look of bewilderment crossed Yi Shui's adorable face. After exchanging many words with her, Yi Feng departed from the Zijin community, heading towards the Jiangnan Council to inquire about the latest news regarding the Qingling Cave. Upon reaching the Jiangnan Council Hall, Yi Feng found the city lord and other members present, their faces alight with joy. As they noticed Yi Feng's arrival, they greeted him warmly. Why are you all so happy? Yi Feng asked, puzzled by the atmosphere in the hall. Of course we're happy, City Lord Lu Xinghe replied with a smile. Nanyue City has achieved a significant victory against the ferocious beasts, slaying hundreds of thousands. The 3 Lord Beasts of Qingling Cave, who came to assist, suffered tremendous casualties. Most importantly, all 3 of the Lord Beasts are dead. None survived. Yi Feng was taken aback by the City Lord's words. Such news was indeed exhilarating. Nanyue City is one of the 8 major base cities of the Dragon Kingdom, and it far surpasses Jiangnan City in strength. With the demise of the 3 Lord Beasts from Qingling Cave, it meant that an attack on Jiangnan City was virtually impossible. City Lord, everyone, I believe I should leave Jiangnan City soon, Yi Feng suddenly announced to all present in the hall. The City Lord and the Grandmasters were momentarily taken aback. But soon they understood. With Yi Feng's exceptional talent, it was clear he could not remain in Jiangnan City indefinitely. His journey should lead him to the stars and the sea. Very well, do not worry about your family. We'll take good care of them. Go forth and carve out your own path in the Blue Star, City Lord Lu Xinghe said with a smile. After leaving the Jiangnan Council, Yi Feng returned to the Zijin community to share his departure news with his family. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui were all supportive of his decision. After sharing a meal with them, he retired to his room for the night. 3 days later, Yi Feng set out on his journey to Longcheng, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Each of the 8 major bay cities now had routes that traversed the wilderness, and to travel from Jiangnan City to Longcheng, he must brave the wilds. As Yi Feng exited Jiangnan City, despite the considerable distance to Longcheng, he had memorized the route. He traversed the wilderness, encountering some low-tier ferocious beasts along the way. Just as he was about to leave the wilds of Jiangnan City, a group of formidable warriors came into view. This group consisted of over a dozen individuals, each adorned with the emblem of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng had seen the Thunder God Mercenary Corps mentioned in the Martial Artist Forum, which was divided into the National Forum and the Base City Forums. He had encountered them in the National Forum. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps was the most powerful mercenary group in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting tens of thousands of members, with a commander who was a Yuan general, an exalted rank just below the Grandmaster level. The commander of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps had once been reported to have slaughtered 100,000 ferocious beasts in a gathering ground, the corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowing. The dozen or so warriors before Yi Feng were clearly members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, and each possessed impressive strength, the weakest being a junior martial master, with the strongest being a junior grandmaster. Yi Feng understood that his ability to perceive others' levels stemmed from a system, as such distinctions typically remained hidden. The warriors of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps soon noticed Yi Feng and approached him. "Young brother, have you seen a 5th-tier low-level ferocious beast, the Silver Demon Tiger?" asked a junior grandmaster. No, Yi Feng shook his head. He had indeed not seen the Silver Demon Tiger, but was curious about their purpose. "Are you here from the capital searching for the Silver Demon Tiger?" "We're on a mission, tracking the Silver Demon Tiger here," the junior grandmaster replied. His name was Li He, the leader of this small team. "Oh, so it's a mission," Yi Feng mused, finding it understandable. "By the way, are you here for wilderness training?" "Not at all. I'm heading to the capital," Yi Feng replied candidly, considering joining the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, especially since he was uncertain of where to go in the capital. Li He and his companions were taken aback, not expecting Yi Feng to be heading to the capital. "Young brother, the journey to the capital is fraught with dangers. Why not travel with us?" Li He suggested. Yi Feng was secretly astonished. This was their first meeting, yet Li He was inviting him along. "Captain, we haven't even found the Silver Demon Tiger yet. Bringing along an extra person might be a burden," one voiced. "Yes, Captain. It's better for him to go alone to the Dragon Kingdom capital," another agreed. "Exactly. That's what I think too," chimed in the others, all expressing discontent. "What do you know? The current situation in the Dragon Kingdom is ever-changing. We must unite to withstand the ferocious beasts," Li He admonished. Yi Feng thought to himself how there were still many good people, noticing their strong sense of patriotism, whether for Jiangnan City or the Heavenly Tiger Organization. Protecting their homeland was something worth sacrificing for. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that shook the mountains echoed in their ears. Li He and his companions quickly turned towards the source of the sound. Before them stood 3 silver demon tigers, their gigantic forms glimmering silver, with fangs extending over 30 centimeters, presenting a terrifying sight. 3 silver demon tigers? Li He and his companions were struck with shock. They had been pursuing only one, but now there were 3? The expressions of the junior grandmaster Li He and his team reflected sheer horror. The Silver Demon Tiger was a 5th-tier low-level beast, significantly stronger than a junior grandmaster. With only one junior grandmaster among them, they knew they stood no chance against 3. "What should we do, Captain?" The team turned to Li He in panic. "We can only run," Li said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 Silver Demon Tigers lunged towards them. With their terrifying attack power, speed, and defense, they were formidable foes. "Run!" Li He shouted. The group began to retreat in haste. "Young brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry and flee." Li He observed Yi Feng standing motionless like a clock, showing no intention of fleeing. Yet, Yi Feng turned slightly, offering Li He a reassuring smile. Li He and the others had already retreated several dozen meters, all staring at Yi Feng, who remained in place. They understood that Yi Feng was already a dead man, with no hope of survival under the assault of the 3 silver demon fierce tigers. Suddenly, The three silver demon fierce tigers were upon Yi Feng, their massive jaws agape, ready to swallow him whole. With a sudden movement, Yi Feng raised his fist and struck one of the silver demon fierce tigers. This punch appeared unadorned and devoid of any elemental energy. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that the speed of Yi Feng's fist was astonishingly swift. His fist connected with the body of the silver demon fierce tiger, and the immense force pierced through it effortlessly. At the same time, the jaws of the other two silver demon fierce tigers were just inches away from Yi Feng, seemingly trapping him. However, the silver demon fierce tigers were oblivious to the terrifying speed of a high-level master. With a mere sidestep, Yi Feng evaded their gaping mouths and delivered a punch to each of them, causing their bodies to be similarly penetrated. Without any flamboyant techniques or elemental attachments, these straightforward punches instantaneously vanquished the three silver demon fierce tigers. The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps stood frozen in disbelief, their faces a canvas of incredulity. The silver demon fierce tiger was a fearsome beast, far stronger than a novice master. How could this man have killed three of them in an instant? They hadn't even had the chance to comprehend what had transpired. Their gazes turned towards Yi Feng, only to find that his expression bore no sign of joy from his triumph over the three silver demon fierce tigers. Such composure indicated the might of an extraordinary warrior, at the very least, a high-level master. Li He, in shock, exclaimed this aloud. The astonishment mirrored on the faces of the others was palpable. How could they have imagined that someone who appeared no older than 20 was, in fact, a master-level warrior? Previously, they had deemed Yi Feng a burden. Now, they understood the saying that a true master does not reveal his true abilities. Li He addressed his companions, who felt utterly humiliated, wishing for a crevice to hide in. They had just mocked a master. No, a high-level master. Chapter 143, Sword, Elemental Shield. High-level elemental general, the members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, could hardly believe that Yi Feng was a grand master. If he were, they would indeed be nothing but clowns in his presence. Captain Li He quickly approached Yi Feng. Yi Feng, are you truly a high-level master? Who knows? Yi Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. Li He, upon hearing this, felt he had been presumptuous. Inquiring about a warrior S rank is akin to asking a woman her age. Captain, now that the silver demon fierce tigers are dead, should we return to the imperial capital? One of the junior martial artists inquired. Li He nodded in agreement. They began their journey towards the imperial capital, Long City. Long Country boasts 8 major base cities, with Long City being the most formidable. It is home to the most powerful warriors of the nation. Yet the number of ferocious beasts lurking outside its walls is terrifying. The largest gathering of beasts lies beyond Long City, in a place known as the Prison Mountain. 10 years prior, a horde of millions of beasts surged towards Long City, resulting in catastrophic losses with rivers of blood and fields soaked in red, claiming countless lives, including many masters and grandmasters. As Yi Feng approached Long City, he found himself on a grand mountain, rich in elemental energy. The readings on his retina climbed steadily. 8,500, 8,523, 8,535. The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps continued their march towards Long City, leaving Yi Feng behind. Yi Feng accessed the sign-in sheet within his mind. Ding. Would the host like to confirm a high-level sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. High-level Sword Elemental Defense Technique. Sword Elemental Shield. Yi Feng examined the details of his reward. The Sword Elemental Shield, capable of transforming sword energy into a shield, promises a 10-fold increase in defense upon mastery. He deemed it a valuable asset. With his talent in swordsmanship and a heart for slaughter at the 4th level, he believed he wouldn't take long to comprehend this advanced defensive technique. After some contemplation, Yi Feng decided to master the Sword Elemental Shield on this mountain before proceeding to Long City. Indeed, as he had anticipated, just a few days later, he successfully grasped the technique. Activating the Sword Elemental Shield, a barrier of sword energy enveloped him, augmenting his defense 10-fold, a formidable enhancement. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed in Yi Feng's ears. The terrifying sound unmistakably belonged to a high-tier beast. A spark of excitement flickered across his face. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the Sword Elemental Shield. He swiftly moved in the direction of the roar. Before long, he encountered a terrifying beast, a Tier 5 high-level beast, the slaughtering sky giant wolf. The wolf, measuring several dozen meters in length, was devoid of fur, its muscular form reminiscent of a dragon, and its eerie green gaze instilled a sense of dread. The slaughtering sky giant wolf. How fortuitous, Yi Feng mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young man, why do you not flee upon seeing the slaughtering sky giant wolf, but instead wear a smile? A sudden, aged voice reached Yi Feng's ears. Startled, he turned quickly, not expecting to find another presence here, despite his keen sense of perception. He beheld an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, observing him with keen interest. Yi Feng's pupils constricted. The man was a high-level elemental general. Chapter 144. Astonishing high-level elemental general. Yi Feng was taken aback to encounter an elemental general, and a high-level one at that. Roar! Just as he was about to speak to the elder, the slaughtering sky giant wolf charged towards him. The speed of this Tier 5 beast was astonishing, reaching Yi Feng in the blink of an eye. Throughout this, the elder's gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, who, surprisingly, displayed no sign of fear even in the face of the approaching wolf. This calm demeanor was something the elder had never witnessed in someone so young. Curiosity piqued. He refrained from intervening, eager to discover how Yi Feng maintained such composure in this perilous moment. Roar! The 5th tier advanced, ferocious beast, the celestial wolf, let out a thunderous roar and raised its sharp claws to strike at Yi Feng. In response, Yi Feng activated the sword elemental shield. Instantly, a shield of sword energy enveloped him completely. The sword elemental shield could enhance defense by tenfold, and Yi Feng believed it would withstand the celestial wolf's attack. The advanced sword technique, sword elemental shield. The elder observed the shield surrounding Yi Feng's body, unable to suppress his astonishment. To cultivate sword techniques, one must first awaken their sword talent, and he hadn't anticipated that Yi Feng had achieved such an awakening. However, the elder doubted that, even with this awakening, Yi Feng could withstand the celestial wolf strike. After all, the celestial wolf was a 5th tier advanced beast, akin to a high-level martial master, and even stronger than that. With a resounding impact, the celestial wolf's claws crashed against the sword elemental shield, which showed no signs of cracking, completely absorbing the force of the blow. The elder gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He realized that for the sword elemental shield to display such efficacy, the user's strength must be at least on par with that of the beast. This implied that Yi Feng must be at least a high-level master. But how could that be possible? The elder was stunned. Though reluctant to believe it, he knew deep down that it was true. A high-level master from Long Nation possessed such extraordinary talent. As the renowned leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, he had never expected to be so astonished by a young man. Yi Feng mused that the sword elemental shield was indeed effective. After enhancing his defense tenfold, the celestial wolf's ordinary attacks no longer posed a threat. He had merely wished to test the shield's capabilities, and having done so, it was time for the celestial wolf to meet its end. He clenched his fist, channeling sword light and elemental force into it, and struck at the celestial wolf. The beast's pupils constricted in panic, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the human before it. There was no time to evade. The celestial wolf could only watch helplessly as Yi Feng's fist pierced through its body. After withdrawing his hand from the celestial wolf, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the elder inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" His curiosity about Yi Feng was insatiable. "Yi Feng," he replied, "a high-level elemental general. Given his current strength, he had no chance of victory. As the saying goes, one must bow their head under a roof. He could not afford to offend this high-level general at this moment. Moreover, he bore no deep-seated grudge against him, and perhaps they could further their acquaintance." Chapter 145. Headquarters of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng, the elder pondered, realizing he had never heard of this name. "Are you from the Imperial capital?" He thought that if Yi Feng were indeed from Dragon City, such a terrifying talent would surely have gained widespread recognition by now. "No, I come from Jiangnan City." Yi Feng sensed no ill intent from the elder and was willing to engage in a deeper conversation. The elder nodded. "I am Feng Song. What faction do you intend to join in the Imperial capital?" "I don't have a specific target yet," Yi Feng admitted, as he had yet to enter Dragon City and knew nothing of its inner workings. "How about joining the Thunder God Mercenary Corps?" Feng Song suggested unexpectedly. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps, led by a general. He had learned on the martial artist forum that the leader was indeed a general. It was not difficult to deduce that this elder was the leader of the Corps. Is there a place rich with elemental energy within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps? Of course. Our Corps has the Thunder Pool, where high-level martial artists cultivate, Feng replied. Yi Feng contemplated that since such a place existed, joining the Thunder God Mercenary Corps might not be a bad idea. All right, I will join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, he affirmed. Feng smiled upon hearing Yi Feng's agreement. He understood that a prodigy like Yi Feng would be fiercely sought after by all factions in Dragon City. He was merely being proactive. By the way, Yi Feng, how old are you? Not yet 20, came the reply. Feng chuckled bitterly. A high-level master under 20 was practically unheard of. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed such a terrifying talent existed in Blue Star. Let's go. We're heading to Dragon City, he said, leading Yi Feng onward. As the foremost metropolis among the 8 major base cities of Long Nation, Dragon City was bustling with life. Upon their arrival, Feng guided Yi Feng to the headquarters of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, a towering structure of 100 stories, emblazoned with the 5 characters of the Corps name, creating a stunning impression. What do you think? Our Thunder God Mercenary Corps is quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, Yi Feng replied as he followed Feng into the Corps. Once inside the hall, countless gazes turned towards them, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Who is this person? To be walking alongside the leader? I don't know. Could he be a relative of the leader? I think he is a super genius. Otherwise, why would the leader allow him to walk side by side? The hall buzzed with incredulous whispers. Yi Feng paid no heed to the murmurs and continued following Feng. They arrived in another hall. Yi Feng, this is where high-level martial artists register. You just need to sign up here, and you will become a member of our Thunder God Mercenary Corps, Feng explained. The staff, seeing the leader's arrival, hurried over to greet them. Please take Yi Feng to register. Yes, leader. Although the staff was puzzled as to why the leader brought a young man to the high-level martial artist registration area, they had no choice but to comply with the leader's orders. Chapter 146, Platinum Level Member. Hello. What level of membership would you like to register for? What levels are there? Yi Feng asked, bewildered, as he knew little about the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. The Martial Apprentice level is the Black Iron Badge. The Martial Artist level is the Bronze Badge. The Martial Master level is the Silver Badge, and the Grand Martial Master level is. Enough. Give Yi Feng a 3-star Platinum Badge. Feng interrupted the staff before they could finish. The staff was taken aback. A 3-star Platinum Badge was reserved for high-level masters. Could it be that this young man had reached such a level? The leader's word was law, even if the staff could not fathom it. They had no choice but to register Yi Feng for the 3-star Platinum Badge. A few minutes later, Yi Feng officially became a member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng, as per the regulations, it is mandatory to wear a badge within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, enabling other members to discern your rank. Feng remarked to Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng affixed the 3-star Platinum Badge prominently on his chest. I have matters to attend to. You should familiarize yourself with the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. If you need anything, just seek me out. Understood, Captain, Yi Feng replied. After Feng departed from the registration hall, Yi Feng prepared to leave as well. Just as he took his first step, a voice filled with surprise reached his ears. Yi Feng, is that really you? Yi Feng turned to see Li He, who wore a 1-star Platinum Badge on his chest. I can hardly believe you've joined the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Li's face radiated with joy. The terrifying strength Yi Feng had displayed when defeating the 3-headed silver demon Fierce Tiger had utterly astonished him. The sight of Yi Feng's 3-star Platinum Badge did not overly surprise Li He, as he had already surmised that Yi Feng's strength was at least that of a senior master. The staff member witnessing this exchange was somewhat taken aback. With Li He bearing a 1-star Platinum Badge, it implied that he was a junior master. Could it be that the captain and this junior master are both so friendly with this young man? Could he truly be a senior master? The thought made the staff member tremble with excitement. What an astonishing possibility. Yi Feng, wait a moment, Li He said, exchanging a few words with the staff before returning to Yi Feng's side. Since you're new here and unfamiliar with the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, allow me to guide you around. Very well, Yi Feng agreed. He held a favorable impression of Li He, as he had invited him to travel together to the imperial city of Longsheng when Yi Feng was about to leave Jiangnan City. Li He led Yi Feng out of the registration hall, beginning to introduce the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps is the most formidable mercenary organization in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting tens of thousands of members. The captain is a senior earthly commander, and both vice captains are junior commanders. Within our corps, there are numerous teams categorized by rank, such as the Black Iron Team and the Bronze Team. However, once you reach the Platinum level, there are no mandatory missions. Last time, I took those great martial masters on a mission. Platinum members enjoy significant privileges within the Thunder God Martial Hall, able to access any resources without hindrance. As Feng listened to Li He's explanation, he mused that a master was indeed a master, revered in any locale. By the way, where's the Thunder Pool? Feng suddenly inquired of Li He. From Feng Song, he had learned that the energy within the Thunder Pool was exceptionally rich, and he was curious to witness its density. I will take you there, Li He replied, leading Feng toward the Thunder Pool. Along the way, members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps gazed in astonishment at Feng's 3-star Platinum badge. They could hardly fathom that someone who appeared much younger than themselves could be a 3-star Platinum member. Wait, I remember him. He is the one walking alongside the captain. Indeed, I recall now. No wonder he could become a 3-star Platinum member. It must be due to his connection with the captain. As Feng Song walked alongside Feng towards the high-level registration hall, many members were left astonished, having etched Feng's visage in their memories. Throughout their journey to the Thunder Pool, Feng felt the incredulous, envious gazes directed at him. Shortly thereafter, Li He brought Feng to the Thunder Pool's entrance. Feng had anticipated the Thunder Pool to be a beautiful locale, but it turned out to be an ordinary pond, devoid of water. Even before entering, he could already feel the overwhelming energy surging towards him. Energy, 41,200. Energy, 41,300. Energy, 42,000. Feng pondered that if the energy outside the Thunder Pool was so abundant, how intense could it be within? His Dragon Yuan technique had already reached the 3rd level, and he wondered how long it would take to attain the 4th level. Feng, this is the Thunder Pool, Li He announced. Feng stepped into the Thunder Pool, where numerous Platinum members were absorbing energy. For Platinum and Diamond level members who joined the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, it was akin to being visiting scholars. They were exempt from any duties and could enjoy all resources. They only took action in times of danger or when the captain issued orders. The Platinum members within the Thunder Pool turned their attention to Feng and Li He. In the Blue Star, regardless of the faction, the number of master-level warriors was exceedingly rare, and while they recognized Li He, their gazes were fixated on Feng, their faces soon reflecting shock. The astonishment stemmed solely from Feng's 3-star Platinum badge. The masters within the Thunder Pool found it difficult to compose themselves. They were significantly older than Feng. Yet his 3-star Platinum badge indicated that he was not only a master-level warrior, but also a senior master. Who could accept such a reality? Feng, undeterred by the astonishment of the masters, fervently began absorbing the energy within the Thunder Pool. Energy, 94,100. Energy, 94,200. Energy, 94,225. Observing the increasing energy data on his retina, Feng felt that the energy within the Thunder Pool was indeed remarkable, yet still insufficient. As a senior master, breaking through to the Grandmaster level was exceedingly challenging. Even with his ultimate cultivation talent paired with the Dragon Yuan technique, he could only absorb this amount of energy. One could only imagine how arduous it would be for others. After absorbing energy for a considerable time, Li He led Feng to the living quarters for Platinum members. Each Platinum member had their own room, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. After casually selecting a room, Feng entered and approached a combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 676, 200. 676, 300. 676, 355. 676, 470. Gazing at the combat power displayed on the device, Feng couldn't help but lament the sluggish pace of his power increase. Chapter 148. The reason for Feng's fame in the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps maintained its internal forum, chronicling all matters pertaining to the organization. Over the past few days, Feng's name had reached unprecedented heights within the forum. After all, he was a 3-star Platinum member. If Feng indeed possessed the strength of a senior master, it would not be surprising. However, many speculated that he had achieved the rank of 3-star Platinum member due to his connection with Captain Feng Song. Members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps naturally harbored resentment towards Feng for seemingly taking advantage of connections, although they dared not voice their discontent towards the captain. Their anger towards Feng simmered within. Yi Feng continued to absorb energy within the Thunder Pool, oblivious to his burgeoning fame within the internal forum of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Energy, 96,500. Vitality, 96,700. Vitality, 96,750. Yi Feng sensed the increase in vitality data. Within the Thunder Pool, there were no Diamond-level members. Diamond-level members were akin to Grandmasters, individuals who, upon reaching that level, would hold high positions in any faction, seldom revealing their presence. The Platinum-level members all turned their attention towards Yi Feng, who, despite being a Master-level warrior, was regarded with disdain on their faces. Was he truly a 3-star Platinum member solely due to the captain's influence? Given his age, even if he were a genius, he could at most be a great martial artist. How could he possibly be a high-level master? Alas, it was simply due to his connections. I, Sha Yun, detest those who rely on relationships. Let me see what you're worth. A middle-aged man rose and walked towards Yi Feng. This man was Sha Yun, adorned with a 1-star platinum badge, signifying he was a junior master. The other platinum-level members did not intervene, eager to witness whether Yi Feng truly attained his status through mere connections. Sha Yun approached Yi Feng with fury in his eyes, coldly regarding him. Yi Feng, I hear you claim to be a high-level master? Yi Feng opened his eyes and sized up Sha Yun, unaware of the internal forum discussions within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, thus failing to grasp Sha Yun's motives. And you are? I am Sha Yun. Sha Yun replied with a chilling smile. Since you are a 3-star platinum member, let us engage in a duel, shall we? In Sha Yun's eyes, Yi Feng was undoubtedly a 3-star platinum member due to Captain Feng Song's backing, which meant he had already made up his mind about Yi Feng. The other platinum-level members watched curiously, eager to see if Yi Feng would accept Sha Yun's challenge. Although Sha Yun was merely a junior master, he was still a master nonetheless. Why would I battle you for no reason? Yi Feng found Sha Yun's attitude perplexing. Haha, Sha Yun sneered. No reason? Don't you know how you became a 3-star platinum member? Yi Feng paused, suddenly realizing that Sha Yun believed his status was not earned through strength, but rather through Captain Feng Song's influence. Now it made sense why those around him had regarded him with such mockery lately. Chapter 149. The shock of the platinum-level members, Yi Feng fixed his gaze upon Sha Yun, recognizing that Sha Yun had come to provoke him. However, a junior master before him was hardly a concern. Defeating Sha Yun would be a trivial task. Seeing Yi Feng's silence, Sha Yun assumed he was intimidated, a smirk of pride crossing his face. Are you afraid, Yi Feng? The other platinum-level members also believed Yi Feng was intimidated. How could someone of his age be a high-level master? I am not afraid. I simply think you alone are insufficient. Abruptly, Yi Feng shook his head at Sha Yun. The platinum-level members gasped in astonishment, never expecting Yi Feng not only to be unafraid of a duel with Sha Yun, but also to utter such audacious words. Ha 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 ha! Sha Yun burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in history. Yi Feng, I'm a junior master, and you, a person who became a 3-star platinum member through connections, dare to tell me I am not enough? Why do you refuse to believe it? Yi Feng shook his head slightly. As his words fell, a fierce light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, and his vitality surged dramatically, a torrent of energy bursting forth like a sword from within him. Sha Yun sensed danger. His pupils constricted as he attempted to evade the oncoming energy, only to realize he could not escape. The speed of the energy was too swift. The unleashed energy struck Sha Yun's body. Sha Yun screamed as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground of the Thunder Pool. Gasp! The platinum-level members within the Thunder Pool could not help but draw a sharp breath, as if struck by lightning. Sha Yun, a junior master, was instantaneously defeated by Yi Feng. They glanced at the fallen Sha Yun and then at Yi Feng, utterly stunned by the scene before them. Many platinum-level members rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have misseen. Yet, how could they be mistaken? The reality confirmed that Sha Yun had indeed been sent flying. In that moment, the platinum-level members in the Thunder Pool fell silent, as a terrifying possibility dawned upon them. Yi Feng was indeed a formidable high-level master. Otherwise, Sha Yun could never have been so swiftly defeated. A high-level master who appeared no older than 20? Cold sweat broke out among the platinum-level members as they finally understood why Yi Feng had claimed Sha Yun was insufficient. Now, I trust no one doubts me? Yi Feng surveyed the platinum-level members within the Thunder Pool. None of them dared to speak. They had initially believed Yi Feng's status was solely due to the captain's influence. but now they had been thoroughly disillusioned. After absorbing the vitality, Yi Feng departed the Thunder Pool. The Platinum-level members exchanged glances, resolving never to judge by appearances again. Not long after Yi Feng exited the Thunder Pool, Li He appeared before him. Yi Feng. Li He hurried to Yi Feng's side and informed him about the internal forum of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng smiled, finding the situation eerily familiar. Whether in the Senior Student Academy of Anan or at the Jianghe Martial Arts School, it had always been the same. Yet what was there to fear? As Yi Feng and Li He walked towards the training ground of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, the majority of the members present were of black iron and brass levels, all of whom cast their gazes upon them. Chapter 150. One word. Scram. The members at the training ground whispered among themselves, gazing at Yi Feng. Is that Yi Feng? Yes, keep your voice down. He is a 3-star platinum member, not someone we can afford to provoke. Indeed, although Yi Feng may have attained his status through connections, he remains beyond our reach. While the members of the training ground were displeased that Yi Feng had become a 3-star platinum member, none dared to confront him. Yi Feng, you haven't visited the training ground much, have you? This is my first time here, Yi Feng replied with a calm smile, his keen hearing allowing him to overhear the murmurs of the black iron and brass members. However, he chose not to stoop to their level. Engaging with them would only diminish his stature. Yet, tranquility was fleeting. Just as Li He and Yi Feng prepared to leave the training ground, a young Golden level member approached them. This young Golden member appeared to be merely 23 or 24 years old, yet he was already a 2-star Golden member, a mid-level great martial artist. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene at the training ground, the members collectively entertained a startling possibility. What is Zhang Feng intending to do? Why do I have the unsettling feeling that he seeks to provoke Yi Feng? If that is indeed the case, we are in for quite a spectacle. Zhang Feng's father is a diamond-level member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, a Grandmaster-level martial artist. The expressions of the members present were filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng approached Yi Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a look of disdain creeping onto his face. Yi Feng, I cannot believe you are a high master. Zhang Feng sneered, fixing his gaze on Yi Feng with cold derision. Li He, witnessing this, leaned towards Yi Feng and whispered, this man is Zhang Feng, a prodigy of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. His father is a Grand Master-level martial artist. Yi Feng, however, held no interest in Zhang Feng, viewing him merely as an intermediate martial artist, insignificant in his presence. I said I do not believe you are a high master. Did you not hear me? Zhang Feng pressed on, frustrated by Yi Feng's silence. Get lost, Yi Feng suddenly uttered, and the moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Feng felt as though he had been struck by the force of a mountain, his internal organs shifting painfully. He cried out in agony, propelled backward and crashing onto the training ground floor. How is this possible? The members of lower ranks, witnessing Zhang Feng's flight, were left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They had hardly seen how Yi Feng had struck before Zhang Feng was sent reeling. It was important to note that Zhang Feng was an intermediate martial artist. Yi Feng's intentions were clear, to issue a warning to the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, do not provoke him without cause. Several members close to Zhang Feng hurried to assist him, while Zhang Feng remained dazed, staring blankly at Yi Feng. You, how could you? Yi Feng chose not to engage further with Zhang Feng. They were not on the same level, and there was no need for excessive dialogue. As Li He saw Yi Feng departing, he promptly followed suit. Before long, news of the incident reached the internal forum of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, where discussions regarding the triple platinum level member, Yi Feng, surged to new heights. Chapter 151. Junior Grand Master Zheng Shan. In this round of forum posts, an unusual consensus emerged. Yi Feng had not attained his rank through connections. He was indeed a formidable high master. The evidence lay in how he had effortlessly sent Zhang Feng, an intermediate martial artist, flying in the training ground. The conclusion drawn was that Yi Feng had become the most formidable member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Given his youth, everyone speculated about the potential terror he could unleash as he matured. Perhaps humanity would soon witness the rise of another titan. Consequently, Yi Feng garnered a multitude of admirers, as many members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps began to idolize him. However, discussions also arose regarding Zhang Feng's situation. His father, Zheng Shan, was a junior grandmaster and a 1-star diamond-level member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, fiercely protective of his son. Many speculated that Zheng Shan would seek vengeance for Zhang Feng's humiliation. As anticipated, the following day, Grandmaster Zheng Shan appeared before the members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Everyone understood that he was there for retribution against Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was in the energy pool, absorbing qi, feeling that he was nearing the fourth layer of the dragon qi art. Suddenly, a voice, deep and resonant, interrupted his thoughts. "You're Yi Feng?" Turning towards the voice, Yi Feng beheld a towering figure adorned with a one-star diamond badge. "Junior Grandmaster," Yi Feng queried, perplexed, having no prior acquaintance with the man. "Ah, you truly are unaware or feigning ignorance. You have disrespected me by attacking my son in the Thunder God Mercenary Corps." The man, naturally Zheng Shan, glared at Yi Feng icily. Realizing this was Zheng Feng's father, Yi Feng understood the context of the confrontation. The platinum-level members present in the energy pool were aware of the internal forum discussions and understood the gravity of the situation. Yi Feng, a triple platinum-level member, stood before Zheng Shan, a one-star diamond member. They were puzzled by Yi Feng's composure. One would expect some sign of fear upon facing a junior grandmaster. "What brings you here?" Yi Feng inquired. "To exact vengeance for my son and restore my honor," Zheng Shan replied coldly. Yi Feng nodded. "Then go ahead and make your move. It would be too dull to defeat you here. I've heard you are quite renowned in the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Let us battle in the training ground, so all may witness your disgrace. This is merely a case of returning the favor in kind." Zheng Shan chuckled darkly, envisioning the spectacle of defeating Yi Feng in front of all. "Very well," Yi Feng contemplated briefly before agreeing. "I will await you in the training ground." With that, Zheng Shan turned and strode towards the training ground. Chapter 152. The high ranks of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps arrive. The members at the training ground observed Zheng Shan's return, standing prominently in the center. They exchanged glances, aware that his presence here must have significance. Could it be that Zheng Shan intended to confront Yi Feng in battle? A wave of excitement rippled through the members at the thought. Meanwhile, in the energy pool, the platinum-level members fixed their gazes on Yi Feng, eager to see if he would indeed head to the training ground. Should Yi Feng decide to go, they would follow, eager not to miss such a momentous clash. However, they recognized that Yi Feng, as a high master, would likely face insurmountable odds against Zheng Shan, a junior grandmaster. Yi Feng sighed inwardly. All he desired was a few tranquil days to absorb qi within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yet, it seemed fate had other plans, as yet another challenge had emerged. It appeared he must demonstrate a modicum of strength to deter further disturbances from the lower-ranked members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Rising from the energy pool, he made his way towards the training ground. The platinum-level members, seeing Yi Feng depart, hastily followed in his wake. At the training ground, all members awaited Yi Feng's arrival, hearts racing with anticipation, curious to know whether Grandmaster Zheng Shan's presence signified an impending duel with Yi Feng. "Master Yi Feng has arrived." Suddenly, a gasp echoed in the ears of everyone present in the training arena. The members of the training ground breathed a collective sigh of relief upon confirming Yi Feng's presence, validating their earlier speculations. The clash between a senior master and a junior grandmaster was perceived by many as devoid of suspense, unless Yi Feng awakened some terrifying innate ability or received other enhancements. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against the junior grandmaster. The training ground of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps was quickly filling with spectators, including many high-ranking warriors from the Corps. It was evident that the impending duel between Yi Feng and Zheng Shan had garnered the attention of the entire Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Good heavens! The commander, the vice-commanders, and the captains have also come. Another wave of gasps erupted in the training arena as all eyes turned towards a singular direction. There stood Commander Feng, flanked by two vice-commanders and several captains, striding forward with an air of authority. Their presence radiated immense energy, each step seemingly exerting great pressure upon the space around them. Commander Feng was a senior Yuan general, while the two vice-commanders were junior Yuan generals. Additionally, the Thunder God Mercenary Corps was home to 12 senior grandmasters, each the captain of various subordinate teams, directly affiliated with the Corps. Unlike Yi Feng, who was considered a guest member, not belonging to any specific team, guest members were not uncommon within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. The students in the training arena were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the duel between Yi Feng and Zheng Shan would attract the attention of the Corps upper echelons. With the high-ranking officials now present in the arena, Feng regarded Yi Feng and Zheng Shan with a sigh of relief, expressing, "I'm glad I made it in time." He had been quite busy these past few days and was eager to inform the upper management of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps about Feng, a true ultimate genius he had brought into their fold. Just then, news of the duel reached his ears. Zheng Shan, too, was taken aback by the presence of the high-ranking officials. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that they wouldn't perceive him as bullying someone weaker, given that Feng had previously knocked his son out of the arena, leaving him utterly humiliated. Feng, are you truly prepared for this? Zheng Shan is a junior grandmaster, Feng Tsang observed, knowing that while Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talent, it depended on how he wielded it and the techniques he had mastered. He understood that with only the sword Yuan shield, Feng could not possibly contend with Zheng Shan. Rest assured, Commander, I never engage in battles without confidence, Feng replied with a smile. Although he had only recently joined the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, his audacity to display his strength stemmed from the support of Commander Feng Tsang. The onlookers in the training arena froze at Feng's declaration. Did this imply he believed he could defeat Zheng Shan? After all, Zheng Shan was indeed a junior grandmaster, and despite not possessing any remarkable innate abilities, his cultivation level was undeniably formidable. The high-ranking members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps regarded Feng with keen interest, having learned from their commander that he was the most terrifying genius from Long Country, without exception. In the eyes of the commander, if Feng continued to develop, he could become the most formidable warrior on Blue Star, a guardian of humanity. They found it hard to believe that such a genius could exist in Long Country, let alone that he would join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. When they laid eyes on Feng, however, they were disappointed, for he appeared utterly unremarkable. What do you mean by that, Feng? Zheng Shan inquired, his tone laced with disbelief. Isn't it clear? It means I can defeat you, Feng replied, his demeanor calm and indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zheng Shan's anger flared at Feng's words. He felt that Feng did not comprehend the insurmountable chasm between a senior master and a junior grandmaster. Feng, if you are so confident, I'll show you just how laughable a senior master is before a junior grandmaster, Zheng Shan exclaimed. As he spoke, a surge of energy enveloped him. An overwhelming pressure manifesting as the power of a Taotai coiled around his form. Upon reaching the level of grandmaster, a warrior's energy transforms into Taotai power, with a combat strength reaching millions. Moreover, Taotai power can materialize into physical attacks, a feat unattainable by lower-tier warriors, which is why advanced warriors seldom practice ordinary techniques. The power they derive far exceeds that of conventional skills. Among advanced warriors, the effects of innate attributes are minimal. The impactful ones are weapon and elemental talents. Upon awakening a weapon talent, one can cultivate corresponding techniques, which wield tremendous power, though they cannot compare to elemental talents unless one reaches the pinnacle of weapon mastery. For instance, the leader of the Warriors Alliance in the World City, the formidable human giant Lei Xing Tian, awakened a lightning talent, possessing the power of thunder and lightning. Having mastered the terrifying technique Prison of 10,000 Thunders to perfection. On one occasion, when he entered battle, he unleashed this technique, ensnaring hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts within a storm of thunder, instantly vaporizing them. As the Taotai power coiled around Zheng Shan's body, everyone in the Thunder God Mercenary Corps training arena instinctively retreated to a safer distance. A single Taotai power could be overwhelmingly terrifying. The Corps high-ranking members were equally curious to see how Feng could maintain such confidence in his ability to defeat the junior grandmaster Zheng Shan. Feng, let me show you what it means to be a grandmaster. Zheng Shan's face twisted into a cold smirk as he declared, unleashing the roar of Taotai power, causing the entire training arena to tremble. The lower-ranking members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were gripped by fear. The Taotai power was indeed terrifying. Prepare yourself, Feng. With a swift step, Zheng Shan lunged at Feng, his speed astonishing. He refrained from unleashing the full extent of his Taotai power, as he merely sought to reclaim his dignity rather than kill Feng. Observers in the training arena watched as Feng prepared to counter the assault, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Could Feng, a mere senior master, withstand Zheng Shan's attack? Many lower-ranking members had idolized Feng, yet they knew the insurmountable gap between a master and a grandmaster. Zheng Shan moved with such swiftness that by the time the lower-ranking members registered his trajectory, he was already upon Feng. Upon reaching him, Zheng Shan raised his fist, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Feng. Though devoid of any Yuan force, Zheng Shan was utterly confident that Yi Feng could not possibly withstand this blow. In terms of raw combat power, Yi Feng appeared to be no match for Zheng Shan. However, he had achieved a harmonious state. Everyone in the training arena noticed that Yi Feng made no attempt to evade or defend himself, as if he had not perceived the impending danger at all. Zheng Shan's fist was mere inches away from Yi Feng's body, and at such proximity, no amount of speed could enable Yi Feng to escape. The onlookers shook their heads, expressions filled with resignation. Previously, Yi Feng's confidence had led them to believe he might stand a chance against Zheng Shan, but now it seemed otherwise. They understood that once the Grandmaster Zheng Shan's fist connected with Yi Feng, he would surely fall. The outcome of this battle appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Yet, just as Zheng Shan's fist was about to collide with Yi Feng, a protective shield rapidly materialized around him. This shield was not formed from vital energy, but rather from sword aura. With a resounding crash, Zheng Shan's fist struck the sword aura shield, and the force was completely nullified. Sword essence shield. Zheng Shan was momentarily stunned. He could never have anticipated that Yi Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talent and comprehended the advanced defensive technique known as sword essence shield. The members of the training arena were similarly astonished, having initially thought the outcome of this battle was a certainty. They had underestimated Yi Feng's awakening of his swordsmanship talent. Indeed, with the mastery of sword essence shield, it was no wonder he did not attempt to dodge. I can't believe Yi Feng possesses the ability to contend with Grandmaster Zheng Shan. The spectators were utterly astonished, overwhelmed by disbelief. Zheng Shan clenched his teeth, fixating on Yi Feng. Yi Feng, even if you have awakened your swordsmanship talent and comprehended sword essence shield, do you truly think that alone makes you my equal? Chapter 155. The Realm of Weaponry. Level 1. All present in the training arena understood that the clash between Yi Feng and Zheng Shan was far from over. Zheng Shan's words rang true. Even with Yi Feng's newfound abilities, it did not automatically elevate him to Zheng Shan's level. Reveal all your abilities if you dare, Zheng Shan challenged. Suddenly, Yi Feng beckoned with a finger towards Zheng Shan. The spectators were taken aback by Yi Feng's audacity. Zheng Shan was a junior grandmaster. A master should never be insulted, let alone a grandmaster. As expected, Zheng Shan erupted in fury. Yi Feng, if I wish to defeat you, it would be as easy as flipping a hand. You will soon understand the meaning of regret, he roared. With that, Zheng Shan retreated several dozen meters, unleashing his vital energy. Hundreds of streams of vital energy converged, forming a colossal shockwave that surged towards Yi Feng. The tremendous force sent debris flying from the arena's floor, creating a massive chasm. Some weaker members collapsed, their faces etched with terror. If this externalized vital force was already so fearsome, what devastation would Zheng Shan's full might unleash? They could hardly bear to imagine. The shockwave drew ever closer to Yi Feng. Feng Cang's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Feng, eager to see if he could withstand such an onslaught. Should he falter, he would intervene. He held high hopes for Yi Feng, whose extraordinary talent was rare even in the Dragon Nation, let alone Blue Star. Most in the arena believed Yi Feng would be unable to withstand such a formidable attack, even with the advanced defensive technique Sword Essence Shield. Yet Yi Feng's expression remained unfazed, showing no sign of alteration in the face of the impending shockwave. Suddenly, he raised a finger, upon which sword energy coalesced into a golden sword. This golden blade radiated a blinding light, akin to a divine weapon. In an instant, as the shockwave approached, Yi Feng struck it with the golden sword. The collision sent tremors through the air, shaking the training arena. In a fleeting moment, the shockwave vanished without a trace, while the golden sword remained poised upon Yi Feng's finger. The realm of weaponry. Feng Cang articulated each word with astonishment. The members of the arena understood that only by attaining the realm of weaponry could one achieve such a feat. Yi Feng had reached the initial level of this realm. Unity, the harmony of man and weapon. At that moment, all in the training arena felt as though they had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. They seemed to witness a spectacle they had never thought possible. Zheng Shan struggled to articulate his thoughts, stuttering incomprehensibly, unable to form a coherent sentence. Level 1 of Unity. This was a rarity among those awakened to weaponry talent in Blue Star, yet few reached the realm of weaponry. Yi Feng had achieved the initial stage of Level 1. Not only was Zhang Shan unable to accept this, but the majority in the training arena also found it hard to fathom, feeling as if there was an insurmountable chasm between themselves and Yi Feng. The higher-ups of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were equally astounded, beginning to grasp why their leader referred to Yi Feng as an ultimate genius. Yi Feng, I never expected you to be a level 1 powerhouse. After regaining his composure, Zhang Shan coldly stared at Yi Feng. Everyone in the arena recognized that Zhang Shan had not yet conceded. He had yet to unleash the full force of his might. If he did, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 156. The True Level of Unity. Zhang Shan is convinced Yi Feng, I shall now unleash the full force of my might. Even if you fall to me, you shall have sufficient pride, Zhang Shan declared coldly. The spectators understood that Zhang Shan was about to unleash his full power. Come at me, Yi Feng responded, beckoning once more. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's audacity to provoke Zhang Shan. Did he not understand the terror of this power? Yi Feng, you will regret this. Zhang Shan seethed with rage. Suddenly, the first tear of his might surged forth. Rushing towards Yi Feng, the air trembled violently, the entire arena shaking as if an earthquake had struck. How could Yi Feng withstand the might of this force? Everyone believed there was no way he could endure such an attack. The power was simply too terrifying. As Zhang Shan unleashed his full might, he sneered, fully aware that Yi Feng stood no chance against it. But just at that critical moment, a slender figure in the training arena was enveloped by a sword aura spanning 10 zhang in width. This is... Feng Tsang's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the sword aura surrounding Yi Feng. This is sword aura that can only be summoned at the level of unity. The members of the training arena were left speechless, utterly stunned, swearing it was the most astonishing scene they had ever witnessed. Heavenly Convergence Level. The second grand realm within the hierarchy of weapon mastery. Yi Feng unleashed a sword light spanning 10 zhang, signifying that he had transcended the first level of convergence and ascended to the Heavenly Convergence Level. Is there truly such a prodigy in Blue Star? Many could hardly believe their eyes, wishing fervently that this was merely a fabrication, for it seemed utterly fantastical. It was one thing for Yi Feng, at such a tender age, to attain the status of a high-ranking master and awaken his exceptional swordsmanship, mastering advanced sword techniques. But now, revealing that he was not merely at the first level of convergence, but had reached the Heavenly Convergence Level, they found this notion unbearable. As the formidable force of the first tier, Tiaohua drew nearer to Yi Feng, suddenly, the expansive sword light coiling around him coalesced into a colossal sword of 10 zhang in width. Gripping the terrifying giant sword, Yi Feng struck down against the approaching force of Tiaohua. As he unleashed this strike, the energies of heaven and earth converged, continuously adhering to the giant sword formed from the sword light. Boom! When the 10 zhang wide giant sword collided with the first tier Tiaohua force, it vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the terrifying sword light erupted outward, causing violent explosions throughout the training ground. The sword light radiated outward, spreading in all directions, leaving some lower-tier members in sheer terror, fearing that should such a dreadful sword light strike them, survival would be impossible. Feng Tsang, the leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Group, promptly summoned his energy to form a massive barrier, enveloping all members within its protective embrace. In the vicinity of Yi Feng and Zhang Shan, the scene was obscured by the overwhelming sword light. As the sword light and energy dissipated, all eyes turned to where Yi Feng and Zhang Shan stood. Zhang Shan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face charred and his clothing riddled with holes, looking utterly disheveled. Yi Feng, Zhang Shan bidet heavily. Gazing at Yi Feng, I am in awe. Chapter 157. The Thunderstone 800,000 combat power. Zhang Shan was not merely speaking. He was genuinely impressed. He had never anticipated that Yi Feng would be such a formidable warrior. The crowd in the training ground exchanged glances, recognizing Yi Feng as an insurmountable mountain. The higher-ups of the Thunder God Mercenary Group stood frozen in disbelief. Being high-tier warriors, they understood better than anyone the terror that Yi Feng embodied. Only then did they comprehend why their leader had remarked that if Yi Feng were to grow, Blue Star might gain another titan. Leader Feng Tsang looked upon Yi Feng with immense satisfaction, realizing that recruiting Yi Feng into the Thunder God Mercenary Group was the wisest decision of his life. Yi Feng, come with me, Feng Song beckoned, approaching Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded, sensing that Feng Song had matters of importance to discuss. Subsequently, Yi Feng, Feng Song, and the higher-ups made their way to the leaders' hall. Upon entering, they all took their seats. Feng Song regarded Yi Feng, saying, "You are the most outstanding individual in the Thunder God mercenary group, and I have decided to entrust you with the Thunderstone." The higher-ups within the hall were moved by their leader's words, yet they recognized that with Yi Feng's exceptional talent, he was wholly deserving of the Thunderstone. "Leader, what is the Thunderstone?" Yi Feng inquired, puzzled, having never heard of it before. "The Thunderstone is something I stumbled upon in the wilderness 3 years ago. It is about the size of a thumb. I named it thus, as it contains an immense amount of terrifying energy, yet none of us have been able to absorb it. I wonder if you can," Feng Song explained, producing a peculiar green stone, crystalline and translucent. Indeed, radiating an aura of potent energy. He handed the Thunderstone to Yi Feng. Feng Song understood that a genius like Yi Feng would soon make his name resonate throughout the imperial capital of Long City, and as Yi Feng emerged from their ranks, the status of the Thunder God mercenary group would soar. Yi Feng accepted the Thunderstone and, upon examining it, realized that absorbing the energy within would not be an easy feat. Even Feng Song, a high-tier elemental general, could not absorb its energy. Thus, he decided to keep it for observation. After leaving the leader's hall, Yi Feng returned to his room, studying the Thunderstone for an extended period, yet yielding no results. With only a few days remaining until his divine level signing, Yi Feng spent this time absorbing energy within the Thunder Pool. Bang! 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 70010700150 700-220 700-230. Yi Feng's combat power had escalated to 700. Tomorrow, he would be eligible for his divine level signing. The following morning, Yi Feng opened the signing interface within his mind. Ding. Is the host certain about proceeding with the divine level signing? Affirmative. Ding. Signing successful. You have received the opportunity to absorb immense energy. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this not precisely what the Thunderstone offered? The Thunderstone contained formidable energy. He retrieved the Thunderstone and utilized the opportunity to absorb immense energy. Instantly, a torrent of energy flowed from the Thunderstone into Yi Feng's body, causing the energy metrics on his retina to escalate to a staggering level. Energy 999,999. Energy 999,999. Energy 999,999. Increasing by 990,000 energy per second. To Yi Feng's disappointment, it wasn't long before the energy within the Thunderstone was entirely absorbed. Despite this, the leader and the higher-ups regarded it as a treasure. Yi Feng shook his head and approached the combat power testing device. Bang! 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 812,000, 812,500, 813,400, 814,000. Gazing at the readings on the device, Yi Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. With 800,000 combat power, he was merely 200,000 shy of the foundational combat power required to reach the Junior Grandmaster level. Chapter 158. The Land of Sickly Trees and the River of Energy. Yi Feng. May I enter? Suddenly, Feng Song's voice echoed from outside the door. Yi Feng opened the door, and Feng Song stepped in. Leader, is there something you need? As Feng Song entered the room, he paused mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on the combat power testing device. Approaching the device, he scrutinized the figures displayed and stood in shock. Yi Feng, your combat power has reached 800,000? Yes, Yi Feng nodded in affirmation. Feng Song shook his head inwardly, unable to fathom the existence of a genius like Yi Feng in this world. A tinge of jealousy crept into his heart. Then, he noticed the Thunderstone, now dimmed and devoid of its former luster. Yi Feng, you absorbed a Thunderstone? Indeed, I just finished absorbing it, Yi Feng replied. Feng Song fell into silence for a few seconds, realizing that the Thunderstone was not the treasure he had believed. Yi Feng had consumed its energy entirely without advancing to Grandmaster. Yet, Feng Song could not comprehend why Yi Feng could absorb what even a high-tier elemental general like himself could not. The more he pondered, the more he felt that he had no advantage over Yi Feng, who was clearly a terrifying presence capable of subduing countless beasts. Yi Feng, I came to ask you if you wish to go to the Land of Sickly Trees. The Land of Sickly Trees? The land of sick trees is a notorious gathering place for ferocious beasts, where the creatures are generally formidable. However, it is said that within this cursed land exists the river of vital energy. Feng Song addressed Yi Feng, the river of vital energy? Yi Feng was taken aback. He had certainly heard of the river of vital energy. Its numbers on Blue Star were exceedingly rare. When martial artists immerse themselves in it, the river gradually dries up due to the depletion of vital energy. Yet, this was not the most crucial point. The vitality within the river is extraordinarily rich. Captain, if the land of sick trees truly harbors the river of vital energy, shouldn't it have been drained clean by now? Ye Feng question it. While that may hold some truth, it is rumored that the location of the river is exceedingly concealed. I cannot ascertain whether it actually exists. I have personally ventured into the land of sick trees, but found no trace of it. Feng Song explained. Listening to Feng Song's elucidation, Yi Feng grasped the situation. The primary aim of this expedition is to allow several talented members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps to undergo training in the land of sick trees. Who knows? If fortune smiles upon you, you may indeed uncover the river of vital energy. After a moment's thought, Feng Song added, you must remember, only martial artists of master level or above can absorb the energy from the river. Otherwise, they risk exploding from the intake. Feng Song's meaning was clear. Should they discover the river, the talented members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps must not immerse themselves within it. Understood. Ye Feng replied affirmatively. Very well. I have already drafted a list of members. You shall depart tomorrow. I have heard that Longqing University will also be training in the land of sick trees. As he spoke, Feng Song handed Yi Feng a list. Upon hearing the name Longqing University, Yi Feng thought of Su Hua and Yi Qing, wondering how they were faring. He resolved to visit Longqing University at the earliest opportunity. After Feng Song departed, Yi Feng scrutinized the list in his hand, which contained the names of 5 individuals: Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen. All 5 were at the intermediate Grand Martial Master level, a commendable achievement among the talents of Blue Star. Zheng Feng was familiar to him, after Yi Feng had instantly defeated Zheng Feng. His father Zheng Shan had sought to reclaim his honor, leading to Zheng Feng's newfound respect for Yi Feng. Chapter 159. Arrival at the Land of Sick Trees. Yi Feng found 5 talented members: Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen. According to the information on the list, all 5 were ability users who had awakened their elemental talents. For martial artists below the master level, such attributes proved to be immensely beneficial. The 5 talented members gazed at Yi Feng with admiration, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Zheng Feng, who had once felt disdain towards Yi Feng, had come to respect him ever since Yi Feng had showcased his astonishing prowess by defeating his father, Zheng Shan, in the training grounds. All 5 were esteemed members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, idolized by many black iron, bronze, and even silver tier members. Yet, they understood that in front of Yi Feng, they were insignificant, aware that he loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Master Yi Feng, what brings you to us? Zheng Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen shared the same bewilderment, astonished that Master Yi Feng sought them for any purpose. Yi Feng paused momentarily, assuming they were already informed. The captain has decided that tomorrow I will lead you to undergo training in the land of sick trees, he announced. The 5 were taken aback, unable to fathom that Master Yi Feng would make such a statement. Is it true, Master Yi Feng? Zheng Feng stammered, realizing his error. He quickly silenced himself. A master-level martial artist would not jest with an ordinary Grand Martial Master. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow. Yes, Master Yi Feng, the 5 responded, bowing respectfully before departing. The following day, Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen reappeared before Yi Feng. Let us set out, Yi Feng said gently. His purpose was twofold: to protect these talented members, and, more importantly, to search for the river of vital energy. The group commenced their journey towards the land of sick trees. I have heard that Longqing University will be training in the land of sick trees as well. The captain and the president of Longqing University have always had a contentious relationship. I wonder if any incidents will arise, Zheng Feng remarked. Indeed, I have heard that too. The captain and the president are said to be former brothers in arms, having fallen out over a woman. Really? What became of that woman? I have heard she has passed away, which led to the ongoing discord between the captain and the president. As Yi Feng listened to their conversation, he found it intriguing. the enmity between the captain and the president of Longqing University. The vehicle raced toward the land of sick trees, halting hours later in a desolate area. They still had a day's journey ahead to reach their destination. Feng and his companions pressed on toward the land of sick trees, encountering no ferocious beasts along the way. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the land of sick trees, they observed numerous students from Longqing University, accompanied by their mentors. As the most prestigious martial arts academy in the nation, the caliber of its students was indisputable, and those present were undoubtedly the finest talents from Longqing University. Feng mused that it would be wonderful if Su Hua and Yi Qing were among them. However, the likelihood was slim considering their recent enrollment at Longqing University. Though Yi Qing possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, her time for training had been too brief. At the periphery of the land of sick trees, the mentors and gifted students from Longqing University noticed Yi Feng's group and cast them incredulous glances. They had not anticipated the Thunder God Mercenary Corps would also venture into this treacherous land. Chapter 160. A 3-star platinum member appears. Over 20 students from Longqing University, led by 4 mentors, stood at the ready. Each mentor was a high-level master, sufficiently formidable to protect their charges from the threats posed by the ferocious beasts of the land of sick trees. Most of these students were junior Grand Martial Masters, truly exceptional talents within the realm of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, the mentors and students of Longqing University turned their gazes toward Yi Feng's group. What brings the Thunder God Mercenary Corps here? One murmured. Did you know that the captain of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps and our president have always been at odds? Could it be that they are here to disrupt our training? I suspect that might be the case. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps is indeed cunning. The students of Longqing University began to whisper among themselves. The 4 mentors displayed expressions of displeasure at the sight of Yi Feng's group. However, they quickly realized that the individuals before them were indeed talented members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, with several holding 2-star gold status. Suddenly, one student scrutinized the badges hanging from Yi Feng and his companion's chests. Abruptly, his pupils dilated in shock, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. 3-star platinum members. The students from Longqing University were equally stunned upon spotting the 3-star platinum badge adorning Yi Feng's chest, leaving them momentarily speechless. The Samsung Platinum Badge is a mark of distinction reserved for only the most elite masters. The individual before them appeared to be of a similar stature, yet the 4 master-level mentors from Longqing University wore expressions of disbelief. However, they quickly came to terms with the situation, presuming that the Samsung Platinum Badge adorning Yi Feng's chest could not possibly belong to him. After a moment of shock, the students also arrived at the same conclusion. It must have been a platinum-level member from the Thunder God Mercenary Corps who had bestowed the badge upon him. If someone of such youth were to attain the rank of Samsung Platinum, then they would be rendered mere insects in his presence, rather than geniuses. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the Longqing University mentors and students, Zhang Feng and his companions could not help but feel a surge of pride. How could they possibly comprehend the terror embodied by Master Yi Feng? Let us proceed to the Sickwood land, Yi Feng suggested to his companions. Feeling there was no need to linger any longer, the group nodded in agreement and followed him toward their destination. The mentors and students from Longqing University watched the departing figures of Yi Feng's group with an air of discontent. Their spirits were dampened by the presence of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps in their training ground. What a mood killer, remarked a female mentor, shaking her head. Enough of that. Let's also enter the Sickwood land. It is vast enough that we may not encounter them, she added, leading her group into the eerie forest. The Sickwood land is a moderately dangerous habitat for ferocious beasts, named for its twisted trees and the scarcity of sunlight that casts a foreboding atmosphere. Upon entering, Yi Feng and his companions began searching for any signs of the beasts. The Sickwood land is home to a variety of creatures, with the bloodthirsty demon apes, colorful spiders, and golden-tailed steel serpents being the most populous. As they ventured forth, they soon encountered dozens of bloodthirsty demon apes. These second-tier low-level beasts were significantly stronger than novice warriors, but did not exceed the capabilities of mid-level warriors. The apes, with their immense strength and formidable defenses, posed an intimidating sight. However, Zhang Feng and his companions, being mid-level grand warriors, regarded the approaching apes as a trivial challenge. The bloodthirsty demon apes glared menacingly at Yi Feng's group, as if assessing their threat level. After a few tense seconds, the apes charged forward, their collective momentum soaring to intimidating heights. As genius-level members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, Feng and his companions were seasoned from prior wilderness training. Fully aware that the purpose of their expedition to the Sickwood land was to confront and eliminate these beasts. Engage, Feng commanded, and the group sprang into action, meeting the oncoming horde of apes. With their prowess as mid-level grand warriors, dispatching these second-tier low-level beasts proved to be a mere formality. The battle erupted swiftly, and soon, the ground was littered with the fallen bodies of the bloodthirsty demon apes. Before long, every last one of the beasts lay defeated, and Feng's group reveled in their victory, knowing that this experience would greatly enhance their combat skills. Feng observed closely, reflecting on the exceptional talents of these elite students, who far surpassed the so-called geniuses of Jiangnan City. Let us continue, Feng urged. Eager to locate the ethereal energy river rumored to exist within the Sickwood land, though he remained patient, understanding that the search could yield no results. After a brief journey, they found themselves in a particularly sinister area, the chilling atmosphere sending shivers down their spines. Feng posed it, his heightened senses detecting the presence of ferocious beasts. The others halted as well, instinctively cautious of their surroundings, sensing the unusual nature of this location. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrifying roars erupted around them, causing their nerves to fray. Hundreds of bloodthirsty demon apes surged from all directions, encircling them. Among them stood a towering 4-tier high-level bloodthirsty demon ape, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain. 4-tier high-level bloodthirsty demon ape. Feng gasped in astonishment. They had studied the beast compendium, and any ape of that height could only be a creature of formidable rank. The 4-tier ape halted a mere 10 strides away from Feng's group, rearing back to unleash a fearsome roar that shattered nearby trees and crackled through the air. At the sound of its call, the horde of bloodthirsty demon apes rushed toward them. Let us engage, Feng instructed the 5. They nodded in agreement and prepared for battle against the onslaught of approaching apes. Though the numbers were overwhelming, the quality of the beasts varied, with not all being second-tier mid-level. Some were second-tier low-level or even first-tier high-level. As the horde closed in, Feng and his companions formed a circle around Feng, systematically dispatching the bloodthirsty demon apes as if they were mere crops being harvested. The agonizing cries of the beasts filled the air. Yet the 4-tier high-level ape remained a spectator, watching the carnage unfold. The Sickwood land stretched far and wide, and the population of bloodthirsty demon apes was vast, perhaps explaining why the 4-tier beast refrained from intervening immediately despite the dramatic reduction in its kin. Covered in the blood of the slain apes, Feng and his comrades found themselves invigorated by the battle. The thrill of the hunt sparked no sense of guilt, only exhilaration. As the last of the bloodthirsty demon apes fell, the pungent scent of their blood permeated the air, a nauseating yet intoxicating atmosphere. The 4-tier high-level bloodthirsty demon ape, akin to a human high-level grand warrior, typically possessed greater strength than its human counterparts. Feng and his allies recognized the futility of confronting this beast alone and turned their gazes toward Feng, who remained composed, surveying the 4-tier creature with an unwavering demeanor. He knew that with a mere flicker of intent, he could vanquish the formidable beast before them. Suddenly, the 4th-tier advanced bloodthirsty demon ape let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Feng and his companions, its enormous body causing the ground to tremble slightly. A look of horror appeared on Feng and his companions' faces, though they understood that this 4th-tier advanced bloodthirsty demon ape could not possibly contend with Master Feng. The oppressive aura emanating from the beast instilled a profound fear within them. Just as the ape approached, Feng had already raised his index finger, from which a brilliant sword light coalesced, radiating an aura of terror. As the 4th-tier advanced bloodthirsty demon ape was about to close the distance, the sword light erupted from Feng's fingertip. With a swift motion, the ape's crimson eyes widened in panic as it realized that it could not withstand such a formidable attack. Attempting to evade, its speed proved futile. A piercing roar escaped the bloodthirsty demon ape as the terrifying sword light struck its body, piercing through to create a massive wound, blood gushing forth relentlessly. The creature collapsed to the ground, its immense size creating a deep crater upon impact. Feng and his companions stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. They were astonished, perplexed, and bewildered, Having reached the weapon realm truly allowed one to act with impunity. Perhaps this was the allure of Master Yi Feng. They noticed that his expression remained as calm as still water, as if effortlessly dispatching the fourth-tier advanced bloodthirsty demon ape was merely a trivial task. This tranquility left Zhang Feng and his companions swallowing hard. They felt that this was the demeanor they should aspire to embody. Chapter 163. The appearance of the mentor and students from Longqing University. Subsequently, Yi Feng and Zhang Feng encountered numerous ferocious beasts in the disease wood area, all of which were vanquished by Zhang Feng and his companions, greatly enhancing their combat experience. As night fell, they chose not to continue their hunt for beasts, but instead set up tents to rest. The next morning, they resumed their search, and Zhang Feng and his companions once again slew many ferocious beasts, their faces alight with excitement. The significant increase in their combat experience was immensely beneficial to their growth. It could be said that, at equal strength, the level of combat experience often determined the outcome of battles. At this moment, they were still on the periphery of the disease wood, not far from its depths, and they ventured deeper. Within the heart of the disease wood, the number of ferocious beasts was vast and far more terrifying than those at the periphery. Anticipation filled Zhang Feng and his companions' faces as they sought to find and defeat more beasts for further combat experience. Deeper within the disease wood, Yi Feng and his group reached the inner sanctum, having already dispatched hundreds of ferocious beasts along the way. Suddenly, Lu Wenwen pointed in astonishment at a particular spot. Following her gaze, they beheld countless immense webs stretching across the thick trees. Could it be that this is the lair of the colorful spiders? Zhang Feng swallowed hard, apprehensive. The colorful spiders were notoriously abundant in the disease wood, each the size of an adult, adorned in 5 vibrant colors and possessing potent venom. Many low-tier martial artists had perished at the hands of these creatures. Suddenly, several ominous sounds reached their ears. Zhang Feng and his companions quickly focused their attention, discovering a dozen colorful spiders approaching. Relief washed over them. Fortunately, this was not the true lair of the colorful spiders. Otherwise, facing thousands of them would have spelled disaster. In the disease wood, whether at the periphery or deeper within, these spiders were present, but the ones before them were only second-tier low-level beasts. Their venom was something Zhang Feng and his companions could easily withstand given their current levels. The dozen colorful spiders did not assess the threat posed by Yi Feng and his group, launching themselves at them instead. Zhang Feng and his companions rushed toward the spiders, knowing that these second-tier low-level beasts stood no chance against mid-level martial masters. In mere moments, the spiders were slaughtered. Ye Feng seeked inyardly, realizing that while they were enjoying their kills, his primary purpose in the disease wood was to seek the Spirit Chi River, a quest that seemed increasingly unlikely. As they ventured further into the disease wood, they encountered another group of colorful spiders, this time numbering in the dozens. Just as they prepared to engage these creatures, mentors and students from Longqing University appeared. One of the mentors stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Feng and his companions. "We discovered these colorful spiders first. You should leave." The group from Longqing University had not dispersed for training, but remained clustered together, from master-level mentors and over 20 students standing before Yi Feng's group. Chapter 164. Yi Feng's authority listening to the mentor from Longqing University. Zhang Feng and his companions were filled with indignation. "We clearly discovered the colorful spiders first," Wu Lina said, her expression sour as she glared at the mentor. The dozens of colorful spiders, sensing the hostility from the humans, began to retreat. The 4 mentors from Longqing University were all high-level masters, their prowess immensely formidable. The mentor surveyed Wu Lina, noting the 2-star golden badge on her chest, a look of contempt crossing his face. "A mid-level martial artist has no right to speak to me." Wu Lina opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The students from Longqing University found amusement in the predicament of the members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. "What about me?" Yi Feng interjected, stepping forward. "Do I have the right to speak?" The attention of the mentor and students shifted to him. They had formed a strong impression of Yi Feng even before entering the disease wood, largely due to the 3-star platinum badge on his chest, a symbol of high-level master status within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. They soon reasoned that it was impossible for one so young to attain the rank of high-level master. The only plausible explanation was that a high-level master had bestowed the 3-star platinum badge upon Yi Feng. "You?" The mentor from Longqing University scoffed. If the badge were truly yours, you might have grounds to speak, but it is not. The faces of the Longqing University group turned inquisitive, their gazes fixed on Yi Feng, eager to hear his response. Is that so? A subtle, implied smile graced Yi Feng's face. As his words fell, his aura surged, enveloping the area within several meters of him in an oppressive force. Instantly, the students from Longqing University felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, their faces reflecting sheer terror. What is this overwhelming pressure? It's terrifying. I feel as though I might perish. Why is such an overwhelming pressure suddenly manifested? Could it be that a formidable warrior has emerged? The four mentors from Longqing University, however, recognized that the source of this oppressive aura was none other than the individual before them, adorned with a 3-star platinum badge. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. The ability to exude such a formidable presence indicated that Yi Feng's strength was no less than their own. Could he truly be a high-level grandmaster? As this thought crossed their minds, the four mentors exchanged incredulous glances. Zhang Feng and his companions felt similarly, as the pressure they experienced was not any less than that felt by the students of Longqing University. We do not provoke you, Longqing University. You would do well not to provoke us either, if you wish to play for real. Yi Feng's gaze pierced through to the group from Longqing University, as waves of energy, sharp as swords, surged from his body. This energy struck the very fabric of space, causing visible fissures to appear. How could our Thunder God mercenary corps fear you, Longqing University? The students of Longqing University were filled with dread as they realized that the oppressive sensation they felt emanated from Yi Feng. They understood that a great martial master could never release such terrifying pressure. The only possibility was that this individual was indeed a high-level grandmaster, a member of the 3-star platinum rank. After speaking, Yi Feng ceased to exert his pressure, and Zhang Feng's group, along with the students from Longqing University, collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and fear as they gazed at Yi Feng. Chapter 165. The vanishing steel-tailed serpents. The students of Longqing University could hardly believe that Yi Feng was truly a high-level grandmaster. But at such a young age, could this be reality? Some students rubbed their eyes, only to find that it was indeed not a dream. The four mentors from Longqing University regarded Yi Feng coldly, remarking that the Thunder God Mercenary Corps was not to be trifled with. Do you think we, Longqing University, are a soft target? I have spoken my piece. Do as you wish. Yi Feng's tone was indifferent. Defeating the four mentors would be as easy as pie for him. The mentors clenched their jaws, filled with rage toward Yi Feng, yet they dared not make a move. Both Longqing University and the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were significant powers in the imperial city of Longsheng, and without directives from their superiors. Recklessly attacking the Thunder God Mercenary Corps would undoubtedly invite reproach. What is your name? One of the mentors coldly inquired. Yi Feng. He stated his name candidly, feeling no need to conceal it. I will remember you, Yi Feng, the mentor responded with a chilling smile. With that, the group from Longqing University departed. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Feng felt somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought that the four mentors would attack him, yet they chose to leave instead. Was this a sign of surrender? Zhang Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen all displayed expressions of delight upon witnessing the departure of Longqing University students. They had previously belittled Yi Feng, claiming his Grandmaster badge was not genuine. Yet, after Yi Feng demonstrated merely a fraction of his strength, they obediently left. Now, we can thoroughly hunt fierce beasts in the depths of the diseased woodlands and gain valuable battle experience. The group continued their search for beasts as the sun set. They arrived at a canyon flanked by towering trees, yet curiously, the canyon walls bore no vegetation. Look, there are several steel-tailed serpents over there, Zhang Feng pointed out. The group turned to see 5 or 6 steel-tailed serpents. These serpents were quite numerous in the disease-ridden woods, each measuring about 4 to 5 meters. Their bodies a dazzling golden hue and incredibly tough, akin to steel, with their tails serving as formidable weapons. Let us approach and eliminate these steel-tailed serpents, Zhang Feng suggested. Nodding in agreement, they prepared to engage the serpents. However, just as they moved forward, something strange occurred. The serpents suddenly vanished from their sight as if they had never existed. How is this possible? Even Yi Feng was taken aback. They were certain they hadn't misjudged. Yet, the steel-tailed serpents had inexplicably disappeared, leaving them utterly astonished. Yi Feng pondered the situation, sensing something peculiar about this place. "Stay here. I will investigate," he said in a low voice. As he approached the spot where the serpents had vanished, Yi Feng became vigilant, yet he detected no unusual aura. After taking a few more steps, he was struck by a realization. The airflow here felt distinctly different. Chapter 166. The cave before Yi Feng and his companions. Yi Feng sensed the unusual air currents and hesitated for several seconds before reaching out his hand into the air. What followed was strange. He discovered that his hand seemed to enter another realm, rendering it invisible. When he withdrew it, he could see it once more. Yi Feng contemplated this. He recalled watching numerous dramas in Huaxia, featuring barriers that concealed objects within them. Could this be similar? He extended his hand again, confirming the phenomenon persisted. "Come over here," he gestured to Zhang Feng and the others. They hurriedly approached. "Yi Feng, have you found something amiss?" Zhang Feng queried, his gaze filled with curiosity. "Try extending your hands into the air," Yi Feng instructed. "What?" Zhang Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang were taken aback. There was nothing in front of them. "Extend our hands into what?" Yet they complied, reaching forward, only to be astonished to find their palms had vanished from sight. "What is happening?" they exclaimed, quickly retracting their hands, fearing they might lose them forever. "I suspect that ahead lies a peculiar space, invisible to the naked eye." The earlier disappearance of the steel-tailed serpents was likely due to this phenomenon, Yi Feng speculated. The group exchanged glances, contemplating the wonders of the universe. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a thing could be real. It seemed far too fantastical. "Yi Feng, you don't intend to enter, do you?" Zhang Feng asked, swallowing hard, his expression a mixture of astonishment and dread. "Do you not wish to explore?" Yi Feng inquired, puzzled. Surely such a mysterious place warranted investigation, and perhaps the river of spiritual energy lay within. He soon understood. Although they were talented members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps and had ventured into the wild many times, encountering such a mysterious place was a first for them, and fear was natural. He couldn't leave them outside. If danger arose, it would be difficult to explain his absence. After a moment of silent communication, they mustered their courage and nodded. "Very well, we shall enter as well." A promising pupil indeed. Yi Feng smiled as he stepped forward, followed closely by his companions. If there were any onlookers outside, they would be astonished to find that Yi Feng and his group had vanished into the depths of the canyon. Before them loomed a cave, neither too large nor too small, shrouded in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand. However, for warriors of their caliber, this posed no challenge. They could perceive as clearly as in daylight. As they surveyed the cave entrance, ominous hissing sounds pierced the silence, sending chills down their spines. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the golden scale-tail serpents from earlier. Jiangwen grinned triumphantly, exclaiming that fortune had favored them, as they swiftly dispatched the serpents, which posed no threat at their second-tier intermediate level. "Let's enter," Yi Feng stated, gazing at the cave's mouth. His companions nodded in agreement and began their descent into the cave. Chapter 167. The multicolored spider and the river of vitality as Yi Feng and his companions ventured deeper. The pitch blackness of the cave enveloped them, yet their advanced realms allowed them to navigate as if it were day. They remained vigilant, acutely aware that this unfamiliar cave could harbor untold dangers. After a brief passage, they reached the end of the cave. It was modest in size, but certainly not insignificant. Before them lay a 10-meter-long pool, from which dense waves of vitality emanated. "This is the river of vitality?" Zhang Feng gasped, astonished by the sight. The others were equally stunned. They had heard tales of such rivers, known for their rich essence, which were exceedingly rare on Blue Star. They understood that immersing oneself in the river would deplete its vitality, leading to its gradual diminishment. Yi Feng had initially expected the river of vitality to extend much longer. Its brevity surprised him, yet the richness of its essence suggested it could facilitate his ascension to the primary Grandmaster level. Regrettably, the immense pressure from the river meant that only those at the Grandmaster rank or higher could soak in its depths. Yang Yu shook his head, and disappointment flickered across their faces. "Master Yi Feng, you should descend. We shall guard your safety here," Zhang Feng asserted suddenly. Yi Feng, eager to seize the opportunity to explore the river of vitality, accepted without hesitation, thankful for his fortunate discovery. Just as he prepared to enter the river, he hesitated, sensing danger. What? Zhang Feng and the others were taken aback, scanning their surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Master Yi Feng, what? Zhang Feng began. But Wu Lina's startled cry interrupted him. Look, she exclaimed, pointing behind them. They turned to find a swarm of vividly colored spiders rushing towards them. The ground and cave walls were covered with these fearsome creatures, a sight that was both chilling and alarming. Good heavens, there are so many. Lu Wenwen gasped, her face draining of color. The others shared her horror, having never encountered such a multitude of multicolored spiders before. Yi Feng, noting the oncoming tide of spiders, was unwilling to waste time. Despite their overwhelming numbers, he understood that quantity alone does not guarantee efficacy in battle. With a sudden surge of power, he activated his sword aura, which enveloped him. As the spiders approached, the sword aura erupted like a torrential downpour, striking the advancing spiders with precision. The spiders were swiftly pierced, yet they pressed forward with reckless abandon. The onslaught of attacks prevented them from nearing Yi Feng and his companions. Ultimately, the horde of over 1,000 spiders fell, lifeless, into a pool of their own blood. Sighing in relief, Zhang Feng and the others realized the immediate threat had passed. But then a terrifying sound echoed in their ears. As the sound reverberated, they turned to see a gigantic multicolored spider looming several dozen meters away. Chapter 168. The multicolored spider lured the sight of the colossal spider left them thunderstruck, their faces pale with fear. It was the Spider Lord. Among the fearsome creatures of the Illness Wood, the Spider Lord was the most formidable, a 5th-tier advanced beast. Due to its lethal venom, even many ordinary primary grandmasters would find themselves at a disadvantage. While they recognized Yi Feng's formidable prowess, they understood that this Spider Lord was no foe to be underestimated. A note of caution crossed Yi Feng's face. He was not so naive as to believe himself invincible. If he were to underestimate this creature, it could cost him dearly. Suddenly, the sword aura coalesced into a massive sword in his grasp, and he focused intently on the Spider Lord. The Spider Lord, too, regarded them with cold intensity. In a flash, the Spider Lord opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of green venom that sped towards them like a water jet. Any of them struck by this deadly assault would perish instantly. With the grand sword in hand, Yi Feng stood resolute, preparing to counter the venom. With a swift motion, he cleaved downward, dispersing the venom instantly. Enraged by the thwarted attack, the Spider Lord bellowed and lunged at Yi Feng and his companions, its massive form casting an ominous shadow in the dark cave. Yi Feng did not hesitate. Brandishing the great sword, he charged forward, with a flurry of brilliant sword strikes. The cave was illuminated as if it were day. Yi Feng engaged the Spider Lord in fierce combat. To his surprise, the Spider Lord was more formidable than he had anticipated, yet it would still not match his strength. The Spider Lord, realizing the threat posed by Yi Feng, recoiled, creating distance between them. With a swift horizontal slash, Yi Feng unleashed a powerful wave of energy from his sword, hurtling towards the Spider Lord at lightning speed. The Spider Lord, taken aback, narrowly evaded the lethal strike. However, as it turned to assess Yi Feng's position, it found him bearing down upon it. With the great sword raised high, Yi Feng aimed for the Spider Lord's head, leaving it with no avenue for escape. The blade struck true. The vibrant Spider Lord's head was severed with a swift strike. In that very moment, the great sword in Yi Feng's hand vanished into thin air. Yi Feng had not unleashed his full potential. He feared that doing so might compromise the integrity of the cave and damage the Essence River. Otherwise, the colorful Spider Lord would have been vanquished long ago. Yi Feng turned and approached Zhang Feng and his companions, leaping gracefully into the 10-meter expanse of the Essence River. The data reflecting the surge of energy continuously appeared before his retinas. The Dragon Essence technique had now reached its 4th tier, and coupled with the Essence River, the increase in energy was staggering. Essence, 864, 644. Essence, 865, 506. Essence, 876, 461.